Alright. We should be live again. Fair warning, this could cut out again before the night is over, so you know the drill, chat. You just have to wait for us to come back, because...
Yep, wait a few minutes and then... Yeah.
Welsh internet, what can I say? Disgusting cave people internet, and I just, you know, I'm doing my best. Doing my best. But it's pretty impressive we've come this far being cave people, right?
Mm-hmm. I'd say so.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I want to give a shout out to all the brave cavemen who tested out the strange berries in the forest, so that we would know which ones to eat.
He's like, green one, thumbs up.
They're
black one,
ones.
Thumbs up. Brown one, oh, thumbs down.
Well, listen, Grog, that's just your opinion.
Hey, Grog allowed to have his opinion.
I did not want to make this.
Me not want to make this cave painting.
So the game's me.
Oh, golly gosh. Well, looks like I'm back in and we can fucking carry on. I swear to God. The worst thing about this is that there was a time I was talking to Fringy and this internet thing happened like twice within 2 minutes or some ridiculous thing. I swear to God, if that happens, oof, me testing my patience.
So over.
Let us simply continue before I lose my mind. Also, don't worry, anybody who sent super chats, they're all saved and we will get to them. We've got, I think there's 5 I need to put out at this point that we've recorded.
Yes, we put out quite a bit.
Don't you worry.
You're going to need a chart to keep track of the EFAP timeline.
Oh, well, I label them all. They'll be absolutely fine. It'll be wonderful. In any case, I'm gonna roll us back 10 miniados. Here I go. All right.
Bad game, and something of a betrayal of the series, with the writing in particular being scrutinized for inconsistencies with the original lore, as well as problems with Fallout 3's ending.
So yeah, someone I was going to bring up was that was famous. Was there anybody who wasn't aware of that blatant plot hole to the point where you wonder how the hell they didn't solve it?
There were people who were in denial.
What are you talking about? What do you mean blatant plot hole?
What, did they run with fucking forks as excuse?
It made me cry.
This is something you have to do.
It is your fate.
That's so stupid.
This made Emil...
Oh wait, yeah, did you want to read those or are we good to carry on?
We're good to go.
One of the main faces of fan discontent. And it was a discontent that...
I'm just gonna have to disagree. I'm sorry. Todd Howard exists. He's in way too many fucking thumbnails. And he's mentioned way more often than Emil. So I don't buy that for a second.
Todd Howard is the lightning rod.
I mean, yeah, you could say that.
I'm just imagining the meme of the soldier blocking all the bullets and knives from the sleeping child when it's Todd and Emil.
I love that meme.
It wasn't being acknowledged by anyone outside of the forum.
Oh, wait, what's that meme where you have the soldier with his arms out and all the knives are hitting him in the back in front of the sleeping child? You know that meme?
Never heard of it.
So, gentlemen, that's what we call a Biden moment, I think, right?
Is that an opinion?
I'll judge from chat.
What? What are we talking about?
Yep, it is an official Biden moment, I think.
Why? Who? Is he here? Do we have all B-dubs in the chat right now?
We have him right here, right now. He possessed you temporarily.
Can we stop this? This is madness. What's going on? Did you mention the meme and then I just didn't
literally seconds away? And honestly, the weird thing is I thought you'd gotten me. I was like, that's why I didn't jump to Biden. I was like, he said it the exact same way, so he must be trolling me this time.
Okay, whatever, it's fine.
Whatever.
Great mind. You know, I'm glad. That means great minds think alike.
Nothing will ever beat. No Biden moment will ever beat the Biden moment where you talked about that flaming sword or whatever when I was answering a super chat about like fucking Loki, and you talked about that book series.
Oh, Dernwin from Verdane Chronicles. Yeah,
that fucking highlight is hilarious. You talk about Dernwin for like a minute, and I have no idea what's going on. Like, okay.
Perhaps making it more extreme. And yet, in the grand scheme of things, this all seems pretty insignificant. Make no mistake, this was where Emil's negative online reputation began. But as soon as he stopped doing interviews following Fallout 3's release, search results for his name on No Mutants Allowed became relatively rare, and...
This is all rather interesting, but do you have proof that it's actually connected to the future points, or are you just bringing it up?
Here's my radical take. 7 minutes? 7 minutes and all we have is... This could be relevant.
Yeah. Well, just get used to that feeling.
Listen, the
Okay.
theme of this video is fact checking. So
Okay.
why don't you
Yes.
just keep that in
No, it's
mind,
about
Mr.
how all
Bucko?
opinions are okay. He said that before the fact checking thing, so.
Outside of No Mutants Allowed, there is almost no negativity attached to his name in this period at all. For example,
Because, like, you know, it was his first shot. Maybe it was a little bit of a miss, but, like, let's let him cook a little more and see if it's a trend or if it was just an off day, you know?
Yeah, when you're
Of course people
two
didn't
dozen
hate
shitty
him.
quests down the road, people are like, okay, calm down.
for example,
I feel
on
like
Reddit,
he's just describing normal human behavior as, like, something alien.
I'm
Well, yeah,
honestly,
repetition creates patterns that people recognize.
I thought he was going to make it as simple as he was once beloved and now he's not. But like with all this extra fluff, I'm like, I'm not exactly sure what painting you're trying to paint
Well,
here.
it's
Seems
weird.
like he's always been very contentious.
It's weird because I don't think he brings up that Emil won awards for Fallout 3. Like there's no high point in this, like this if this is a here's the downward trajectory that his public opinion has been on, there was no high point of like here's all the accolades he got.
Can I just highlight, why the hell does the ending of Fallout 3 shit on my life for? And then you read it, it says, sorry to burst your bubble, but according to Emil Pagliarulo, no, Forks was absolutely a male. This was a mistake. What is going on in that fucking Reddit thread?
I love looking at Reddit posts through Google because it's always like just bizarre.
Yeah. Some fan theories going wild in there.
from all results before 2015, there is just one person I can find that is unhappy with Emil. And while they are very unhappy, the issue they're angry about is not being allowed to kill children in Fallout 3.
Valid.
Which is valid.
Yeah, you can phrase it in a way that makes you sound like a sociopath. It's not even that. It's just it's immersion breaking when you can't kill people in an open world RPG with
That he's phrasing it as weird, even though
it's not like the real world at all.
It's funny when you have like a minigun, you just go, and the kid just like bounces off like they're fucking super bad. You're like, okay.
Yeah, how come in real life children are especially easy to kill, but in video games they're invincible? Immersion ruined.
And then you say, I hope you choke on a dick in hell, Emil.
I wonder if this is specifically in the context of Little Lamplight too, because this is a section of the main story where you have to deal with a bunch of shit kids, and obviously you can't kill them. So
yeah.
Well, he showed out a zoomed out post. We could go back and see. We can see the full post.
I mean, honestly, the reason I'm not too interested is because I don't think it's going to be relevant at all.
It probably isn't going to be relevant, but he's phrasing it as sociopathic when it really is like a Fallout thing of like, there's kids in every settlement. If you shoot up a settlement, then there's going to be that one invincible kid that survives.
To break from the funny of making all kinds of jokes about this, this happens in loads of kinds of video games, and it is a point of criticism I would have. I think most people here probably would too. Random NPCs you can kill, but you can't kill ones that are below a certain age range. You're like, okay.
NPCs as well, yeah.
And that, yeah, you'd always prefer that the game
children are essential for the
were
future.
truly open, truly free, but it's difficult to have a game like that. But when it's the kids thing, I think it happens in BioShock as well. Infinite, I mean. I remember trying to snipe a child's face and it went ting and it like sparked off and I was like, whoa.
Hey, they don't make them like they used to.
Which they hold Emil personally responsible for.
Yeah, Emil. The fuck you doing, buddy?
Choke on a dick in hell, Emil.
This user has since deleted their post, and whatever their real issue was, it seems unrelated and slightly...
Yeah, I wonder what the issue is.
That's a normal issue. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm a gamer, and so I'm more aware of that.
Which one of the Ninja Turtles is this?
Rufus.
Is that Rufus?
Yeah, obviously. Like, you can tell from, the whole outfit.
So, it's weird. Is he saying that he actually doesn't agree with that criticism, or is he just
he's done the thing
like he doesn't agree with it because it's in defense of Emil?
He's done the thing where he's tried to present it as bad as possible, like even though it's one of the most common. I thought it was a common criticism from a lot of gamers about open world games. certain NPCs.
Yeah, no,
it's
extremely common and seen as just normal. That fair.
Especially...
He said eat a dick in hell, but like I don't care. Like, you know
it's some guy on the internet.
Yeah,
of course he's got to be hyperbolic. You were hyperbolic like 2 minutes ago.
He found the most like inflammatory, unreasonable post ever, and he's like, "This was the only one I could find," and I'm just sitting here thinking, "Bullshit."
Oh yeah,
problem
more.
That's you see the problem is that I know what a lie is.
Well, wait.
So, and that's
I'm not willing to
one
say he's lying about anything. I'm more willing to say that this is all just a result of his hyper bias and the goal that he's got, which is obviously like I'm playing as though I'm a little aloof as to what exactly is happening here, but I know exactly what he's going to do. He wants to paint Emil as kind of like a chill, good guy.
We're treating this with good faith, okay?
Exactly.
But yeah, you're right. He is batting against this hypothetical argument because it's in his pro Emil.
Well, if I said to you guys like, "Oh, this guy John Smith, he's so cool," and he used to talk to everybody, and they used to really enjoy talking to him, and then at one point he like sort of disappeared in this era. I looked for anyone being critical of him, and all I could find was one fucking nutcase saying nutcase things to him. And then I could picture you guys being like, meaning what? And I go, meaning that he must be a nice man because why?
He had negative 14 downvotes.
If anything, this is the opposite.
Meaning,
this is saying the opposite thing of what he's trying to say.
Meaning Emil is loved. And something changed.
Yeah,
Patrician.
There were fucking 15 people that were willing to downvote in Emil's honor. So I don't know what you're complaining about.
In his own example, at a rate of 1 to 15, Emil hate, which is not. Hey man, if you go through life and of 16 people that you meet, only one of them hates you. It's not bad.
No,
it's not bad. It's pretty good.
Concerning. No one should be that angry about not getting to kill children.
Oh, shut up!
Why?
I don't know about that. I think all
you're
children.
Showing the thing.
That's what I mean. It's about
you're showing the fucking thing.
It's how you present it.
I didn't vote for Mayor McCready.
It would be. That's not necessarily any different than saying you shouldn't be this angry over a video game.
It's a Scottish child too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is just an arbitrary line, and I'm sorry, but isn't that my opinion?
Yeah, but that's not an opinion. There are opinions you're allowed to have, opinions you're not allowed to have. This is one of the nots.
This is one of the nots, yeah.
So maybe you should get a new one, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't clear on the instructions.
We'll figure those out as we go.
Anyway, in 2015, the Fallout Bethesda discourse would be jump-started once more by the release of a next mainline entry.
Fallout Bethesda. And I was like, oh. Well, I will say in Fallout 3 there was a Bethesda station, wasn't there, in the subway?
Yeah, because it's set where they work.
It's a place, yeah. Bethesda's a town as well, yeah.
Those references to Revenge of the Sith.
They actually don't work there anymore.
By the way, shout out to the subways in Fallout 3. I've learned to appreciate your existence as the years have gone on.
Commonly overhated.
Yeah, it was because Fallout 3 was one of, like, in a good way, it was sort of like a formative sort of game for me. I played it on the Xbox 360. It was the first type of its game I really played and got into. And a friend had like this hardback big strategy guidebook sort of thing and had this big map in it. And so I remember being like, how do I get to this place? And so I would go to the map and be like, the subway's connecting. And I was like, I felt like I was actually like exploring, and it was very immersive to the point where I still remember it today, trying to find the right, subway stations and going down the tunnels. And I'm like, I'm actually I'm getting absorbed into this experience.
That's funny you mentioned that. That was part of our Fallout 76 thing. Was we went to West Virginia and we ended up in DC and took the subways and stuff. And like they captured DC really well compared to West Virginia.
I have been to the subway system in Washington DC when we took our trip, and
it's very nice.
It is the subways or the city.
The subways specifically.
I guess I don't have anything to reference it against. I didn't have any trouble getting around. I will say, fuck living there and doing that every day.
Oh, absolutely.
But it was because I'm from Arkansas. We ain't got no subways. Everyone here's got a truck.
Well, you got the food place, right?
The food place?
Yeah, Subway.
McDonald's. Oh yeah, we got subways. Yeah, we got subways, but I don't go to those. Because I just don't like Subway. But yeah, it was surprisingly easy to be like get a card, go to places. The Subway has a little loop and you get off where you want to go. It's kind of like it's a slightly more complex version of the ferries when we went to Seattle. The ferries that would take you across the bay. It's a big wide world out there.
Well,
But yeah, Fallout 3, very
Fallout
immersive.
4.
I was gonna highlight
was
that in
comments.
chat. Some people were bringing up Revenge of the Sith for memes, and I was thinking, wouldn't it be funny if Anakin came in and he was like, gotta kill him, and he hits them with a lightsaber, and they like spark and bonk, and they fall over. They're like, Master Skywalker, what are you doing?
Is
He's like,
that-
what
is-
the fuck?
Is that how many of them? Is that why so many survived?
Oh, yeah, because when they stabbed Reva, that they were like, wait, she's not
Reva!
even hurt, and she's like, oh, ow, ooh, and falls
way,
over.
this is-
You got me.
By the way, funny screenshot with the dog there. But also, yeah, they do the thing where Anakin hits him with a lightsaber, and they go into like the downed, incapacitated status, and then eventually they'll just get back up again. He can only sort of knock them down, but they'll just keep getting back up.
They get up and they're like, "Hey, you're not supposed to be in here."
If Mace Windu was if he was an important character that you couldn't kill, he would fly out the window. And he'd do the weird thing where he hits the ground and then goes to his hands and knees and crawls around for a little bit before. Well, not hands, but you know what I mean.
What?
Then he would slowly like get back up. Then he would say "motherfucker."
Everyone's
And
waiting
then
for them to announce he didn't die. Everyone's waiting. They're
It's-
like, just do it already. We already know. He's
I
gonna
was
have
gonna say,
scars.
if
He's
we
gonna
don't
have a
see
hand
body, it doesn't
missing.
count.
Yeah,
And yeah, he'll just get a robot hand and it'll be purple.
Yeah, and then there'll be Windu, a Star Wars story. Well, they don't even do a Star Wars story anymore, so. Anyway,
He's
back
at the age where he's at the age where they can bring him back and he's like, yeah, I've been living.
Well,
in
he
this
said he's-
fucking cave for 30 years.
He said he's
bitch."
willing, but the thing is, as I discovered, I don't remember the context of discovering this. Apparently, oh yeah, it was the Joss Whedon article. He writes into his contracts, and Joss Whedon forced him to not do this. He writes into his contracts that he is not supposed to run in any of his films. Samuel Jackson, and
He's not supposed to run?
yeah.
Is it because Samuel L. Jackson doesn't like running?
I guess because he's
can't
kind of
now,
old
or
and he
he's
just
old?
doesn't want to fucking deal with that. But apparently Whedon
Harrison Ford probably ran in Indiana Jones and the Dial
It
of
was-
Destiny, right?
probably did.
It's probably stunned double.
Probably ran a bit.
I
Well, I
think
bet
he-
William Shatner could run.
Hey,
He's in good shape for being 612 years old.
because he
Patrick
apparently
Stewart
said
couldn't
like,
run, though.
you've got me running in this script, and Whedon said, yeah, it's just one time, just one. You can do it. It's when he runs out with the RPG to shoot down the jet or whatever. I just think that's funny. Like he's like, it's not a bad idea. Just like, I'll be in your movie. You can't make me run.
It's
though.
actually, for certain characters, never seeing them run, but just sort of seeing them be around and then walking confidently. There's something to that in terms of that character's flavor.
Sure.
Where there's like cool, you know.
Well, you famously pointed out Ian McClellan is running at the final fight in the Black Gate. You know, you were like, oh, look at him go, and it's like, yeah, it's awesome to see them doing that. But at the same
Yeah,
time,
he's-
I'm okay with them not. Like, I understand. You want to have a sit down, that's okay.
Emil has
But
to run
res-
though.
Emil needs to run so that everyone else can walk.
He
leave
probably
a more
did.
mixed
You probably did.
Yeah, to
reception
lose all
from
that weight.
fans, with many people being critical of its story and or writing. And
Why? How
is-
come
is
people
there a
keep being
difference?
critical of these games' story and writing? Why
I
did they
thought those
keep doing
opinions
that?
were okay.
It is a mystery.
Man.
It's so
Is
funny
there a
as an
common-
outsider on it though, because every single time they release one of these fucking games, I'm just like, yeah. So what did this one do? Especially after 76, I was
Mhm.
like, holy fuck, man.
I think when you go from Fallout New Vegas, which essentially presents for the most part two opposing factions that in what they have to say about, stability and freedom and, authoritarianism and stuff, you're like, okay, this is like a thing, and then you go to Fallout 4 and it's like, oh, like the Railroad are just the good guys and everyone else is the Railroad and the Minutemen are just good and everyone else sucks. And like, okay, all right then, well,
Well, it's simple.
Okay.
It just works.
yeah, it's just
It
like I
works.
guess I have my answer on who to go with. I'll just go with the good guys, I suppose, and I'll shoot the bad guys, and that'll be that.
Well, it's weird. He's taken a non-game approach, but if he was talking about the games, he would have to talk about why Fallout 4's story isn't bad to make this point.
I
Sure.
know this isn't related to the story, but Fallout 4's graphics are worse than they should be for a game that was released on PlayStation 4
Oh,
and
yeah.
Xbox One.
The fucking all their games
luckily-
are dated when they come
Well, they
out.
did that so it would run really well. That's why it had really
Which
good performance.
it's getting
So-
particularly awkward when a few years later Red Dead Redemption 2 comes out and is one of the best looking
Mhm.
games released
Mhm.
that is made by another prominent, liked. Well, I
gorgeous.
get well liked.
Well,
I don't
listen,
know that I would put them on the same level, but well liked studio with a lot of money.
It's not ugly. It's just the low bit rate on the YouTube video that he's recording with OBS.
Yeah, when
There
you
is
play
that.
it,
Or it's both.
But there is that, but it's their games look worse than they should. I don't normally like to talk about like bad graphics, but I feel like they're in the same category as Pokemon, which is you make too much money for your games not to look better than they do.
And yet, that criticism is still largely disconnected from Emil's name. There are some exceptions.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
because
okay,
people don't
so
inherently know.
I was about to. I literally was about to say that. I was like, so if he was the head writer and people are critical of the writing, but they don't use his name, then that means they're just not aware.
Yeah, they probably don't
got
know.
mentioned before. Todd Howard is the lightning rod, and it's because Todd Howard is basically the face of the company.
Yes.
Yeah,
if he was out doing all of the interviews and all of the press and going up on stage, then he'd be the guy who'd be getting all the flack.
I actually as well feel like culture has changed over the past, and I'll go as far as saying maybe even 30 years of knowing and actually understanding and taking into consideration the people behind the thing instead of just talking about the thing. When I was younger and even went up into like 360 era, a lot of my friends weren't as aware beyond companies. We had the company sort of talk, but individuals, I feel like these days I'm way more hyper aware of so many more individuals behind everything, down to like, director, writer, cinematographer, like these things that I when I was, younger, talking about all kinds of things, including games and films, that I was just so much less likely to be aware of.
That's the thing, is who says The Force Awakens is made by J.J. Abrams' company versus just J.J. Abrams?
I think in the video game world, there is still very much the studio's the star rather than any given actor or director or screenwriter. Because if you ask someone who's the executive producer of Grand Theft Auto, like basically very few people who play those games would know who it is, even though it's like the most popular game, and even though his name shows up in the credits that play at the beginning of the game every single time.
Everybody just skips those.
Well, so
nobody cares about who makes games.
Yeah, we got hookers to kill.
I'm with you somewhat.
Kind of the weird
thing.
Not children, though.
I genuinely
That's the reason why Kojima is particularly high profile. It's because he puts his name on the box.
Yeah. This happens with a couple of people.
Him?
Tarantino would be one of the better examples of, like, when I was growing up, that was a name you knew if you were into movies. And it's like, why do I know him and I don't know so many other people, like, so many other directors that have, like, consistent movies being made and people have never heard of them and stuff. And it's like, why is that? And it's like, some of them take the effort to make you know their name. They want you to, like, they plaster their name on it as a point of, like, Shyamalan, right? Like, it was like...
they started putting it in big, bold letters on the posters, and M. Night Shyamalan film, but there are a lot of directors who don't get that.
Well, and it's funny because you brought up JJ and Bad Robot. Like,
Bad Robot,
I still highly recommend Gary's breakdowns of, like, different things, because what you'll get from him, if you were sort of paying attention as well, is that you can find that there's a lot of these projects, you're like, wow, that was awful. And you're like, oh, it was written by a guy I don't know. And it's like, okay, Trace, guy I don't know. Guy I don't know is from Bad Robot, and he worked on this, and he was an understudy of JJ. And you're like, oh, fuck. Like, that's why he writes that way, because he writes the same fucking way that JJ. And you're like, oh, that makes all those sense.
He had a shit teacher. Oh, fuck. It's all
unironically, yes. The team in Bad Reboot, as he calls it, is responsible for a lot of horrors.
It's kind of funny.
Aristotle taught Plato or vice versa. And you're like, oh, okay.
Well, it's funny because conversely, you can find out it's like, oh, this composer, and then you look, it's like, oh, he worked with Hans Zimmer. Oh, okay, right. That explains that in a more positive way.
Well, yeah, and we end up, I feel like we're just doing it all the time these days in terms of a new project comes out, and the first thing I want to know is like, okay, who wrote it and directed it? If they're unknown, fine, but like, who are they connected to? What have they done before? They wrote an episode of Rick and Morty. You're like, so they didn't do anything. Like, that's probably what's actually happened.
Compared to the way that was before, where it's like, oh, this guy directed this Marvel film. Oh, and he's directed like 5 movies before this. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, which I think, even back then, I think people didn't care as much. But these days, it's the first thing everyone, like, jumps onto with the next Marvel thing. It's like, who have you fucking hired this time? Like, because it's been getting absurd, right? The more you look into it, you're like, oh, shit, they got here from that?
Yeah, there's that element of who is ruining all my shit.
Yeah. Yeah, because we want to know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, who do I blame for this? People
And so
want to know.
I would rate this the same way. If so many things came out and people kept saying the writing's bad, it's like, who the fuck is even writing these things? And you go, oh, it's this guy. And you're like,
Oh.
We don't have a lot of love for a lot of the writers we think are responsible for some of the worst things that we've covered on EFAP. You know what I mean?
But listen, we're not considering Fallout 4's poor writing as a factor in Emil's career downfall. Okay?
No, that wouldn't be
It's
fair.
just
No,
what
no.
random people on Reddit are saying. That's the important part.
Very well.
Exceptions, of course, but they're still relatively rare. And yet, if you skip forward 2 years, this changes completely.
Whoa.
With negative comments about...
There's something that happened in January of 2017 that might be a little relevant to why that changed. But go on.
Okay.
Comments about Emil now showing up all the time and being very specific, with a lot of the criticism based on actual quotes or Emil's writing philosophy. The event which caused this change is a single speech given at Copenhagen Games Festival 2016. A small event with a small crowd where Emil was invited.
Why does that matter?
It doesn't matter. We have the internet now.
Can I also just suggest that everything we've heard up to this point, we could have just skipped?
Like,
I told you.
Well, no,
that,
this
really.
isn't. I didn't mean in a meta sense of us reviewing it, because part of what EFAP is trying to advise people in chat of how to make your videos. My advice right now is that, like, you would have killed so many people who might have been interested in this video because of how fucking laborious that intro is and how irrelevant it feels.
It will continue.
I figure.
A talk on storytelling in games. This speech is going to be referenced many, many, many times by myself, and even more so from other people who will appear in this video.
Oh, okay. Come
so
on.
You're going to mention the speech that you're going to talk about? Wow.
You could already tell from the way that he's built this that this is the big deal. This speech is going to matter a lot. And it's like, why are you spending so long telling us, like, what blades of grass are growing outside of the garden? Just get in the fucking garden.
So that means you are going to see multiple different interpretations.
Why is that in single?
I don't know. Why would you wouldn't need that?
First off, it shouldn't even have quotes because it's not like they are interpretations, right?
No, but
there's no quotes.
Yeah, but they're malicious, Rags.
And it's a single quote. They're not even quotations.
But they're not the full quotes.
Yeah, that's that's the second part.
That's
there's layers here. We have
it's
layers of
interpretations of interpretations. See. That's the point. Or something.
Don't worry. We grasp it. We're saying it's mean. Like, he's basically saying, like, they're gonna lie about what they see and they're gonna call it interpretations. It's like, all right.
There's the truth and there's interpretations.
Oh, you've triggered in both me and Fringy's heads a Simpsons quote, I think. Right, Fringy? Right?
Like, what
when Patrician said there's the truth, and then the truth and the truth.
The truth with a smile,
the happy truth, and the no truth.
God, good old Lionel Hutz, attorney at law.
Excellent character.
Oh, he is so great.
You can't have a valid interpretation, but all opinions are valid. Just want to be clear here.
All opinions are valid, but interpretations are in quotes or in shitty quotes
of this speech. But
I'm excited to hear
honestly,
this speech.
Yeah, I was going to say, honestly, though,
it's gonna be.
What if I'm tempted to make the video of talking about everything about the speech and never actually getting to the speech? And right at the end, you're like, and now, to play the speech and talk about it, it's like, if you'd like to see that video, please subscribe.
Yeah.
Like,
this is going to be like my very young self when I watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and I'm like, what? Everyone gets arrested. How does the fucking movie end?
I want to stress.
I'm so angry. I was like...
I want to stress, he is going to say later, when it's like 20 minutes in, that you should have watched the speech. He's not going to do it now.
What?
He's not going to say, now please pause the video and watch the speech first so you can come to your own opinions. No, he's going to do that.
Am I here?
He's going to do that in, 11 minutes?
What?
Okay, so is this one of the things that contributes to you believing that this is a meme?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you were
I
doing
still
this
think it's just
unironically, you would just say, watch the speech.
It matches too much of what I believe about standard video essayists.
People do a very, very bad job at like planning out their videos and pacing them.
Holy fuck,
You know
are
how
people bad at
movies
pacing?
often
Yeah.
have bad pacing.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Like imagine random guy on internet making big video and how bad their pacing might be.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, I straight up cut apart a sentence that was 6 hours into my Starfield video and put it in the first because I thought it was good. So I don't see why he couldn't do that.
You give a shit.
Yeah.
That's different.
Listen, I'm trying to keep
Why
my
not listen
innocence.
to some of the most referenced and important parts of this without further commentary?
Or you could just
With
tell us to
what
watch
is
the
the
fucking
sentence?
speech.
I was
What's
gonna
the
say, if he's
sentence?
gonna
With
say that
Bethesda
anyway.
Stories. No, with Bethesda Stories? That's the title of the segment? With Bethesda Stories?
That's a weird title,
Listen,
yeah.
you should have gotten the context. It is a poorly put together PowerPoint.
It would be weird because you would
Emil,
expect
no.
the official writer to have a really good PowerPoint.
Well, listen,
you
he's
know?
a peck typer. He doesn't know home row.
Oh, well.
I'm not joking. That it is real.
What do you mean home row?
Actually putting your fingers on ASDF and JKL.
Type. Oh, yeah, like
Well,
typing, like a normal human
peck
being. I didn't know
typer.
that had a name. I just thought
yeah.
that was how you typed.
Yeah, with your two index fingers, right?
So-
Slamming down. On
Yeah,
every-
I was about to
That's what
say.
the little
Clips of him
buttons.
doing it.
That's what the buttons on the F and J are
When I-
for
when
on
I-
the keyboard.
Yeah.
When I
The little
see
bitty
someone
notches.
peck typing, the immediate assumption I have is like, oh wow, you've spent about like 100 hours on a computer in your whole life. Like that's about the.
I assume that
And-
person's really old, maybe.
That's actually
Bear in
no.
mind-
I would assume, yeah, old.
They're
bear in
old
mind-
and they weren't taught how to
Yeah.
type.
Professional
Well, so-
writer.
Hence the word
Professional-
assume, because I know people who've spent much longer than that still peck type, and I'm like, oh.
He's a professional writer, and he was a game reviewer in the 90s.
Yeah, but
Damn.
it's just
No
old
excuse.
habits. You know, it's the habits die
think-
hard.
Listen,
you
it
could
was taken out of
learn.
context.
What's particularly the worst of it is when it's like, you know, type the word point and you hear like this in the background where it's just like, oh my god, is that one
Yeah.
word per like 3 seconds? Jesus Christ.
That's why Starfield took so long. Think
One's
about
one
how long
letter.
it would take to write 240,000 lines.
Dude, some people could type really fast while doing that, but not as fast as touch typing. That's for sure.
Emil likes to gauge his typing speed in letters per minute instead of words per minute.
Well, you know what I'll say? I'll take this opportunity to say, those out there who are peck typing to this day, take the time to learn to touch type, and it will save you
It will change
infinite
your
amounts of time.
life.
The amount of
It'll change
time
your
you'll
life.
save ultimately will pay for the time you spent learning it.
Man,
Easily.
shout out to I was in grade school.
Mavis Beacon.
I hated typing class. I hated typing class.
Mavis
and now I look
Beacon.
back-
She taught us.
Now I'm back. Yeah, Miss Raider, fucking thank you so much. I hated you at the time. We called her Darth Raider. But man, I'm so glad that I learned typing in that class. It has paid it has paid off so much.
Oh, the peck typers are finally responding. They finally got their message. back
Oh
out.
yeah, that's right. We gotta wait for the peck typers to pick their comments.
Mavis
you're right.
Beacon is the like program that I commonly do would help people learn how to touch type and everything. It's just funny because the meme I remember is the Eager Raptor once called him Mavis Bacon, and that stuck with me because it was just really funny calling him
Yum.
Mavis Bacon. But there's probably all kinds of really good ways to learn how to touch type at this point, right? Like games even that relate to it. So
Mhm.
go out
I mean,
there
there
and
were
be all
games
you
when I
can
was
be.
So Mario learns typing, or Mario teaches
Yeah.
typing. Rather, he's already learned it. That's why he's teaching it.
Oh, someone said, can you explain the difference? So, for anybody who doesn't know, it's like you have to look at the keyboard and individually press each button with both index fingers, as Fringy mentioned, or you can stare at the screen and write out like a whole essay without ever looking at the keyboard with all of your fingers being used.
I mean, another way
It's-
to think about it would be like if you were trying to play keyboard and you had to keep looking at the keys on the piano while hitting each of them with your index finger instead of playing
Yeah.
them with all 5 of your fingers on each of your hands. Like,
Imagine you're playing a video game and you have to look at the controller instead of the
Dude, that-
screen and be like, "Where's A? Okay, A."
I mentioned
B."
before, but that was one of my big revelations when I was like playing so many games, and I was like, Dad, you should play games. And I got him to try and play Nightfire, and I was like, the James Bond game, right? And that moment where I was like, not only can he not use both analog sticks at the same time, only one at a time, but secondly, like, he'd have to look down every single time, no matter what I told him to do, and I was like, oh no. And in my head, I was like, that makes sense. because I play this all the time, and he's like never played this.
Yeah,
So
we
that's how it
we
would
probably
go.
got a lot of gamers in the chat, and you sort of like if you give a controller, if you
Yeah.
give a controller to some old person or whatever who's never played video games, the things that you take for granted, like this thumbstick controls your movement, this thumbstick controls the direction you're looking.
They're already like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they're like that. That's an actual complicated thing that you have to learn and get used to because you never use that in your daily life. That's not how that's not a skill that you pick up from daily life. That's a video game thing that you have to learn and get used to. This one is for moving, this one is for looking. So if you want to move one way and look the other way, that's like a skill that you learn, and seeing someone who's never engaged with that skill before struggle with it it's like eye-opening.
Now, because there's a Simpsons quote for it, literally every fucking scenario for someone just posted this in chat, I gotta read it out. Your fingers are too fat. To order a special dialing wand, mash the keypad with your palm now.
That was a good one. Now I'm thinking of the other telephone-related joke in The Simpsons. You remember it was Bart when he thought that Flanders was going to kill Lisa, and then he's like calling the police, and then he just hits a bunch of random buttons.
Yeah.
Like, you have selected regicide. You know the name of the king or queen who is currently being murdered. Press 1.
Dude, the fucking police, like it's a like winning the lottery or some shit. Though it's so useless.
Oh god, there were so many good jokes in that one. That was season 6 again, the greatest season of The Simpsons.
We are up to the 5-minute stretch of just Emil talking.
Oh,
I'm
excited.
Sweet.
Okay.
I'd rather listen to him than the video maker at this point.
I'm really excited. This proceeding 9 minutes has been astoundingly
This is going to tie it all together.
Hell yeah.
This is the man we're defending here. So,
yeah, this is like discovering the fucking Rosetta Stone.
Give him the floor.
So you can form your own opinion. And
Thank you.
remember, the full version is below if you want to see more. And if this section...
Well, okay, so he's acknowledging that there's a full version. Just fucking tell people to go watch it.
Yeah. Or tell us the relevant information in
that's
your
what's so
fucking
weird
video,
is
YouTuber.
The premise of this video is that we need to get the correct information done. So you sit here thinking like, so you've gone and found it for us and you're going to show us to it. And then he says like, if you want to see the full interview, you're like, you're just like, wait, do I need to see it or do I not?
Why am I here?
It's a test. It's a test. I'm telling you. You're being tested on whether or not you're listening to them.
Generous. Like people, we've come across way worse videos than this, and we have not assumed they were done as a trap or maliciously. They're just stupid.
I feel like this is like two worlds meeting together, like the EFAP world.
I'm trying to think of more examples. Like, you know, Rag, Spring, help me out. Like, what have we come across in the world of EFAP that's just like, you'd obviously think that's insane. It's like, no, they're being genuine. It was funny. You mentioned...
I think the High Top is like, I think originally, before we realized that High Top was just a fucking loser trying to be artsy, that like, wow, this is indistinguishable from parody.
Well, if you remember, and Patrician brought it up with like his coverage of different YouTubers, we like have a moment. It'll usually it's 3 times the coverage and then it's over. First time we cover someone, people in chat are like angry and what the fuck you doing? This guy's awesome. Why are you doing this?
Oh yeah, like with Filmento.
Filmento's the classic example, yeah.
And at the beginning, why are you covering? And then, you know, 3rd or 4th time around.
Well, the second time it's like 50-50 of, oh god, this guy again. Then someone else is like, what do you mean this guy? He's good. And then third time they're like, oh Jesus.
Well, yeah, I feel like it was the Tomorrow War one that sealed it for him, wasn't it?
Where he compared the aliens to Vietnamese. Yeah, that might have cost him something.
I've learned so much about the human condition from this podcast.
Yeah.
Well, this
now
is what I'm getting at.
That I'm like, people, I'm like,
Patrician's like, it's a trap. And I'm like, bro, I don't know, okay? Like, people make wacky videos.
Silly decisions, they do.
They do indeed. I love that someone in chat just said he did what? Someone hasn't brushed up on their EFAP history. Believe me,
is a bottomless well.
We were fucking losing it when we saw that shit. Wasn't Dev on for that one or something? I can't remember.
I think so. It was a pretty big panel, I think.
Yeah, I think so. That might have been it.
Those are like my favorite moments because they're not prepared for. We have no idea he was going to say that. But he said it in the same vein as Gimli intends to kill Sam and Frodo, that kind of take, you know, which is like,
yeah,
fuck. Feels a little long. Well, trust me that it will be important.
All right.
Okay.
How do we make our stories, and how do I personally make my stories? I thought, you know, it's funny. I had never really thought of the process that I use to write stories and make games, and then I realized I do have a process.
That's not a good start. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm trying to be unbiased here.
Yeah, you guys are being initiated the hard way.
It's amazing because, like, you would think that your process isn't something that you discover is, like, descriptively just the kind of how I end up doing things. Like, well, I guess that must be my process.
Yeah, no, any writer that tells me I didn't know I had a process until I guess I thought about it, yes, I do have one. I'd be like, what the fuck?
I'm going to say, I'm just going to put it out there, this talk on its own could merit an EFAP.
I bet. Yeah, I've seen from the clips and stuff that I've seen of it.
We're 40 minutes in now to a new stream, so the cap has been lifted to another 11 hours. I'm not saying you guys have to stay for that long, don't worry.
And I started to put it together. I realized that there are 3 primary points that I use when I create a story for one of our games. So I thought I'd run through those 3 points for everyone here today. So, going to the first point. Kiss.
Kiss. You could tell it's Kiss because there's the lips on the white background.
I ran in my head like, what could he say that would throw you off? And I was coming up with examples, and then I just see this, and I'm like, yeah, that'd throw me off.
He's really selling himself to the audience here that he's somebody worth defending.
Is Kiss like it's KIS, like it stands for something?
Yes, he's going to go into it. One thing I want to mention is that he picked this quote up from Todd, who just said, "Keep it simple."
Ah, okay. Yeah, see, this
Todd
is why it's
kept
fun for
calling
me,
him
because...
stupid, so he thought that was part of the saying, maybe.
I'm so out of the loop, I act as the audience insert of just being like, what the fuck's going on here? And I'm like, alright, fine, let's see what he has to say about this.
Keep it simple, stupid. What does that mean?
Oh.
Well, for me, that means when I'm coming up with a story for a game, I like to concentrate on strong central themes.
Casablanca.
And
yeah, this is bold, isn't it?
Well, strong central themes, keep it simple. I already feel like, you know?
That's not quite the same.
Well, because strong central themes could be simple and complicated, and they shouldn't be pushed necessarily in one direction or the other. It depends on the project, you know what I mean? It's like, listen,
it's not what that motto is typically used for. That motto is typically used more in an engineering application than a writing application.
Right.
Yeah, because the less moving parts your machine has, the less points of failure it has.
Right.
Yeah.
Molly, you grew up in the UK. Have you never heard of KISS? It was battered into me as a school. I have never heard of the acronym KISS.
Now, that comment made me think they were talking about the band. Have you never heard of KISS?
Oh, I know of KISS the band. I just didn't know about KISS the approach to working. You know, keep it simple, stupid. That's new to me.
1 or 2 strong central themes is enough.
It's not something that like surgeons say to each other, is it? Keep it simple, stupid. You know.
I could see it having value. Well, yeah, he's even told us how far we jumped there. But all right, what's number 2?
Going to the second point.
You know what's funny is if he hadn't
given... is it? Why are you cutting him for time? You got to leave in all the uhs and ahs and the awkward statements. Because that's one of his points, is that he's not awkward or something. Yeah.
What's funny is if he had not kept in the part where he said having a strong theme after saying keep it simple, stupid. Like if he had just kept it at keep it simple, stupid, I would have had more to imagine that was a good point from him than if he had stopped him earlier. But now we've moved on.
It's part of the test.
So now,
it's part of the test. You got to get the context.
This is me speaking directly to. Is it NeverKnowsBest? Is the name of the YouTuber?
Yes.
Probably shouldn't have done that because now it gives me a sense, someone who's not necessarily. I'm not even necessarily willing to watch all of your video, let alone jump to a different video as context to your video. So when I'm listening to you summarize him as saying, my writing advice is number 1, keep it simple, have a strong theme. Like, that's already confusing to me. And then you're like, number 2. It's like, what? No, number 2? Like, what was number 1? Like,
more to the point, why wouldn't you bring these examples up when they're relevant to your argument? Why is this its own section where you're bringing up all the... Like, because who's going to remember this by the time it becomes relevant later on?
Keeping it simple, stupid.
He's keeping it simple, stupid.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, big dummy.
I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to this video, though.
Right,
because I gotta remember all these different fucking things that Emil said instead of just bringing it up when it's relevant.
I will say this statement is all about how you contextualize it.
What you know.
Well, yeah, because this is a very common bit of writing advice.
This is one of the parts that he's going to fuck up later on. When he says that Creetosis is changing Emil's meaning, and then he changes. He himself never does changes his meaning, and he leaves the evidence on screen. Because that's the weird part is there's no subtitles on screen right now. But later on in the video, there's going to be subtitles when it could be like. That's why I think it's a test. You can't accidentally include the captions.
It's also the same part where he includes the clip of my video where I'm not saying exactly the thing he's claiming. He's taking one word out of it to misrepresent what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, this is all the setup, chat. This is all going to get scary as we move on because all the payoffs will happen.
What does this mean? Write what you know. Does this mean that if you are working as a dishwasher and decide to become a game developer, you need to make a game about washing dishes? No. Write what you know, for me, means
that's a jump ahead.
that you draw upon your personal experiences. So for me, one of my biggest, my first big break at Bethesda was around 2006 when we started working on Oblivion. I was tasked with creating the Dark Brotherhood, which is the Assassin's Guild. And I wanted to sort of leverage the experience I had at Looking Glass Studios working on the Thief games. And Thief is about sneaking around and stealing stuff. I wanted to sneak around and stab
Thief has
people
stealing
in the face.
stuff in it.
I thought that would be fun. I thought to myself, how could
what was that? What was that inclusion? That went nowhere.
I was about to ask you guys, why did he just he sounded like he was about to go somewhere, and then he talked about Thief for a bit.
No, that's how Emil talks. That's the whole 40-minute presentation is just like random tangents, and then never later in this video is going to go. It's not full of random tangents. All these things lead to somewhere, but he didn't think so because he decided to cut part of it out.
Also,
weird because
I'm going to say he's
a PowerPoint is to keep you on track.
If Emil's butchering his speech, he is butchering that butchering. Like we are getting the cuts are not helping this.
I'm getting a bit lost.
It's confusing on its own. The way he's edited it has made it even more confusing. Absolutely.
I'm curious if he's going to include the clip.
An evil Assassin's Guild. To my own personal experiences. It's like, I don't know what this is, but I do know. I know the Catholic Church. I know the Catholic Church.
What the fuck?
Wait.
I included it. I don't know much about an Assassin's Guild, but I do know the Catholic Church. And every Protestant cheered. Those filthy papists are up to it again.
That's an interesting thing
but
to
I'm
say.
absolutely the one that brings up that Emil's Catholic for no reason. Sure.
Actually, the Dark Brotherhood in Oblivion.
I'm sorry, it's just so funny to be like Dark Brotherhood, Catholics,
Every single stream that I've ever done where that clip played, the chat loved it.
Yeah, because it's funny.
That is
really
hilarious.
funny.
Dude, that's not too far away from being like, I had to design this alien race. I'm familiar with the Vietnamese. It's like, you can't say that. That's fucked up. And like I said, some YouTubers can fall into these traps.
I'm telling you, I admire that Catholic confidence,
Is actually
keep it simple, stupid. Maybe you kept it a little too simple there, buddy.
Connections to the Dark Brotherhood doesn't keep it simple, stupid.
Evil take
no,
on the Catholic Church.
That's a point. Oh no, he's gonna make the point. Sorry.
My third point, the longest point.
No, he cut it out.
Wow, he cut it out. No, go back to the Catholic Church.
I was gonna say that was really entertaining.
What he was going to explain was how the Holy Trinity is tied to the Dark Brotherhood with Sithis and the Night Mother and all that. And he completely cut that out. No fucking shot, dude.
Wow.
I
wanted to hear that. That actually was probably going to be better than anything in this shitty video.
We haven't even gotten to him ripping into you guys for the lies that you've told as well. It's crazy.
Stormcloak
is
basically
tied together.
16th. If you
think great games are played and not made. So this is
I get the sentiment, but they do have to be made at some point.
I was going to say, I understand exactly what he's saying, but this is a quote that I hate. The quotes like this, I hate.
Great games are played, not made. That's almost like one of those, no, this is obviously retarded. You must mean something completely different.
Yeah, because he's going to start talking about the value of playing it as you're developing it, and you're like, you mean playing it as you're making it?
Oh, is that what he means by this? Because I actually don't understand what he's trying to say.
I assume he's saying that the devs
the
need to be able to play and enjoy it as they're developing it, so that they know that it's working and everything.
Yeah, I'm giving him
like,
the credit of thinking that Emil doesn't actually literally.
Playtesting is part of making a game, though. So like, I don't even.
You know what's part of making a game? Making a game.
In the context,
playing the game is making the game. The game is the design document.
He is badly trying to explain the iterative process. That's the full context here.
Why would that? See, that quote just doesn't capture it as far as I'm concerned.
Now, a real writer might say for his PowerPoint, the game design is an iterative process. But if you're Emil, you say great games are played, not made.
That's what he's looking for, right? Is like catchy little quotes to be like, haha, see, look how catchy and cute these quotes are. But
let's go back to the Catholic Church, right?
Yeah.
If you really want people to understand you, don't use parables, you retard. Just tell them what it is.
Once, someone said, let him finish instead of speculating on what he's gonna say. This is a quote and a design title for point 3 of how to write. So don't make this the quote. Make it something else.
And also, this is the 5th time that I'm seeing this talk.
And who the fuck, like, who does, like, why would you want it to be a quote that only makes sense when you give context to it?
Once
like,
you explain it.
Yeah,
if it's a quote that only makes sense once you explain it, then there's something wrong there.
Because I feel like all the great famous quotes of history, you know, it doesn't require like a speech or someone to like in real time explain to you what the quote really means. You know, these little wisdom nuggets.
I understand what you mean in this. It can be that elaboration is super cool and helpful.
Yeah.
But that the quote stands on its own, especially if it's meant to be 1, 2, 3. That these are the things that you remember. I don't know, because like this quote on its face is just like bizarre to me.
Well, he's picked up a new one. He's picked up a new one since then. He has on his desk written, "It is what it is."
I find more value in that than I do in this one. And I was actually going to say as well, like, you know, like work hard, play hard. I feel like that would probably capture what he's going to try and say better than this. Like, because a lot of people saying like, you gotta let him explain. It's like, guys, we're not ending the stream in a few minutes. Okay, we're gonna be here for a long time.
Yeah, that's
wrap on, everybody.
This is why I always like assume is like we've got some new people, and that's just wonderful. Welcome, but like
we are happy that you were here. We are thrilled.
We're covering everything.
Took a chunk out of your day.
We're gonna give you our perspective on this slogan before it's given context and after it's given context. Not even just one of them, both of them. And that's assuming this video gives him the context because he's been cutting around a lot. So I'm not actually sure what he's gonna do.
Yeah, he's what you should pick up is that he started this point of listing them out at like 3 minutes, and we're 15 minutes now into the presentation.
We're also totally not 11 and a half
clusterfuck
into the video, and I'm just saying, all right, not been a great experience so far. I'm not hooked.
This is a point for the studio. This is one of our mottos at the studio, but it has several.
We have many mottos.
It just works.
On a studio-wide level, great games are played, not made, means that we use the iterative process. We run the game.
I told you.
Literally, like every fucking game that's ever made, yeah?
I practically know this by heart.
The iterative process, meaning that we have a thing, and then we test it, and then we make another thing based on what we learned from the thing.
We didn't used to test them. We just coded it
like,
and see what happened.
I need to control my anger because we're so fucking early. But like, that's the most normal fucking thing you could ever have for making a video game.
This is the key to the success of Bethesda. We play the game, and then we make changes, and then we play them, and then we make changes, and then we play it. We iterate. Nobody else does it. This is like the profound Bethesda innovation.
The thing is, you joke, but that's absolutely how they do it, and that informs a lot of why their games are the way they are.
I assume the funny isn't that they do it. The funny is that they think that's worth mentioning. Like, we play our games. Like, wow.
The funny is also when they realize they have a huge fucking problem and do nothing about it. Which he goes into in this section in the actual speech.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Why would you say that?
Why would you say that?
I think maybe it's just a sort of confidence that selling these games as much as they've sold, maybe it just makes you really overconfident that you can just say anything about them.
That was Zerek's
point. Oh yeah, everything we make is gold.
That was Zarek's point in his video on this, was that Emil is insulated to outside opinions, and so he's only ever been told that he writes masterpiece after masterpiece. So that's why he has so much big dick energy about this.
My mom says I'm a very pretty boy, and I look one. I'm very handsome.
Well, it is kind of amusing to be like, do you want to know how to write a game that has a story like Fallout 4? You're like, well,
wow, Emil, wow, oh boy.
Then he's like, make sure you play
boy.
the games you're making. You're like, yeah, yep.
We are very changing things. We are actually at a state now in the development of the studio. We don't have a lot of extensive design documentation.
There we go.
That probably after we hit Fallout 3, the design docs that we had became outdated very quickly. Because we knew we needed to get stuff in the game and
follow
play
them.
It.
So, that's the thing. This is going to get complicated because I want to share like how I feel about quotes like this, and then you guys are going to be like, "Oh, it gets way worse," or "Oh, you know exactly what." But like just hearing what he says there, I'm just like, there should never be a complete outdating of any kind of prep that you make for a game at fundamental level. For example, when they were making like Doom or Quake, they're going to be like, okay, the fundamental art design we want to have here is a combination of like medieval plus Lovecraft plus like a sci-fi Marines type thing. Keep those in mind whenever you're building anything. There's not supposed to be a time where you go, that's been outdated, sorry, delete. You'd be like, what?
It means your original concept was really bad, or you just didn't stick with it, which is like, what's the point of having it?
Again, what I want to preface is just that there's not supposed to be a 100% outdating of all documents. I could understand how some would be outdated, but not all.
So it's not terribly uncommon for design documentation to be outdated because they'll just find stuff along the way that's more fun than their original idea.
Yeah.
So that's fine on its own. But throughout part of the process, you do have to keep that documentation up to date until you're in... the book I'm currently reading says until you're in alpha, you should keep your documentation up to date, which was about the development of World of Warcraft, which had a couple players.
1 or 2.
3
million.
Yeah, peaked at 12 million concurrent accounts, but
like,
I don't think they know what's up.
Feels weird to hear him say this and not be like, you know, obviously we have like a fundamental design doc that includes some of the big things that are going to be relevant to like all aspects, but that there are elements that will change so much as we progress that we don't keep them as close to heart as you might imagine compared to smaller teams making smaller games or something like that. And this speech seems like the perfect time to do it. But again, I'm just talking from having heard clips being chopped up in this video to prove context for what I'm about to hear later, which is still really weird. You'd think these context clips would come in after we hear the lies, not before.
Yes.
But here's what Emil really said.
Remember the nuance of everything that he's saying because it will be relevant later. I hope you took notes.
I have fine.
Because it will be on the test.
Change it. We needed to iterate on it. So we would have these extensive 50-page design documents that were completely outdated.
Completely?
I have been told by a few game developers that 50 barely scratches the surface.
But I also would argue there's no fucking way that they are completely out of date.
Yeah.
This is like saying we shot ourselves in the foot. This proves that feet are useless.
If the design doc says that you're making an RPG, does that get outdated? Like at some point,
it ain't an RPG anymore. It's a fucking QLLASAP RPG, which is very different. Okay.
I was gonna say it would require them to actually make RPGs, which they haven't done in a decade.
Oh my god!
Dang.
Okay, and
you play the role. You play the role of the
Master Chief.
Yeah.
Someone in chat mentioned like potential exaggerations. Like, is that not the kind of thing you need to avoid exaggerating?
Yeah.
In a speech
like this,
it
wouldn't have gone so badly if he just fucking explained it at any point.
Well, when you're telling everybody how we design things going forward, and then you say, like, we have a design fundamentals list of documentation that gets thrown out at some point because we iterate so hard, all of it, everything about it.
To make Fallout 3, I will remind you.
It's just, I don't know. It's just a speech? Isn't the speech about design?
It's just a speech.
It is.
Well,
no, it's not a speech. It's not a speech. It's a presentation. There is a difference.
I was gonna say there's a PowerPoint presentation. He did prep for this.
Well, and remember, this is at a game developers conference.
That's what I mean. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to be.
It's not supposed to be persuasive.
Why would you not want to be precise here instead of, like wishy-washy?
If I was a naive, young, aspiring game developer and I heard, oh, we don't do a lot of design documentation because it gets outdated really fast, and I'd be like, well, what the fuck is even the point?
Well,
why bother?
Or you'd be writing down your notepad, design documents are a waste of time.
I was going to say, I'm going to be honest with you. My initial reaction to that, honestly, would be, you're lying to me. And you might be like, well, how would you know, Mr. Muller? Have you made a game? And I'd be like, no, I just don't believe that you don't have a consistent level of documentation to spread between the people who are working on this thing for all kinds of reasons.
On a team of, like 100+ people to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
100+? What are we talking about? Skyrim?
Who knows?
Try 4,000.
Is that...
Sorry, that's the broader credits. That's the broader credits of like all the localizers and stuff. I think it's somewhere in like the ballpark of about 1,000.
Yeah, I guess I could believe that. Yeah, I mean, at this point, when it comes to AAA game development, yeah, we are talking like thousands of people.
Yeah, Rockstar's like 2,000 people, I think.
It's like every studio of Rockstar and every single location is working on one game. For some reason, at this point, it seems
there was about to think like was Free about to say like, oh, everyone's working on the Rockstar game, like just all of Earth. Like in a way, we all contribute.
What did you contribute?
Because I was just thinking like, because I think Halo 3 was about 100 people, at least like in the core Bungie team. I'm not sure about like contractors or anything, but the industry has changed a lot. I think there's a lot more of just like, there'll be a lot of contract work, a lot of outsourcing, bigger teams, multiple studios working on a single game. I mean, fucking look at Call of Duty. Now, when you put up a new Call of Duty game, there's like 10 studios that are listed as working on it.
Reminds me of the executive producers of your average TV show.
Oh, yeah, where it's got like 10 like executive
15
producer credits.
Fuckers,
it's like, what? I don't understand. How can there be... Okay.
How did so many people make such a terrible product?
To bring this back to WoW, they also didn't use a centralized design document, but they were a team of like 60 people.
I imagine if you can just scoot your little wheelie office chair over to Jim on the other side of the room and be like, "Hey, so I was thinking about that." And he's like, "Yeah,
there's so many stories in this book.
Ronald the Cloud
doing exactly that.
A big hammer or a small hammer, and he's like, "It's a big hammer." Like, all right.
They would talk about design at like over dinner and stuff together.
Yeah. Oh, that's sweet.
That is sweet.
How come we don't talk about design over dinner? Why don't we do that?
We're gonna fix that.
I'm sure that we have talked about design over dinner at least once.
I've probably eaten dinner on a call where we've talked about design. That's true.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
So we probably actually have now that
multiple times.
Considering we're on episode 200 and I guess this is still 270 part 2, and I have had some snacks while we've been It
is wacky how much of our lives have been just projected straight to the internet. Our opinions, our everything. Right. Though,
but it's okay to have opinions.
I put it on record. We Fring and Rex spend way more time together offline than we do online. So you don't even know what we get up to, what films and TV shows we've seen,
so many
games we played.
So many films.
That's right. We watched American Fiction the other night. Really good. Y'all should see it.
Oh yeah. We gotta mention it.
Well.
On American Fiction, I brought this up on, I think it was Real BBC, Open Bar. It was one of there's too many streams at this point. But American Fiction made overt and obvious reference to EFAP's coverage of XQC. It was clear as day. They must watch the show. But I'm not even kidding when I say there is the whole film is like satirizing a lot of social issues that are currently happening, and we give it a high recommendation. You all in chat, I think, would enjoy the hell out of it. But there is a director in universe who is quite airheaded, let's say, silly, stupid, and our main character's having to talk to him to convince him to do this, that, and the other thing, right? Like he wants him to build his story into a movie, and he has to pitch it to him. And during that pitch, which is not really relevant to what I'm saying, a PA comes along.
Wait, hold up. Before you do, it's actually a really good joke. Do you want to just let it? Do you want to spoil it?
Yes. Are you kidding me? This is what going to make people want to see the film.
All right.
This is only one tiny joke. The film is filled with bangers. Fringy, is it safe to reveal this joke, do you think?
Yeah. Because
the
film is filled with a lot of jokes and also a lot of meaning, so you know you should watch it regardless of whether this joke gets spoiled.
Genuinely, it's one of the funnier films I've seen in a long time. We had a lot of out loud moments, but
one of the best movies of 2023.
I would agree with that too. So this director, like I said, he's rambling on, and a PA comes up to him holding a can, and he's about to pass it over to him because he obviously asked for it. And he takes it off him, and he's about to continue talking, the director, and then he sort of realizes, looks back, and he goes, "Why is this wet?" And the three of us were like, oh. and the PA says, well, condensation? And then the director says, what are you, a fucking weatherman?
Like when the assistant leaves, he looks at him, he says, never again.
Never again.
Never again.
It's a funny movie, and it's really great. Everyone, American Fiction, it's really good.
That might have been inspired by seeing the XTC clip.
It was unreal to see it. That they're like, look at how stupid this guy is. He doesn't even know what condensation is. It's like, oh my god.
Does he know? I think he does.
Does he know?
Does he know?
Yes,
American Fiction, everyone, go and see it. It's really
that should be enough for the EFAP audience to go check out that film. We don't even need to tell you the premise. Go check it out. Anyway, back to the regularly scheduled programming.
Emil was telling us about how to win writing.
Yes.
The time it took to maintain those just wasn't worth it. And so, great games are played, not made, means that as a studio, we are constantly iterating. But also,
don't say no. That's why you're here.
And so, on a personal level, on a designer level, that's what it means. Great games are played, not made. It means play your own stuff.
Oh God!
He just keeps repeating himself.
All he told us was
the thing is, the motto makes it worse. The motto creates confusion.
Literally, has there ever been a game of like a high caliber that was ever developed and released without having been played by at least one of the developers? You kidding me?
Yeah. I mean, it's a famous story, but it took like a year. I think they spent a year on Super Mario 64 just making sure that it was fun to run around and jump around in a 3D space as Mario. And it's like, well, how did they do that? They played the game, didn't they? They played
the inverse of Starfield, where they discovered, oh, this is starting to get fun.
I love
how many times do maps get play tested, multiplayer maps, just to see the balance and what kind of tweaks you need to make to improve the game flow or balance.
Well, is it not funny though that like when the quote was delivered, the slogan, the whatever this is, was delivered, that my assumption was the meaning was we play our games and then we develop further forward, and it was like, is that all it's gonna be? That's all he said. We play our games. It's like, good for you, man.
The not made part throws a wrench in it, where you're like, what? Why would you say? Why would you say it like that? What do you mean not made?
You play it and then you go back and then you make changes. You make changes. Make is the present tense of made is past tense.
Yeah,
you make changes and then you play it. So great games are played and made.
Well, it's just
games are made.
I mean, can we just be honest? It's a little bit pretentious. It's like, great stories aren't written; they are created.
They're read.
Also, like you should be like, what do you stop? Why are you saying that?
And of course, this is particularly funny when he is a writer.
Well, and I don't know, like as a sort of like, you could just make fun of him for this. You'd be like, so Fallout 76, did you fucking play that before you released it? He'd be like, why are you saying that so dismissively? You're like, oh, I don't know, man.
Fallout 76 isn't played; it's experience.
It's experience. Yeah, that game wasn't created; it was molded. You're like,
not on this planet.
But as a writer, so how do we look at this with stories, right? Great games are played, not made. Played. That's the key word, right?
Did that make you wonder for a second there if he looked back being like, what the fuck did I mean by this? Why did
I feel like when he said that, he looked back to see, like, is played like the biggest word on that, so that before I say it's the key word, I actually visually make sure that it is the most important word on there.
But as a writer,
the key word is R.
Look at this with stories, right? Great games are played, not made. Played. That's the key word, right?
He looks and then he says played.
Yeah.
This does feel like he's kind of freestyling right now, and he's like, fuck, I don't have much for this.
He's making sure. I didn't play the
biggest word. Every game developer is a storyteller in an interactive medium.
Okay.
You are not writing a screenplay. You are not writing a novel. You are writing a piece of...
They should have told the Last of Us people that.
Oof.
Oh,
how dare
got him.
you?
Dang.
You just didn't understand it. The reason she spit her at the end was because of what she'd been through. It makes sense.
Yeah, revenge bad.
Yeah, it
I'm
really
sorry
is.
for my opinion.
You better be. Put it in the bad
Sorry,
opinion
my
closet.
interpretation. It was bad, so it was an interpretation.
A fiction that has an important interactive component. When we start...
Who's that man?
Why did he cut that out?
Some guy appears on the screen and he cuts away.
Is he missing? Should we be looking for?
Why did he cut that out? That's a point later in the video. That's a point in like 10 minutes.
If you ignore the fact that the person who made this video butchered this, if you treat that as the original cut, that is so fucking funny. Like,
you're not writing a novel. You are writing a piece of fiction that
he turns
has,
to look at the screen.
An important interactive component.
Opens up this guy and then
when we start
what the fuck was that?
How did that picture get in here?
It's like a picture that should be on a milk carton for someone that's missing.
Anyway, if any one of you sees Juan, please let him know that we miss him very much, and we'd like to like him to return to work.
That was Will Shen, and he generally looks nervous in all of his pictures.
It's genuinely, it didn't matter who it was. It was just so funny to be like, here's this new image. Now, anyway, he's like, what?
Well, especially because this is relevant in 10 minutes.
Well, I mean, you've already pointed this out as we have, but like formatting wise, you should have just fucking opened with the false statements and then been like, I dug into this and here's what he actually said. It's the most straightforward way to do this. Because this, as it stands right now, you're sort of like, why am I here? Well, I don't even know what's going on anymore. And eventually he's going to introduce you guys as, you know,
Are we
the
just
villains.
here to... Are we just here to make fun of Emil? Why would you do this? Do you want to? I thought you were defending him.
Well,
this is funny.
I don't know. There are people who've made videos on this, but like, isn't the first even 5 minutes of your video the most important as a YouTuber? Like, it's the it's, you know,
even down to the first like 10 seconds.
Yeah, the first it's like how you hook people, what you get interested in by. So yeah, I don't know.
A story at Bethesda. When I start working with the team, we start big. Like, you know, we always want to do this. So we always want to write the great American novel.
Oh, he said it.
Okay.
So let's say, okay, we're going to write the great American
no.
novel.
Okay.
Wait,
he cut out a lot. He cut out a lot of times of him repeating the words "great American novel." But...
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, is that like a meme for him?
Yeah, he says he explains it so awkwardly, but he says the words "great American novel" like 5 or 6 times in a short span of time.
I am like oddly in favor of people having the aspiration to write the great American novel. I don't mind if that's I think it's good to aspire to be great.
Well,
but I'm guessing that
I think the problem with that is that we have been told explicitly to keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is that novels are non-interactive, which he says, but
which he did say. Which
I mean, yeah, you gotta like open the book, so that's interaction. What about?
But, I mean, he's gonna make a point. He's gonna make a point that he's not awkward when he explains this stuff, and it totally makes sense. I don't know why you're saying he's going off on all these tangents, but meanwhile he's cutting out like fucking 15 minutes of this guy just going off on tangents.
Well, so I'm gonna be completely honest with you. The way that he's chopped this outright like makes me think that he's ruining the original speaker's sort of intentions and clarity, but that for all I know, it could be made even worse by including the original.
I had to do this in my Skyrim video. It was specifically this section. I cut out all the uhs and repetitive statements and stuff. It's hard to get his points concise when you edit it down, but it is possible, and this is not it.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. Well,
this is worse. Like, this is worse than if you just watch the talk.
Well, we've been over this formatting is not even a good choice anyway. I can't imagine, like, people who are fully in favor of this video's points so far, if we could pause them at this point and be like, what have you taken in so far?
Well, I'd have to probably imagine... like me and just skip this stuff.
Well, there's that, but there's also, like, you'd be like, well, so far I've learned that this guy knows what he's talking about as a writer.
Does this video have the heat map at the bottom? How many people are skipping this?
I don't know. Can you see that?
I cannot see it. I could not see it on the original.
There's a link in the Discord chat that
let's see here.
But I feel like if we would see it, we would see like a valley, like you see those valleys with people do sponsorships.
I think the video is still too new for that. Maybe doesn't show up for me. But,
I really am curious how many people are like skipping this stuff because I feel like if you did watch it, You think it's a shitpost.
I still wouldn't go that far myself. I'm still far away from.
Not at this point. No,
I still think this is
just
just incompetence.
Yeah.
Bad video making.
Yeah.
It's going to be this thick. And on every page
Thick.
will be written comedy and tragedy, and it'll be wonderful. It'll be amazing. And you're going to give this book, this great American novel, to the player. And what are they going to do with it? They're going to rip out every page and make paper airplanes out of them. And they're going to throw them around the room. And they're never going to see your story.
I genuinely don't know what to make of that. I need him to explain further what he means.
That hits
by
like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, like it almost feels like, how come gamers aren't engaging with my story the way I want them to? It's like, I don't know. I feel like that's like.
Does he mean? Does he mean
gonna
pointing
say,
out plot
let's
holes,
let
or
you
does he mean
guess.
just like the story isn't consumed in the way that you'd like because people play around?
That was my best read of it, is the idea that because it's interactive, they can engage with it on their own terms.
Yeah, that's something you got to account for with
Not
design.
yours. Yeah,
You
exactly.
gotta let him cook. He's a master chef.
Okay. Let's see his explanation.
Yeah.
Because the story is there, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are going to spend 30 hours making shacks. Okay?
Right.
Yeah.
They're going to spend 20 hours.
But that's not
looking for
engaging
bobbleheads.
with the story.
Okay? But that's
It is
none of these
interesting
things
that
are
he did say
contradictory to
it
the
is
story.
interesting that he says this like as if it is non-story when, like he said, not incorrectly, everybody who's contributing to the game, programmers, artists, designers, are all in some sense creating a story with what they do. That there is a story, like a sort of gameplay story in doing these activities that aren't directly connected to cutscenes or dialogue. But I understand the point that you don't have control over the pacing of that experience, especially if it's an open world game where people can go off and do whatever they want for but I don't even know if I would describe that as tearing out the pages and making paper.
No, absolutely not. That's what I was going to say.
This is like, I'm setting the book down. I'm going to go, fuck around with this other shit right now, and then I'll go back to reading the book.
Well, not even that. It would be like
an open world game is that they can skip ahead. They can jump really far ahead in the book and read other portions of it, or they can put down that book and then pick up a book that's next to it that's like the appendix or the you know what I mean?
That's closer to it.
I would describe it as reading a passage, putting down the book, and then like sketching a character that was described. Like it's still relevant to the book what you're doing, but it's not.
They're not
reading
destroying
the book.
Well, that's for sure.
As far as I'm concerned, depending on how you design your game, this is not a problem as much as it is an opportunity. When you have players, I feel like Ragnarok, funnily enough, is one of the most interesting cases of trying to solve this problem. Along with other games, of course. But like, there would have been a time where it would have just been like, we have story, and then we have bonus quests, and we're not going to put story in the bonus quests. They know that if they engage in them, that means they're not going to get story for a while. They're going to get gameplay. Maybe like, oh, this person needs this thing, go get it, and you have to do a bunch of things, and you get it, and it's like, can that happen at any point in the story? Yes. Therefore, it doesn't interrupt, but it also doesn't provide you any story.
It's funny that the chat mentions that the problem is that the team added shack building, and that's his problem. Who the fuck do you think leads this team?
Well,
it's fucking Emil's project.
Well, also, this is what I mean. Like, this is not akin to tearing out the pages and flying them around like a fucking paper airplane. When you have, because this was super notable in the DLC for Ragnarok. It's like, how do we get story paced correctly versus story that's like in particular places? Is there any solution to that? It's like they drip feed promptable dialogue and more unlocks depending on how far into the game you are, and then you have like random flavor dialogue in general. And so they, they're finding ways as games develop over time to solve the problem of gamers doing whatever the fuck they want to do, engaging in quests, failing the quests, that sort of thing, while also trying to make you feel like the story is progressing at a steady pace. And what he's addressing here just seems to me like, yeah, this is a problem they've been trying to solve forever, and there's loads of different ways you can try. But like the idea that you're saying
this comes across as a complaint that why would players want to build shacks for 30 hours instead of engaging with the story and characters that I wrote for them?
Yeah,
it
is purely
that does kind of loom a little bit. Like, why, if your story was so captivating, you think that it might draw attention away from the shack building until after they complete the quest.
Yeah, because I can't remember a time in Fallout or Elder Scrolls where I was like, I just have to see what happens next. I just have to see what happens to these characters next. Like this incredible narrative of like, man, I just can't wait to see what happens next. I don't want any distractions. I can't go over here and do this dungeon or look at this bobblehead or pick up this duct tape. I've gotta engage with the story.
Well, that feels to me like highlighting the nature of the deal that lots of games are making with the game. When they go off and make a fucking shack for 10 hours, they know they're not getting story, and that's okay. That's like I accept that. I know what's happening here. At the same time, the reverse of that could be in Valhalla, for example. You're like, I really want to fucking know what Tyr and Kratos are going to say about the events of, like, you know, the past games, but I actually have to beat Tyr to be able to access that. And so, like, it's like that frustration almost, like, I can't fuck, but that's more of a regular one. The flavor dialogue I was talking about is just like character interactions that are generally considered story progression, but at the same time could be completely missed and don't damage the story. That's one of the solutions I was trying to get at. But it's so weird to see this contextualized as almost like you write an amazing story, but it's destroyed by gamers' interests in doing random shit. Like, that's not true.
I wonder if he's going to include, like, he's eventually going to get around to saying that it's okay, but he describes it as a jagged pill that players are going to play it in a way that he doesn't. Like, I think he's brushing with saying that they're playing the game wrong. Obviously, that's my interpretation.
It sounds like he's saying that
he shouldn't be writing for video games.
It sounds like he's saying that gameplay is fundamentally at odds with delivering a story to a person, as opposed to something that you have to. It's a problem to solve. It's not a problem that's destroyed, like, in and of itself.
And I'd also consider the fact that just the fact that he describes the things that players build as shacks. When Fallout 4 does give you a lot of different things to build and make and do and arrange, and he's just like, yeah,
and
they're
it's
just
part of the
building
main
shacks.
quest.
Yeah,
there's literally a part of the main quest where you build stuff.
Yeah, it seems very dismissive and kind of insulting. The guy who's writing is basically shacks, but it just comes across as like, yeah, they just want to build shacks. And like, well,
I also feel like it's undermining the average gamer's point of view too. You know, if they were like, oh god, look at the big boss, he's captured this girl over there and he's about to kill her. Go get in there, hero man. And then you open your inventory and you're like, I think I want to keep, you know, shotgun, I want to put pistol there, blah, blah, blah. And the amount of time it takes to organize your inventory, it's not like you're thinking about how this has destroyed the story now. This is absolutely ridiculous. I wouldn't spend half an hour sitting here thinking about my inventory when he just told me that my girlfriend's about to die to the evil dinosaur. You're just like, no, that's just not how people approach games at all.
Yeah. We're talking more about what Emil has to say than what Never has to say. You're like, he's gonna start talking and again, it's gonna be like, oh fuck, it's this fucking British guy.
Yeah, go back to the funny man on the stage.
Okay. Honestly, I prefer Emil because of the fact that we could just talk about game design stuff.
Yeah. I'm telling you, this is actually a decent thing to stream. I've streamed it, Creetosis has streamed it, because there's a lot of stuff that you can build off of when talking about it.
As much as you're probably completely right, we are not only stocked up, we've got 2 EFAP episodes that have been recorded and are ready to release. We've got an EFAP episode stocked up so hard, we're recording one tomorrow. Probably going to be a live stream, actually. So the idea that we'd throw another one on when I think I have 8 ready to go in terms of videos we want to cover and what people we've chosen out for guests as well. We could always put it on the list. Yeah. I don't know.
It's worth thinking about, especially if you can pull some other Bethesda folks in, because they can talk about it too.
Yes,
I mean, this really is like a core part of the Bethesda discourse because of how fascinating it is to listen to Emil talk.
Yeah, so far from what I've seen and heard of this, even alone in this video, this is like gasoline-soaked kindling for conversation starters.
Oh yeah, because we do dabble. We've had plenty of gaming episodes of EFAP that are always, you know, we got some gamers in our chat who are thirsty for such things. I'm sure they're very happy today. In fact, tomorrow's EFAP will also be about gaming, somewhat.
Ooh. We know that going in. That's the jagged pill that we swallow.
You said
when we do this. Because again, great games are played, not made, and a story in a video game is an interactive thing. And so we know that.
So we post some skeletons. Call it a day.
I genuinely, the take I got away from that was him being like, "Ugh, is that good enough? Did I tie that in?"
Yeah.
I think so, which is really weird for a prepared presentation.
Well, that is the point he's going to make, is that it seems poorly prepared, and it was probably like just quickly put together. But at the same time, it's like, so that's his problem.
Yeah, that would be his problem.
He could have done another presentation. He could have done the interview that I offered to do and clarified all this stuff. Yeah. He could have done anything to explain what the fuck he was talking about if he did a poor job here.
How long is this original thing? Did you say it was 40 minutes?
40 minutes, 41 minutes.
Damn, dude. All right.
Not made, and a story in a video game is an interactive thing. And so we know that, and we're comfortable with that. Because the true mark of being a true...
what the fuck?
Holy crap.
Subway Surfers.
Oh, wow. We skipped like 20 minutes. We skipped half the
Not only have we hyper skip, but it's funny seeing Subway Surfers because it automatically triggers me into the whole, like, the amount of times you'll see this shit pop up on YouTube Shorts. It's an actual joke at this point. I didn't realize... We put it in as a joke for our Ahsoka coverage. One of our episodes, we just put on Subway Surfers in the EFAP chat section. This is an example. The show was so boring, we need something else. But it's like, it actually is a thing. It's not just a meme. Like, people need Subway Surfers to continue watching a video.
Developer is, as every developer knows, is waiting for reviews to come in, right? And then reading the reviews, of course, and hopefully, if you get lucky, ignoring the reviews, right? Thank you very much, guys.
That's a strange image for ignoring reviews.
Ignoring review. Is it like the insistent that it? Now, to me, if I'm reading into this a little bit, it's like, fuck the reviews. We're making so much money.
Yeah, that's the implication I get. It's like, wouldn't you want to go with something else?
Yes.
Yeah. Something that makes you come across as less of a fucking asshole.
Just a little bit, which also unfortunately means that
how
that's
could
the end
people
of...
take this poorly?
That's the end of his speech,
so
which means
money.
British man's coming back soon, right?
Yeah, he's coming back. Brace yourself, Skit Chat.
So, what did you think?
I hated it.
I'm honestly very unimpressed, and I feel like you've made him sound worse than he probably sounded with the cuts
you probably should have just told us to go watch it ourselves.
Yeah. We could have made a better stream. Yeah.
Well,
thanks for the stream idea.
What you realize with how you solve the problems, you're like, so by playing him out of context and in pieces, you've made me confused and kind of annoyed at a lot of his positions. It's like, so solution, play the whole thing. It's like, problem, that's way too much video without getting to my point. It's like, what's your point? That Creetosis and PatricianTV have kind of lied to you. And it's like, well, then fucking get to that. Why the hell are we still here? This is 15 minutes in. You haven't even gotten to that yet.
He's trying to filter the audience, okay?
You still on that? All right.
As this will be referenced continuously from here on out,
oh god,
I'll do a quick summary that I think is in good faith and is completely
Then why did you play the clips if you're going to do a quick
point
summary?
Of the clips?
You fool! You don't know what a summary is.
When Emil was asked to give this speech, he thought about his writing process and came up with 3 rules he finds useful.
Yeah, and from what you showed me, it looks like they were very haphazardly put together, almost like he was told to come up with 3, and he did that and was like, eh. And then, especially on the explanation of the 3rd one, he was almost like saying things and then being like, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, we'll go with that. And it's like, oh, that's a bit awkward for someone who's such a seasoned writer. And that was what your video did to my impression of Emil. So where are we going from here, you know?
Keep it simple.
I do love that we have people that aren't familiar with this discourse, because I think it helps a lot to get an outside perspective.
I'm almost completely out of the loop on this one.
Good.
Which he explains as being about having a single, strong, central theme in a story. Write what you know.
Is that what he said?
Is that what he said?
That's what he said. I remember that was one of the lines that he said.
I thought he implied multiple themes, like a couple.
It's completely factual. When Emil was asked to give
How about this? You do this bullshit summary, and then you play the examples that back up why it's good faith. Don't fucking bombard us with fucking 5 minutes of Emil Pagliarulo talking, because that's flashbang. and then give us your good faith interpretation.
Process and came up with 3 rules he finds useful. Keep it simple, stupid, which he explains as being about having a single, strong central theme in a story. Write what you know.
See, but there's so much more to say, you know?
I feel like that was an incomplete, sentence. Like,
yeah.
Turning into what?
Oh, well.
Which he explains as drawing from personal experience in your writing, where he gives an example
of he says here personal experience, because later he's going to drop that personal part to explain why first-hand experiences aren't personal experiences. What the fuck?
Oh yeah. Well, the problem with all of this is that when you say something like "I'm going to draw from my Catholic experiences to create the Dark Brotherhood," you really need a lot of explanation for what you mean by that. Like, if I'm gonna, generate a faction in space called the Glurgs, and I'm drawing on my time in kindergarten, you're like, what? And you're like, no, trust me, this all makes sense. Like, I feel like you've made this harder to understand by giving me that information.
Even in the full speech, it kind of comes across that way, though, because he mentions how Sithis and the Night Mother are the evil versions of God and the Virgin Mary, and he just kind of moves on. We don't know what that means.
I was about to say,
fucking explain it.
I think a lot of this only makes you ask more questions. And to be honest with you, when you got a 40-minute speech, that is the time to make things very clear. You got plenty of time to do it.
Of working on the Thief series and growing up Catholic when designing the Dark Brotherhood. And lastly, great
games. That's one way to put that part.
If only we knew what the fuck he meant by that.
This is what I mean. You're giving so much space and, I guess, good faith interpretation to someone who should be really good at this, and they had so much time too. And it's amazing how much you cut out. It's like
not made, a company-wide motto at Bethesda about the importance of iteration and playtesting when creating games,
which was especially cringe.
He just said the iterative process. I don't think he said playtesting.
I also don't think he said it was important in general, rather than it's something we do, as opposed to the reality, which is every single developer does this.
Well, it is their company motto. I think they
don't even know what
one of their mottos. He said they have.
But if he explains the motto to mean we play the games we make, it's like, yeah, everyone does. That's what I mean. Like, you need to give me more than this. Like, oh, it's an iterative process. Oh yeah, what does that mean? It means that we play it and then we notice stuff and then we change it based on that stuff and then we play it again. Wow.
I hope someone's writing this down. This is gold right here.
This is not something you would just assume.
Have been so shit before Bethesda showed up on the scene.
You should write for Mark Brown. Oh,
dang.
Emil then also says he applies this as a writer by making sure to remember that you are writing for an interactive medium, which is different to non-interactive mediums.
That's a very charitable way of interpreting that.
Interactive mediums are different than non-interactive medium. I agree, British man.
You left out the whole resentment. You left out the whole resentment angle that you guys picked up on, despite not knowing him.
He gives a light-hearted analogy of just because writers want to write the next great American novel doesn't mean players will comply and might instead make paper airplanes out of the pages.
That's not
which
really
didn't make
analogy.
Sense. It didn't make sense.
That's not an analogy.
What's funny is that before...
That wasn't comparing things. That was just saying these two things are different.
Before explaining his position, like I said, I included the potential interpretation that they're going to tear into your story. They're going to be like, this doesn't make sense. It's like, no, that wasn't a part of it at all. He just said that people go off and craft stuff in between story points, and I guess that's the equivalent of taking your pages out of the book and turning them into paper airplanes. That doesn't seem right at all, does it?
Just doing whatever they feel like. Therefore, don't forget about player freedom when writing. Of course, there are
don't
many other...
Don't leave out the jagged pill part.
Things said in this speech. It is over 40 minutes long. A lot of it is about Fallout 4, or providing other examples of these 3 rules.
Wait, is that The Hunt?
Yes. That might be The Hunt, yeah.
Wow, now I kind of want to see this speech.
See The Hunt.
That fucking movie is banger.
That is an insanely good movie.
Well, he's bringing it up because Mads Mikkelsen is from Denmark.
Oh.
Oh.
You know what? I'm gonna go take a shit. You guys go ahead.
That is Rags' way of saying he's immensely disappointed.
That's the correct response.
In my summary, I focused on the rules rather than Fallout 4, because these days the negativity focuses on Emil himself more than Fallout 4.
Okay,
well,
so now...
No. You should have done that because Fallout 4 is just the example of the application of the rules, and so it's not really relevant.
Well, these... If you give me, like, honest perspectives, like, what do you think of these rules? I feel like, man, I don't think these rules are useful. Like, you need something more specific than this if you're going to help anybody with writing.
Well, imagine being his underling and hearing this shit repeated at you at meetings.
Yeah, I don't, like, you how am I supposed to make this scenario occur when we've got these rules and this world building and this thing happened before and this player needs to go here? It's like, how do I solve that? You go, keep it simple. Like, okay.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, like,
As for that negativity...
Oh god, I mentioned this when I was watching it the first time. Why would you full screen blur? I feel like he's making my stigmatism worse.
Well, this is because we can see something is about to be revealed. There's anticipation now. We're like, oh boy, what's this going to be?
Yeah, just aspiring video makers don't do this. It's a bad idea.
Don't do this.
We'll get to it soon. And I am sorry for this slow introduction, but you'll soon...
Oh,
thank
well,
you for
it's all
apologizing.
better.
That makes that makes it all fucking worthwhile. Because seriously,
Apology not accepted.
As aspiring video makers, don't take 17 fucking minutes to get to the flesh of your fucking video. Holy moly!
We're not even there.
Yeah, we're not even there.
It's necessary. Anyway,
I don't know why is it necessary.
Why
couldn't this just be in the video?
It makes me think, like, because one of the things when I was making the Unbridled videos, I was like, I think I was devising sort of like intros. And I was like, what do I need to say? It's like, 1, you're in for a long video. 2, you're in for swearing. 3, I'm going to go through every single scene. 4, and then I eventually was like, fuck this. I'm just going to start.
Yeah.
Like, they'll figure that out as they go along. And one of the more common comments I get that are always like kind of fun and have encouraged me to continue doing the method that I do is people being like, I clicked this assuming it was a 10-minute video. And then after a half an hour, I realized the video hadn't ended yet.
Yeah.
This is like, yeah.
I get told I thought this was an 8-minute video and it ended up being 8 hours. But I mean, I do the slow boil introduction stuff too, but that tends to be more relevant. I tend to talk about the meta of like the state of videos on YouTube at that time and what
I've done it too. The Unbridled videos were weird and sort of different, but as someone just highlighted, you did a really long intro with the clips for Futurama and Buffy for the Ahsoka review. You can do a long lead-in if it's good. So, take it from me, and I think I was with Theo and Capillo Opinions watching the premiere. Even my own fans were pissed off with me for taking so long before I got to Ahsoka. Just check if you guys rewatch that video, have the live chat open, people were getting super angry that I hadn't talked about Star Wars in 10 minutes. That's
look, intros are hard, but, like, this ain't it. Especially if the point is like providing evidence and fact checking and shit. All of this should be later in the video when it's relevant.
Mm-hmm. Hey Rags, did you have a nice poop?
Yeah, it went all right. How has Emil said anything funny while I was gone?
No, we don't get any more Emil.
We're purely back to the British man.
Yeah, back to the British man.
Go back to Emil.
He's been explaining to us why everything is so long, and he still hasn't gotten to anything yet.
That's going to be a future EFAP, but if you want to watch it, it's like Stag number 3 in one of my Oblivion streams.
I don't want to ruin it for myself. I want to go into
you want to take it raw
and let it. I want it to just I want it raw. I want it to just wash all over me.
Hashtag Team Trap.
Well, we've gotten so much material out of it. It's like a gold mine, especially with the context of he's a really shitty writer.
By the way, some people in chat are saying, like, oh, I love that lead up to the Ahsoka video. Do you know there was going to be a 3rd section? It was going to be about Hannah in Bly Manor. That was all prepared, but that by the time I'd written out the Buffy and Futurama ones, I was like, this is too long. People are going to get mad. And people did get mad just for those 2.
When you said Hannah Bly Manor, I thought about Hannah Montana. Because it sounded like that.
Was the Ahsoka video the 45-ish minute one?
Yes, my shortest
video
like that
one.
in a long time. Yeah.
Star Wars
Can't grow
up. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that video.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, it's all right.
Anyway, now that you've heard the most infamous speech in the entire history of game development.
Once again, because he's bringing it back, I never said that. Creetosis says he's never said that. Not to speak for you.
I fully believe if he were in this call right now, he'd be like, I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying that you treat this speech like it's the most important fucking thing and that you've drawn every last point of your like perspective from
No,
this
I
speech.
treat it like it's fucking relevant.
Which is, yeah, that's fair.
Man.
Like, well,
Yeah,
to be honest with you, man, like after listening to him talk about his writing approach in a prepared speech, I'm not exactly filled with confidence. I'd be like,
Yeah, like of course we're upset. What the fuck? You just listen to the guy talk.
And then you gave us a summary that we had to like sort of clarify.
Yeah.
Based off of the information we just had.
Well,
like if you give us information and then you clarify it or give us a summary of it, and then we have issues with your summary. Like remember, we got it fresh in our minds. You just showed it to us. The bold time to lie.
What did you think?
I hated your section, but I love to talk.
I was gonna say,
Emil was funny.
Disappointing. If I would just genuine perspective on this, isolated from everything, just the things I heard from that as a writer and writing advice. I'm generally triggered by writing advice. You'll understand this the more you watch EFAP. There's not much writing advice I find to be like definitive rules that I find satisfying. Oftentimes they are at best rule of thumb. And the thing I would add on to them that I would want them to add on is like, don't break this rule unless you understand why it's a rule in the first place, that sort of thing. But a general foundational rule of writing is like they better be fucking good. And the three I just got presented with don't fill me with confidence, like I said.
What I was told, I have family members who teach writing professionally. What I was told was when you're in college, you learn the fundamental rules of writing so that in your professional experience, you know what rules you can and can't break. Because there are no rules. The rules are made up.
Pretty much.
There's only advice.
It's when someone says like make your main character courageous. You're like, okay, but what if I don't want to make him courageous? It's like, yeah. But do you understand why someone would tell you that as like a basic advice? And then if you say like, well, because you want him to be endearing to the audience, you want him to have qualities that make people feel, somewhat invested in his actions. If you start with someone, if you start with someone who's cowardly, passive, and lame, then people might not care about what he's going to get up to in life. So if you're going to do that, make sure you understand you need to bring in something else to get people attached. And at that point, you're like, so really, I can make him anything. And you're like, yeah, we're just trying to warn you, like about how audiences work, basically. Though we do stick to the whole rule of try to make things coherent. Don't tell me X is something and then tell me it's not something. Otherwise, I can't actually start getting, well, I was about to say start getting invested. I can't start anything if the whole thing is contradictory, I guess.
Does this man need to be fired? And should fans...
That's kind of funny. It's like, from that speech, do you think he should be fired? I'm like, I guess I wouldn't fire someone for their philosophy, but like the problem is that philosophy is going to result in... If I were hiring writers and that's what he pitched me, I'd be like, it's okay, buddy. I'm going to try someone else.
Yeah, why did he present the context like that?
Mm-hmm.
He came up with this weird narrative of the way that he wanted to frame this video, and so he was obligated to include this talk as evidence for why Emil isn't a bad guy. But it's this talk. This talk is like fucking famous in their community.
Yeah, I mean, this is not great evidence for him being a good writer. It's horrific evidence if you're trying to say he's good at giving presentations.
I don't think he should just be fired. I think he should be fucking executed. Now respond to that. Never.
And now you're gonna get another video made by this guy being like, "Today I've heard some awful things."
Trigger warning: this video discusses threats of violence.
I hope you're sitting. If not,
against our king,
please
our God.
Have someone with you in case you faint.
Emil, if you're watching this,
but yeah, like objection relevancy. I've never said he should be fired. Or I don't think I have.
Well, and as we said, don't know that it should be not okay to say that. I feel like if someone here right now said he should be fired, I'd be like, I mean,
that's a valid interpretation.
If you feel that way and you believe that is the righteous thing to have happen as a result of his writing abilities, it's like that's your opinion, I guess. Oof, I just said the word.
Fans and YouTubers feel justified in harassing and hating him.
There we go.
All right.
Sorry that you're a public figure who makes I think it needs to be said because it's sort of the underlying basis for a lot of this stuff. Emil is not my friend. Emil is a person who works for a corporation that's selling me a product.
And also,
and I pay money for that product.
Harassment is asking people to retweet your post on Discord. That's harassment. It's cringe, I'd agree, but I don't think it's harassment.
If I'm to be as nice as possible, I don't even think I can qualify it this way, but if someone said, like, call him a big, ugly loser, everyone retweet this, I'd be like, that's not very nice. And someone said, is that harassment? I'd be like, it's probably, I don't know, maybe probably not worth calling that harassment, because that word is quite significant, but it might qualify by some definition, interpretation from the actual, like, legal term, and how it's used. But like what I've been struck by already is this screenshot is filled with different accounts. And if all of them are saying similar things, not even the same thing, similar things, does that count as harassment? Like, well, I don't know, man. Like, if I put out a tweet saying, like, man, I just watched Oppenheimer, and there's too many women in it. Like, I just fucking hate how many women there are. And then I get loads of people saying, like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, what movie did you watch? I can't then be like, well, so this is harassment. But I'd be curious how this man, I
Call
guess...
it bullying, dogpiling, being mean. I think dogpiling is a more accurate term. Not to nitpick him, but harassment has connotations. It is a crime.
Yeah, that's why I think they often use the word. It sounds a lot more serious, and so I'd rather pull it out when we need to. Dogpiling feels more appropriate, because again, I think it makes people think about whether or not it's... Would I use the word justified? That's the complicated part, right? Because if someone, for example, someone makes a YouTube video about Emil Pajumbo, and he's actually just some Swedish guy working at Tesco's or whatever the equivalent is, and he gets all this stuff, and he had nothing to do with anything, we'd be like, that's horribly unjustified. Why are you picking on Pajumbo? And it's like, oh, we fucked up the surname. That's why. And it's like, oh, that's terrible. Which, again, it feels like the creator of this video feels that that's the case. If Emil Pagliarulo made the worst game ever that involved, let's just say, heinous elements of story that everyone thought were disgusting, this wouldn't be harassment anymore? It would just be justified? I don't know.
This is why he doesn't want to include the game, because I think that you can, if you spend $70 fucking, go to a guy's public Twitter post and say, I don't think your game is good.
Yeah, but if you did that alongside 100 other people, and now you've engaged in harassment.
One, it's just dogpiling, but two, like, that's just part of releasing something. Yeah, you get more traffic. You get more traffic around the time that it releases. That's just part of the strategy.
For instance, by this definition, I think I'm going on a limb here, but I think all 5 of us are harassed on a daily basis.
Yes, absolutely. I've been harassed because of this video.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting. Yeah. The day I release any video, I get harassed by this same metric, and I'd rather that we don't consider it that way. If I get 100 unrelated accounts all saying "fuck you," your videos are too long, and you hate women, that sort of thing, I'd just be like, well, I mean, none of them know what I do, so whatever. As opposed to, excuse me, I'm being harassed. Like, no.
What's funny is that you have got comments saying that your videos are too long and you hate women, and the fact that they have put them in that order is really funny.
Another thing I want to draw attention to is that he doesn't censor anybody's names. This is going to be very relevant later.
This is hundreds of thousands of views on this video. This is encouragement to harass these people.
Yeah, you better watch out, Lloyd Christmas. We're coming for you.
I mean, like, one of these comments is, I don't get why they give him one of the lead roles when he said himself players don't care for the story, which is just untrue. Like, really? That's harassment? Like, I feel like if you have to scrape the bottom of the pit to get that
That's what I mean,
as harassment, like, I just don't believe you. This comes across as desperate.
Well, and he's always also pitching it as just firing when several of these people are putting it in terms of demotion.
We are not only familiar with many people telling us to die, many people having threads saying they need to be removed, but we have, like, individual people like Movie Bob advocating for our actual, like, eugenic level destruction from the gene pool. All of these things put together, we're still like, yeah, this is just people being mad because we have opinions.
Well, that's the funny part, too. Someone asked me to bring it up. Emil doesn't give a shit.
Well, if he doesn't even give a shit.
I'll post the tweet in chat right now. He has no fucking clue about any of this.
Oh, yeah, we can read. Do you want to... You want to read it out? I'll put it on
Yes,
screen.
I will read it out.
You have to say it in his voice, though.
Oh, fuck off. Been trying to wrap my head around the fact that there are YouTube videos about me, both pro and con. Yeah, I know, mostly con. For the record, never seen any of them, don't intend to. Not exactly great for one's mental health, but also, folks, I ain't that important.
Smiley face. You gotta read, there's a smiley face.
Yeah, smiley face. There's another one where he thinks this whole thing is about an audio interview.
When you say he
let me
thinks
try
this
to
whole
find it.
thing, do you mean like what? The general
Yeah, the general, like,
dissatisfaction with writing?
the general clapback. He says, yes, audio interview where I said we don't write up a giant design document for the whole game before we start. So he doesn't even know that he's in trouble for the presentation. He thinks that it's an audio interview, which I thought was wild. And then I realized there is an audio interview that I've cited in my videos before where it's the one where he says that, he basically says that they leave it up to modders to do some stuff. That is the Oblivion 5-year anniversary Bethesda podcast episode.
I have to ask, does that include bug fixes? I need an answer for this.
He doesn't specify bug fixes. He's in the context he's talking about like Thief and the blackjack and all those tools and stuff.
Things.
Yeah,
that's what Emil said.
He said that like modders are gonna
describe Thief. You just
he
sneak
said
and steal things.
Yeah, he said that modders are gonna add that stuff anyway, so there's no point in them adding that stuff. I've included it a few times as like in my Oblivion and Skyrim video. I legitimately think he thinks that's what he's in trouble for, is that interview.
He doesn't even know.
He doesn't even know about that we're talking about this presentation.
But then again, that is assuming that this isn't just like, no, I'm not mad, guys, for real. I'm not mad at all.
Yeah, I mean, he was coping and seething a bit, but like, I think that was like in the face of just people talking directly about him, which, you're allowed to express dissatisfaction with the way that people are talking about you. I won't criticize you for that.
What was that? The thread, the one that Asmongold was looking at. What was that in summary?
Long 1 out of 15. Funny how disconnected some players are from the realities of game development, and yet they speak with complete authority. So basically, he was talking about like he was advocating for credentialism and how if you don't make games, you shouldn't comment on how they're made.
But people will. So like even if that was a good point, which I don't.
Yeah,
think
this is like a thing that children.
You can't convince people not to do it. Like, you're never going to be able to convince people not to have a perspective on things that they're not experts in. Because, I mean, it doesn't even... They're going to have an opinion, and that opinion matters. Of course it does. You're selling games to people who, most of them aren't going to know how video games are made, but their opinions on your games still matter.
Well, and he doesn't know how videos are made.
Like,
yeah.
He barely knows how PowerPoints are made.
A friend of mine who was working on becoming a game developer... One time I was sleeping over, and he passed me his laptop, and he was like, you should try this. And he was like, type in a couple of things, and then you can make your character jump. And he was like, then you can make this, and it does this. You can make this, and does this from code to thing. And like, how much of that do I have to do before my opinion is allowed?
Yeah, who is the judge of art? You are sufficiently enlightened to have a perspective on this topic.
That was my response at the time was credentialism doesn't work because I don't say every video the level of experience that I have with indie game dev, if I've ever made anything, or I don't talk about the books I read or the presentations I watch. I mean, you don't know the level of education that a person has, and you shouldn't assume that they're just uneducated unless they're wrong. But you have to prove they're wrong.
Again, you can move past that completely because when a chef makes a meal for people, most of them aren't professional chefs, but their opinion matters because they're paying for that. And they're going to have an opinion on it, like regardless of whatever their level of experience is or not. Same goes for if you get someone to do construction, like even if you don't know how to build anything, or you get your car, you expect that car's going to work, even if you don't know how it works. You can't convince people to not have an opinion on things that they're paying for.
Yeah, and
I just think
it goes further than that too. Shad has recently been embroiled in a drama between him and another sword tuber. I'm showing my lack of knowledge on here, because I'm pretty sure they have more specific group names than that. But the sword tuber he was responding to, I saw a clip where the guy said, if you're not regularly practicing like sword, like duels and stuff like that, you have no fucking right to be talking about like what swords are good and bad. And Shad said, no, the most important thing is that you're fucking right. And I was like, hey, that is actually true.
Yeah,
it's not really about like the idea that imagine like the greatest swordsman of all time, and then he got into like a horrific accident where he lost both of his arms. It's like, well, now you can't talk about swords ever again, bud. It's like, I don't think that's true, actually. You know, and
I think it's brutal that he made this whole video, and then a day later, the guy he was defending said, "Yeah, it didn't faze me at all. I don't know what the fuck you guys are arguing about."
Yeah, but again, I ain't convinced. That smiley face, you know?
Yeah.
Like, smiley face.
He's mad.
There's a lot of meaning behind that smiley face.
There was another post where he was, like, smugly drinking a cup of coffee and being like, "Just updating my design documentation, because we have that, guys."
Okay, yeah, so he is big mad then, isn't he?
Yeah.
Isn't that his icon?
But he doesn't know what the fuck it's about.
Hey, you know what? Big Mad is just human nature. That's all right.
Yeah.
I just find it funny. The smiley face. You'd be better off if you didn't put that in. The smiley face. It is the meme of the Lojack.
Ironically, smiley face does not. I don't actually feel you're smiling when you put that in.
That is the face of fury. The smiling face.
I'm dying.
Well, what's funny is I think
it would be better if it was the upside down smiley face.
Well, I think laughing has replaced smiling, which is the sense of like, oh, you're having some fun. I understand, but smiling is just so passive aggressive. It's evolved into something else now.
Especially, I mean, the backward smiley face is
yeah,
or it's so funny the dimensions of these fucking emojis.
Wait, what is this? What?
This is a meme. This is a meme that was sent to me.
Great movies, a scene not made.
Why are you laughing?
I watched the footage.
This is true. This is true. Praise
this
be.
Is Christopher Stuckstein. He's telling us
the Stuckinator.
Stuckenberger.
Well, he's got the red hair too. Like, I'm telling you, there's wisdom in those logs.
Good God, we have so much video.
And
left.
unlike Emil, he has gained weight.
Don't worry if you don't have an answer quite yet. There are many more arguments to come and more evidence.
I couldn't figure that out looking at the runtime.
As we hear those arguments, keep in mind the context.
The point he's making right now is he's talking about his like time as a baby, and this was the fucking redhead baby image that he found.
Time as a baby?
Well, okay, he's gonna mention that, but like he has this whole anecdote about why he's here and like how his parents went on vacation to Denmark without him, and so that's why he went to Denmark.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Good shit.
Of this speech. This was a fairly informal affair now. At a very small...
Pumpenhuset.
Pumpenhuset. Pumpenhuset. Come on down to Pumpenhuset to Denmark.
Don't make fun of them. They're just different.
They're doing their best.
Do you have a prescription for the melatonin?
Event. The speech might even have been hastily written.
Skyrim belongs to
whose fault is that?
Why are we making assumptions?
But also, that sounds like he's saying, yeah, the speech is a little wonky.
Even he recognizes it's a bit flumpy of a speech.
If he fucked it up, why didn't he do another one that was better prepared? That's what Todd would do.
It's just human nature that you'd mess up your speech a little bit.
But these sorts of events are good for the industry because they help smaller game devs. Particularly when it comes to network.
Okay. God, how mean do I want to be? You know, like the whole help smaller game devs? Like, people say that about Mark Brown all the time. And whenever we watch his videos and he's like, press A to jump, we're like, how much is that actually helping people? Really? I don't know, man. Like, and just watching his speech.
PowerPoint.
like his speech about writing and his 3 rules that are so fucking vague that the only help. This is that thing. It's applicable to some other stuff, but when someone says like, "Oh, he helped me so much," and then you have them explain it, and it was all of their work, their insight, their interpretation. It had almost nothing to do with the speaker.
Yeah,
and
it's
you're like,
Mark Brown effect.
Yeah. It's like, why are you giving it to them? That was you. That was all you.
Yeah, you were the hero all along. Actually, this time.
Yeah.
Working. And having a bigger name speaker helps attract.
I need someone to tell me,
That's
like,
all well and good. Why is
no,
it relevant?
I need someone to tell me with no sense of irony that Godalb inspired them to become a better game dev, and I'd be like, yeah, man. Obviously, they're like, oh, so much of it made so much sense to me. Like,
attract people to them. Emil is also not a professional public speaker.
Dude, he's a fucking boss. That's
okay,
part of his job.
He was paid for this,
but
right?
what's the point of saying this to me?
What's the point?
This sounds like excuses, and it's like, wait, why are you making excuses for a guy that you were presenting to me as having made cogent, coherent, and specific points? Why are you now telling me, hey man, he was underprepared, he was not ready for this?
He's trying to tell you, he's just a goofy guy, okay?
He's a little goober.
Here's the thing too, is I could forgive the awkward like public speaking thing if he at least wrote his speech so it wasn't shit.
Yeah, you could write a speech.
I'm not even.
Listen, you have to make a PowerPoint.
Awkward, like ums and ahs, gaps, and weird analogies that don't quite grasp what he's saying, but that he had like a fundamental thing that he clearly understood. He's just walking around it a bit because he's a bit awkward as a speaker. Like that would be one thing. What I got from this was just like, oof. that was my whole feeling from the whole speech. Like telling me, he's like, oh, but he's not really that prepared. I was like, what do you want me to do with this then? Ignore it?
It's his job to be prepared.
Are you telling me that this is how he does his meetings too? Because that might explain why the games are the way they are.
Why are you the way that you are?
He just starts talking about the Catholic Church in the middle of like a fucking design meeting.
When I was designing
Emil, this is the 4th week in a row you've brought up the Catholic Church.
Listen, the great dragon Gorgalash is based after Jesus. I need to explain how.
Todd is God, and Fallout 4 is the Holy Spirit, and I'm Jesus.
No, just leave it. Todd is God.
He is a game developer, so this is not something he has much experience in.
He's a fucking lead designer. That means he does meetings.
Hey, you know what?
He does meetings.
You know what this reminds me of is the Internet Historian video about No Man's Sky, and he puts in about how Sean Murray was not ready for it, not experienced for it, but at the same time, the damage was done, and he had to make up for it. You know what I mean?
Well, and also, this doesn't excuse the substance of what he was saying.
No. Well, what I'm getting at, though, is the same things were said about Sean Murray, but in the context of how much work he did to make up for his mistakes. Like, oh, he wasn't ready for this. He had little time to plan. He had to make promises based on like other deals he had made. It's like, okay, fine. I understand all of that, but these things still happened. It's like, okay, so the more substantive part
he still flat out lied about multiplayer.
Oh, a lot of lies were told, right? But I recommend that video, by the way. Check it out. I think it's called The Engoodening of No Man's Sky, which is at this point completely outdated because the amount of shit they've added since then, which is kind of crazy to think about.
And many people find public speaking difficult.
That I don't even
irrelevant.
What am I supposed to do with that?
I don't care. Our problem isn't with his awkwardness. If anything, that's what makes me kind of like just want to ruffle his hair and say, "Oh, you! I can't believe that you look at you."
Why am I here in Copenhagen? I don't do this. I don't speak. I prefer to stay in my office and make games.
He was also probably nervous. I mean, that is the...
Why are you giving us 10,000 excuses? What do you think happened?
Is this still good faith?
Very first
Our
thing.
problem is
yes, I do. I still do think that this. I don't sense a trap from this.
No, I mean he said that this is good faith. I'm not even coming at it from the trap angle. He said this summary is in good faith.
Well, it's so weird that he spent so much of it saying, like, trying to explain his shittiness.
It is strange.
He says,
because I wasn't thinking about that until like he really wanted to focus on how shitty he was of a public speaker. And
it wasn't.
Well, now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I wasn't even targeting his like awkwardness. I was just going for the substance.
The weight. Yeah.
No, he literally like brings up points.
I'm a bundle of nervous energy, so try to use that.
Yeah, but that's normal. It's normal to be nervous in front of a whole audience trying to present your ideas to them.
And that's not what he's being criticized for.
No.
Yeah. You get on a
This
stage in front of a whole room full of Danes and see how nervous you are.
Yeah, we're speaking right now in front of 4,000 people. How do you think we feel?
That was my whole point, was that it's like saying that, oh, I just tripped and slipped inside your wife. Like, he got a passport, he got on a plane, he went to a European country, and he gave a talk. Like, there's so many levels of, like, you don't say this stuff accidentally. He wasn't drunk at a bar being surreptitiously recorded.
I think
I accidentally made a 40-minute presentation.
That's the thing. I think what's the most important here is that he had enough prep time to write down his points of view, and that's what we got out of it.
Yeah, it takes like fucking 8 hours to cross the Atlantic.
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, this is not helping him, but as far as I'm aware, all of like season 4 of Mandalorian was written on a plane ride from Jon Favreau or something. I remember reading something about that. Like,
you know what? I just believe it.
I believe it, yeah.
I believe it.
Each had an enormous impact. This is what turned the world against Emil.
It's a bit dramatic.
I think this in conjunction with Fallout 4, I think you might be on the money there.
Well, okay, so that's the thing. If you showed me this and then said this guy wrote MOM, I'd be like, oh. You're like, why are you saying that? And it's like, well, because MOM is written like shit, so it kind of lines up. And you'd be like, oh, so this is the speech that killed his career. You're like, well, in conjunction with seeing
that whole Fallout 4 thing.
Yeah, probably that.
That's why I included it in my analysis.
That's why he's not including it in his
car crash.
In his argument, that's why he's not included in his argumentation, because the second you include Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 and Starfield, it's fucking over for Emil.
Pardon, sir, I slipped inside your wife's speech 100. I'm sure it would work.
This was what caused negative comments about Emil to go from there but rare to being...
Oh, that's a silly way to like categorize that, but I mean at the same time, what a shock that his contributions to like a public statement would lead to more interactions with him publicly. Like, yeah,
well, because all that's happened is now it's paired
also this isn't even
dissatisfaction with the writing with the guy who wrote it.
This isn't even negative or positive. That's just searches for his name.
Yeah. Which, again, makes sense if it got around. I guess instead it was majority negative.
Well, going on his word, yes. But at the same time, that's not surprising. Again, this is not a good performance, is it?
It's not that the speech itself, if the speech existed, but everybody's like, wow, that's weird. The writing is so amazing. I don't know why you would have said that. Like, that's not what happened. It would have been the other way around. That the speech is like, oh, damn, that explains a lot about how crap the writing is. That'd be my guess, anyway.
Everywhere. But that didn't happen right away.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how information spreads.
Right? You guys did it.
Well, yeah, we still haven't gotten to...
psychically made aware of the speech in Copenhagen. I had to learn about it from someone.
we gotta introduce the villains of the story soon, okay?
I mean that's the thing.
Oh,
okay, go on.
This was first uploaded and then posted to our Fallout. The response was mild.
So he's already fucked this up. This is 1 month after Joseph Anderson's Fallout 4 video that featured this presentation.
Okay. One might argue that a Joseph fucking Anderson video might have a little more coverage than a 163-pointed Reddit post.
It only got like 12 million views.
Oh, so not even 13 million views. Just the 12.
We know more than anyone else that a Joseph Anderson video can do incredible damage to a video game's reputation.
I'm inclined to agree, yes. That is the thing we know can happen.
Well, that's what I said was what's more likely, that I found out from Joseph Anderson, who I have cited in my videos, or that I found out from a fucking Reddit post.
Look at the points. That's the thing that's really distracting me. 163? That's not that much. I feel like that exposure is just not very much at all. I mean, granted, 7 years ago, but still.
With 165 upvotes and 172 comments. As for those comments...
Which is small.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hang on, let me check. I'm pretty sure...
That would not hit r/all.
Yeah, because
it would stay entirely within the Fallout subreddit.
The unofficial Mauler subreddit, they've got, let's just look, 12 hours ago, Daisy Ridley shuts down reporter calling Star Wars fans sexist, which, by the way, is pretty cool. That's got 505 upvotes. And like my subreddit, I say my subreddit, it's really not, but like the subreddit that covers the stuff that we do on EFAP or my stuff is like considered very small, very, very low exposure. The idea that like a 170, I don't know, that just seems weird that we would be citing this as like high exposure in any way, shape, or form.
No, this is totally how we found out about it.
Comments, they were mixed.
I live in
Let's
downtown
go through
Copenhagen,
some, starting at the top.
or wherever it was.
The
so
first is about Hayao Miyazaki.
Why the fuck do I care what some random guy on Reddit has to say about this fucking talk?
Bro.
Well, don't you know, Reddit is simultaneously the most worthless and yet also the most important place on the internet.
Just to clarify, you're saying this about Zeke Freak, the man himself.
I apologize, Zeke Freak.
Zeke Freak.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it could be Zaki Frack or something like that. Who knows? So, yeah, just saying. Don't disrespect.
Zaki's face.
Shows... Wait, is this an actual thing that happened? Is this in the
yes.
talk?
Yes.
You probably... Did he mean it ironically? Like you probably don't recognize him?
No.
Okay.
I probably wouldn't recognize him based on just his face.
That's not something you say...
Iconic.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not something... I'm surprised Fringy hasn't said anything yet.
Fringy, what is your opinion on things that are happening?
On Zeke Freak's
specifically this here that we've got on screen.
This
the
here,
things
yes.
That we've, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, there you go, see?
Fringy is, as you can tell, Fringy is disgusted.
I like how Rags is like, hey, I don't recognize him, while Fringy's just cackling.
For instance, I know Miyazaki, not personally, but like I know his work and stuff, but I don't know his physical appearance probably. Like I couldn't spot him in a line.
I feel like he's a very iconic kind of character, you know? He's got a very iconic look.
If you showed
me,
you know
the meme of him with him leaning back in the chair with the cigarette, like that's a pretty common meme image.
If you showed me a picture of him, I would probably go, "Oh yeah, I've seen him before many times." But if you were to say, "Here are 6 old Asian dudes, which one is Hayao Miyazaki?" I'd be like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, but it shows it's one image and it's in the middle of a presentation. You'd recognize.
Oh,
I almost certainly would.
If you're gonna recognize, you know, yeah,
I know him. Yeah, I know him. Yeah. But if you were to say, if you were to show me that picture and say, name this man, I'd be like, I don't know. But showing me the picture and telling me, you know, that's Hayao Miyazaki, I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen some of his movies. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you guys just scratched the surface on Emilisms. There's like so much more.
Emilisms.
The next is a summary.
Well, oh, I'm not going to read all that.
The next is positive about Emil's rules and negative about how they apply to
very interesting. I know the meta on YouTube is to read Reddit posts, but I think this is next level. He's not even reading the posts.
Yeah,
he's telling us about a Reddit post that happened 7 fucking years ago.
So this is the thing. When you tell me, like, you need to understand the context of a 7-year-old Reddit post with less than 200 upvotes, I'd be like, And this is going to explain why everyone hates a man. Like, Do you remember the Boogie doc? There was, like, 2 parts, and it had thousands of upvotes and millions of video adaptations. I'm not even using that word lightly. Like, that's what it took to bring him down and bring some level of awareness to the thing. The idea that one Reddit thread with less than 200 upvotes. I'm just like, how relevant is this thing really gonna be? I don't know.
Is it relevant enough to justify spending time on?
We are nearing 20 minutes into this video.
Yeah, do I care what Zachomp thinks?
How dare you? How fucking dare you, man?
Zachomp is my god.
Zachomp is my favorite. He's in chat right now, probably. There he is.
To Zachomp's,
like, no offense, but these are Reddit guys. You know, they're fucking talking about Fallout on their time after work. He probably wrote this on his break. Like,
probably. Yes. This is what I mean. This video is very fucking strange. We haven't even gotten to his parts about you guys yet.
Yeah.
Which, you know, undeniably, you guys' videos have more reach than this Reddit thread. That's just basic numbers. So I'm surprised we've spent so much time here, but it's all going to be relevant, I'm sure.
The next is also negative.
Several people are claiming to be Zachomp in chat. We don't believe them. Do
fucking
not
heretics. How dare you?
Yeah. Here.
I am Zachomp.
Negative about Fallout 4, and so is the next. The next is deleted. The next is...
Why did you even...
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks for letting me know that there is a comment, the likes of which we have no idea. And by including it in this list, you're implying that it was a negative comment. Well, you don't fucking know. It's deleted, you asshole.
To be fair, this is a great, like, how not to make a video, I would say. Like, don't follow any of the structure in this, and you'll be okay.
Spend half a second talking about some guy's deleted Reddit post.
Is speculating that this will start a shit show. The next is actually negative about Emil's rules. At least keep it simple, stupid. The next says Far Harbor, which is Fallout 4's DLC, was better than the base game. The next is someone laughing and saying that this is the fuel many on the subreddit were waiting for.
This is such a waste of fucking time. I don't care.
Listen, it's a documentary about people's opinions on Emil. Isn't that what you wanted to watch before bed?
It's 7 years ago with 30+ upvotes, man.
What the hell is this?
This is fuel that many on this sub were waiting for. I don't even know necessarily what that means. Why are we focusing on this?
Well, I do find it funny as well, because it's like, you know, the writing advice was keep it simple, stupid, and then it's like, well, clearly you disagree with that opinion, don't you? Holy shit, this is long, and like, it's meandering. Why are we looking at Reddit comments?
There is like some kind of like, when it comes, I hate to say this, if you want to destroy someone, you don't make a video that's longer than half an hour. Like you go straight for the jugular. That's like how you do it if you really want. Even if you're lying,
he's burying the lead on us, I think, is the deal.
Like making it so that all the people who might be interested or defensive of you are gone by the time they fucking bring you up.
Well, because like who the fuck would want to watch this, right? But I also it hurts the brain.
I can tell your brain is hurt. I can hear it.
What it is if this was a focused takedown of me, I would be in the title, I'd be in the thumbnail, right? He doesn't want to do that. Well, I mean, I am in the thumbnail. He shows my video's thumbnail, but it's not straightforward that this is a takedown, right? So I think he's burying the lead on what the actual purpose of this video is by wasting our fucking time listening to Emil and reading random Reddit posts from almost 8 years ago. Because this was in February of 2017, so...
You know... I will say that Miyazaki picture is becoming more and more relevant the more we watch this video.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
it makes me want to take up smoking.
I had to get some Coke earlier.
It's okay.
A cola?
We've all been there.
Yes. So on. Overall, it's a mix of responses, but most of the negativity...
Holy shit, a mix of responses.
You could have just said that, man. I was about to say, you could have said that, but even that would be unnecessary. It's like,
Do we need to know what the guy who has 11 upvotes? Do we need to read that? Do we need to pause and read it?
We need to know what deleted said, okay?
Philosopher of his age.
All right, let's read it out.
Deleted comments.
Let's do it.
Those are my favorite comments.
The thing I take away from this is that they wrote the whole story without taking into consideration the fact that it's supposed to be a role-playing game. It sounds like they wrote a Fallout-themed book and then haphazardly shoved it into the game. Am I the only one who thought the story felt tacked on?
This is harassment.
All of their games, it seems like the story's tacked on to the mediocre gameplay. I
was going to say, this doesn't sound new.
That's a nice opinion, but...
nice opinion.
Make a big world.
Nice harassment.
Mediocre gameplay and tack on a story to it. Then boom, you have made a Bethesda game.
Well, it is funny how he says Fallout-themed book. Like, this doesn't specify what game he's talking about. And you'd be like, which, you know, it would be if you ignore the 7 years ago, it's like, what game is this criticism of? You'd be like,
it is funny how well this is aged as a comment.
Yeah.
It applies to both Fallout 3 and 4 really fucking well.
I deleted up there. The account has been deleted ever since.
Gone but not forgotten.
You'll never know.
What I think he doesn't get is that you know, Reddit frequently goes through like protest waves where people will delete their entire comment history. So there's entire parts of this discourse that he's missing out on.
Yeah,
and he doesn't even like to trust that.
Well, if you're Never Knows Best, you can just present a deleted comment and assume it agrees with the point you're making. Which isn't at all like something that makes me hate you.
Well, whatever goal he has of presenting particular things to me is not working at all because I'm completely overwashed by the sense of just what the fuck are you doing? What is this section? Stop.
I'm overwhelmed by the fucking editing. So we've got side-scrolling comments that I'm supposed to read, and then a top to bottom scroll that's blurred out, but the the background keeps repeating over and over. Like, what the fuck is this edit?
We're like 3 layers into what am I supposed to pause and read?
And that fucking drop shadow.
Well, and what's nuts is that I can, as I imagine Fringy and Rags can, sense where we're going, which is that look at the discourse on Emil progress over the course of history.
Look at how it got worse, and look at how these people specifically are responsible for
it. Because look at all of these mostly normal, reasonable things people said regarding Emil's poor performance.
Because millions of people did not immediately exclaim that they hated this at the start, it's not justified that people complain about it after the fact.
Yeah, Pete, you can't just look at patterns of behavior and have your opinion change over time based on those patterns. That would be ridiculous.
I suppose an interesting comparison, because we alluded to it earlier, is that I looked at Joseph Addison's comment section on his Soma video and selected many people with high upvotes saying, thank goodness you made this video because I was going to buy it, but now I won't. I showed them and was like, this sucks. That was the straightforward sort of connection, you know?
Yeah.
Video advises people not to buy the game. They don't. Sales are lower. The game has no respect. The developers think it was a mistake. They make Amnesia Rebirth. Obviously, that was the narrative that developed further on, which was especially fucking sad. But this is so distant and strange and abstract and lacking of all kinds of context that we can't even begin to understand why the fuck this is here compared to you guys' videos. That's the craziest part.
It's just objection, relevance.
Yeah.
Why are we admitting all this into the evidence?
This hurts brain.
Let him talk. Let him cook.
We've been letting him cook for a while. A lot of people would be talking about their fucking Patreons by now in a lot of their videos.
Yeah,
just
this
saying.
is like I'm trying to boil water and I'm going to turn the stove on to 1.
Part 2 on Nebula.
Yeah. Part 2 on Nebula, Patreon, and you know what? Ring that fucking bell. You're like,
that's right. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
It's a public service. That's why he's not doing that.
Public menace.
On Fallout 4 rather than Emil himself.
Incredibles.
Oh,
I like that.
Yeah, he goes there too.
Oh wait, he's not talking about 2, is he?
This is more exciting.
It wasn't out. It wasn't out.
Video.
Oh yeah, right. This was 2017. It wouldn't be out. Okay,
thank goodness.
Okay. So he's talking about the good one.
But we have no idea. Like, guessing what he must be talking about based off of his PowerPoint is more interesting than the NeverKnowsBest video. Playing the guessing game.
If you're going to include a random clip of Emil talking, why wouldn't you include one that we've already seen so that we're not, like, distracted by the picture of the Incredibles on the screen?
Well, because now my imagination's running. It's like, is he referencing because he's like families or structure of like the hero's journey involved in a wider story or something else? I don't know.
One seems to think this speech is that shocking. And
okay,
that gap was pretty funny, not gonna lie.
All right.
Maybe that lines up with your own thoughts about the speech. And so, this speech, the most infamous speech in the entire history of game development.
Okay, so he added the word "entire" to his whole spiel. He wasn't saying entire before, but also we didn't say that. You know. Anyways,
I always thought he was going to say the most evil speech in the history of Europe, and I was like, wait a second.
There's a few speeches that can compete.
But
this is the worst thing to happen in Denmark.
This speech, it inspired Fallout 76, so how can it really get worse than that? I don't know.
This is the worst uninvited guest
no real
in Norwegian history.
Yeah, I mean, like, so it flew under the radar and was found later. Like, no shit.
At this point, I am actually like, get to the fucking point. We've been here for 20 minutes.
Until
I told you,
1 year later.
Gotta speed it up.
Yeah, well, so we're coming close to, as far as I'm aware, the timestamp in which he actually addresses the Reddit thread.
When Reddit user,
we're
Flying Nun, made a post titled, "Until Bethesda relocates Emil Pagliarulo, do not expect quality storylines ever again. Yes, it is that bad."
Damn. See, now this one's got 8.4K. That's more significant.
Hey.
And at last, after all this boring introduction that
yes,
I
at last.
If it was boring, you made it boring. It didn't have to be boring. You're the one who makes the fucking video. It's your job to have it not be boring. You suck.
You could literally skip two here.
You should be fired.
I like that past never knows best is being judged by present never knows best. That was boring.
Just thinking this is a mistake. I shouldn't have done this.
Maybe at this point I would allow.
I have to wonder how many people have like made takedowns like this and just quit halfway through because they realized it was stupid.
That happens a lot more than you'd think. There are a couple of, because you mentioned the commentary community. If you take 20 minutes to get to any kind of juice, people are not watching it. That's just not.
Oh no, the commentary community would brutalize this fucking guy.
It's boring, and well, the fact is, like, we on EFAP will take in any and all. He could have done this for 2,000 years, and we might have watched it. I'm just saying, but because there's so much you can learn from like I was about to say filmmaking, a video making point of view of like the amount of choices that they have made up to this point, and like I still, even this far into the video, I'm still convinced this is incompetence, but maybe I'll change my mind.
It's because we've seen so much incompetence that does exactly this.
Exactly.
And shorten as much as I can, but I can't work miracles.
You could have just not included it.
I wouldn't have called it a fucking miracle, bro.
Don't bring in the supernatural. You just suck.
The introduction is over, and we have made it to the start.
Jesus, he's like, you can't simultaneously
Why are you dragging it out?
You can't be fully aware of how much you've delayed us to then delay us talking about those delays. That's insane.
You have a fucking paragraph where every sentence is the same.
So at this point, if Theo was here, he'd be that guy in the hobo episode of South Park who kills himself like 10,000 times over and over again and is just screaming with the blood pouring out of him. Honestly, I think he might be asleep, because if he had caught wind of this, he would have been fucking raging in chat.
Of unhinged.
Unhinged?
A reasonable... So, right, is this the part we can skip?
There's one part I want him to say in about 15 seconds.
Okay.
Alright, we can do that.
In an ideal world, you would have watched the entirety of Emil's speech, and then you would take the time to read the entirety of this Reddit post. Because I don't think there is any...
So, what's crazy...
With a good time.
What's crazy is I think he could easily have summarized the important elements of both the speech and the Reddit post in 20 minutes. Easily.
Yes.
Or you refer to the Emil speech as being something terrible and awful, and then you show how reasonable it actually is as the counterexamples to the claims made. But that would be like somewhat clever and interesting, I guess,
we don't do
if
that
it was
here.
executed well. Yeah.
Anything I can say that will accurately communicate just what a drastically uncharitable and inaccurate representation of Emil's speech this post is.
Okay,
Which is funny because the guy himself has been saying that it was an uncharitable and inaccurate interpretation of his post.
A flying nun? I mean,
he had to go out of his way to like white out the part of the context of these clips.
That's kind of weird. You know, that's some peepo sus right there.
Why wouldn't you just highlight the relevant parts? Why would you cut out the context?
Yeah.
Sometimes I think people genuinely do that on accident without realizing how much it like undermines their own position. But you know, I assume you're not going that direction.
All right, we can jump ahead to the next the next interesting part.
Oh, thank goodness! Which is going to be Creetosis' part, correct?
No, it's 7 minutes.
Oh. Wait, so do you want me to go to 20? Or do you want to move it? You can move it.
I'll jump it ahead.
Wait.
Doge.
Things like that. Oh well, this was over 7 years ago. I'm sure they've grown up.
I'm sure they've grown up. You haven't shown how in any way this is immature.
By the way,
we skipped
this guy's name. He says that he's like he thinks he was a child at the time, but he doesn't censor his name. But we're getting to the juicy part.
I was going to say, Rags, we skipped 7-ish minutes, so he may have made a very compelling argument for why he is a child.
I'm sure.
Take it in good faith.
EFAP skipping. What is this? So, guys, I hate to reveal this to you, but we're actually watching a video that is 2 hours and 18 minutes long. And we've made it as far as 27 so far, and that's generous.
We gotta skip the Reddit post because it's not relevant to our sections at all.
I do think I need to say here, though, that if anyone who watches this video goes on to harass any of the people that I am going to talk about, in my name or otherwise, I will ban you.
Oof.
Don't ask how I will know. Don't ask whether that is a...
Don't ask how I'll know!
Feature on YouTube, it is. I am making this video in large part.
Maybe you'll learn about it in 7 years and put it in the video.
This to me is a no-brainer. Of course, don't harass. Unfortunately, you've defined harass as being involved with a couple of other people, possibly even as many as 100, of expressing your dismay towards someone who's created something that you think is shit.
No, this is like
and I want to emphasize.
Criticism.
I want to emphasize this is 27 minutes into the video after he's just spent 7 minutes criticizing this guy's name without censoring it, and it's just some guy on Reddit. It's not a public figure.
No, you are absolutely correct. Why is this not at the beginning of the video if you wanted this said?
That's what commentary channels do. They always up front say, don't go harass the people that are featured in this video.
Most people say that, yeah. That's a standing rule 1 for EFAP. You know, just the thing about it is, to me though, is it doesn't even make sense coming from him because of how he defined harassment.
Yeah, his examples of harassment are fucking pathetic.
Like, if I was very convinced by this video and sent a tweet to PatricianTV's Twitter saying, I think you should have your YouTube channel, I think you should retire from YouTube, I think that you make videos that are inaccurate and they cause damage. And then Rags does the same, Fringy does the same, and 100+ people from chat do the same. Oops, we've done harassment now. And we all did it in the name of Never Knows Best.
That's a good opinion.
Well, you know, some people might think it's a good opinion.
But yes, to emphasize, 27 minutes to clarify, don't harass people.
And as per usual, we often mention this, but anybody who wants to like actually harass a person, they're probably not going to be stopped by the YouTubers saying, hey, don't do that. Like,
hey, I'm going to ban you from my comments.
Yeah, anyone who like does asshole behavior online, it's so funny to imagine this person being an absolute piece of shit, and then they see Never Knows Best say, "Hey, don't do that, or I'll ban you," and they go, "Oh shit, okay, you got me."
Yeah, it's
and
like,
mind the visual imagery for
it. Don't invade Poland. It's like, just saying that isn't going to stop them if that's how committed they are.
If he's that passionate.
Dislike for harassment and dogpiling. Do not be part of the problem.
Like you? But you're that. But you're you're the thing. But you're the thing. You're doing the thing. You're showing the.
Are there additional highlights we need to check out of the Reddit post part, or?
There's a part where he says people in the comments suddenly disagree with the Reddit post. It's not really relevant. We can go ahead to Creetosis, which is 4237.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
Finally, we'll discover how you lied to us today.
You will be held accountable for your crimes against humanity.
Yeah, this is where we get to the court of EFAP.
Your sins because we've learned the Catholic Church. All right, we've learned about them, so you'll pay for your sins.
Creetosis, you are on trial. Today we'll discover the nature of your personal morality and whether or not you deserve to go to prison.
Oh, clearly I do.
Oh wow, it's the expert witness. You're really on the fucking stand now, buddy.
A Flying Nun's Reddit post was hugely influential and entirely inaccurate.
I feel like I want to avoid using the word hugely always. I feel like that's a word I never want to use.
Why is that a bad word?
Hugely? Hugely just sounds like one of those words that you say.
Do you have a problem with largely? Fatly?
Largely is it's a little better, but even then, I feel like
just an adjective.
Hugely.
It's just an adjective.
I know it's just an adjective and it can't hurt me, but I still feel like hugely is one of those words that you just don't say.
Get away with chungusly? Oh
no, chungusly is phenomenal. That is the word of that is a true patrician tier word.
All right.
That's not something that
just makes
that is not cringe. That is based.
Yeah, in the plebeian ghettos of Copenhagen, that isn't a word that you're going to hear spoken.
Hostel.
We need metal to translate all these words, you know. Copenhagen, that's not even real, let's be honest.
Copenhagen.
It has cope in the name.
There's a lot of Copen, going on here. Copenhagen, it sounds like having cope in another language. Yes.
Copenhagen.
You are having cope.
Having it chungusly.
Luckily, however, the source material was still out there, so it should have only been a matter of time until someone came along.
I do love this narrative that he's posted of, like, you see, everyone was lying, so all it took was someone to watch the source, and the source he presented to us was so fucking embarrassing.
What are the comments on the source? Let's go I can go to the source and look at the comments on it. Yeah, this is 7 years ago.
His Elder Scrolls stuff was early 2021, so at any point he could have done this for Emil.
Okay, so the first big comment on this that goes back 6 years. The big comment, in short, if you want to become a great writer, listen to all of his advice and do the exact opposite.
Yeah, okay, wait, whoa, Rags, he didn't watch it, that guy, okay? Let's go with a different 6 years ago comment.
That was 6 years ago, right? That's post Reddit
that was 6 years ago. Yeah, so this is 7 years ago. Love how he explains the dialogue. They saw a problem with players wanting to skip it, but didn't see the problem that it completely limits any choice and consequence beyond saying something sarcastic.
That guy was biased. Have you got any others?
Harassment.
That's true. I mean, I could. There's someone from like 5, 6 years ago. I got to really scroll to get a 7 years ago comment. 4 years, 5 years,
7 years ago. Years. Take to heart, everyone. If he can do it, anyone can do it. Well, that guy's lying.
Like I understand the fact checking as I guess the theme of this video.
Yeah,
and I'm doing a bit of fact checking here, and it sounds like NeverKnowsBest is just lying.
To make it very clear for anyone listening right now, the suggestion is that if you listen to the original speech, the original presentation, then you'll get a very strong and understandable perspective on what his point of view on writing is, and that everyone else has twisted it. However, there's some comments here from 7 years ago plus that seem pretty critical.
Why the fuck did we spend so long listening to random comments on Reddit when he could have shown the YouTube comments?
Well, because no, we're not gonna do we're not gonna do that. That would be catastrophic to the point. We are not gonna do that.
This is some funny
moving on. We don't want to talk about that.
Play the video. Play the video. Shut it down.
Provided a better interpretation, or at least addressed some of the most common mistakes. And someone did come along, a self-styled Bethesda expert.
Mr. Creetosis, are you a self-styled Bethesda expert?
I have never fucking claimed to be an expert about anything in my life.
But he said self-styled, so...
A greenhorn? An apprentice?
You sure you've never said you are the guy for Bethesda stuff?
Nope. Not even the biggest channel that talks about Bethesda, shockingly.
Lies.
Name one channel that's bigger than you that talks about Bethesda stuff.
PatricianTV.
Lies.
Who is this PatricianTV? Who is this? You made him up.
Get him out of here.
Whose most popular videos focus on explaining why other YouTubers are wrong about their opinion on Fallout.
Oh, what a fucking framing already.
What is this?
Dang,
what is this?
What a parasite.
See,
this is one I hear all the fucking time. I'm sure you're not shocked to hear that. But yes, I'm told that I tell other people what their opinions should be or that their opinions are wrong or whatever.
Well, the problem is that I get this all the time too. So I'm just sitting here like...
this is the... Yep. We are very familiar with this.
Did you know that EFAP don't let people have opinions?
What happened to the good faith presentation?
No, I know. This is already shit. This is the thing. If I hadn't seen a single video from your channel, I'd already be like, is that true?
Even what he's saying, the thing he's saying isn't bad at all. He's just saying it like it's understood that it's bad to like respond to other people on the internet.
Yeah, it's the same.
That's self-evidently a terrible thing to do.
Dripping with the same like bullshit as saying something like, "This is a channel that basically only criticizes film." You'd be like, "What are you saying? Right. Why are you saying like that? You know, like, why you put it that way?" And then if you had him like in the call, he'd be like, "No, nothing. No.
Well, and it leaves out the context of what the original argument was about anyways, because wasn't Mini a True Nerd responding to H-Bomber Guy?
With his Fallout 3 video, kinda. A lot of people will frame it as a response to H-Bomber Guy, but it seems to be a general response to negative criticism of Fallout 3. He only brings up H-Bomber Guy like 2 or 3 times, I think.
Yeah,
so
it's like,
I mean, it's still like, why isn't Mini a True Nerd in that case? Because Mini a True Nerd's thumbnail says that Fallout 3 is better than you think. It seems like he's telling us our opinion's wrong.
What you need to understand first and foremost is whenever it's in the positive, you're automatically in the plus side. Like you're thumbs up. Good for you.
It's okay to
We learned this with Cinema Sins versus Cinema Wins. Cinema Wins is automatically a better man. Yeah.
It's okay. If
long
it's
as
a
it's
positive
positive,
opinion, that's
yeah.
cool. If it's a negative opinion, you're opinionated. That's how it goes.
Yeah, that's something I learned from these videos. You can say anything you want as long as you're positive about it. If you say anything negative, then it's automatically bad because it's negative.
The most fascinating example of this to this day is the video from H Bomber Guy. Let me check it as well. I've said this again and again and again. It fucking blew my mind at the time. Bloodborne H Bomber Guy. If I remember correctly, yeah, the video is called Bloodborne is Genius, and here's why. Holy shit, what an agreeable title. Everyone loves Bloodborne. Excellent. And I'm pretty sure it's in this video that he makes the whole shield argument that is absolutely fucking batshit insane. Like, that's like the premise of the whole video. That's why Bloodborne is genius. Bloodborne teaches you that shields are stupid. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I remember watching it with friends and being like, how is this the substance for why Bloodborne is genius? Well, and like most people just agree with the title and like that he's being positive, when in reality he's saying Dark Souls 1 shouldn't be played with shields. It's like, what the fuck? It was a wacky time, and that was a big realization for me about how like your title and thumbnail can almost matter more than anything you say in the video. Which isn't good, by the way.
Yeah, which is why I don't put statements in my titles or thumbnails, because I don't want people to come to conclusions just based on that.
Well, it kind of supports the idea that having made a video saying Fallout 3 is better than you think, everyone's like, ooh, that's nice. And then saying Fallout 3 isn't better than you think, you go, okay, well...
I don't appreciate that.
Yeah, you're a mean old mister. You look at
but
you
was
go,
it as good as I remember?
I am very mean.
Out on Emil Pagliarulo himself. Well, great. Maybe an expert is just what this situation...
Okay, well, I mean, we already did the whole, like, he's not an expert thing, so why is he framing it like this?
Because he's gonna present him as such, and then he's gonna point out how bad Creetosis' arguments are. This is gonna be great. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. But I thought we weren't down with negativity.
No, it's different.
If you're an asshole.
If you're tearing down someone who is tearing down something, that means you're doing something positive.
Okay, so it's like a double negative.
Yes.
Yeah, this is like it's like shooting a murderer.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You've added to the world by removing a remover. You see?
Creetosis has a long-running stream/podcast where he focuses on criticizing...
I love the slow scroll.
Where he focuses on being a mean person.
Hey, fun.
Man, he's doing more to advertise Stag than Creetosis has in this stream.
That's true.
If you want to do a nice scroll effect for your video, instead of like using your scroll wheel to scroll and reset, scroll, reset, you can actually hold down the middle mouse, and then you could drag the mouse down. And depending on how far you drag the mouse, you'll smoothly scroll at different speeds when you're in a browser.
Also screen capture the entire page as an image and put that into your video.
Zoom and like, yeah.
There's solutions to this problem.
Or you just scroll.
But he doesn't give a fuck, because Creetosis isn't the main target of the video.
Dang, Creetosis, you're just the appetizer.
Other people's YouTube videos.
To the true villain.
Why do you phrase it like that? Other people's YouTube videos. What is that? Yeah, commonly. Most YouTube videos are not my own.
Are not mine, yeah.
Which is great, because that surely means he won't have any problem with me doing the same to one of his videos.
Oh, chill.
I always love that statement, as though it's like they want to skip to the part where look at these guys who criticize. They're not very good at taking it. It's like you haven't proven that yet. We haven't even criticized this yet.
I'm desperate for you to say anything, honestly.
Yeah,
I'm starting to get rid of this.
I mean, this isn't personal.
Oh my god, just get to the fucking point.
Just say why Creetosis is an asshole already.
Yes.
Jeez.
We're ready to agree, I'm sure of it.
I'll say it myself if you fucking get on with it. I'm an asshole. Now get on with it.
I'm just on a quest for truth, and I could do with some expert opinion to help.
Yes.
Creetosis has produced 9 hours of YouTube content about Emil Pagliarulo.
Okay.
8.
That's fine.
So,
all right.
It's worth pointing out right now that this is a little bit disingenuous, because the video there on the side, breaking down Emil Pagliarulo's writing speech, is the entire segment from part 2 of my Fallout 4 analysis. I just cut that entire thing out as a clip and posted it.
I'm gonna be honest with you, buddy. If you had made 100 hours on that speech,
I think don't you say that at the start of that video?
I do say that at the start of the video, yes.
Yeah, so it's not even he didn't even need to fact check it. Creetosis said it for him.
But why are we pretending like this is almost like criticism? Like, look how much he's focused on this. It's like, that's fine. The right in speech.
Well, he's gonna get to the part where I talked about him for 20 hours. Spoiler.
Whoa!
We talked about Jebby Nichols for 12 hours. As the
We talked about it for 10,000 years, Rags. Okay.
Hours of which are focused on this.
Can we get an objective? Like, what's the number? How many hours is appropriate to talk about somebody?
It's inverse to the person's age or something. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's kind of insulting to imply that Emil isn't good enough to talk about for this amount of time. So.
Well, what if it was 9 hours of veneration?
If you told me
that's okay, that's positive.
Like, as part of like a job I need to do, that I need to make a 50-hour video on the statement, we don't play we play our games, we don't make them. I could do it. It's just that it might get thin at certain points, but you know, like there's so many interpretations and so many things you can explore with that it's just frustrating that everyone decide. Have you ever seen it where the people are like, you know, if Creetosis was in university, he'd be the guy who's failed for putting in too many words.
Well, I mean,
word count limit.
This is YouTube and not university, huh? Where you can make it as long or as short as you want.
Well, I'll have you know that university is. They put those rules in to make the videos better.
No, they put those rules in to make it possible to grade papers.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, it gets especially funny when the people they like make super long videos, and then they're like, wait.
No, wait, hold on, wait. And it's like, yeah, why don't you just, like, calm down and just admit that it's when you don't like it, then it's too long.
Well, it's one of those black-pilling experiences that we get all the fucking time is, you know, Muller or EFAP is X. Or Drinker, you know, or any of the people we fucking talk to, they're X, and you're like, how do you, whoa, X, that's crazy. How do you know, what makes you say they're X? It's like, I don't fucking watch this stuff.
That one's particularly funny. I'm not gonna watch it.
They say it without any sense of, like, self-introspection. They're just like, hello? What are you, how can you say that? But it's like, yeah, that's just something people always say. It's like, I ain't gonna watch this fucking shit, you kidding me? Creetosis is big old meanie Mr. Badman, and you're like, how? You're like, oh,
what a stinker.
What am I gonna do? Watch all of his stuff? That's stupid.
What am I gonna do? Fact check?
What was insane too was that, like, whenever we do coverage of, let's call it like Hassan, Synthetic Man, or whoever else, I'm like, all right, I'll watch their newest thing or most relevant thing, and then I find like 1 billion references to how they're a piece of shit. Just like, well, that was easy. And it's like, you watched it. Wow, that's just crazy. I wouldn't do that. The you know, one of the best achievements we've ever had on EFAP is that there's a subreddit called Cringe, right? Just straight up Cringe, and someone posted our Jenny Nicholson coverage there. And said 3 guys just misogynistically rip into a girl for having an opinion, and it got removed for irrelevancy.
It was not cringe. It was
the Cringe subreddit determined that we were not cringe.
We weren't cringe. We're not cringe enough.
Well,
at least
if Reddit approves of you.
Well,
that's
true.
The thing. That's what I've learned.
That was the
I've
one.
That Reddit is really fucking important. Apparently.
That was the one time. Other than that, there's 1 billion Reddit posts about how cringe we are. It's like,
yeah.
Yeah, but you got one, like, positive. So.
One win, yeah.
So that'll just be the one we talk about. Yeah.
This 1 40-minute speech, which he talks about on stream with his friends, in his Fallout 4 analysis for 1 hour, and now in a standalone video.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, see,
now,
right there.
8 hours
right there,
sounds
I don't
like
that. In his Fallout 4 analysis for 1 hour, and now in a standalone video, it's the same thing.
Again, though, nothing wrong with it, even if that were the case.
Well, and also
exactly.
there's been development
with it. It's just the fact that he's trying to portray it as 2 different things I find to be disingenuous.
Yeah, I get you.
Sounds like a lot. So let's just focus on the standalone video.
All right.
Titled breaking down
let's
Emil
do that.
Pagliarulo's
That's
writing
the same
speech.
thing as the
I
other
told
one.
breaking down his writing speech. Leave it on screen for a couple more seconds just to pad out. I'm noticing these pauses between the sentences are starting to drive me a little bit mad.
Well,
because it would just
quite
be the
pregnant.
sentence ends and then we hang on a pause for like a couple of seconds before moving on.
Well,
Dare
how
I-
else is it going to be
Adds
2
up.
hours?
It adds up. It does. You know, when you put them all together.
Dare
I'm
I don't
telling
like
you,
when
it-
somebody artistically pauses.
No, it's you know what? There's a time and a place, and this one isn't that time.
Well, listen. Thank you.
Dare I say,
Ah.
this, ladies and gentlemen, is where the video should have began. This moment right here.
Probably. At the 44-minute mark.
At the 44 minutes. This is where
The
it begins.
fucking video has a drop shadow?
Why not?
What did
How does
Creetosis
it...
think
Oh
of
my
the speech?
god, you're right. Just make it full screen, you asshole.
I don't know. Well,
No,
you
he's
want-
got to have room for the title.
Yeah, but you could put that in the video. Like, you don't have to make that below.
It's not even relevant. Why do we need the always ever-present knowledge of the title?
I don't know.
Emil
So that the person who
Pagliarulo.
sounds totally different.
Oh, see, he's not above putting words on the screen
Ooh.
because he's putting the timestamp.
The lead writer for Bethesda.
you're right,
and has
yeah.
been since Fallout 3. Coincidentally, around the time where their writing started taking a nosedive, a professional writer cannot even manage to keep himself on track in a speech he himself wrote and presented. His entire presentation is a meandering, rambling, disjointed mess, not so different from the stories he writes.
Oof.
He doesn't say anything of value for anyone interested in writing.
I'm inclined to agree with the sections that were presented to me by this video trying to argue that there were valuable things in that speech.
This is a pretty good advertisement.
Yeah.
Well, so far, I mean, you guys hang around long enough, you can make a full
I like that the
promotion
British
of your
man went
channels,
away.
but I'm just saying.
I like the British man went away.
And he never seems to make it around to any kind of point he's trying to make.
Well, that sounds like
Oh, no.
an incredibly uncharitable take.
No.
That's
this
what they
is
were
the,
saying 7 years ago when they first came out. The comments are there.
The
Never
insane
Knows
part
Best.
of
you
this-
can go there. You can see them. The comments are free. You can take them home.
I haven't seen Creetosis' fucking video, and so I'm going off what you presented to me, Mr. Never Knows Best, and you're telling me it's disingenuous to conclude this when it's exactly what I fucking concluded.
That's what. Yeah. We only are going off what you said. We agree
Well-
with him.
And where was the charity when he was describing his channel?
That's true.
That rather sounds like it was influenced by a certain Reddit post.
Oh,
Sure sounds like it. Bam! Nailed!
That's a bit of a
I
jump.
can-
It's
It sounds like
fucking
he was
over,
influenced by a
Creetosis.
Reddit post,
Guilty.
Just in the other direction.
Hmm.
Even
I
if
can
that was
reveal
true.
the secrets of this. I was aware of the Reddit post. I did not look at it at all for my breakdown of the speech.
Now I'm
Well, yeah,
picturing,
because your
My own
brain
conclusions.
probably heard the words Reddit post.
I'm
and went
picturing
from there.
a court, and Creetosis is on the stand, and they're like, "Mr. Creetosis, did you or did you not use the Reddit post as influence for your video on the subject?" And you go, "No." See how he lies? Do you see? Do you
See how he lies so boldly in front of you?
This is the extent that he will argue that the Reddit post is relevant to the Creetosis section.
Yeah, I don't think it gets brought up
Guilty.
again, does it?
Guilty, 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 guilty.
Guilty.
But I guess he's welcome to his opinion.
Well, you're welcome to make a
Thank you.
counter
I appreciate
argument.
that.
It doesn't sound like he's welcome.
No, it
to
doesn't sound like it at
You're
all.
You're kind of being a passive aggressive cunt, but like, okay, I guess.
Let's see what specific parts of the speech Creetosis had a problem with.
Do you like the fucking
way he
fragile
said it,
British
yeah.
man? I've brought this up so many times. This is seriously Genesis for EFAP. The fragile wounded animal in the forest telling you about gaming.
I found him really funny the way you said your name. It sounded like it was difficult for him
Creetosis?
to get it out. The way that Creetosis, like it was like he was speaking an unholy word or something.
Voldemort's name or something.
Yeah, he was struggling to get it out. There was
It's,
so much disdain in forming it.
The shit that triggers me so fucking much when they're like, today, I'd like to talk about something that's very important.
I hate
to
it.
me."
It's the worst voice.
Is
Stop
there an
doing
Anglo
that.
in the room?
Why do you
I-
speak like a sniveling coward?
Just have some fucking backbone. Stop talking like you're dying. Like, I've got to share
feel
with
like we
you
should- we
this
should
important
clarify
video
that.
essay.
Someone?
I
Creetosis, have you
Hmm?
ever talked about Never Knows Best?
I don't believe so. I'm like 99% sure I've never have.
Thank you.
Fuck, what was I gonna say? It was about the way he talks there. Oh god, I hate when this happens.
That it's shit, you hate it, it sucks
Well,
balls.
one of the things I was going to mention was that people mentioned Anglo. That Americans are much more commonly doing this on YouTube. The American fucking video essayists are way more of a pest than the British ones.
So, I remember what I was going to say. I get a lot of comments about my angry and aggressive tone in my videos, which, fair enough, I do kind of go a bit hard. But I kind of wonder if this, like, overly soft-spoken way of speaking has poisoned people, like, against actual emotions. Where if anyone talks...
As long as it's fragile emotions.
The thing is it was something... I think I read it in a Tony Robbins book. It was something to do with, like, you know, there are different kind of ways that people will connect with other people. That there's visual and auditory, and then I think it was kinesthetic or something. But there was something in there that was interesting. It was the idea that there are people who are way more the tone of voice will inform it dramatically more than what is actually said, which is kind of an interesting thing to think about. That you could say some of the harshest shit ever, but if you say it in a tone of voice that doesn't seem harsh, then you can get away with it. Meanwhile, you can say something pretty inoffensive in a more harsh and aggressive way, and then it's like people pick up on the harshness and aggressiveness of the manner of speaking over whether or not the thing that was said was even that harsh at all. Where you could have someone be like, "Oh, you know, I'm just the inoffensive British man, and Mola, you're a fucking piece of shit, and I hate you so much."
That was your fragile voice. You got to be like,
yeah, it was pretty rough. Yeah, you gotta.
Fringy kills children regularly, and that's horrible. And I think we should.
I don't see the relevance of you railing against his mom with that harsh tone of voice, but it had to be aggressive based on the way you were talking.
Well, at the reverse is just speaking confidently and saying like, "Wow, you're a clown." People are like, "Whoa,
that's gonna come up."
Whoa,
I'd be like, "Wow, chill out, calm down."
You called him a clown.
Please say that.
No, he's absolutely tone policing with this. He thinks that because we don't speak in soft tones that we're being more disrespectful or what have you.
Well, this has been a bit of a curse for me in my career because I do that in my videos, not just for making sure the points come through clearly, but also for entertainment. And then people, when they meet me, are like, "Wow, you're so much more chill than in your videos." And it's like, well, yeah, I'm not that guy 24/7. Like that would be weird.
That guy's a bit high maintenance, you know? Like I can't always have this fucking personality. I'm usually caffeinated.
But then if you have the person who's like, oh jeez, oh my goodness, oh, and then you meet them in a call and they're like, "Hey man," and you're like, "Oh, I expected you to be like halfway through dying, but I guess you're just fine."
He sounds like he's
"Oh,
crying.
I'm glad you're better, man."
He sounds like he's on the verge of tears every sentence.
I know.
Well, it's kind of like it's like what Puss in Boots, right? When he does the little the sad eyes after trying to kill Shrek, or he does the sad eyes right before he fights all the gods. That's like what the strategy is.
Yeah, and this, because we've all noticed it. It was with we'll rewind it as well. The way he pronounces Creetosis he says it as though it's a difficult thing for him to do. Creetosis.
By a certain Reddit post. But I guess he's welcome to his opinion. Let's see what specific parts of the speech Creetosis had a problem with.
You see?
Why does he do it like that?
This fucker.
Creetosis.
This piece of actual shit. You know?
I just don't know what to do with you.
I also want to point out something quickly before we continue. He says what specific parts of the speech I have a problem with. And the very next clip he's going to show is to do with the intro that has nothing to do with anything. Yeah.
He also wastes some time rambling about how his parents came to the city he's doing the speech in on a vacation, and how this country he's visiting is a place where games are made. I suppose he's trying to endear himself to the audience, but it's just not necessary.
This is the very first piece of real criticism Creetosis presents, and
come
I would
on.
like you to pay attention
It doesn't
to
feel
how...
necessary. Which is
Come on.
true.
Well, it's very
I'm allowed to feel that way.
So this is going to be difficult now because I need to separate how I feel about what you've said without feeling at all what this video is trying to frame you as. You know what I mean? So I'm like, what do I think about what you just said? I just feel like, I don't know. I don't think much of it. Like there's not much. Like it feels more like an intro statement.
It's not really much of a thing, is it?
Would you describe it as an offhand comment?
Essentially, yeah. To the point where your assessment of that portion of his speech, if I hadn't heard any of the speech, wouldn't change anything about my opinion of what's about to come. Like, say, you say that, and then you attack something he says after it. I wouldn't be thinking about that first thing you said. I would just be thinking about it as a way for you to say, that part was that. I'm now moving on to this part.
Well, listen, he just has a problem with how he's starting his video, okay? NeverKnowsBest knows how to start a video, and Creetosis just doesn't.
That's true.
I should learn from the
45
best.
minutes.
I'm starting to think he never knows best.
What?
What? It's framed. Emil does praise the city where the conference is, Copenhagen, and says that he's always wanted to come here because his parents once went on holiday.
What is this? Why?
Rags, to be fair, Az says says, and Lil Platoon says says. Yeah. Says.
I'm just more distracted by, like, why are we spending any time in the video on this?
I don't know.
I need to rebut the point that was made that he fucking rambles at the beginning of the speech.
Emil was harassed because Creetosis brought this up, okay?
I can't wait till you guys see where this is going.
Okay, now I'm really excited.
Let's see what else he says.
And when they returned, it was the happiest he ever saw them. He then talks about and praises some of the games made in Denmark.
The happiest I ever saw my parents had nothing to do with me.
Because this is a Danish game.
I want to emphasize, they went on a vacation without him.
Yeah, it was the happiest they'd ever been, by his admission.
Oh. Wait, they made... What are you talking about Subway Surfers? Was that, like, games he'd made in the past? Did he make...
No, he's talking about games that are made
in Denmark.
Oh, Denmark.
He wrote them.
So they're responsible for Subway Surfers.
Yeah, they're to blame.
Conference primarily focused on Danish video games. Now, I would describe this as just, being nice and saying hello to the audience.
Yes,
really?
Actually.
I didn't know that.
Can I just say, by the way, so the vibe we're getting here is that Creetosis makes offhand assessment of portion that's not relevant, and then he's like, yeah, well, you know what? My offhand assessment of that portion is nicer than yours. It's like, okay.
Your Honor, relevance.
Yet Creetosis describes this as...
He also wastes some time rambling about how his parents came to the city he's doing the speech in on a vacation.
That is a perfectly
So he was
reasonable...
mean and you were nice.
It's a perfectly reasonable point of view to have when you think the whole thing is focused on, like, the fucking perspective on how to write games.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about Emil's parents.
I don't give a shit about other games made in Denmark. But like, this is what I mean. If someone said like, "Whoa, so they can't do that," it's like, well, you can, but I'm also entitled to say that it's irrelevant.
It's a place where games are made. I suppose he's trying to endear himself to the audience, but it's just not necessary.
So
that's
according to
you even like qualified. This is so little to take issue with.
Creetosis, Emil is wasting time rambling. Trying to endear himself to the audience.
Probably, yes.
As if being nice is something bad and manipulative.
That's not
whoa.
This guy's got some demons that he's fighting with. All right.
Damn.
This guy is... What do you mean? Do you have a problem with people being nice?
Yes, he's used the power of divination to find out my true feelings. The fact that he's trying to be endearing is clearly a fucking insidious manipulation.
I was going to say, like, it's like, do we even bother saying straw man? It feels like a fucking cliche. Like, that's not what he said. You said something else.
And all of this is just not necessary.
Yeah.
Well, thank God we have resident Emil expert Creetosis here to decode what Emil...
You can... Wait.
Mr. Creetosis, have you ever said that you are the resident Emil expert?
I've never claimed to be an expert about anything.
Do you see how he lies? Look at him. Lying. Yet again.
You see how he lies?
Lying.
Ooh, look. Do you see how he lies?
I'm sorry.
Also,
here.
NeverKnowsBest. Huge, like, advice thing. And this goes for everyone in chat. This goes for everyone on the cast. You are... Oh, the amount of power you have to make fun of someone after you prove them wrong. You got to prove them wrong first, then you can make fun of them.
Skip the first.
Yeah, you can't just make fun of them.
You have to tear them down before you can kick them while they're on the ground. All right.
Yeah, you have to get them on the ground.
If you try to kick them on the ground while they're like standing on the second story, it's not going to work. You just end up kicking the air and looking really bad.
Because I think he thinks that when he said he's talking about games from Denmark, that's why it's relevant. It's like, that doesn't mean it's relevant.
Yeah, well, it's not relevant to the speech about writing in video games.
What's the fucking story of Subway Surfers? I don't know how that's relevant.
I think we all know the story of Subway Surfers.
That's true.
We don't even have to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this is something that stood out to me, but why is he showing the channel again on screen?
Well,
because you're the resident expert.
He wants to make sure people understand where to find you.
Yeah, that was essentially my takeaway from it is, okay, I'm talking about how shit this person is. By the way, here's their channel so you can go find
That is
them.
a bit weird for someone who said, do not... Because, like, there's no benefit to showing this unless you want to make sure people know who you are.
Well, it's extra work. You're creating extra work for yourself by putting it on screen and doing the zoom in.
Maybe he just wants to emphasize that he's a smaller creator.
Yeah, look at how smaller this creator is, guys.
He did show the channel at the start of the section on me, and that makes sense because, okay, this is the person I'm talking about. This is what their channel looks like. That makes sense. I'm fine with that. What he's doing right here, he does a couple more times throughout the section, especially towards the end. It's like...
Yeah, and also, surely by his own metric...
Well, listen, at least he's got the Patreon link on screen.
Yeah, he's helping you out.
Hell yeah,
but
man.
Surely, by his own metric, the smaller a quote-unquote channel is, the less you should be placing it on screen, right?
Well, no, because he just put some guy's Reddit name on there, and guess what happened to that guy?
Yeah, well, you know what? Some guy said some bad things. So how about that?
True.
Means, and to decide what is and isn't necessary to talk about at a Danish games conference.
Bro, that's what all of us individually decide. That's what you've decided.
He decided it was relevant. Yeah.
Exactly. Why are you saying it like that? Like, how could Creetosis possibly know what's relevant at a Swedish game conference? Like,
pass judgment on what is or isn't relevant.
They're talking about, like, the writing in fucking Subway Surfers, and then they just have, like, clowns come on screen and just juggle. And you're like, I don't see how relevant this is. Like, how would you know? Are you Swedish? You're like, I guess you're right. I don't know.
You know what? I'm not Swedish. Juggle on.
Swedish clowns? More power to you.
I mean, taking 30 seconds to acknowledge the contributions of Danish game developers? Unnecessary. Keep it on topic, i.e. Bethesda. And if
it feels like you just justified the argument. You've just said, like, well, it didn't take long. Like, oh, so you feel like there's merit then to the idea that this isn't relevant to talking about the writing in Bethesda. It's okay to accept that it's a harsh perspective to have, but that you understand where it comes from.
If any Danish game developer has a problem with that, tough. Get your own games conference. I mean, get another...
What is this argument?
Why? Why do you read so far into it and then invent shit?
What a bizarre
Stop.
thing to say. Oh, that's a shitty logo.
It's just irrelevant. Like, come on.
Games conference. This one isn't about you.
I don't mind that.
Oh, you think just because you make...
Right.
Oh yeah, we're here. We're here.
Man, he is. This is unhinged. What is this?
This guy's got some issues.
Like, what happened? It was just like, hey, he just kind of rambled a bit about, like, he was just rambling at the beginning of his speech.
It really is blink and you miss it with this particular part.
Well, that's why this is the perfect podcast.
That was probably unnecessary. Denmark. How insane would it be for him to praise some of the greatest games ever? Like, what the... He just said it was rambling.
A lot of spare time in between world wars to be neutral in, so fine.
Your own games conference. I mean, get another games conference. This one isn't about you. Oh,
yeah,
you think just because you make
this one isn't
award-winning
about
games
you.
like Inside and Hitman, that's enough for someone to acknowledge that you exist?
What are we talking about?
He's
what's
run off.
happening?
He's run off.
What is happening?
He's off in his own little fucking world.
No, just enjoy the ride.
Let's just saying this little bit isn't relevant.
South Park. There was an episode of South Park where it established in the canon of the South Park world that Denmark is the Canada of Europe. They're cold. It's a cold country, and people often forget about them. And also, they have the same kind of disconnected head, like flappy mouth thing that the Canadians do in the South Park world. And they brought them in to replace Canada when Canada went on strike because they wanted some internet money. We want more money. Yeah, more money. God, that episode's great. That's the one where they went to like get the YouTube money, and there was all of the early 2006, 7 internet celebrities. Remember Chocolate Rain guy getting into a fight
I fucking remember that episode. Yeah,
with the Tron guy and the Star Wars kid and yeah, the panda.
Which, by the way, have gone from not only old to like really old to super old to the point where it's like, dude, how many people in chat would even know
Most
those
people
ones?
probably don't even know, about like the sneezing panda thing or or Afro Ninja or any of these ones.
The what's it? The beaver, the
the gopher, the intense gopher.
Yeah. Ooh, that would be. Maybe that's not a good idea to find out how many people don't know about it. It would make us feel old. We don't want that.
Absolutely not. The purpose of your entire country is to talk about Bethesda, and don't
stop. Calm down.
Is this supposed to be his impression of you?
Yeah, he's inferred all this insane shit.
It's not very good. Like his voice has changed.
I can't believe I'm saying this because it's just like I told you, my initial perspective was like it's offhand, I don't care about it. But now he's making me analyze you. I'm like, so what Creetosis was saying was that under the guise of a speech about writing disciplines, he doesn't see the value in talking about how Denmark is responsible for other games.
No, listen, it's an ARG. He's trying to prove to Creetosis what irrelevant actually looks like by going on an irrelevant tangent.
I love how I do see the point of view that it's a trap, but to me this fits perfectly with an inept idiot like trying to make a response.
Well, because why have we put so much into just an offhand observation about how it was kind of a rambly intro to like, wow, what a piece of shit you are for downplaying the accomplishments of Denmark. What the hell is this?
That's funny.
What is this?
You guys ever forget that?
But he never said
what's
that
with
the
fucking
conference just has to be about Bethesda.
Dude, that pregnant fucking pause. Holy shit. I just want everyone to appreciate that.
Absolutely not. The purpose of your entire country is to talk about Bethesda, and don't you guys ever forget that.
It's so forced.
It's very forced, yeah.
The way his voice is almost
breaking again.
That was you getting carried away.
Okay. God, it's okay. It was a meme. It was a meme.
It was a meme that was carried away.
Well, it was a meme that was obviously meant to belie some sort of real criticism that you're meant to take seriously. So, just to be clear, obviously there's a criticism there. And then it'll be like, sorry guys, I'm just memeing. I'm just joking around or something.
This gives me the energy of someone who apologizes when they say the word damn.
Anyway, Creetosis' video is too long for me to show all of it, although feel free to watch it for yourself.
Weak, cowardly, weak.
It does do quite a good job at speaking for itself. Still, the important point I want to make
aimed at me, but thank you.
is how Creetosis frames what Emil says as negatively as possible throughout the entire video and in every
like what
point.
Just happened. Is that the performance art that he just did that?
Yeah, he's teaching him how it feels.
Oh, I see. Okay.
No, he's gonna verbatim say that.
Meme. That's an interesting meme.
Well, this is like a
right
meme
there.
in a meme. The meme of his used another meme. So what's the point?
Negative words mean.
Well, the Creetosis was a mean. He's a big old mean man, and he shouldn't have been. Should have been more.
You should speak with a soft tone.
Yeah.
So
I like that he tried to speak with a harsh tone as an impression, and then like his voice started cracking.
Well, yeah, all the estrogen just like convulsed inside of his thorax and his what's it called, the larynx.
I used to think that he was putting on an impression, but that might just be how he talks.
It might be.
We've encountered a few people like that.
The meme, if this is the meme, what happens if you disagree with the examples that are pointed out in terms of a mountain being made out of a molehill, for instance?
Yeah, I'm getting confused as to what I'm supposed to be agreeing with here.
Well, I guess if this is all a big performance about like see making a mountain out of a molehill, that's what I just did. But like, but what happens if? But just because you made this example doesn't mean it's going to align with like whatever's going to be brought up next, which I'm guessing it won't be. But
God, I wish you would just skip to like the most egregious examples of misrepresentation, but you know we're only 50 minutes in, so maybe I should be waiting patiently for that.
Yeah.
How did you say that? You're a longman.
What?
True.
That's not what long people are. Long people just make things long, not make things poorly paced.
What are you talking about? No, but if you're long, you're not allowed to think that anything is too long.
I didn't say it was too long. I said it took too long to say a thing.
You're not allowed to say that it took too long to say a thing if you're a longman.
But I don't take long to say stuff. I usually say things as soon as the time
yes,
code
you
starts
do. You
going.
had an hour-long intro to TFA Part 1.
But that was about how everyone in the world is wrong except me.
No, it wasn't. It was an hour-long intro to TLJ Part 1 because you couldn't just get on with it.
Which would have been fine if I'd released all of it at once, because it would be like Lord of the Rings, where the ending is long, but it's fairly long.
For example, instead of saying things like Emil says, Creetosis will say Emil rambles, to make the very act of speaking in a speech somehow seem like a sin.
But what if he is rambling?
Somehow seem like a sin.
I want to point this out too. Creetosis frames everything as negatively as possible. He says rambling instead of says to make everything, or to make the act of speaking seem like a sin. He's doing to me what he just claimed I'm doing to Emil.
Well,
but that's the point. You're being taught a lesson.
He's wearing the magical cloak of 6 layers of irony. Uno reverse card,
plus
so
7
no you.
defense. So yeah.
I'm rubber, you're glue, so get fucked.
We are at an interesting point of just like you said he rambled. Like, okay, well, if he had said he said the whole time, would you fucking approve of the video? This is what I mean. Like, someone could watch his speech and be like, wow, he spoke really well. And then the next person would be like, what do you mean? He didn't speak well at all. Then someone else would be like, he fucking rambled. The other one would be like, no, he spoke very assertively and very consistently. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any one of those 4 people ultimately correct. It's so weird that this video advocates for, like, perspective, but then simultaneously is like, Creetosis said he rambled. What a fucking liar. Like, okay,
making it sound interesting.
There are some examples.
Rambling about how his parents... This is more of a rambling mess. He rambles a bit. He rambles more...
So, I hate when people do this, when they do the compilation thing, when I'm sitting here like, there's nothing wrong with this, though.
This so this is kind of reminding me a bit of you remember the XQC thing he did with Ethan, where like he chopped out the part who wasn't responding. When you're omitting so much context, I have no idea what I'm supposed to make of any of this. What happens? Because he's saying like, oh, well, you say rambles a lot. It's like, yeah, but I mean, are these flanked, you know, before or after with clips of the nature of it, like showing what he said? You know, you can describe it as a ramble, and that's one thing. But I mean, if you show examples of the things that he said, how do I know if they're there or not? He's just chopped out all the parts where it's saying you're rambling. This is not very useful to me.
Yeah. What if he's accurately describing Emil's rambling?
Well, but
what happens now?
What this
it wasn't rambling, and we played the clips.
What this ultimately is he said, Creetosis claims he's rambling when he's just speaking. Here's my evidence. He's rambling. He's rambling. He's rambling. He's rambling. He's rambling. See? I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck have you proven? Nothing. Like,
I don't see anything. I don't understand what you're... Like, I have no information.
Admittedly, I probably do use rambling too much there, but most times I'm just using it as shorthand for either whatever ML is saying is useless to the discussion, so I'm skipping it, but here's a really brief summary of what it is. Yeah.
Sounds like he's a bit of a rambler.
Yeah.
Or I use it to mean he takes too long to get to his point, which he often does, as you can see from the clips you've seen already.
I'll have you know that I, completely unrelated to this, I watched a video summarizing Emil's points, and it cut out the vast majority of the video. I can't imagine if there was any reason for that.
Well, he didn't cherry pick his examples in that one, okay?
No.
Creation of Fallout 4, and it takes a lot of inane rambling to get to this point. There's more rambling, he pauses a lot, and there's also a lot of rambling and repetition here that I'm cutting out. And rambles about how every game developer rambles again. There's yet more...
He's upset you're using the word ramble?
Dude, that skip. That skip.
It's a good, like, 12 minutes there.
rambling
this,
from
this
ML.
is a pretty fucking good video. Of the issue with it is that he says the word ramble too much.
Yeah.
He rambles.
It was
about-
pretty
no,
good, I
then he
guess.
rambles
God
about
his ass.
The ramble per
Oh,
minute is about a
that
10
one's
right now.
interesting. That one's
Yeah.
interesting.
I mean, a
because you
ramble
said,
per
well,
hour.
There he rambles. There he rambles. It's like, oh, so a clip got played before this, right?
Oh lord, he rambling.
Probably.
Skyrim's intro. He fucking rambles a lot. He rambles about how much of this, yet even more rambling, the meandering.
Yet even more
rambling
rambling. So that's another one that would have been preceded by a clip. Which
Well-
again, if you show the clip and then call it rambling, surely that's better to being not a problem at all compared to not showing it and just paraphrasing every single thing.
You would have to give me examples of what Emil says, and then what
a paraphrase
Creetosis
that's
calls
incorrect.
rambling, and
Yeah.
then show how this isn't rambling. It's actually extremely relevant.
Interesting thing, he is going to bring up an example, and I can explain the context on that. Context he leaves out.
Someone has just said
Context is just
Maul has done
rambling.
this, played 15 examples when 3 to 4 would do. My issue isn't at all that he's playing several examples. It's that I don't mind
rambling.
being proven. If he said to me, like, I can prove to you that Creetosis often describes him as rambling, I'd be like, I don't care. Why would that change anything?
What happens to just control Fing the transcript to see the number of times he said it? That would be sufficient.
Why would you do that?
To save time?
But it doesn't have the same punch
Yeah.
as just playing it a lot.
What he said.
This is a
Okay.
video that the first half basically didn't have to
I'm learning
exist.
so much.
Because if he had said Creetosis often refers to him as a giant inflatable tube man, I'd be like, what? And then they show 15 examples of that. I'd be like, why did you do that?
To be fair, that would be more entertaining to see on stage than ML.
Yes.
disjointed mess.
I would like to point out that Creetosis' summary of Emil's speech is longer than Emil's speech, and if you're
Of course, because he's responding to it while...
It's not a
He's
summary.
breaking it down.
Yep.
It's not a summary.
How can it... If you're playing
Breaking
clips
down
and
Emil
responding to it,
Pagliarulo's writing speech.
very
Of
much
course
more than
it's
likely
gonna
going to be
end up,
fucking
yeah.
longer.
And
What
what's
is
he about to
this?
say because of that?
Oh,
God,
you know
this-
what he's going to say.
Yeah,
you know
this is
exactly
just
what he's gonna
this is
say.
particularly just triggering because this is just we get this all the fucking time.
Even more rambling, the meandering, rambling, disjointed mess.
I would like to point out that
I love that he ends on disjointed mess and then has a disjointed cut.
Yeah, but that was an artistic choice.
Okay.
Creetosis'
Yeah, that was
summary of
integral to
Emil's
the video,
speech
is the
is
point.
longer than Emil's speech, and if your summary is longer than the original, I don't think you can really criticize others for rambling.
I mean, yeah, if it was a summary, that might be a point. Yeah, but it's not a summary.
It's not a point even with a summary. Make
not
the
even a
summary
point
as long as it
with
needs
a
to fucking be. Holy shit.
Is that
Yeah,
is that
just
what
because
is that why his part on the speech was so short?
Well, it's just
Because
kind of
he has
funny.
the
It's
self-imposed
like,
rule.
if it is longer, it is as or more unnecessarily long. It is as or more like unnecessarily filled with fluff words and restatements that are worthless. I just find that funny. There's no point here. It's a non sequitur.
A significant level of, like, a powerful political person made a speech that was 5 minutes long declaring war, and your summary of what just happened in that speech was 10 minutes. Like, it's pretty rambly, bro. What? I have some things to say, that's all.
Well,
Just a
yeah,
couple...
if you were summarizing and including the context, but at that point it might break out of being a summary and start to be an explainer.
well, yeah, at that point... Well, when we just come back to the fact that even from the clips he's shown, Creetosis is clearly analyzing it, not just summarizing it.
Yeah.
I also just think it's hilarious he calls it a summary while showing it on screen where it's titled both
Breaking down.
in the title and the thumbnail breaking down, which implies it's different from, like, come on, Never Knows Best. You're not this
him
stupid.
calling
You're
out
not
a
a
summary is
child.
just a lie. That's just a lie.
Yeah, this one's complicated in terms of, like, is this incompetence? Like, Never Knows Best knows what English are. Like, so, I don't know. Like, it's hard to say that it's as incompetence.
Still, a lot of this video is about Creetosis' opinions on the Elder Scrolls and Fallout.
Okay.
And those parts
Okay.
are fine. They are just his opinion on those games, and that is something he is perfectly entitled to.
Thank you for
Gee,
permission.
other
Thank you.
parts
man. Thanks,
can
man.
be broadly categorized into 3 groups.
Yeah.
The first is petty personal attacks against Emil.
Not you. Though.
Anyways, back to the stupid speech.
Did you think maybe you were being too cruel when you said that? Do you regret putting that in your video?
You realize Emil probably put a minor amount of work into this speech.
I wasn't cruel enough. The meanness will continue until morale improves.
I can't fucking believe this, man. You're getting hung up on like he said he was stupid. How rude is that?
That's so petty to call someone stupid.
He does a compilation of insults later. I don't know why he wouldn't pick something that's more like scathing than, oh yeah, the speech is dumb.
You'll notice when watching this that he didn't actually say anything of substance. He shows
is that a
one
personal
of the most
attack?
recognizable faces of anime.
It's
and
not a
says
petty
people might
personal
not
attack.
recognize him. I don't even need to comment on how fucking retreaded this is.
Oh, that's the picture he uses? Yeah, I would have been like,
what
oh,
a
I've seen that guy
coincidence.
before.
I find it difficult to play your stuff too.
Is that a personal
Christ.
attack?
Ooh, that was pretty fucking petty of you, bro. You better...
Dang, you're making negative criticism about the product that he's selling to you for money.
If you had made a video about me and said like you called someone a cabbage, that's pretty petty. I'd be like, I don't even know what to say to you.
I mean, like, I guess, like,
you got
sure.
me. It's that fucking meme from Breaking Bad. You got me. I guess.
I'll call him a more noble vegetable next time.
I would love to see someone fucking scathing and upset about being called a cabbage.
Insufferable.
Then there are parts where he either inadequately summarizes Emil or takes things he says out of context.
So you probably should have opened with this. This is the substance.
Why not actually matters.
He should
Finally,
have listed
we're here.
the 3 first, because it's easy to forget that he's listing out 3 things.
Right.
To try to make Emil sound stupid, or to just make the speech sound nonsensical.
He rambles more about the creation of Fallout 4 in Boston, lists some places he knew, and even says he put his bedroom from when he was a kid into the game. Not sure what this has to do with story writing, but okay.
This, by the way, relates to story writing because he's talking about drawing from personal experience in his writing, this time with growing up in Boston.
Story.
That's not, that's
not a story. That's not like that's just like an
Easter egg.
That's like okay, that's like an Easter egg that only he fucking cares.
I was about to say, it's like a
about.
personal Easter egg, which is the worst kind of Easter egg,
And the part about his bedroom is just a line.
Because to clarify, because I'm just going from what he has summarized your video as, Creetosis, you're saying I don't know what him including his bedroom in a game has to do with writing advice.
Largely that, and also the whole section about places in Boston he knows. I'm highlighting that because I'm going to bring it up after this next clip.
And then moving on to, well, he said, write what you know. So if you lived in a place, put that place into the game, that counts as writing? It's just like, this is a bit of a leap, I think. It's just a bit silly.
Light-hearted joke. Creetosis, if you're ever unsure how to identify jokes, a good way is to just listen to whether the audience laughs.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Isn't it really funny? Isn't it funny? Like the whole, look at all the personal attacks that he makes. And then he does it, but he does it in kind of like a little softer tone.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just slides by.
Well, remember, he's doing
chill.
it. He's doing it to defend something too. So he's.
Oh, that's true. So
he's
it's
being
okay.
negative on a negative, which is a positive.
Tactics. You can use the same strategies as long as you're using them against the bad guy.
How is Emil talking about him putting his room in the game? How is that a joke? That's not a joke. That's a description of a thing.
Well, it's something that the audience laughed at, therefore a joke, therefore something you shouldn't take seriously.
Oh, so
I also
is all that I'm getting from that.
I also hope that he doesn't misidentify a joke later in this video.
And also, how is Creetosis supposed to identify a joke if he's alone then?
Well, that's funny, but also
there's not an audience.
Audience can
put a laugh track in.
But audiences can laugh for things a lot more than just jokes, like things that can be funny when they're not jokes. You know what I mean? Like a reality that's
nervous
amusing.
Laughter.
Yeah, there's that too.
Here's context.
And that is where I grew up. Humble place. That's the street I grew up. And of course, I had to put my bedroom in the game. Right?
That's your bedroom?
Yeah, that wasn't a joke. So, that's not a joke.
That wasn't a joke. This is one of the things I want to highlight. So he's criticizing me for cutting context. I said he was rambling about how he lived in Boston and he knew places. There's significantly more to that from Emil that he leaves out. Emil talks about Fenway Park. He talks about the Swan Boat, some other location. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Point is, he rambles, and I cut it for time.
It's interesting because you paraphrase, and then he's like, that's an inaccurate paraphrase. Let me show why with my paraphrasing of what he said, rather than just showing the clip and letting you judge for yourself whether you think that he was rambling or not.
Well, what I
do find that kind of interesting
from the clip is that why the audience are laughing is that he says, "This is my bedroom," and it presents just a mattress in a room. It's like, oh, yeah, it's quite a bedroom. But it's like, oh, so he was joking. It's like, just because people are laughing doesn't mean it's a joke. It could mean that it's actually kind of funny because it's sad. Just a little bit, you that would be your bedroom.
Oh, and I guess the more relevant part would be, well, it's not, it's there is something that he's trying to make as a point in its totality, right? The whole, right, what you know, see? And I put this in there, and I knew that. So it's not like it's irrelevant. It's not like it's completely pointless in the grand scheme of whatever.
Well, I would argue that's a malformed version of right what you know. That's as we said, a personal Easter egg. That's all that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but his whole thing about living in Boston doesn't actually really relate to anything there, because again, he lists locations he's familiar with, but anyone scouting a location to put in a game would naturally visit landmarks in like local places people know. The developers from New Vegas did this, and that's why Good Springs looks like the real life Good Springs.
Well, like location scouts for video games are pretty common at this point. Like basically every open world game or game set in a real world location, and even not a real world location, like will have location scouting and taking photos for reference.
Yeah, so his experience living in Boston doesn't really, like, knowing those landmarks doesn't really contribute to anything. They're just places that people are going to be aware of.
I mean, let alone if you're writing it for a post-apocalypse story that's set like 200 years in the future. In an alternate history world anyway, right? Isn't Fallout like alternate history going into the future? Yeah.
More examples like this.
He has said great games are played, not made, like a dozen times in this section, some of which are in sentences that trail off and don't get completed.
So you said it was a dozen when it says there that it's 4, so you fucked up.
Also,
I bet you hit the 4th time hearing that dumb motto and you're like, geez, how many times has it been now?
Well, and he can't police people on hyperbole given the whole most infamous speech thing, resident expert thing.
Is the whole big spiel about how this game conference should be dedicated to Bethesda. It was a little bit of hyperbole. I didn't count the number of times he said great games are played, not made, but it did seem like a bunch.
How dare you?
And I'm not even sure if this is an accurate count, because I think there might be 1 or 2 times in there where Emil says great games played, not made, missing the R, so it's not going to come up in the transcript.
Well, it was something that you were saying here before it paused, that he often just trailed off, that the sentences would end before they were completed.
He would have understood it was a joke.
We saw that in the clips that he showed earlier in this video. He did just trail off and stop talking.
He would have understood it was a joke if you included a laugh track.
Oh, okay, I'll do that next time.
Yeah,
I'll just put a laugh track over the entire video. If anyone is unsure of if anything's a joke, I can just write it off as a joke, and
nailed it.
Yeah.
This is something else.
Making sure we remember that you are truly interacting with them.
Dang, that was one of those chunky
This is the
Logitech
experience.
keyboards.
The player has a controller in their hand, and they can alter the narrative whenever they want.
No, they can't. They literally cannot alter the narrative anytime they want. What the actual fuck are you talking about, you clown?
Whoa.
Yeah, because that's literally true. You can't just alter the narrative of a video game.
This was in the section of misrepresenting him.
Yeah.
It sounds like
and then it was a personal attack. That's what I'm saying. He fucks this stuff up.
I don't know if you know, but calling someone a clown is a slur, okay?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It's a racist slur, so you need to shut that down.
The context for
EFAP
this is Emil talking about the interactive nature of games as a medium. Hence, make sure to remember players can always alter the narrative whenever they want. Creetosis.
Okay,
so he just said that you couldn't.
Just to recap for everybody, Emil says you can alter the narrative. Creetosis says that's retarded. No, you can't. And then in defense of him, NeverKnowsBest says yes, you can.
Yeah, so he just restates what he said. That's not a response.
So when I covered this, I took this as talking about Fallout 4, because this is a speech about Fallout 4. Fallout 4 is a game where you can't alter the narrative with the push of a button. You could join 4 factions, and that's pretty much the extent of the choice you have in this game. It is pathetic, especially for a game series.
Sarcastic.
Well,
it's like, how do I alter the narrative of Resident Evil 4?
Yeah, that's
how do
actually
I alter the narrative of also most games.
The answer to this is it depends on what is meant by alter the narrative. If he was to argue, you could just turn the game off. That alters the narrative. I'd be like, oh my god.
It feels like
you can spend 50 hours making shacks. That alters the narrative. Right there.
Like,
That's right.
And in my response to this video, I included the example of if he's talking about all games, and if I jump off a cliff and die in Halo, that's not altering a narrative. I get sent back to the checkpoint and continue the story.
Yeah,
the game aggressively makes sure that you complete the narrative.
It was emergent storytelling. It was emergent storytelling.
Seriously though, like some people are like, well, obviously he's referring to like significant choices or whatever, and just be like, I mean, the impression I got from him was that the fact that it's a game means people can alter the narrative at any point in conjunction with the whole building things thing. Meaning that the second they step off from the guided tour of what the story is, they are altering the narrative, which as far as I'm concerned is not something most people would agree with. Like, if you do a side quest that's not relevant to the main plot, that doesn't mean you're altering the narrative.
It's as generous as saying, well, you play the role of this character, so it's a role-playing game.
Right.
You can choose which weapon you shoot, so it's a game about choice.
You are the role of dropping blocks in a big thing, so Tetris is an RPG. You're like, no.
Creetosis instead presents this as if Emil is making an absolute claim. These kinds of examples are tiresome and dishonest.
Well, show us the context that was hidden.
Yeah, what you showed us was not a good thing for you to do.
Like I said, what I have to go on from what you showed me is the building a shack means that they've fucked up the story, which matches the altering the narrative thing. But I don't agree that alters the narrative. So tell me what I'm missing, Mr. Video Maker.
But it can be hard to identify if these result from a failure of Creetosis' reading comprehension, leading to him genuinely misunderstanding.
Listen,
personal attack.
I shouldn't want to make fun of you for being retarded, but if you are, please seek help. That's what he's saying.
I'm so concerned.
I said it so nicely that I'm not.
Once again, hypocrisy.
Oh, it's just it's what Fringy said several times. It's this bullshit where you get to be meaner because you're the quote unquote positive one.
And also because you're responding, you're the protagonist, the hero of this story, playing the evil dragon.
Well, and everyone has tried to pull this card of, I won't call them retarded. I will instead say, oh, Jesus, I didn't realize you might be retarded. I'm so sorry. If you're retarded, I didn't know. I didn't realize that's why you're so stupid.
You were retarded because of the retarded things you said. Oh,
well,
my
and
bad.
It's not even like...
mistaking. Yeah.
He said it was issues with reading. It's issues with listening, if he was right.
Didn't we already establish he's got issues with reading? He said it was a summary when it was a breakdown? Explicitly.
Yeah, and that is reading.
Oh, yeah,
that is actually reading.
As we considered, what if you have dyslexia, you know?
Oof. What if he's just like, I didn't entertain the idea that you might just be a piece of shit.
What if you had to drop out of school to get a job or something to help?
Yeah, that's right. What if Creetosis and his
hospital bills,
12 brothers and sisters living in their shack in Humboldt Street or wherever the fuck you grew up, but maybe he had to, you're right, drop out of school. He had to get a job washing dishes, just like like whoever the fuck the protagonist was in Robots.
You might have giga autism and you're making fun of him, which is really not cool.
Maybe Creetosis is neurodivergent.
Oof.
I'm literally neurodivergent.
Going around into becoming an insult because they insist on us using it.
I can't wait until it's the new retarded.
What's funny is in Buffy, one of the earlier episodes, someone to insult another person says, "Are you mentally challenged?" It's like, wasn't that at one point a nice way of putting it? It's like mentally challenged. It became like an insult.
Or if this is instead a deliberate attempt to purposefully misrepresent Emil.
Well, there you go, Creetosis. Either you're a retard or you're a malicious liar.
Or you're a liar.
Choose.
Well, and he assumed up front that he was being malicious.
You can't even commit and say you're an evil retard either. You have to be one or the other.
Yeah, why can't I be both, damn it? Let me be an achiever.
Just to be clear, that they're not mutually exclusive. You can be an evil retard. Give Creetosis some credit here, you know?
Make him look as bad
I
as
have
possible.
experience dealing with evil retards.
Oh.
I think we all do now.
Regardless, the final type of example is similar, except it involves misrepresenting.
What compelling gameplay.
He didn't even prove that you were an evil retard. He moved on.
He just is.
He just
deal with it.
All right, you know, I
Emil's
get
key
okay.
points or writing rules so that Creetosis can make an argument against them to discredit them. Here is Creetosis on Keep It Simple Stupid.
Okay.
This is a pretty good
Pay
phrase.
attention to the
I
timestamps.
like it, as it applies to, well, just about everything. Except fucking story writing. As far as this phrase goes, it absolutely does not apply to story writing. In the creation of fiction, the more complex and detailed the world, events, and characters are, the better.
Remember,
I don't agree with that.
I agree with that.
No, don't agree with that.
I don't think
In a
things get
Fallout game?
No, in
no,
storytelling in general,
storytelling.
and including in Fallout, potentially, no.
Yeah, I
like
don't see what Fallout how that would change in Fallout context.
Yeah, I'm not
complexity
saying,
is complicated in terms of like rating. Say for example, you put a Lord of the Rings against a Matrix, and you're like, which one's more complicated? Say they were both as good as you think they're both excellent. It's like, so which is more complicated is the answer to which one's better. I'd be like, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't even know that would give you any kind of answer. I can understand why you would have come to a conclusion like that, but I feel that it's more complicated than that. You know, like the simplistic fairy tales and stuff. Someone said like
Aesop's Fables and stuff like that. Aesop's Fables is better than Multiverse of Madness. Multiverse of Madness is considerably more complicated than the Tortoise and the Hare. That's a better story, or the Grasshopper and the Ants, or any given like straightforward parable or anything like that. Simplicity and complexity don't necessarily tell us anything about whether or not
I
it's
was
good or bad.
I was gonna bring up what this chatter brought up, the Dune movie. It's quite a complex story for it could be made much simpler than it is, but it benefits from that complexity.
If
I
it's
shouldn't
done
have
well,
made
yeah.
a statement. I should have worded that differently because there are simple stories that I like. Dread is a great movie, and the story is 90% of it is shooting people, and it's great. So. Well, I think what's interesting about the idea of whether or not simplicity or complexity is better when it comes to storytelling, it does depend on what the writer's objectives are. Someone's pointed out complexity does not necessarily equal depth, which would be the thing that's worth pointing out.
Yes.
That you can add
Rebel
more and
Moon
more
is
variables to a
complex,
story,
but,
or more characters, or a more intricate plot, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to have a greater amount of depth. And sometimes, like, by focusing in on a very specific... It's kind of funny, because it was in his speech, but the thing is that there's, like, so much additional context you would have to explain. If you could, like, focus in on one theme and explore that comprehensively, that one theme, you could say that that's simple, but in a certain sense, depending on how much you explore it, it can turn into, like, yeah, maybe this is the overarching theme, but then it's got all of these, like, sub-themes beneath it because of the nature of how you're exploring it. Andor's got like as an example, Andor's got a central theme, but in exploring it very comprehensively, you can break it down into different individual points of discussion. So yeah, I wouldn't say in this case that simple or more complex tells us anything necessarily.
What I would say is that if you take two stories that are both done really well, and one of them is extremely complicated and one of them is extremely simple, the very complicated story done very well is far more impressive.
We do tend to...
yeah, you can talk about that, yeah.
Yeah, to have maintained a similar level of like coherency despite many, many, many complications, we find that to be very much something that's worthy of reward.
One of the reasons why Lord of the Rings is so praiseworthy is because that's a story that's got many, many, many complicated variables being juggled all at once and being executed masterfully, compared to, nailing like an ensemble of characters. Yeah, that would be an example of a simple story executed really well.
Yeah.
Because it's like a very straightforward plot. It's 12 men in a room that they never leave until the very end of the film, discussing whether or not they believe a man is guilty of a crime. And you get a look into each of those characters' lives, but they are essentially static, with the exception of Juror 3. Sorry, I'm mixing them up. 3 was the racist guy, wasn't he? Wait, damn it! Except for the last guy that they convinced, I'm mixing up their names. But yeah, that would be an example of a simple story done well. Or 4. No, I think 4 was the glasses guy. Damn it! That's the point being that that's a simple story executed very well.
Kind of like the scores, like Olympic high diving. The scores that you can get for the dive you do, I think the maximum that score that you can get is determined by the complexity of the dive. So perfectly executing a very easy dive can potentially lose to a very complex dive that's done quite well. So
to emphasize, we're in a part talking about changing Emil's meaning. So he has to demonstrate why what Creetosis said was changing his meaning.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it sounds
This
like
is true,
you
yeah.
disagreed with what he said, not that you were changing the meaning of what he said.
I've
got something to say after the clip.
In the creation of fiction, the more complex and detailed the world, events, and characters are, the better.
Remember, Emil said he uses this rule in relation to themes, and that he thinks having a single strong central theme is good.
So boy, do I have some stuff to say here. He skipped about 13 minutes of video where I go very in-depth on themes of Skyrim and what he claims the theme of Fallout 4 is, and just talking in general about themes and how he fucks up the discussion of themes at one point by saying the post-apocalypse in 1950s Americana is a theme. And all of that is skipped to get to this point of, hey, stories are better if they're more complex.
That doesn't seem very fair of him.
Well, it seems as though if we were to cover your assessment and response to him, we would never entertain the idea that you've misrepresented him, as opposed to just entertaining your point of view and your disagreement with him. You know what I mean? Like, we wouldn't even entertain the idea that's like, oh, how could you? You've ruined his initial meaning because you have focused on a complex story while he's talking about themes being nice as a foundational, simple thing, which, like I said, I still disagree with as well. A very strange statement.
This is the funny thing, too, is in his speech, Emil claims that the core theme of Fallout 4 is suspicion, and that is kind of hilarious, having gone through all Fallout 4 and that pretty much never coming up.
I was actually about to just say that if what Emil's saying here is in regards of writing themes, you should keep it simple, stupid. I was just sort of going through my memory, trying to figure out what the fuck the themes were for Skyrim and Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. I'm like, what were the themes of those games if keep it simple, stupid is the strategy for writing them?
That's the thing, is they don't really have themes in a conventional literary sense.
What do they have it in instead?
So
kind of just like side plot lines, just minor things. It's a lot of just giving you things to do to justify gameplay. It's not so much focused on like high-end literary concepts. I think Emil just thinks it's that way.
Yeah, he first goes on about how Skyrim is about dragons in the studio. Everyone was talking about how it's about dragons, but
that's not a theme.
No, I know. But the real theme of Skyrim is the lone hero, the hero's journey. He even says it's one of their more biblical stories. A Dragonborn is very much a messiah figure. It's like, what the fuck are you smoking?
Is this? Yeah, I haven't played Skyrim really. Is that the?
No.
Because I'm like,
okay.
I don't think that's true.
Because there's no low point for the story.
I mean, like buying the game.
Creetosis, on the other hand, is claiming that Emil applies this rule to all writing and all aspects of storytelling, and Emil claims all parts of stories should be as simple as possible.
I thought that Emil said that this not only applies to all of gaming, like he introduces it by saying, this is the clip he used in this video, that this is like a design perspective, but that applied to writing, it refers to, and then he said like his own personal point of view, which is theme. You know what I mean? Like that this is applied to a shit ton.
Well, if the problem of this video's construction is that instead of giving us that shit 7 hours ago, why don't you play the part about keep it simple, stupid here?
Yeah.
Because I can't quite remember the specifics of what Emil said. You need to play it now when you're contrasting it with what Creetosis said.
In an ideal world, you would have watched the full talk before this, and you would go to the talk and watch the relevant part.
Has me watching this. Okay.
I also want to point out the thing he claims I said is not something I ever said, which is why he doesn't play the clip of me saying it.
And also, it's not changing his meaning. At best, it's just an extrapolation.
genuinely, from what I've gotten from this video, you have keep it simple, stupid, and this refers to just like a don't overcomplicate the situation, get the message forward, get the idea forward, like first and foremost. This applies to mechanics, like I can understand that, and this applies to story too. And what Emil had to say was that fundamentally you need a foundational theme that's like straightforward and the guiding principle for like all things. And then your response to that, Creetosis, was that you think that that's valid for like approaches with gaming, but that when it comes to story, that the more complicated, the better. Even though I don't necessarily agree with that, I recognize now, especially with what you said, like there's a huge, like more than however many minutes cut out of context of what you had to say about the whole thing in totality. But what doesn't come to my mind immediately is the sense that you have butchered what he had to say about it. It's more so just like you clearly disagree with him.
Well, consider the difference in discussion that we just had on what Creetosis said versus what's in this video.
Yeah.
It's a completely different thing.
Which is something that Emil has never said, and yet frequently appears in Reddit posts and YouTube comments.
My God.
Creetosis then goes on to prove why this fake rule is bad. Good job, Creetosis.
Oh, don't you complain about straw manning.
Yeah, good job, Creetosis, proving that it's bad.
But the point I'm making is that not every story should be something simple, especially when you're dealing with a large open-world RPG with plenty of factions and decades of lore behind it.
He does the same thing with the second rule.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, I mean that's more agreeable as far as I'm concerned. Like when.
Yeah, if you're a big studio with all this shit to work with, like, you know, you could jazz it up a bit. Yeah.
Well, what's funny is keep it simple, stupid could apply to the components of a story and the components of the components of the components, if you know what I mean. Keep all of those individual things simple and straightforward, and then when they built up all together, it makes a very complicated overall image of a story. But this is what I mean. The clips he showed us of Emil talking about it were very, like, cringe. So, yeah, if we're going from just, broadly speaking, keep your story simple, I'd be like, well, I mean, hey, that's not great advice every time.
Maybe that's the strategy. Because, I mean, it was even acknowledged that a lot of the caveats that he gave, that he knew that speech wasn't great.
Yeah.
So by putting it at the beginning of the video and then paraphrasing his speech later on in the video in a more in a way with greater clarity,
more
it means
useful.
you'll forget what he actually said and how he said it before, and you'll just take his rephrasing of it as
I still think even if you're gonna lie. Don't do like this weird thing where you play me clips that put me against Emil to begin with.
Yeah, but remember, he put them so early that you've forgotten them.
I haven't, though.
Lying is a skill, and some people are shitty at it.
Fortunately, you've got really good memory. He didn't account for the long memory.
Write what you know.
He concludes that write what you know simply means draw from your personal experience, and it takes a lot of inane rambling to get to this point. This is also a point I very much disagree with. You can write good stories without direct first-hand knowledge or personal experience. You can be inspired by someone else's experience they're told to you, or that you hear of to write great things.
So, Creetosis...
Though that could be a semantic thing of, like, when someone tells you their experiences, does that become then your knowledge? Is that still their experience or your first-hand? You know what I mean? That's like a semantic thing to an extent, but that still wouldn't... I kind of agree with you is kind of what I'm getting at with that anyway.
Claims Emil's rule is...
Sorry, I was just going to say I love what he says here. This is probably my favorite part of the video.
All right.
Only write about things you have first-hand experience with, and yet in reality, all Emil said was draw from your own experiences. He did not say...
That's not what he said.
So he's making a distinction between first-hand experiences and...
Personal and first-hand.
Personal experiences?
But he doesn't say personal experience, he just says experience.
Draw from your experience. Your experience implies that it's firsthand. If you say your experience, if you say
this is just childish. Like the personal, first-hand, or general experience. You know what I mean? Like it's just like okay, what Creetosis took from what he said was that you draw from whatever you've done in your life. When he's saying that you can draw from a hell of a lot more than that. Like
Creetosis, did you say the words first-hand experience?
I said first-hand or personal experience.
Yeah, this is Patty.
Okay. The synonym squad.
Emil's rule is only write about things you have first-hand experience with, and yet in reality, all Emil said was
on
draw
screen
from your own experiences.
Yeah,
It's on screen.
As in you're belonging to you.
It's literally, it's on screen. Draw upon your personal experiences.
He had to turn the captions on and record this.
He did not say they have to be first-hand, and in fact, the
he said they have to be personal, or he said that they were personal.
Like I said, this barely
like
requires response. This is silly.
He immediately gives is writing the Dark Brotherhood, an assassin's guild, and as far as I'm aware, Emil Pagliarulo does not have any real-life experience of being an assassin.
But we saw...
But you played the clip where we laughed at him for saying what he said.
We were just begging for more.
This supports Creetosis' point of view. Where do you say, like, I can write for the Dark Brotherhood because I'm Catholic? That's hilarious.
That makes me hungry for more.
Yeah. Like, obviously implied in there is like, well, you're going to be adding a hell of a lot more than what you experienced. Obviously.
Mm-hmm. Also, the whole thing here about ML not being an assassin, like, yeah, I acknowledge that. ML says it in his own speech. I'm like, okay, but what does your upbringing in Christianity have to do with anything here? You making the Night Mother and Sith as evil versions of the Virgin Mary and God. They don't tell us about, like, why these choices are made or, like, anything. There's no context. It's just a statement that that's something he did.
Guild. The final example is from the paper.
Oh wow, we're already at the final one. Damn.
Plain section that we heard earlier.
Maybe this one
which is probably the second most widely misinterpreted part of the original speech after Kiss. Here's Creetosis' response.
This honestly just makes him look like a complete dickhead here, and this just comes across as an excuse for being lazy and writing a shit story. I have so many problems with this mentality. Just because someone is going to spend 200 hours building shacks doesn't mean they're never going to see the story, as evidenced by all the people who did see the fucking story. I like building shit in games that have that feature. I also want to enjoy a good story in Fallout 4, and got nothing. This is essentially saying that because side content exists that may distract players, they're going to shit all over your story, which is monumentally fucking stupid.
Yeah, so he's basically saying side content is in opposition to the narrative.
Which we've talked about is insane.
That is nuts. That's actually that is actually nuts, because this taken to not even the extreme, but this taken further it's only like a main quest. There are no deviations from it. It is a super story focused game where there's no real alleyways or extra pathways or anything like that, which doesn't make them necessarily bad, but it's a much more constricted experience.
Having a dev tell you that as a gamer, as a hardcore lifelong gamer, as all 5 of us I presume are, you're just awkwardly sitting there like, but that's not true.
Yeah.
So
well, how could you say this? This is just literally not true. Why do you think this? Did you come up with this on your own? Did Todd whisper this in your ear? What's going on?
Writing a story for a game, make sure to remember that players won't always do what you want them to, as they play their own way.
No, but he also said that they will rip the pages out of the book and make planes out of them.
Which it was a jagged hill.
Not just that, but he says specifically, and they'll never see your story.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Is he implying that the side content is something that you don't want them to do? Because that's the implication here.
Emil's being
remember, this is about changing Emil's meaning.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is outright ignoring shit that he just shown us that he said. Remember, if we go all the way back to when he said the paper airplane thing, I said as a suggestion that he'll have players pointing out plot holes, like, actively. Like, that's something they might do. And I think Friggy was like, oh, I think he means that, like, they could go off trail or whatever. And it's like, why would I entertain the idea that people are going to be tearing your story apart if you hadn't implied that with your analogy? I guess I'm just making shit up, too.
Because if you were to...
Go ahead.
All right, if someone was to say that someone was tearing apart the story of a game, and I would assume that would mean they would go to the place where, like, an in-game cutscene happens, and they're not paying attention, they're putting buckets on people's heads, they're spinning around, they're shooting NPCs, they're just fucking around doing something else, they're looting, they're not paying attention to the story, they're putting obstacles in front of the NPCs. That's the kind of shenaniganery that I would expect he means by that. Not they are engaging in separate, unrelated side content that we specifically put in the game for them to do.
Like, if they went to the achievements and it said 20% of players defeated the final boss, meaning 80% of players just fucked around. You'd be like, whoa, no, not necessarily. We have no... That could mean all kinds of different things, statistically speaking. And then we look at those 80% players' playthroughs, and they're focusing entirely on, let's say it's Halo, and they're doing Forge. He's like, so Forge has destroyed their engagement with the game. I was like, no. They are engaging with the game. They're just not playing story mode. This is what I mean about like the clarity of his statements.
Welcome to the world of... I mean, just welcome to the world. Not everyone gives a shit about the story you're trying to sell. I mean, they just want to do their own thing.
They bought your game, they're entitled to what they want. Something that was really getting in his way. It's like, you probably shouldn't be writing for video games, let alone open world RPGs.
When people spend $60 on your game, they could do what they damn well please with it. It's their experience now. If they just, for instance, I never beat Skyrim. I never beat the main story. Didn't give a fuck. Couldn't care less. I just fucked around, essentially. I did a bunch of dungeons and different quests and just him-hauled around, and then I got bored, and then I moved on with my life. I never beat the main story. I literally did not care. It was so unengaging and uninteresting that I think I got to the part where the Blades were like, yo, you should kill Parthenax. And I'm like, fuck that. And I just effed around with everything else in the game. I'm like, nope.
You know what's funny is I think Metal was like an hour away from the end of God of War Ragnarok. He was like, I've got this side quest to do, which I knew was going to take him like 7 hours. And I was like, please, like, please do the end, please. He was like, I'm going to go for the side quest. I was like, no.
The moment of introspection should happen for Emil when you're realizing, like, wait a second. How come people would rather build shacks for 30 hours than engage in my story? Well, obviously, it's the gamers that are wrong.
Yet Creetosis presents this as if Emil is saying...
Why doesn't he just call you Litosis at this point, you know?
Yeah.
I speak
don't
only
bother
in
writing
lies.
A story at all, or don't try when writing a story, because players might not care about it.
No, well, that's not what he said that he said. He said that it seemed like that was kind of what was behind it. Was this like that it was almost an excuse for shitty writing?
So you're saying he lies?
That's an interpretation.
Lies.
That's not a lie.
Lies.
Well, he said that it wasn't implied by ML, and I absolutely feel it was implied that people aren't going to care about the story.
I can see how someone would think that. The first implication I get is that he's just whining.
Oof.
Yeah.
As somebody who hadn't seen this your video on this in a while, my look at it was you were either extrapolating or just misunderstanding. He's attributing malice that doesn't need to be attributed.
Well, remember, it's either that it was malicious or that he can't read.
Retard or evil.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Retosis.
Western
Emil quite clearly neither says nor implies.
This comes across as someone with no understanding of how people play games, is just completely out of touch with gaming. Maybe there will be some people who never touch the story, but to write it off as no one ever seeing your great American novel because they'll rip the pages out, make paper airplanes and build shacks, seems like the peak of ignorance.
I agree.
It certainly, it seems that way. There's a huge difference between leaving the book on the bookshelf and picking up the book and then destroying it. Two completely different things.
He's got a zinger
for 30
coming.
hours is leaving the book on the shelf.
Well, they've been pretty good so far. So
oh yeah, they've been great.
Peak ignorance indeed.
How do you feel about that?
God is ass.
Creetosis.
Shit, get fucked.
Guilty.
Utterly destroyed. I'm gonna go kill myself now.
Dang, disavow.
Creetos Todd.
Creetosis. Creetosis.
Also, a lot more personal attacks.
No, it does
a
not.
A lot more personal.
Oof. How could you?
Fucking sound great. Klingon promotion in the Brotherhood would be absolutely fucking nonsense.
That's
what
not
are
a
you
personal
talking
attack.
about, you absolute fucking clown person?
Whoa!
Clown person. Dude, it's 2024.
Another
It's
racial
person
slur.
clown.
Damn.
Well,
Jeez.
no fucking shit, Sherlock.
Do you
Okay.
have you apologized for this?
Damn.
Have you
Jeez.
apologized?
You stand accused.
I
feel like this guy would die if he watched my videos. Like,
I was about to say,
the
like, how are you still
cruelty.
allowed on YouTube?
You fucking cabbage.
Okay, I have my script open. I just opened, like, I did a search for Sherlock. Apparently what Emil was saying there is sometimes they throw their paper airplanes, sometimes they want to experience a story. I don't know, I feel like I completely justified in that one.
Yeah.
I mean,
Whoa.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's yeah. I mean, that's
I
what
just-
Well, you
gamers
should have
do.
said it politely. You should have been nice about it. You should have said, "I think that was rather obvious."
Oof.
You should have said, "I agree, Emil. You are very talented, and I like you a lot."
Well, see, that's passive aggression. That's even worse than calling him a clown.
Hmm.
Okay, Emil, I agree with you, and you're not spectacular in any way.
Oh, I don't know. This is all very cruel. I disavow everyone on this podcast. Just
All
saying.
right, I disavow. I do too.
And myself.
He then makes some nonsensical comparisons between games and movies. Killing this dumb.
Is that a personal
That
attack?
was the personal attack that you said it was nonsensical.
it?
Oh my god.
Truly,
Damn,
this?
roasted his ass.
It can never
I remember
be
my
redeemed.
first 15 minutes on the internet. Jeez.
Next, you're gonna say he's silly.
You were gonna say he's a doo-doo head and he's dumb. That he
Dumb
smells
bitch in
bad.
Skyrim is not the Red Wedding. This is actually the perfect representation of how simplistic his understanding of everything is.
What, dude?
Whoa, you call this
I need-
understanding simplistic, bro.
I need to fill you in on the context here because it is amazing. Emil is talking about how games can give a different experience than like shows or movies or whatever, because they're interactable and it's just a completely different experience. And you can experience, what's that movie with all the gangs?
Gangs of New
Warriors.
York?
Warriors.
You can experience the warriors in games and stuff. And he does another example I don't remember, but one of them is the Red Wedding from Game of Thrones. And he references a quest in Skyrim where you kill a single person who isn't relevant to fucking anything. The only purpose she has in the entire game is to be killed in this quest. And that's their version of the Red Wedding.
Okay.
Doesn't sound interesting. Maybe
This
you just gotta
really
play
speaks
it.
to his level of
sure.
maturity.
Ah yes, Emil is the one coming across as immature here, unlike
Kind
the
of.
completely mature and not at all unhinged Creetosis.
Unhinged.
And
This is-
Never Knows Best is like the most little softy cuck boy I think I've ever seen. This is nuts.
We have. Just got commentary from private sessions. He says that what he classifies as personal attacks reinforces his belief that he was bullied.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
I don't
remember
know,
when
man.
he called harassment early on.
I feel like any bully worth their salt says a hell of a lot more than, you know what, you're simple-minded.
Well, some of us didn't grow up on the mean streets of Wales like you did. All right, some of us
You know what?
Yeah, look, some of us got off easy.
You know
all
what-
right?
you know what,
Grew up
Rags?
in a
Some as
gentleman's
Wales as you.
society.
Rags, your comparisons, they're nonsense.
Oh my, yo, stop. I thought we were friends.
I've got so many more ready to go.
No, that was already one too many. Please stop. I can't handle this unhinged behavior from
Oh, good lord.
you silly boy.
You clown.
Oh, no.
What?
That's a slur. against
Oh,
my
yeah? Is
people.
it a slur? Fucking Sherlock over here.
My shoes aren't even big.
My shoes are
Take
not
that
that
back.
big. Damn you.
Speaking of unhinged,
Didn't he just call him an evil retard?
I want to be an evil
I am
retard.
not an evil retard. You take that back, or I'm telling the teacher on you.
I do think
You're
that's
not
how
coming to my
Creetosis
birthday
sounds
party.
at times.
I assure you, the level of frustration I'm experiencing right now is immense.
Oh,
one
sorry.
point
You
there-
should have included a laugh track to indicate that was slightly hyperbolic.
That's how you know he's unhinged, because it's like, wow, this is you watched a video about someone's like opinions about game design, and you're the most angry ever. Wow, you got issues, bro.
There even seems to
Softy.
be a call to
Frustrated
action.
at listening to a fool on stage.
Yeah.
Oh my
Motherfucker.
god.
The future
How
of
dare you.
Fallout is fucking doomed if it remains in this man's control.
Which does feel a little
That-
bit concerning.
That's
given
definitely a
just how
call to
op-
action.
Yeah,
he
you
claimed that
just
was
asked
all
everyone to
action.
burn his house down, so that's pretty fucked up.
You just gave everyone a
How
side
could
quest.
you? How do you sleep at night with
Yeah,
with the
clown.
way that you threatened him?
Openly, Creetosis seems to hate Emil, and this is just one of several videos Creetosis has made about
Emil?
him.
Jeez.
Whoa, one of several.
This guy needs to, like, I know it's a meme, but some people actually do need to touch grass.
I don't know, Rags. I feel like this is obsessive behavior. We've got 1 video, 2 videos, 3 videos,
3 on the internet? Oh
4,
my god.
4 videos.
Oh, jeez. Stop.
That's the
That
4th
constitutes
video.
several.
Oh, be still, my heart.
And each of these videos are longer than the video in question. So, think about that.
I don't
Think
want
about
to.
that.
No.
And horrifying.
I was going to say, if you can't sleep tonight, I'll know why.
I'm not going to go over the others in the same detail, but
Well, 0? Oh boy.
I think it does need to be pointed out that this isn't a one-off. So
Whoa.
here are a few representative clips from Creetosis' latest video,
Okay.
titled Bethesda's Emil Pagliarulo is an incompetent writer.
All
Let's check it out.
Wow.
Today I'm here to talk about a different problem, and that's the writing style of Emil Pagliarulo.
You just killed a woman and she flew in
That
the
poor
air.
woman, what have you done?
It's the perfect Oblivion mini video. That's Oblivion. That's it. You've done it. You pull out a magic dagger and you slice a woman and she flies into the air.
Flies away.
When I was going through scripting this, my response to this with a friend of mine, we both got fucking hypnotized by that clip. Everything got drowned out by that clip.
Pretty funny, but also perfectly representative.
Emil is a fantastic example of someone who is promoted far beyond his skill or talent, as he's a hack writer, incapable of dealing with even the most basic and simple of plot lines. This man can't write for shit, and should not be in charge of writing jokes on bubblegum rappers.
Oh,
When will they? Can they arrest this
How could
Creetosis
you?
man? Can we find and arrest
You're not just
him?
getting him fired, you're messing up his future career as a bubblegum rapper.
God, this is illegal in Britain.
Yes.
It probably is.
Emil Pagliarulo is absolutely an incompetent writer, and he should not be leading these projects.
Welcome
Almost
to
like
my
that's the
video
thesis.
of why Creetosis should be killed. He said these horrible things.
Even worse, this comes across entirely as though it's nothing more than a job to him, especially with Starfield. Rather than having any kind of passion or enthusiasm for the craft, I get the impression that he just does this because it's what he's paid to do. People who are passionate about their work, even if they're bad at it, don't turn in slop this fucking shallow and empty. We'll do better with ML gone.
Maybe. We've encountered a lot of people in the world of film that, you know, I wouldn't say anything else, that's fine.
If a chef burns every meal he makes, he should be fired. If a surgeon loses every patient he has, he should be fired.
Well, to be
If
fair,
every
hospitals
story-
are big.
Yeah, like they might save
Well,
the next
you've never
one.
been a surgeon. How would you know?
Ooh. How can you tell when someone's alive if you're not a surgeon?
Yeah, Emil is like a surgeon with storytelling.
There you go.
He's precise and he knows what to cut and what to fix. He's an
You're
artist.
And he
right.
keeps it simple.
Makes
He
his
does.
dog shit, they should be fired.
I do wonder, what about YouTubers who make low-quality videos that are full of
Ooh.
misrepresentations?
Ooh, I
Ooh.
know the answer to this. Never
Oh,
knows
we
best.
cover them on EFAP. We cover them on EFAP.
Yeah.
Contradictions and outright hate.
Outright hate. Ugh, boring.
Saying that
What
Emil
should happen to
Pagliarulo
them?
sucks at writing is hate
What?
speech.
What should happen to them? Oh my god.
They
Well,
should be destroyed.
The funny thing is, he qualifies for all the things he just referenced. So whatever you decide, sir, you'll be getting it too.
Them.
They should
Also, what about like this? Feels a little bit targety, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was
No.
referring to
Creetosis is the
earlier.
center of the
Service.
screen. All of these things, like
All of the videos there.
he's
you
been
know,
The
North
guys,
around.
guys, what if he bans you from his comment section? You can't harass him.
Oh no.
Yes, the ultimate punishment.
I swear to
Dang.
fucking God, if Creetosis made a screenshot filled with 1,000 messages of "you should delete your channel," I'm pretty sure NeverKnowsBest would be like, "Well, that's what you get when you lie about other creators."
Ooh. Spoilers.
Oh, really?
What? Really?
Oh my god.
Oh my. Oh, let's just forget about this. We'll get there.
Oh, okay.
be
Forget.
fired.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. YouTubers are often allowed to say whatever they want, and usually they get...
I was about to say, wait,
Usually
what?
they get away with it.
We are in a world
Just getting away with it.
where people are allowed to
You
say
can't keep
what they
getting
think.
away with it.
Damn it, you made the reference before I could.
Can you believe YouTubers can just say stuff and they usually get away with saying stuff?
You can tell this is the villain origin for some fucking dystopian movie. It's like, once people were allowed to say just whatever the hell they wanted. It was a hell
I've been
world.
called retard one too many times.
He's English. Of course he's against freedom of speech.
True. We hate the England here.
Magna Carta? More like Magna Sharta.
His second video is arguably worse than the previous one.
Well, you showed that.
Why
didn't
you argue it?
He showed us a compilation of 3 vague insults about the state of his ability to write in an hour and 4 minutes.
Insults that were more mild than the fucking first video.
God.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, it's tough to decide if they're more vague or more mild.
Do you think if he heard you call him a cunt, he would have been like, "Oh, what the fuck? How could you
That's
do
a word
that?"
for women.
This is more on events we haven't got to yet. Still, this second video is likely Creetosis' most successful video of all time.
Okay.
Receiving over 240k views in just...
Yeah, why is it likely as opposed to we could check?
You could just sort by most popular, right?
It hasn't fully panned out yet, okay?
Oh.
2 weeks.
Hedging his bets.
I would argue in terms of success to time released, that video got more views in 3 or 4 weeks than any other video I've done. But my 8-hour response to Many a True Nerd has over 760,000 views, so that's the most successful of all time.
Well,
but
we're measuring success by view count. What about success by like getting the message across or something like that, or like making a good video?
Boo.
I don't know what NeverKnowsBest would know about that.
Well, what I can't believe is like, wait, so we're done with the Creetosis section now, but we still got another. How long is this? Like 8 minutes before. Yeah, before we get to Patricia. What's going on here?
We got to get to the moralizing part.
Oh.
Yeah.
Meaning a lot of people have tuned in to listen to his expert analysis.
You've not... Okay, listen, okay? Like, if we're gonna actually grant you that you debunked the first video, which you absolutely didn't, you barely even covered it, you cannot claim that you've debunked this video where you claimed... You played, what, 3 quotes that were mean at most? That's all you've done.
You played 3 mean quotes. That's not
like
debunking.
I understand why you'd be like, this is a trap video, but I would be like, no, this is just hyper incompetence. Like, he really thinks that he's actually done this. Like, he's like, I don't need to go over how just horrible Cree-retard is. He's a nonsense. And you can see that this is influential.
Creetosis.
No, I agree as well. Thus far, I have not been convinced that this is a meme. This just seems like a bad video.
He's incredibly bad at his job.
One thing I do want to mention quickly is I feel like he only took those 3 quotes because those were the only 3 he can mino that video.
That's the impression I get. If someone fucking summarizes a 1-hour video with 3 quotes, I'd be like, I
wonder. I wonder what.
The deadline was coming up. He had to get this out. He didn't have time to fully debunk the second video.
He didn't even blur his shadows.
It was in the design document.
He didn't even do anything with the fucking first one, man. Like, just
on the mind and writing of Emil Pagliarulo. This also means Creetosis is making decent money off of Emil's name.
He could have been demonetized.
Are we going to talk about how much Emil makes off of his shitty fucking writing?
No, we don't need to talk about that.
The high
that would be
crime of
rude.
Making money on YouTube. Let's hope this video is unmonetized. NeverKnowsBest.
As many people should be pointing out as well as someone has. There it is. It's like, this is what bothers you, huh?
Thank you for watching. If you like this video, please subscribe.
Yeah, to be...
Oh, the smoking gun.
Yeah.
He's got you now, buddy.
Wait, other YouTubers get to make money for their opinions?
Wow.
So that is kind of the part of the theory is he's quite jealous of us, and that's why he's putting us on blast, because we are smaller than him, but we're having more kind of success than he is right now.
Yeah, well, you're
And
also mean, so
true.
I have
We're
said
profiting on
before,
misery.
the
misery
thing that makes them the
merchants.
most angry is being successful. There's nothing that can actually make them angrier than you just being successful.
So another rule for the list: he can never ask for subscribers again. Okay.
Rude.
Well, if
Weird
you want to
rule,
be a
but
good person, yeah.
mm,
To be honest, I wasn't a fan.
so
Now,
true.
I'm mostly focusing on
Final
3
damning
different
indictment.
Emil critics, and we've now
The
covered
damning
2 of them.
indictment that this guy isn't a fan of
Yeah.
Neutrinosis.
Three main
How are
critics
you
and
going to
one of them
recover?
You
is
okay?
a Reddit post. I do find that funny.
He keeps putting you front and center in this sequence. Like,
He's
I
just
don't
reusing
settle.
the asset.
Now, this is
Oh,
something that's
wait.
probably worth. I know that we've jumped portions, but how much of the video has actually dealt with like the nature of the writing in these games?
0.
Uh-oh.
That's not part of
Zero.
his argumentation process.
But I mean, surely it has to be because
No, because it would obliterate him.
How could any of this
Fringy,
be?
you- It would
Yeah, that's the thing.
obliterate
Like, how
him.
could any of this
Foolish
be
fool.
effective as a like? Oh, see, look at how the story against this
No.
writer was propagated. But how would that be possible if the writing was like excellent and everybody felt that way?
He showed 20 seconds of Starfield, and I wanted to throw up.
I guess that's what I'm finding fascinating. Is surely a big part of this conversation has to be, yeah, but what's the deal with the writing? Is it good or bad?
No, we're just mean.
They are pretty
Okay,
mean. I will say, pretty mean. One of them said something like, "No shit, Sherlock." That's one of the most offensive things you can say, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
comparing
pretty mean.
someone to Sherlock Holmes.
It's
the coke
cultural
addict.
appropriation of his culture.
Mm-hmm.
I just is now because again I'm not super familiar with the Bethesda lore, but I remember that Fallout 4 had the dialogue wheel where it would just have like yes, no, like it had
That's
like
a
the
big
one
meme,
word
yeah,
summaries
pretty much,
compared to the older games where they had full sentences that you could see.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Who was responsible for that change? Is
That would be
known,
Emil.
or-
He talks about that in the talk.
Oh, he talks about how that was a good idea.
Yes, and he
It's weird
he
because
doesn't
the internet talks about how that was the shittiest fucking
He
thing
doesn't-
you
yeah, I
ever
mean,
did in the
it should be
he
universe.
does not
obvious
explain
that-
why. He does not explain why. He simply says that it was necessary.
Okay, I mean, not to make a big
It
tangent
had to
out
be
of it,
done.
but
My hands were tied.
showing the whole sentence is really helpful to the player so that you avoid the situations like in Mass Effect where you pick a choice
Blast him.
and then Shepard says something where you're like, whoa, wait a minute.
So
I didn't
here's-
want you to say that.
What's interesting is that one of the most popular Fallout 4 mods is them just having the whole lines of what you're gonna say. It just like it
Yes.
changes it back to what it used to be. You know,
That was one of Joseph Anderson's points, was if you use that mod, it becomes quite transparent, some of the poor quality of the game, because there's quests where all 4 of the options are actually the same dialogue line.
Oof. Yeah, that's awkward.
I'm seeing people say yes, sarcastic, no, brackets, yes.
Yeah.
What it actually translates to is yes, 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 yes.
Yes,
yeah,
because you're just saying
that's
no
the
is
root.
just I'm gonna do it later.
Yeah,
I see.
doing it
right,
later
there's-
is just like, yeah, eventually you'll be back. It's a video game, you'll be back. It's a side quest.
One of the quests in the main story, you can say no, and then your quest log will update anyways as if you said yes.
That's real. What's the point of
Yes.
giving you the choice if it's
It's
not
an
a choice?
illusion. It's all illusory.
You think Fallout's about choice?
Well, I guess
Not
that's
anymore.
because that's what I've heard about Fallout 1 and 2 is that the amount of player agency is kind of
Yes.
staggering.
Well, to the
Yeah.
point where famously you can like convince the main bad guy to kill himself, or whatever, right? If you have the right build.
Yeah.
I think that's where the meme comes from, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's not just the right build, it's having the right information in Fallout 1. In New Vegas, it is the right build.
I'll be back.
Right, where if you're paying attention to the story and you know the details, then it's like,
Yeah.
okay, you've been rewarded. Which
I'm tempted
I mean,
to go
all of
off
this
on a
is
tangent on
right?
that.
Well, I guess the point being that all of this is going to be filtering into how, because that's the thing that I heard a lot about Fallout 4 was that the dialogue was not just that it was like poorly written, but that the nature of the choices that you have, the gameplay portion of that system was really lacking. And I'm just saying, like, surely all of this has to be part of the discussion, because how does the story arise that this guy sucks if his writing is great and everybody loves it? How does that story arise just because of a Reddit post
Listen,
and some
it's
YouTube
just
videos?
it's exaggerated. We're just taking him out of context.
Well, I guess that's what I'm saying is, like, how could it be if the stories were amazing and then you watch the speech and you were like, How does that change to where you could get really, really negative about it if you really like the writing?
Listen, people liked Fallout 4 until the speech happened, and then they all read on Reddit that there was
I
a
can
speech
imagine,
that...
and of course, how people feel about these games is partially because it's not just going to be about story; it's also going to be about design.
We skipped over the part where he said that It's a Gundam doing a reading the Reddit post was one of the main ways that it propagated too.
But again, it doesn't propagate unless people feel that the writing is poor.
What if it's lies, though?
No, they just... Listen, it's cult-like behavior, okay? They're taking YouTubers at face value, and it's YouTubers who are knowingly lying and being evil retards.
I think that's all that's happening is that the longer we're going on, it's just making me wonder, why aren't we talking about the nature of the writing in some way, shape,
Because
or form?
it's indefensible. If you included Starfield in this discussion, he could not defend Emil.
So I guess almost as a summary, what would you be pointing to in Starfield to highlight how badly he's writing the story?
Everything. I would point more so to like the dysfunctional design. I mean, the story is a clusterfuck, and that's a lot of what my video is. But I think that a lot of the mechanical systems not playing together particularly well is an even bigger indictment. Because sure, the story sucks, but now I can't even go make fucking paper airplanes and have fun doing that.
I see. Okay.
I do want to go back to the Fallout 4 speech system and just how fucking bad it is really quickly. If you've got 4 options every time you're talking to someone. And if their response is, let's say there's 3 small blocks of dialogue that you get in response. The first one will be tailored to whichever of the 4 options you pick. And then the other 2 will be the same shared between all 4 options, making the choice completely meaningless. It's just flavor in most cases.
And Emil talks about the difficulty that having to come up with 4 options in dialogues would have, because sometimes your options are just yes or no, because it's just a yes or no question.
Then why wouldn't it just be 2? Why not just make it 2 choices instead of 4?
Guess they couldn't have a system like, Mass Effect has that systems where sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 5, sometimes there's more than 6. There's the branching one on the left. But I think that their system was not robust enough to only have 2 options, because you never see that.
That is insane that they couldn't have it be 2 when it needs to be 2. That it has to be 4. That sounds absurd to me. That's unbelievable for a AAA video game.
Someone who's more familiar with modding would have to comment if it is possible to make a dialogue with only 2 options, but the fact that you never see it, despite there being yes/no questions, it indicates to me that is the case. Because he does complain about that they had to write 4 options.
Yeah, it is, as far as I've seen, and I've seen, obviously, a lot of the game, having gone through the entire base game, every single dialogue has 4 options.
Yeah, that's my memory of the game too. I've played I don't know, 75 hours of it. And I never saw any options that were less than 4 or more than 4.
That is crazy to me. I'm stunned.
I have just discovered, by the way, Frankie, you know that image comparison of Erin Moriarty before and after, like plastic surgery and stuff?
Yeah.
She has responded, because it's been heavily shared to the point where it was covered, I guess, by Megyn Kelly. And she said that, quote, "I'm horrified by the reaction. You've broken my heart, and you can believe whatever you want, but there's no excuse for these horrific allegations. The verbal abuse I've had to delete. Shame on you, Megyn Kelly. Shame on you, Fox News." And I think her statement is widely like, "Leave me the fuck alone," and she says, like, the comparison photo is not fair because one of them is before she was of drinking age and the other is, like, recent. It's just awkward, isn't it? Because, like, it's so stark as a comparison. And I've seen that there's a post with this that's got, like, 20k likes, but, like, most of the comments are just saying, yeah, but you destroyed yourself. Like, that's what the sentiment seems to be.
Oh, okay. So
it looks like, you got loads of people talking about the comparison photo, but that Megyn Kelly, I guess, covered it, and that's what pissed off Erin Moriarty specifically.
Well, I guess because that means it's got some amount of mainstream coverage rather than just being talked about on the internet.
Which apparently was enough anyway, but she said she's done with social media and that her heart's broken because she'd like to reach out to fans with it. But this is a bit of a complicated one, isn't it? Because, I mean, the comparison photo is shocking.
Take breaks?
Well, it's
okay. So because I was gonna say, was the comparison photo like fake or something?
Well, so she's saying the comparison photo is unfair because there's like a 10-year gap between them, and that one of them was the one that quote unquote is the good one was where she was like looking at her best of the best of the best of the best, you know, like with youth, makeup, and whatever have you. It's just not fair to compare them, sort of thing. But for reference,
I mean, especially, if it's years and years apart, then yeah.
I guess so. But well, this is what I mean. This is why people are reacting like kind of awkwardly, because it's just like, but it's clearly not just age.
Well, is that the chick from The Boys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a funny sentence. Is that the chick from The Boys?
That is funny. But I mean, at the same time, I feel bad for anybody who has to basically just be bombarded with everyone telling you fucked up your face. Like that's not exactly
That is understandable, but at the same time, it's also a moral lesson in people who are considering that surgery.
This is why it's complicated, is because everyone wants this to be quote unquote discouraged / shamed, because we among many see it as like young women shouldn't be convinced to do this. Is kind of where it comes from. The concern of
well, if that's the result, then
surgery.
yes, they shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's sad to see that she's had a horrific emotional reaction to it, but at the same time, I think people are going to wonder what they're supposed to do about this, because people feel strongly about plastic surgery, you know.
Because the thing is that you figure the response would be, "Oh, it's fake." It's like, no, it's real, and you're like, "Oh," but still, I mean, if making her feel miserable, that's no good.
No, but like I said, people have used this as an example of like, please don't get plastic surgery when you're incredibly beautiful in a natural way or whatever. Which is like super common in Hollywood, I guess, because someone's telling them to do it. I don't know.
Like the fucked up version of beautiful.
If you think about like the imposter syndrome that YouTubers feel, I'm sure that actors and actresses feel that to an even higher degree. Yeah. It's like if you're making millions of dollars and you're doing that job, it's like, I shouldn't be here. How come like nobody is kicking me out of here? And so I think that can be a root of a lot of insecurity.
It's an unfortunate situation, but completely irrelevant to the topic at hand, of which we're still not even halfway through. So let us.
Yeah, we have to turn. Now that we've done that, now we have to turn to ugly that's on the inside. So.
Yeah.
Of the three, Creetosis is the worst.
Oh, you're the worst for that?
What a great line to return to. Seriously, dude, Rags, he
was the worst?
This guy would fucking hate us. There's not even a question. You imagine?
I know, we said evil retard.
He would be like, I wouldn't even waste a breath acknowledging EFAP's existence. I'd imagine he'd say something.
Yeah, you'd waste 50.
Yeah. That wasn't a true response. You were supposed to respond in a fucking 4-hour video that took you 2 months to make.
Your summary is longer than my video. All right, fine.
EFAP, the summary podcast. Yes, it's very
Is there
true.
a fucking drop shadow on a blurred image?
Maybe there is. What's it to you?
Final Critic seems to have none of Creetosis's.
Oh my god, you can't tell who that is.
You can yeah, it's not a great blur. If the mystery, if that's supposed to be like a big reveal, it's not really that.
I can't believe he's covering Joseph Anderson. This is exciting.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious! Wow, Scalagram's getting covered.
Genuine hatred for Emil. Meanwhile, Flying Nun shouldn't even be considered in the same category as these other two.
Then why'd you fucking put his name on there and then warn people not to harass him after you fucking lambasted him?
It is kind of amazing that a Flying Nun is even being considered here for this pedestal when he made a Reddit post. You guys made.
But listen, it was a popular Reddit post, okay?
Oh, well, it's not his fault.
Yeah, and that's what I said, was it's absolutely not his fucking fault, and he's catching strays from this and getting harassed over it for no reason.
Yeah, put the 8,500 people who agreed with him, put them on the screen or whatever. Find their names, publish their addresses.
Whoa. It's not harassment if he's right.
Why isn't It's a Gundam on here either? Because he's the one that fucking helped popularize this message with that 190,000 view video, so...
Well, what if he hadn't heard of him?
No, he did. That's part of the part we skipped, was that It's a Gundam reading the Reddit post.
Well, he might just not like you guys a lot personally. Which, like, as we've learned in the 5 hours we spent with you, I understand. Like, I get it. You know.
Yeah, we are evil.
You will not be returning. So.
They were just a disappointed fan who let their passion get the better of them a little bit when writing a Reddit post.
See, it was just human nature.
He's saying it now, but why the fuck you saying it now half an hour after you fucking wrecked this guy?
That unexpectedly blew up.
Yeah, he demonized him, and then later, in a basically irrelevant part of the video, he's like, well, you know, it's not his fault, it's just human nature. He's probably, you know, can't blame him. He's already dead, sir. The townsfolk, the angry mob has already killed him.
Oh, well, but people are saying, like, could you have got Gundam on here? If Gundam would want to come on, absolutely, but he is not, like, I don't think he's up for a fucking potential 10-hour stream. He's not that kind of...
Yeah, he's
well, and it would also be like inviting Asmongold on here, like or Zarek. Like, these are just guys that caught strays from this whole ordeal.
Yeah, they ain't intellectuals like Creetosis and PatricianTV, okay? These are two intellectual giants that are going to destroy Star fuckery.
Yeah, we can't have Guntard and Zartard on here with them.
Fuck that.
I'm sure there was no real malicious intent behind it, which is not the case with Creetosis.
Woo!
One thing
you stand for you. Look at how he claims to be innocent. The guilty party.
He's using his power of divination again to figure out my true intent.
He likes this graphic, doesn't he? Where he's like, look at this crazy level of coverage.
He made this in 3 weeks. It's understandable that he's reusing the same thing over and over.
He thinks he doth protest too much.
Particularly dislike about these videos is that Creetosis paints himself as the victim of the situation.
And for
hey man, he bought the game, I assume.
Everyone who had to play those games are victims. Let's be very clear.
Years. If you had the audacity to say anything bad about these games, the amount of pushback and vitriol you got was insane.
Thank you, by the way, for playing this clip after giving him a bunch of vitriol for his comments on the game.
And the weird thing is, how is he not a victim?
So he's trying to frame this, obviously, as playing the victim. It's not really. It's more pointing out that when you're critical of things people like, you're going to get people who are just shit on you for it.
Yeah.
You're still victimized, even if you don't feel that bad about it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to go by strict definitions, sure, but at that point, like, that's why...
Especially since he defines it as harassment, so I mean...
I was going to say, by his definition, yes, but what a boring fucking definition where a bunch of people say they disagree. It's like, I am the victim now. I guess we're all victims, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's the internet and people will be shitheads about anything and everything. But many Bethesda fans go fucking rabid when you criticize their games.
So true.
Are they like Snyder fans? Or Spider-Man fans? Or Marvel fans?
Kind
of. DC fans?
Yeah, a lot of Bethesda fans get pretty... It's hard to figure out what groups they fall into exactly, because there's Elder Scrolls fans, Bethesda Fallout fans, and then just Bethesda fans. So it's, you know...
And Xbox fans now, because they're part of that family.
Oh, yeah. Now you're a Sony fanboy that's coping and seething at Starfield's amazing success.
Sure, that must have been very hard for you to deal with. But you do say on multiple occasions how much you believe in criticism and how important and valuable you think it is. You even say as much in this video.
Yeah, you're going to get a taste of your own medicine, stinky boy.
We're getting into weird places now, because, like,
some random guy saying you did a... Some random guy saying you did a bad job isn't criticism. It's just an attack. Not every comment is criticism.
Are we running from his definitions or our own now? Because like him being like, "Oh, sad little muffin getting attacked." It's like, this is what you said at the beginning for fucking Emil. So what's going on?
But if someone says you made a shit video, that's not a criticism, because there's nothing actionable about saying that. It's just a statement of opinion.
At the same time, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like if someone said you made a shit video,
I don't care,
okay.
but I don't care. But somebody saying that I did a shit job, it isn't criticism.
He's like, what do you want me to do with that?
Make not shit next time. I'm not going to tell you how, but don't do it.
About Emil's apparent inability to take criticism.
This kind of mentality is poison to creativity and self-improvement, because it promotes the idea that criticism in and of itself is bad.
And so, in that case...
I feel like he was going somewhere with that sentence.
God, this video, you can't be this far into it and still, like, I'm feeling like I still haven't felt a good point
This is the funny part. He went out of his way to show his stream where he's a VTuber. That's interesting.
Yeah, this is something my friend Pagan pointed out when we were going through the video to script my response. And
you mean like this is completely unnecessary?
This is completely unnecessary. He had to go out of his way to get this clip, obviously, and this is something that can bias people against me further because, you know, a lot of people like VTubers. A lot of people really fucking hate VTubers.
No, that was one of the comments I got was I've been alluded to being a pedophile because I'm playing a young girl. That's one of the comments I got as a consequence of him making this video, because simply because I have an anime girl VTuber model.
Well, then you've been harassed.
Well, that's
by him.
Should be open to criticism of yourself.
So why? At least in my case, I understand why he would include it, because the funny was a clip of me being a VTuber. This isn't necessary. I think this is just like, this is anti-VTuber discrimination.
Womp, womp, womp.
Which is what I will admit I am doing right now. So I'm sure you'll appreciate my input.
Wait, sorry, what did he say he was doing right now?
Maybe.
He's criticizing me, so I should appreciate it.
This is a key part.
I'm rolling him all the way back, all right? We're going to let him speak for like 20 seconds now.
Creativity and self-improvement.
Also Creetosis.
Because it promotes the idea that criticism in and of itself is bad.
And so, in that case, I guess you should be open to criticism of yourself, which is what I will admit I am doing right now. So I'm sure you'll appreciate my input. But
yeah, it's a
if
privilege.
you don't...
Wait, what? That clip literally had nothing to do with anything. You just played it.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, it was from a streamer I was playing Oblivion.
Okay.
He included it for no reason other than to also include the fact that he is a VTuber.
If you are sitting there right now listening to this,
oh my god,
thinking about how much you hate me,
oh god,
and how unfair this is.
VTuber's in his banner.
Okay,
he's not hiding it.
NeverKnowsBest.
Chat has to hear this.
Just me and you now. NeverKnowsBest. I'm just talking directly to you. Don't do this. You look crazy. just don't do this.
Because he's a cringy VTuber doesn't mean that you have to like point this out in your video to try and rile people up against him. It's fine. He's allowed to express himself in whichever way he wants.
And how could a bigger YouTuber do something so cruel as to try to hold you to account for the things you've openly said?
We got so much left. This fucking idiot.
Let him cook.
Well,
this is one of those goober people that you just don't watch.
Everything I've said has been based on the truth.
Oh,
and
is it?
none of it has come from a place of hate.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Someone just showed me a relevant funny meme, and I laughed at that. I wasn't laughing at the video at all.
What he just said was fucking hilarious, Rise. He just said like, I have with my team, I have determined that I am telling the truth and that I am good and that you are lying and you are evil. It has been determined by me. My team of me has decided this. Fucking hell.
So think about how you're feeling right now and imagine what it would be like.
What the oh my god.
He's trying to emotionally shame you.
What is this?
He's actually under the impression that you would have seen this and thought, oh god, I made so many mistakes. And that now he's got you like by the balls and that you're sitting there thinking to yourself like, I fucked up. And he goes, yeah, and that's how you made Emil feel when you weren't even justified. How do you feel now?
I need to fly to Hanna-Barbera over in Copenhagen and I need to apologize to Emil personally.
Oh my god, man.
What is this video?
This is weird.
I haven't even seen this.
This is actually bizarre.
I've seen many takedown videos in my time. I've not seen this part of the takedown video in many at all, where they go like, I've got you, motherfucker.
This was the point.
Now that we've established I've made you feel terrible about yourself.
This was the point in my and Private Sessions viewing when he became extremely uncomfortable with this, because he's very recently had mental issues, and so he's very strongly of the belief that this is a result of mental illness. And I can see why. He sounds fucking crazy.
I mean, another explanation is he's a fucking idiot. Like, this is something I could see, like, an edgy teenager thinking is a smart and cool way to, like, disprove. Like, the fact that he addressed, what, 4 of your points from the initial video and 1 from the second video, and then he considered himself having obliterated you. Like, that's pathetic.
considerate that he's addressed points because he didn't actually look at the arguments.
Oh, I'm saying from his perspective. Like, that's the best you could summarize it from his own perspective, that he's summarized what and responded to about 1% of your coverage. How could you possibly feel after that you've destroyed your opposition? Really?
Like to be criticized like this, except based on lies, where it's always hateful.
God, I wish he had done this to me. Like, how does it feel to be criticized? Like, motherfucker, really?
I mean...
You're fucking jealous of this?
There is something fucking magical about someone bullshitting about you for 20 minutes and going, this is entirely based on the truth, not lies.
Based on truth and goodness.
Feels.
Meanwhile, you are based on evilness and liesness.
Evil retardedness.
Yes. You're a bad man.
You should be stopped. You make money from this. That's not good.
Very naughty. You're a naughty boy. You're a naughty VTuber.
And I will get you.
And you see it every day from thousands of people. And remember, according to you, Emil is the one who can't handle criticism. So I guess this is your...
Hold on.
He's assuming that you can't handle criticism.
He's assumed that you would respond very badly to this.
But I also just love that he
even let you
includes the
reply.
clip of him saying, ignoring the reviews. Or, sorry, reading the reviews with a picture of a man crying on the ground and then ignoring the reviews.
No, it's worse than that. He's saying this while there is a picture of a man who is standing in front of a picture of someone who doesn't give a fuck about criticism because he's making money. Which is what he's criticizing you for, because he's upset you make money and that you don't take criticism well.
Yeah, this is like
the
layers.
It's like a 5-layer cake of irony and incompetence. How can you possibly say these things while you have Emil saying this?
That's what I'm saying. How do you take this seriously? How do you argue against this in good faith?
Well, we've been doing that.
Yeah.
We've been
fucking taking the piss out of him as a way to do it.
Because it's hilarious.
I was gonna say, I mean, throw
we're
a little.
Still taking it seriously, but it's still like you can take a joke seriously.
I guess for us, this is kind of normal. If you had said like, how does this rank for overall EFAP videos? It's like, oh, par for the course essentially. Like, what do you think, Rags? If it was rated from 0 to 10, 0 being the worst, where does it sit currently? See, he has to think. That's how difficult this is.
The problem with this one is that this is starting to breach into the bizarre category.
Yeah, but like
So
we've
far,
covered
it's
so many
been-
fucking bizarre ones.
Yeah, I know.
There are a lot
but
of strange videos. This one is fairly strange, but yeah, probably isn't
5-ish.
probably.
I was gonna say
Probably.
3-4, somewhere around there.
Okay.
So like
lot of it-
it's special, but not
Have you had a
that
1?
special. Oh, have we had a
It's-
1? Well, it would be Synthetic Man and Cinematic Venom kind of take the trophy for like worst videos that we've covered. You don't even want to fucking know.
But this is why I'm on Team Trap, because if his whole point with this section was to make Creetosis feel how Emil felt, then wouldn't he justify doing the things that Creetosis is alleged to have done to him to accomplish that goal?
Like, it does feel very tongue-in-cheek.
That's why he fucked up so many of the arguments, was to make the point like, see, if you argue poorly, it can hurt people's feelings.
But there are people who are just like this. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are people who are earnestly like this.
Yeah, it's sometimes hard to distinguish between stupidity and malice.
Is it weird that I kind of my brain is almost being like, I don't know, I can kind of just see this as being a normal asshole in a lot of ways. Like, so far up his own ass, he can't actually understand anything that he's reading or writing. He's just sort of like, you're wrong and I'm right, fuck you. Yeah.
I think he's a narcissist, and I think he's holding a massive grudge.
Yes.
It's probably the case, yeah.
Oh,
a lot of the people we
people
cover think too highly of themselves.
Creetosis, Patrician, just to give you an idea, many people said Organized Chaos surely is the #1. It's like, so Organized Chaos covered one of my videos, and he searched in a particular timestamp hoping I said something homophobic, and when he discovered I hadn't, he was sad.
Yeah, I remember that one. That was good.
That's the kind of shit we deal with.
Yeah.
The look on his face when he listens to you and hears nothing homophobic is just the dejected face of bullshit. That's all I got.
Okay, I'll admit that's worse. So, but I mean, this could be a 2 then.
I don't know. It's not that low. Twos are starting to get into the extreme.
It's
I wouldn't put it that low.
It's difficult really to rate it properly,
crazy shit.
Yeah, like I said, well, so just to give you an idea of what's happening here is that this doesn't feel too far out of our normal. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
We cover some.
I was about to say, it's like,
shit.
that's awful. It's like, I know.
YouTube is a cesspit.
Welcome to EFAP.
I
anyway,
think a video like this is a product of narcissism, and since many YouTubers are narcissists, it's understandable.
You're probably right. Yeah,
there is a selection bias.
Why there's a pattern here.
Chance to show him how much better you can handle it.
Okay.
Somehow, I doubt this will be a turning point in your life.
Oh, shut the fuck up!
Oh wow!
This will be what changes
like
you,
he's
man.
22 years old,
What
and he's
is
gonna
this?
he's gonna break into tears at any second.
Yeah.
This'll fix you.
This guy's got to be what? He sounds like he's like 22 or something.
I think he's older than that.
Yeah.
I hope so.
I thought I was.
I don't know.
You develop genuine maturity, self-awareness, and empathy. But I hope it.
I just want NeverKnowsBest to know that my team of scientists have declared him evil and wrong, and that we are correct and right and good.
And
just wanted to know that. Yeah.
Why didn't he capitalize story in his video title?
Because that would be.
Because he knew not to capitalize and the and of, which is correct, but he didn't capitalize story, which seems like a really odd, like, misstep.
Why don't you make a video about him, Rags? Just about that.
No, maybe I fucking will. Maybe I will make a video about how to properly title your goddamn YouTube videos. You don't capitalize and the and of.
He would put it in quotes if he could, because this isn't really about the story of Emil Pagliarulo so much as it is just.
This is the story of naughty boys.
Yeah,
he's just fucking mad.
Because I mean, like, what's the fucking narrative thread at this point?
It is difficult to actually trace this shit, as we've pointed out many times. This is ill-advised for a structure. This is coming from
because it's very dubious. He didn't prove that the idea virus spread from the Reddit post to Gundam to Creetosis. So
no, well, and if this was like a goal to better explain the Emil's positives, he's not done that. He's just tried to go after, first of all, Creetosis, but obviously the Reddit thread person, and then it's going to be you next. Like, that's what it feels like it is. It's not a celebration at all of Emil's
absolutely
work.
And I can't wait till we get to the real reason why this video exists.
Oh my god.
Dun, dun,
the
dun.
Twists and the turns, they continue to come.
Can't wait. I'm excited.
I
want to say
it's never
I was
too
there.
late to grow as a person.
Shut up, man. What the fuck? He keeps doing that.
I agree. It's never too late to grow as a person. Never knows best. It's never too late.
Maybe it is for him.
YouTube is a weird place. Making videos is weird. You spend many hours working on it.
It's not that weird.
God damn it. Just get on with it, man.
It's weird if you're a bit of a narcissist.
Yeah, it's weird if you're the way you do it's weird, but doing it isn't weird. Don't lump us in with your madness.
What's funny is some people have said, like, I wonder, if he'll grow from seeing this response. It's like, he'll fucking turn this thing off the second he hears us call him a cabbage or whatever. There's like a just PG. He ain't interested after that.
On these things.
Well, and how did he not see this as being an opportunity for Creetosis to come on this show?
Well, I don't even know if he knows we exist. I don't even know if he knows we would care.
Right, but it's a monetizable opportunity at the very least.
True.
This is content for Creetosis.
The thing is, you got to get in his head a little bit, and he thinks he annihilated Creetosis to the point that Creetosis might even apologize and grow from this.
But he went back on that. He said that he doesn't think that that's the case. He hopes it is, but he thinks that Creetosis isn't going to take it that way.
Well, I hope Zack Snyder's next movie's good, but I don't think it's going to be.
What a comparison.
I'm just saying.
Okay, well then could I phrase it as
Zack Snyder like that? I'm sorry.
He believes that all of the components are in place to facilitate someone's growth, but the Creetosis simply won't because he's too far gone. Like what you showed us is enough to change a person when we just found it laughable and limited too. Not barely covered anything.
You desperately want to give your audience what they want and make them happy. And you can start to lose perspective. And so you
You
might
don't
start to
fucking
see
say.
I need this guy to like write his own philosophy book just to see what it would be in there. Like
things like whether a video game is good or bad as this life or death situation.
Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing that.
Where anything you say is justified.
What?
But it's not.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
Got him. Got his ass.
That's all the videos again on the
Fuck, man.
He's getting his money's worth out of this one really
Just to
basic
I need to
PNG with
everyone at home
transparent
needs to
background.
understand. There's video 1 over here on the left. That's a one video. 2 videos here. There's one at the top. That's another whole video. 3 videos there. There's a third on the side. That's 1, 2, 3, and then on top of that, on top of 1, 2, 3 videos, there is a 4th video. That's 4 videos.
Long they are. Look how long those videos are.
There's 4 videos that are far too long, and you know what? Evil? I think we'd all agree on that. These are evil videos.
Well, look, he's got the Patreon up front, and it's clearly he's just money-minded.
Do you think if like a wizard told him that you keep showing his Patreon and he's actually gonna gain Patreon? You'd be like, oh,
well, that's
shit.
the thing is, I got fucking Twitter followers out of this. I'm up like 200 since this video dropped.
Yeah, I've actually been getting a lot of followers on Twitter of all places.
He's done more to show my Twitter than I have.
Oh god, that's like the worst like exposed video, whatever. When they just do such a terrible job. It's only fun fodder for everybody, which is what this is so far.
I hope you can find perspective.
Well, because I saw someone mentioning like, oh, it would be funny if it turns out he's a fan of EFAP. It's like he couldn't be. The fact that he's angry at insults like, oh no shit, Sherlock. It's like, how could he possibly like us?
He could if this is a trap.
Which is.
I don't believe it. I just don't.
I don't think it's a trap. I think it's just a bad video.
Yeah.
This wasn't personal.
It was super personal. This is mega personal.
It's funny, actually. Now,
when
he just said that, I will say that is a point in favor of it being a performance. I'm not gonna lie. What he just said right now.
I think when you say it's not personal, it comes off like it's personal.
It comes off like
I still think that matches someone who's just inanely fucking unself-aware. Remember, like, the H-Bomber guy who has recently, like, got examples of really great videos, he once said that the nonsensical world building of DS2 is complete in its incompleteness. He said that seriously. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, people say stuff that when they write it out, they're like, yeah, that's it. Like, he just, as far as he's concerned, nailed Creetosis to the cross and said, you know what, mate? It's not even personal. I'm just doing Lord's work.
This is just the first climax.
Exactly.
This man has never climaxed in his life.
Good luck with content creation.
Not even self-inflicted.
Creetosis did not represent a monumental change in the nature of Emil Pagliarulo.
Why the fuck did we talk about it then?
You said he was the worst, you fucker!
Yes, but...
You said he was the worst!
He may have had a low impact, but he was quite the devil. That's okay. He had to be slain.
Okay, thanks, Satan.
In the same way that a Flying Nuns Reddit posted. In many ways, Creetosis was more of a symptom of...
So what the fuck? The Reddit post gets 8,000 upvotes, and It's a Gundam's video gets 200,000 views. That's a big drop in the bucket. But Creetosis getting 200,000 views, that's irrelevant.
Even though he's the worst. I don't understand.
Yeah, this is all over the place.
Emil-based sentiment than a cause. And I think it's only fair to point out that he was not the only Emil criticizer of this era.
Emil criticizer. Fucking hell.
It's a new genre now.
Yeah.
In fact, in a recent video titled Failure of Emil Pagliarulo, Starfield and Bethesda, long-running Bethesda-focused YouTube...
Oh god, another evil. Jeez.
What's funny is Zarek has a very, very nuanced perspective on this. So to even like take a shot at him is insane.
Yeah, I watched this video talking about it, and it was very much. He's got. I mean, you can't criticize him for not having perspective. That's for fucking.
Yeah.
Can we say that he is evil and needs to learn? Can we say that?
I would say that his.
No, he's not evil. He's an evil retard.
True.
That's even worse.
Can be seen boasting about how he was critical of Emil before it was cool.
And I'm kind of tired of bringing up Emil Pagliarulo at this point, although that's the point of the video, so we're going to be talking about him later. I just know that the internet is now, for the first time as a collective, waking up to the fact that he is bad at his job.
So not only do I feel an immense amount of empathy with this man, knowing that we have the exact same fucking position with Zack Snyder, the internet is finally waking up to knowing that he is responsible for how shit his work is. But secondly, whatever. What's wrong with that?
It's a very reasonable thing to say. I mean, yeah, he's been saying it for a long time. Of course, he found out about it early and has had a platform for a long time. Zarek's been fucking talking about this longer than NeverKnowsBest has had a channel.
Yeah, he's going way back.
The internet's just waking...
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? I thought that's what we were supposed to do. I thought if it was outrageous, we were all supposed to raise our pitchforks 8 years ago.
Even if you take issue with it, surely you could just say it's human nature.
Up to this fact, but for me it's old hat. It was until Emil himself went on camera for the story conference, and that talk was uploaded 7 years ago. I almost immediately clipped the section where he discussed Kiss, Keep It Simple Stupid, and used as an Elgato Stream Deck button I could hit during live streams. Anytime the lackluster storytelling came up, I could just hit the button of Emil Pagliarulo revealing how much disdain he had for good storytelling in video games. My point here is that while most people are just now, this year, processing Emil Pagliarulo,
I love that this is the longest stretch we've allowed a clip to play. It's almost like he's completely fucking reasonable.
Well, I was about to say, is like, I don't disagree with him yet. And I don't think his frustration is unreasonable. If you've been talking about how shit this contributor is for this long, and only now people are picking up on it, you'd be like, yeah, I understand you'd be a bit annoyed about that. That makes sense.
I should have shielded this video when it came out on my server.
I did that 7 years ago. I'm over it.
Yes, we have now got to the point where there are Emil-hating hipsters who feel the need to let people know.
Sure.
Okay.
Fine.
How's that a hipster? He's just saying that he's kind of over talking about this whole issue, but he's fine with other people bringing it up.
If someone, but like, if you said, like, what do you mean by hipster? And he says, well, he's saying that, like, he did it when it was hip, and that it's not hip right now, and everyone else is doing it. I was like, fucking hell. Compare that to the, like, this all comes back to him just not accepting that Emil is flawed as a designer of stories, I guess.
Which is a weird position to, like, be diehard on.
Yeah, this guy of all people?
Well, but this clip is... I was about to say, like, you don't even know the kind of clips we deal with on EFAP, but I'm like, well, this video is kind of an example. So, like, you know, I guess you do know.
No, but they had the correct opinion before everyone else.
Yeah?
Okay. He didn't say that his opinion was correct. He just said that he had it a long time ago.
Yeah, and I find this completely reasonable that if we had, any of us here had made a video like 10 years ago pointing out something that was really important as to why something is bad, and then like in the recent year everyone was pointing out that same thing, how would we not mention that? Like, it's the most normal thing ever. It was like, no, you're a hipster. It's like, okay.
Well, and especially because he's a streamer, he probably gets asked about Emil a lot, and so this is the easiest way to give his thoughts in a concise format that his audience will see so that they stop asking him about it.
The impression I have of Zarek is generally quite positive.
Okay.
He is not someone who's just jumping on a Bethesda...
Funny that you should mention Mama Max. I actually made fun of his whole pedo hunt thing in like 2021.
Hipster.
I just never got in trouble for it.
Oh, I know very little about him. I just know that everyone was talking about him semi-recently.
You should watch Nicholas Diorio's video on him. It's quite illuminating into some
one
things
question. Did he have something done to make his voice deeper?
Well, given that he's done live streams recently where he's talked with a more normal voice, I'm going to say that it's just audio processing.
Okay. Because I remember hearing something about how he had surgery done.
Cringe deep voice or something.
Yeah,
that he uses,
but you can find clips of me making fun of Mama Max from 2021 and his whole stupid pedo hunter shtick. It turns out he never caught anybody.
Oof. That's the worst result for a pedo hunter.
No pedos. That's just goes to show how good he is.
What am I supposed to do?
It's the bad, or Emil bad, bandwagon for easy money. And I even think he can provide interesting and original observations.
You can't even actually care.
Games.
It's got to be for money. You can't care about your series and your stories.
I'm just gonna say it.
You can't care about the wasted opportunities.
Of myself, Creetosis, and Zarek is definitely the person who cares the most. He's leaving out the part where he fucking liked Starfield.
That would be pretty relevant, yeah, because I think anyone watching this video would assume that he doesn't.
In fact, I would even say that this video is a good example, despite how much I disagree with certain parts of it. That said, I do still think this video deserves to be mentioned.
Why?
To me, one of the most...
What are you, the fucking moral police of YouTube? You gotta mention everybody that shit talked to Emil?
He's absolutely that. He like does his sections, then summarizes them in the most favorable way to himself. Like, and how amazing he is. Like, yeah.
Say Zarek needs to get perspective. Say it, you fucking coward.
Most telling thing Zarek says is actually towards the end.
Right.
People want me to make a huge video hating on him and deconstructing the bad decisions he's made. But again, I've had 7 years to process that he's a bad writer.
So Zarek says people want...
I feel like that sentence was going somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. Whatever, man. He never plays the interesting people for very long. We have to go back to the British, man.
Can we watch Zarek?
Want him to make a huge video hating on Emil, which I expect is true. And YouTubers do tend to have a good idea of what their audience want from them.
What is he saying? There's
it's almost like he's a streamer.
But I was going to say that why do those incentives exist? Because everyone knows that he has expertise that relates to it, experience, years of knowledge. That's why they would want him to make that video. Not to mention, by the way, that the video is now a hot topic, so it can push him into a further spotlight of which they know he would deserve in terms of that particular subject. Like, there's loads of ways you can rate this, but if you're going to be like, oh, see, they try to push him to it, that's why he would fold, and there's an incentive for YouTubers to do what their audience tells them, and it's ultimately about money. It's just like, don't. There's incentive to make videos ripping apart any YouTuber that has any level of popularity. For example, if I was like, I'm going to rip down Creetosis and PatricianTV, I might just like, take clips from some of the stuff they've made and then contextualize it like an idiot and call myself amazing throughout the video.
Yeah.
It could be something I do.
And yet, it sounds a bit like Zarek's heart isn't quite in it, which is interesting.
No, he sounds dejected because he's upset with Emil Pagliarulo.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, like, we saw why. It's that it's been something that's on his mind for so long. He's talked about it for so long that he's not that interested in making another video on it. That seems to be the perspective.
Other parts of his video do warrant criticism, however.
And now there's a volume of unprecedented discontent being directed at Emil Pagliarulo.
Oh, great.
True.
So Zarek realizes things might have went a little bit too far.
That's not what he said.
No, why is that? No. He didn't say too far. He's saying people are starting to
unprecedented
criticize him a lot.
Means that he hasn't seen it be like that before.
Why is that? It's not a problem if someone is widely criticized for their shitty job.
Listen, he's going to follow it up with the slammer, okay?
Oh, okay.
Right.
That's where Zarek
considering he is the lead responsible for the game, is fair. Company.
How's that? That's like the most level-headed way to say it.
He has the normal human take.
These are not monoliths. Games are not created by faceless corporations. They have actual human creators.
Yeah, we've talked about this, that like any director attached to any film, for whatever reason, they still are responsible for that project. They can't escape it by being like, well, there's more than just me working on it. Like, yeah. You're the director, bro. Or, like, you're the writer, or you're the executive producers. We still give, like, responsibility where it's due.
And those companies then ask you to buy and even evangelize their products.
Oh, and that's another aspect. When people say, like, yeah, I had barely any control of my project. It's like, you took the project. You were paid for the project.
If you feel like you have no control over it, then bitch about it, quit, find a new job. Because if you're not doing any of that stuff, then you're making a choice.
Yeah, because that's what you sell when...
but you're making a choice.
If a company hires you, or like we've talked about before, casts you these days for like a Marvel project, you are selling your name, and what comes with that is responsibility for the project. That's what you've just like sold your name for, so...
Pagliarulo is the progenitor of Starfield. He is the one most responsible.
True.
Fuck.
Well, what was unhinged about that? That was absolutely a true thing.
Shockingly reasonable. That was so reasonable. It was boring.
As far as I'm concerned,
they fucking said that in interviews. Emil was the very first person who was writing and designing the game.
That was,
of course, he's the fucking writer listed in the credits for Starfield.
I think so, but I mean, still, like he was in the pre-production with East Van Peely and Todd Howard when it was just a 3-man team, like figuring out what's Starfield going to look like, what's it going to play like. So I don't think it's unreasonable to say he's a progenitor at all.
I feel like the hinges are working just fine. Not even a squeak.
This man is unhinged. Game devs don't make games; they play them. Exactly. The unhinged part was him saying that he made the game.
Didn't
you listen to the talks, Eric? Also, bringing up Asmongold again.
Zarek isn't without opinion right now. We'll get to that later.
Yeah,
For
that's
now,
what
though,
Zarek
we need
said.
to identify what it actually was that turned the Emil hate mainstream.
Probably all the
You
shitty
might
work
think the
over
answer
years.
would be the obvious one, which is the release of Starfield. But if you go and actually check, you'll find out that it's not quite that simple. And that once more, the real catalyst seems to be a person.
Oh,
no shit.
Oh, who could it
A
possibly be? I'm
person?
excited.
It
I want to
was
know
a
who it is.
person?
Who is that
You mean
person?
you mean a video game that, you know, Starfield didn't sit down and say, "Hello, all my problems are attributed to Emil Pagliarulo." It was actually a person
Like
who
you
had to
play
say
the
that?
you play the video game, every time a stupid thing happens, it goes, "This was written by Emil Pagliarulo, by the way." And you're like, "Okay, thank you."
It's not my fault. I'm so sorry.
So, who's ready for
So?
Emil Critic number 3?
Yeah, who is it?
I am.
Tell me.
I am.
Wait a
Design
minute.
Doctor, Patrician TV. I didn't know that you were a
Wait,
doctor.
I'm in this video?
That was you.
That was you the whole time.
Oh,
You
I wouldn't
bastard.
have I wouldn't have agreed to this if I knew I was in this video.
Oof, this is
Oh
pretty
my
awkward, bro.
gosh.
Like we're gonna be seeing you get
Well,
roasted.
Yeah, we're gonna do to you what we did to Creetosis, and then
I
you're gonna
barely
have to think
survived.
about perspective or
You have to
something.
grow and change.
Do better. What is this music?
This is necessary.
Dun,
This was so necessary.
Fucking could have had a child in that pause. Holy shit.
Starfield's reception was rocky, but this was hardly Bethesda's first rodeo.
Uh-huh.
They had overcome fairly significant fan
Okay. So
did they overcome it?
So
I guess
I would rather use the word survived it. Like they managed to continue despite it.
That
it
implies
didn't destroy
that they
the
rose
company.
above it. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was fine, probably.
Could
It's like,
anyone-
It came out okay.
Could anyone deny that their reputation has done nothing but fall over time?
No,
I
they
don't see how
fixed Fallout
anybody could
76.
Sure, man.
content with Fallout 4, and survived one of the most heavily criticized
even
and
said it.
controversial game launches.
Survives
Should've
better,
let 'em
yeah,
cook.
sure. I'll agree with that. Yeah, they
I will
survived
agree.
it.
Yeah, I made a fucking video on it. Fuck that game is incredible.
Hey, internet historian catching strays here.
I just find it amusing that like we see this as evidence that their reputation shouldn't have gone down unless PatricianTV made a video. Like,
Yeah.
wait a minute. hang
I'm the
on.
deciding factor. My million-view Starfield video.
Aren't there like what's the dude on the space hopper that makes videos about how Bethesda's shit?
Space Hopper.
Yeah, he's on like the little the bouncy ball thing, or like,
Oh, Nikki Jakey. Yeah, I don't think he brings them up, but that was
What's
one of
the
my
Space
arguments.
well,
was
sure, but he still rips into
The
Bethesda,
yoga ball.
right? Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
how
see,
is it
that's
called
the
a
thing is,
space
I didn't-
hopper?
I didn't want to know anything more about Starfield, so I never watched the Nikki Jakey video. But
Well-
I've been told that he does not talk about the behind-the-scenes stuff. He focuses
Well,
on
but
like,
right now he's talking
surface-level
about how
analytic
Bethesda
approach.
have survived these entries, and it's like, no, they haven't. Well, rather that they have, but they've
I mean, the
taken
company's
severe
alive.
damage.
But yeah, their reputation is quite. Considering that they only put out a video game every X years, they're really taking hits to their reputation.
Yeah.
If the
I'll tell you that
financial analysis,
really-
It's
If
not
the
like a
financial-
roller coaster where they
It
release
seems
a
to
game
me
every
that
couple years and they're up and down and up and down. It seems to be like they're just like really
Steadily
it's a
going down?
downward trajectory.
Yeah.
of
I think
quality, yeah.
Starfield seems like the response to Starfield is kind of a culmination of people
Yeah.
getting fed
Yeah.
up.
it is absolutely.
I agree.
So,
if
yeah.
if the financial analysis is to be believed, they only sold 3 to 4 million copies of Starfield. The remaining players were all Game Pass players, but not $70 sales. So they probably fell quite a bit short if that is the case. And there's people smarter than me that are doing this financial analysis. This is not me making shit up.
Mm-hmm. Also, Google Space Hopper if you're confused. You'll get it.
No, yeah. Why is it called that? Space Hopper.
That's what the Google's
Name.
for.
Space Hopper, also known as a Moon Hopper, Skippy Ball, Kangaroo Ball, Bouncer, Hippity Hop, Hippity hop, hoppity
more
hop,
names than
sit and
Gandalf.
bounce, or hop ball. But why is it? What are space hoppers called in Australia? They're called a hop ball, a sit and bounce,
A sit and
hippity hop or
bounce.
hoppity hop. Why is it called a space hopper though?
Because you go to space.
Space
Because
Hopper was
it's about Starfield, which was in space.
Yeah.
a British company called Wembley. made some changes and called it Space Hopper. Americans called theirs the Hoppity Hop.
I didn't know. I didn't know all this lore. I just thought it was. It's called a yoga ball.
Whenever we do an EFAP, there's always a factoid that's new for everybody, and we just did it. There we go.
No, definitions.net wants me to allow ads. Fuck off. How about I tell you the definition of get fucked?
Damn.
What's the name of the?
Now listen, I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Rags, you go on your adventure. We're gonna continue with the video, okay?
You know, that's fine.
Which
I
is
don't
in
have to care that much. If I have to
with
scroll all the way
Fallout
through
76.
that, yeah, I just...
But Starfield was their first new single-player game in a while, and fan expectations were high. Oh, and in case you still can't tell by this point, Bethesda fans and the community that surrounds them are quite a passionate bunch.
Okay.
Following Starfield's release, many fans were left disappointed. But there was a man that disappointment could be directed towards.
Emil.
And it wasn't
Todd Howard.
Emil Pagliarulo.
Oh.
No, Emil is not the
That's
best
the weird
known
part.
or most important.
I have to wonder if he does bring up Todd Howard. Like this is how Todd Howard's been treated this entire time.
Wait, is he going to do a switcheroo and pretend like it's? Is he going to say Todd Howard and be like, "Ooh, bet you didn't think I'd say that"?
I don't think so, because that would betray the format of the video. Come on, he's just getting to the to the real purpose of this.
I don't know what adventure we're in for, honestly. I don't know what's happening here.
Look at that pigeon. What's
So
that pigeon?
I am gonna say I have not seen this part. Private Sessions had to tap out after the Creetosis part. Took us about 6.5 hours, so fair enough. But
yeah, Creetosis, he disgusted me, but I kept.
I was gonna say
with the video. I didn't.
For the record, we're keeping him here just until the people can take him away. He'll be here for now.
I'm more interested in that pigeon. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got his little his little goggles on.
That's what gets me real excited. He's
saluting. What's he doing? Where's he going?
Like
Is he on a mission?
This
how do you know it's a he?
Cool dude.
Well, he or she going.
Well, it looks like he's got a job.
Oh, okay.
I'm particularly interested by 22nd to 26th of May. That's a pretty cool time of year, I think. I'm liking that. Pretty excited about that. 2017, not a bad year. Not a bad year at all.
Emil's looking good too.
Yeah, he looks good.
Look at him go.
He looks like he's about to go out on that stage and fucking nail it.
He looks like a fun guy.
He does. Todd is the same way. He does. I can't not like them. They're just at varying degrees of bad at their job.
They're charismatic for different reasons.
A charismatic.
Yes. Emil has an almost like I've accidentally become president kind of thing to him. Like what the fuck happened? Like a crazy technicality has landed me in this incredible position of creative power. I'm just gonna go with it full steam ahead. And Todd Howard is just like a creative guy who's really passionate, but he's almost like the misguided passionate creator in a sense. But it's not like I can't hate him. I can just
developer at Bethesda Game Studios. That would be one Todd Howard.
Ooh, Todd
a man who needs no introduction.
Duh.
Why'd you introduce him?
Why did you?
That is true. Why doesn't he just say this man and then show him coming out on stage? Like, just to prove the point that he's that iconic. All right,
Unless
I should have let him
don't
cook.
follow the game industry very closely, in which case Todd is the executive producer at Bethesda and was the director for the majority of their best-known games. He is also a man that features in many, many memes. And there's even an argument that could be made that he is the single most recognizable game developer in history.
Okay.
I mean, for example,
maybe,
an argument to be made. That's fine with me.
I was gonna say maybe. Yeah.
Arguably
there are more
true.
indexed search results on Google for Todd Howard.
Almost feel like Gabe Newell is like an old person recognizable.
Gabe Newell's pretty iconic.
Yeah. I would say if we're talking about normies, I think a lot of them could pick up on Todd Howard.
Probably Todd Howard.
Good old Gabe
Todd Howard has a lot of memes.
His throne has been
taken.
Around.
I think Gabe is sort of steps back a little bit from the, I guess, like the production.
He's also seen as like a saint. Like he's just never done anything wrong. Good old Gabe Ben, and he can rest in his happiness. Yeah.
Well, and
people
Todd also
saying
shows
Kojima,
up in
and Kojima's pretty well known, but
among normies,
Todd Howard's that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that I feel like if you play video games and like if you're immersed in video game spaces, then maybe.
Yeah, he's
But if you've only played Skyrim and then you play like FIFA or something, I feel like he'd be way more likely to know. Yeah, Todd Howard.
He's the Doritos of game developers. Like,
I'm curious how many thumbnails just have Todd Howard's face in it for no reason.
Yeah, I chose Nick Cage for this stream, but Todd Howard would have been suitable as well.
For Hideo Kojima, Shigeru Miyamoto, John Carmack, and Gabe Newell.
There he is.
Yeah,
Combined.
all of the normal choice. Oh,
this is probably
really?
because of meme magic, but Todd has been around doing interviews and acting as the face of
I'm willing to concede he may very well be. Yes, that's fine.
Bethesda
probably,
for over 20 years.
Good taste in jackets.
This is the person it makes the most sense to blame for any disappointment over Starfield.
What?
And-
Why?
Yeah, and
he's the game director.
No shit. I've blamed him too.
I mean, sure.
This is kind of funny though.
But what about? But I guess what I find funny is the argumentation that the reason why he's worth blaming is because of how like well known he is, rather than simply his position. That he was the director of the game.
It's almost like
why
saying,
is he so well known?
The history is irrelevant. All that matters is who was the director of the game.
If you're criticizing Emil, then you're too well educated on the subject, and you should stick to the normie topics like Todd Howard.
I was actually going to get to that. It would be like, you should be criticizing Kathleen Kennedy, not Riot Johnson, for the writing of TLJ. It's like, no, I can criticize them both. Like, look at me go.
Was Todd Howard? He directed Starfield, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But in interviews, they talk about how he was more inaccessible on this project because now he's in charge of like 1,000 people.
Yeah, that was what I was going to ask. Is because like there's been plenty of instances where director then gets moved into executive producer or producer, and then they're overseeing multiple titles. Like Miyamoto oversees titles. He's not directing any. I don't think he's directed a game for a while, but he's a producer on a lot of things. I wondered if Todd Howard was in the same boat.
It's a bit of a mix. Sometimes he's credited as an executive producer, like on Fallout 76, and sometimes he's credited as a game director. But he, like, for example, he's credited as a producer on Oblivion, but there are accounts of him doing a director position. So it's just job titles that don't really mean too much because gaming is very new.
I guess it's interesting
that people maybe wear more than one hat.
Yeah.
But what exactly is the point that he's making, that he is the most to blame, or that he is the one that you should exclusively
if you're gonna
blame
criticize the Witch King, you should be criticizing Sauron. That's what he's saying, okay.
I see. I getcha. But people do. People shit on Todd Howard all the fucking time.
That's the real confusion of this. I don't understand at all.
Yeah, this isn't a shock.
Including myself.
This is the normal. This is the normalist of takes.
Where's my Starfield script?
Suspense.
Apologize for this. Because I mentioned Todd Howard a lot in this section.
Well, we've talked for a good like 6 hours. Everyone can appreciate a little silence for a little bit.
I say part of the problem is that every creative decision runs through Todd Howard, but with the changes made to Bethesda, he as an individual is no longer in a position where he can be accessible as he used to be. This was attested to. The issue is Todd became more inaccessible due to the increasing size of Bethesda game studios and lacking the necessary underlying leadership structure to fill in that missing gap. I don't feel like clarifying every single time I say his name that I think Todd Howard could have pushed back against Emil's impulses or trying to guess where the line between Emil Pagliarulo and Will Shin was. So, I mean, these are all things that I've addressed in the video.
Also, someone said, you guys are totally missing the point of the entire video. The point is to treat people like people. Stop spreading hate and lies to justify your hate.
We're not spreading hate or lies, and also
he's spreading hate on purpose.
I don't even know what to deal with that.
Literally treating people like people.
Well, why don't we just fucking? We'll just hold up a mirror. Be like, stop stop spreading your hate and lies in chat, and NeverKnowsBest, stop spreading your hate and lies about Creetosis and PatricianTV. So there you go.
Yeah, like
can't we all get along?
Video is like malicious and shit. It's like it's actually awful, and he should be fucking ashamed. So
no
like,
more
we
hate,
that's
no more
that's
lies.
what keeps us sane. That's our coping mechanism.
And I already mentioned,
but...
we've got the EFAP science team have determined that we are actually correct and good, while he is incorrect and lies. So
we're portrayed by Giga Chads, and he's portrayed by a soy jack. So,
yeah.
I mean, it's over.
He's the sad crying peepo.
Who goes home to Pepe, his dad,
the one on
and
the,
says,
the one
"I
on
failed,
the floor
Dad."
with his spilled hamburger and fries.
This people did originally blame quite a bit, and yet never with the same intense hatred that would soon be directed at.
You are
wrong.
You are nuts.
That's
you are fucking wrong.
Dude, fucking Todd Howard catches blame for shit that's not even his fault.
Yeah,
the memes,
you
like
that
the tell me lies,
that's
tell me
not
sweet
fair.
little lies, all that shit.
Yeah, the whole see that mountain you can climb there. That's like when he said that he was correct. He was pointing to a specific mountain in the game.
Or is this a case of that because it's transcended to meme level that it now cancels out the real criticism at the root of it?
Wow, sorry, I hadn't seen any of Emil's tweets, and I just saw that one in the thumbnail. It's funny how disconnected some players are from the realities of game development, like bad start. And yet they speak with complete authority. Bad start. I mean, I can guess what it takes to make a hostess Twinkie, but I don't work in the factory. So what the hell do I... And I'm just like, you fucking idiot.
That's where you should work.
I've been asked...
Twinkie factory.
I've been asked to mention, there was a time where Todd Howard was blamed for the treatment of QA workers at ZeniMax that he had no authority over. And this was in a prolific article on Kotaku?
Doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I just find it insane, the idea that, especially if the narrative is nobody knew who this Emil guy was really until recently. Meanwhile, everybody, well, lots of people knew who Todd Howard was. He's exactly, he's the face of the company. He was the director of several of the projects, executive producer. He was the face, and thus the sole face that a lot of people for years were put into Bethesda and everything that they, liked and then, of course, disliked about the company. I don't even know, I don't know that much about Bethesda, but, this just seems not true at all. That he wasn't getting a shit ton of
this is going
flack.
all the way back to, Oblivion when he was up there giving all the presentations. Look at
this,
look at that. Wow. Look at these NPCs. They even shit in the closet whenever you're not looking and stuff like that.
They're burning dogs.
Where did...
Yeah, I remember
was it
that
burning the dog? I thought it was.
Yeah, she lights the dog on fire.
Dog.
Because
she paralyzes it, but later she lights it on fire.
Oh my god! Why did you program them like this, Todd? What's wrong with you? That's how it starts. Animal abuse.
So, what changed?
Oh my god.
Well, if we go to Emil's Twitter, we can look at the responses to his tweets and see that they all seem to be positive for months. Until December the 9th, where Emil suddenly...
Goblin changed everything,
until little Patrician came along, huh?
Starts to receive a lot of criticism.
Yeah, well, I bet if you go to the Google name search for Bill Cosby, you might notice that there's a certain uptick at a certain point in time. And,
yeah, when Patrician covered him in a video.
That's harassment.
That's just harassment. Poor Bill Cosby being harassed.
Eventually, leading him to go on a mass blocking spree.
And
what a Chad. We have a timeline.
I didn't hear about that.
We have a
timeline.
Oh, finally. Thank fuck. We finally have a timeline. Let's see. We've got 3 events. March of 2008, when there was a forum post. February of 2017, when there was that Reddit post. And then, I don't know, December of 2023.
Yeah. That paints the picture, does it not?
Those things can become things that people talk about. NeverKnowsBest discovers human communication.
Why doesn't he talk about the spikes he got when Starfield came out on September the 1st? Well, he got a spike there.
Yeah, but
I bet a lot of people started talking about Pluto when it got demoted from being a planet.
Well, that was just harassment.
Yeah.
That was
on December the 7th,
Pluto's a planet in my heart.
still seemed fine. And yet...
Hang on, what is the stat that he showed?
That
we
graph,
didn't actually
it was just
that
I think
graph.
It was just name searches over time.
But how many name searches?
Do we need to know? You showed a spike,
if he's getting 1 to 2 a week, then him getting 10 is going to be a huge spike.
Yeah, percentage.
No, we learned in the React Wars that it doesn't matter as long as you see a spike.
It's just a spike.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eventually,
I'm very curious. I'd like to see.
Eventually, leading him to go on a mass blocking spree.
Pussy.
And so,
I mean, it
21.
21. Does that mean like 21 total
So
searches?
21, 42,
100.
63, 80.
Wait,
80? Fucking
wait a
80?
minute. Is that so when
21?
it says 21, does that denote individual searches on Google?
I don't know.
Probably not. There's no way, because I fucking searched his name more than 21
Well, but wait
times.
as well. That
But
says
It was
between
you then. It was you. He's right.
between
You are at
December
fault.
3rd and 9th. So what? That's 6 days? Meaning an average of what?
he should maybe explain this
3.3?
chart.
I mean, what's going on here? This graph is weird.
This
Why
is a
I don't?
strange-
Yeah,
this is
because there's
strange
no like metric for. Oh, it's apparently it's that it can be a maximum of 100. That doesn't help. I don't
Does that
understand.
mean it averages
Is that a
everything
percentage?
down,
Is
or
that by percentage increases? If it's at 100 is the max, maybe that it represents percentage increases. So there was a 21% increase between
Okay.
December 3rd and 9th.
why wouldn't
that
they?
100 is
be,
the
like,
maximum
impressions or
number that
something?
there's ever been, and everything else is compared relative to that high point?
Seems like a strange way to
It's a
do it.
percentage
Not
of the maximum. That's interesting.
Do they give you the
Okay,
I
option
feel like
to
he should
find out
still
like the
explain
actual
this.
numbers, or
I guess not.
okay, well,
All right.
But how can
Okay, well,
how can 100% of the searches happened on a single day? That would mean that it would be 0% on the other days.
That means if you were gonna search his name on that day, you couldn't because they were all taken.
I think
Well, I
he
think it's
brought
what-
this chart up in the bit you skipped. Fucking nope. I saw that part. Don't even try that shit.
because I'm assuming is what Fringy said about like the 100 is just the day with the highest amount, and then everything else scales according to that.
I guess so. The point being that
maybe.
there was people
So
were more
21%
interested
Of
at
that
this
100,
point in time.
okay.
People were
Of
more
the
interested
busiest
at this
day,
point in
and we
time.
still don't even know because if it goes by percentages, we don't know if it's 1,000 people or 10,000 or
Somebody
60.
in chat, go to fucking Google Trends and look this up and actually give us an answer of what the hell this means.
That's
Well,
right. This is a EFAP stream. You've got fucking homework,
I'm
boys.
fine with
I told
him
you about the
saying there was
test.
an increase because of the fact that there could be a bazillion reasons for it, and then even if it were attributed solely to you, it would still be about whether or not that's a fair result. Like if you had arranged a harassment campaign on him, quote unquote, unfairly, then maybe we'd have a problem. But you talking about his work does not mean that you are now responsible for some random saying something mean to him on Twitter.
Yeah, well, I said his name so people looked it up. Like,
Yeah.
okay. That means that people were fact checking and like trying to get information on the guy. That doesn't there's no correlation with harassment here. Shouldn't Patrician
we
be
have-
explaining this to us since he's responsible for the uptick? It's
Yeah,
true,
you should know all about
Patrician.
this.
Yeah, explain your crimes.
Have a timeline. On December the 7th, everything still seemed fine. And yet 2 days later,
Oh, Jesus, quit playing
Emil is
fucking
suddenly
coy.
under
This is
heavy
so
attack.
fucking stupid.
Everything's padded out with
And
this.
from this point onwards,
Just fucking say it. On December 7th, I released a video. You already fucking said
Oh,
that this
okay.
part's
Hey.
about me.
Hey, just to be, a buddy of mine sent me this. Interest over time. Numbers represent search interest relative to the highest point on the chart for the given region and time. A value of 100 is the peak popularity for the term. A value of 50 means that the term is half as popular. A score of 0 means that there was not enough data for this term.
So, like, I mean, still, like, if 100 people looked it up, that would be the peak of his popularity. Maybe he's
I was
just
gonna
fucking
say,
obscure.
Without detail, it's not super useful,
he
but
is
I still
obscure
get
for
what
the
he's
most
saying.
Yeah,
that there was
that's not actionable information other than just saying that there was a spike.
yeah.
And if it's by percentage, it might not actually be that much. Because if you Google, if you go to YouTube and type in like Emil Pagliarulo, then you probably won't actually get that much.
And how many of the people were searching it because he was in the fucking news for doing a 15
That's
part?
the thing. It's very useless information.
Yeah, what's so NeverKnowsBest shows up first, then Creetosis, then Zarek, then Patrician's Starfield analysis, then the conference, the Emil conference in Hegenflugen in Copenhagen, and then there's the Creetosis video again.
The graph is good to identify a data trend. That's it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like
Yeah,
particularly
yeah.
strong evidence. You can only prove that there was a trend of information, but no shit. That's what this
It
whole video
shows
was
that
about.
something happened.
Something did happen.
Something
every single
happened.
tweet Emil makes will be filled with negative responses, despite the blocking, and many of which call for him to
Despite
be
the
fired.
blocking?
Can we see some tweets? You showed us like a ton of Reddit posts of people saying this. Can we see some tweets?
These some mean tweets.
Now,
I want to see what some fuck on Twitter has to say about this.
There was another event being his little rant, but
yeah,
on December the 13th.
680,000 views according to Twitter. So.
1.3k responses, 1.2k likes. Like,
uh-oh. 734 retweets. It's not unless you're specifically asking for responses in the tweet. That's normally not a great sign.
Which we will get to. But we can clearly see that December the 13th wasn't the start.
Jesus fuck.
So
why
something
is the friend who sent
before.
me this giving me a black person thumbs up? When he's a white guy. It's just weird to me.
It's cultural appropriation.
Sounds like a marketer to me.
It's strange. I always do yellow. Yellow is the color of people.
It's the Simpsons.
It's the Lego color. It's the Simpsons. It's the smiley face. Yellow is all of us. If you took all of the human skin tones and combined them into an average, it'd basically be like a Lego man.
And that's why
like a woman,
so good.
actually. So.
Well then, like maybe an 8-hour-long YouTube video that has almost 1 million views in less than a month and talks about Emil Pagliarulo.
Oh, why bring up the view count? Why bring up the view count?
This is
but just to highlight how much damage you've done.
True.
968,000. Fucking amateur.
Starfield Analysis: A Quick Retrospective by PatricianTV. Now, you might think,
I get it. It's
hours,
not quick.
I wouldn't be surprised if this guy was just like...
Well, there wasn't a laugh track, so we didn't know it was a joke.
He claims the video is quick.
Yeah, you needed to have, like, in brackets, in the title.
Yeah, like the crying, laughing face.
Yeah.
It's a lot of content to go through. But don't worry, there's really only one single part of it which matters.
Like 8 hours is long, right? But if you take it and like you could listen to it in the background as you do the rest of your life.
No.
And then you don't actually have to watch it all in a single sitting.
No.
You could. I guess it's true.
It's all together. That means it's implied you have to watch it
Rags,
in one sitting.
It's like you're a bad faith evil retard because you missed the part where he said there's only one important part. So yeah. Think about that.
But he knows this because he.
Which is funny because he's going to cite things I say throughout the entire video.
Yeah, the one important part.
The one important part where he reiterates over
the one important part, the entire video.
Even call it a magic phrase.
Whoa.
But why don't we let Patrician speak for himself?
Why don't we let Patrician destroy himself?
Yeah.
Got him. Diving into Starfield as a game requires 3
This guy sounds like you.
key words that are going to tie this entire analysis together. It's like a magic phrase that really explains everything wrong with this game. No design document.
So, this entire 8-hour analysis is tied together through these 3 words. And according to PatricianTV, these 3 words explain everything wrong with this game.
It's true. If you'd actually talked about the game, you'd see how that ties things together.
I've seen your video twice. It kind of does, pretty much everything can be tied back to no design document. A lot of it feels, a lot of the game and its aesthetics and its design and how all the little moving pieces fit together. It does feel like there's no design document. It does feel
let's say that there was one, but it still feels like that. So
if there is one, it's almost worse if there is one and they still manage to make a game where everything feels so disconnected and the parts don't fit together.
One might argue that every problem with Multiverse of Madness comes back to them not giving a shit to have a script before filming as much as like 2/3 of the film. Someone might say like, every problem? You're like, kinda. Not like every, but kinda every.
Every single thing wrong with Starfield, according to PatricianTV in his own words, is explained by this. Now, this is a...
Is there a fucking drop shadow on this?
It's
there is.
I think there is.
There's a fucking drop shadow on it.
You can compare the top left corner to like the other corners, and
why?
What? I think it's because he put it on the timeline on. I guess if he's using like Vegas or something. If you put something on one of the like the video tracks and you have it set, then anything you put it on there is going to have the drop shadow behind it.
is
But
a
it's almost
truly
like at that point, why bother? If your shadow is
Yeah.
gonna be that like small and everything, what's the point?
shocking revelation. The idea that any major game studio doesn't use any design documentation is almost
Whoa,
You
wait a
didn't.
minute.
Whoa, well, hold up now, hold up, hold up.
Hold your horses
Hold on,
there.
hold your. Oh, so wrangle those mechs, all right?
Now, no
I don't-
design document. As a layman sitting here in my little chair, I don't think that Patrician TV means that there was no paper in which words were written on that related to the game, i.e. a document in which design was displayed.
Obviously,
it's just a
things were
short, fast way to
documented.
convey this idea, and I elaborate on this. I said, to be fair, design and writing director Emil Pagliarulo stated that there is a design document, but that it is very short, and he believes the game itself is the real design document, which, you would agree, is something that he did say earlier in this video.
Yeah, he said that there's no design documents anymore because they get outdated really quickly.
Yeah, and I feel if you're starting a game and your design documents are getting outdated, it's not that they're outdated so much as they don't have all the context.
Well, write better
They're
design
requiring
documents.
of updates.
Yeah, they need,
which is under the umbrella of outdated, but
think of it as like if you're writing a new book, whether it's a new fantasy epic or a science fiction adventure or a murder mystery, you're gonna want to have some documentation for here are all the characters, basic information about the characters, so that you can always it's like a reference page for yourself. Even if you're only one person who's making it, you still want to have a design document. But the more people that you add to the project, the more important it becomes to keep all of these external minds from your own on the same proverbial page.
My point is that the design doesn't come together cohesively, and my example was zero gravity combat that gets used almost never in the primary quest lines. So that's my overall point, is that it really feels like the designers weren't talking to each other, which in a development like this, the main means that they have to talk to each other is documentation.
Well,
almost unimaginable. They are such an integral part of game development, and the idea that a game the size of Starfield could even be made without any documentation.
That's not what he said.
What is this?
You weasel, you little weasel. You're a weaselly little liar, dude.
It's just, how could you possibly believe that someone thought that nothing throughout all of the development got written down?
Well, Fringy, this is called old school game development. It's all by oral tradition. So all of the elders of the company would pass down the game design to all the younger generation, and then they would carry on the game development, and then they would pass it on to their kids, so that the company.
Well, some of it was maintained through dances.
If you just have this part, yes, it seems rather damning, but you're excluding the other parts of this section where I discuss the nuances of what's going on with this, and I give sources as to what Emil had said, and I allow people to come to their own interpretation as to whether or not I'm right about it.
The thing is he's would take someone out of context.
Well, he's employed an interesting strategy, which is, here is an 8-hour video. I'm not going to respond to all of it. Here's a way that I can try to create an umbrella response to it, though. He said, in his own words, that the reason that what bound together the entire critique and what is fundamentally wrong with Starfield is no design document. Therefore, if I can dismantle this central premise, the entire video in a sense has been uprooted and destroyed. It's fascinating, isn't it? As a strategy.
Yeah, no, just like fundamentally, I would just be like, do you actually think Patrician TV thinks that there's not a single document that relates to the game's design? And he'd be like, well, he's the one who said no designer. Right? No, none of that bullshit. Do you actually think that he thinks that?
No one thinks he means
written down at any point during the development on a game by thousands of people that nobody ever wrote down what they were doing or what they intended to do.
And I include the sources on this. I include the parts where Emil says the extent of limited documentation that they do have.
Which, if that's the case, then yeah, that's disastrous for this, because then It's in the
Calling
video.
it the limited
obviously.
documentation that we do have, even like that implies like, do you know that you're like
You're making a huge video game with a lot of people, limited documentation, and simply isn't enough.
I feel like you need to have like weekly meetings, or maybe every, I don't know, if by daily is every 2 days. What's every 3 days? Tri-daily meetings with your team to be like, all right, we got to make sure it just because this is a new IP, really big video, millions of bajillions of dollars are going into this. Making sure we're still on the same page with all the stuff that you guys are making. We got to make sure that the guys designing the spacesuits over there, and the guys who are doing the history and the lore over there, and the guys who are writing the quests over there in the back, we got to make sure we're all working towards the same universe. Because, like, duh? I don't know, I've never made a game, but I would just assume you'd want to keep everyone united creatively.
Yeah.
Patrician has posted. Oh, okay. I just didn't see that earlier.
That's the quote.
I was just so focused on
read.
You're so focused on the fact that Patrician doesn't even know that they make games with documents.
I'm doing documentation right now. I'm ordering a fucking pizza because I'm hungry in the stream.
I'm actually ordering a pizza too.
What I can do? What you can? You guys have Marco's? Marco's is
no.
If you have it, it's pretty good, right? The only time I ever order food is if I get really hungry during like an EFAP stream, and I don't want to be like, hey, chill, I'm gonna go make some pork chops. It's pretty good. I got this deal where you can get a large pepperoni magnifico. So that's like lunch for. That was like lunch for like 3, maybe probably like 3 days of food, and you can. And I'm like, I'm not actually that big at pepperoni's, all right, but I'd prefer other things. So you could take off the pepperoni, and instead you can click on like grilled chicken and bacon and mushroom and put that on there, and you still get the discount. So they upcharge you a little bit for the extra things, but you still get the discount. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
$5 off. Yeah.
Almost unbelievable.
But yes, no one believes that is what he means. True. Yes, correct.
Oh, it is not
believable.
Is this another meme?
No, we're gonna fall into another pit of 3 levels of irony.
Mm-hmm.
Get some perspective
PatricianTV
or whatever.
Wouldn't just make something like this up.
No, he does believe that he's saying that and claiming
That's
it.
why I clarified it.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. This is fucking balls.
Right. I mean, that would be a pretty bold lie to make.
Yeah, PatricianTV, are you really going to claim that they didn't have a single document in relation to design? That would be a pretty bold fucking lie, buddy.
Yeah. You think they just remembered
I like how he
everything?
switched his insane interpretation into a lie you told.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
This is actually Patrician's fault.
When he says this is a magic phrase that ties the entire analysis together and explains everything wrong with this game.
Which is called a thesis statement.
Yeah,
that's why I refer back to it.
It's like
your
video. Fancy terms.
Your theory behind how all of this came to be is perfectly fucking reasonable. Like I said, it would be the equivalent if someone said, Mauler-Rackens, that them not having a script before having MOM explains all the problems with it, when there could be plenty of problems that could have come from, ineptitude from anybody during all of it. I should be like, I mean, it's not like I'm saying it explains absolutely everything, but it's a pretty good start for why everything went to shit, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, here's the thing, too, is they could have made a 10 out of 10 game without a document, and no one would give a shit that they didn't use a document. It's purely cited as, like, this is the murder weapon.
Yeah. And I understand that completely, yeah.
It's not a guarantee for failure, but, like, I don't know why you'd play... I don't know why you'd design a game on hard mode for yourself. You don't get bonus points at the end.
But the thing about magic is that it isn't real.
Bullshit.
Oh my god.
True.
Well, thank you for that. I didn't know that.
Although sleight of hand is.
Whoa.
Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves. But what is a design document?
Don't put me into this.
But what is a design document?
But what is sleight of hand? This reminds me of Karl Marx.
I'm sure some people are probably wondering. Well, really, it's a general catch-all term for any kind of document used during development.
Any kind of document? No, it's not any kind of document.
Well,
if I
have
get a
little
sticky note and give it to Bob to say, "Hey, can you give this to
get
Jimmy
some milk
over
for later?"
in Quest Design?" Yeah, that's not a design document.
I think just like the Creetosis part, this is arguing semantics about what words really mean.
Well, no, it's funny because he said any kind of document. He's showing us, he's showing us the description. It says a highly descriptive living software design document. That doesn't sound like any kind of document.
That doesn't sound like any kind of document at all.
You might want to watch out for your visuals, guys. We've said this before, but they can kill you.
I would imagine I'd probably say the majority of documents at Bethesda are like boring legal shit and employee paperwork and stuff of that nature. Most of their documents don't actually have to do with the games that they make. Because, I mean, we don't think about it, but the back ends that have to do with the legality and the licensing and stuff like that, all the contracts and employee, documentation must be insane at a big company like Bethesda.
Mm-hmm.
It was common practice to have one large central document to keep track of all of the most important information. Which
large central?
I'm curious if he's going to think that the design document is literally a page. It is a document.
It's just they wrote down on a white. They wrote down the name Aquila City on a whiteboard, and that counts as documentation. So.
Well, yeah, you're the idiot that claimed otherwise, Patrician. So.
Yeah, you said they don't write anything down ever.
Loser.
And that the elders of Bethesda passed to the younger generation the oral tradition of the game that will become Starfield.
Except for that part where I said that he stated that there is a document and that it's short and that he believes the game itself is the real design document, and then played quotes of him saying that.
Which was called a game design document. One really famous example of this that you can still check out online is the Doom Bible, the GDD from the 1993 game Doom. And so, using a single GDD was an industry standard in the 80s and 90s. PatricianTV, who based on
you idiot
on what he says in this video,
Doom had one, so they don't use them anymore. That's an interesting argument.
Well, that's the weird thing too. Is yes, there are studios that abandon the practice, and there's studios that still do it. There's not one uniform way that they make video games.
I don't actually buy that it is gone from any major studio's development. It's simply changed its name or function in terms of how it's categorized.
What has largely changed is that it typically gets abandoned once they reach the alpha stage.
But like, the nature of having a core set of principles or ideas that relate to like the things that you'll be discovering in the world, or what kind of gameplay that will be interacted with, or what kind of tone you're going for. Those things that aren't supposed to be evolved out of design entirely. Like, where do they belong now? It used to be a Doom Bible where everyone would actually maybe have a printed out set of pages that they all have at their desks. Like, that doesn't seem like it would be the way that they do it these days. I don't think that makes the concept like unusable. It would just be that would it not be like an accessible page on a website for everybody now?
Well, yeah, like it may well not be the case that everybody has a booklet on their desk that is like the print version of the Bible, but rather that, again, like it said in the Wikipedia article, a living document.
Yeah.
That it's something that's continually being referred back to and updated by people and discussed. But that there's always going to be, especially if you're working with hundreds or thousands of people, keeping everybody on the same page. There's
thousands of people that are
process.
Thousands of people that work at 4 different studios that are across the country from each other.
Yeah, they just mail it back and forth for whoever needs it.
This is what I mean. This feels completely disingenuous. It's like the Doom Bible, a printed set of sheets that relate to a game that was much smaller in scope. They don't do that anymore. It's like, what do you mean they don't do that anymore? Yeah.
Weirdly successful. It's weird. Why wasn't Doom rated a 7 out of 10?
It would be like saying they don't do... You talk about rear screen projection in a bunch of videos, and then someone says they don't do special effects anymore, and their only evidence is they don't have rear screen projection. It's like, that's stupid. You're not even paying attention to what the point is. But we already know that, because he said that you don't even think that there's documents. Which is like
Josh Sawyer. Josh Sawyer, in response to this, because someone asked him, said that they do documentation for their games.
Whoa.
Who's Josh Sawyer? Sorry.
He worked for Obsidian.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Oh yeah, I can absolutely believe like when they were like making New Vegas and stuff. That it's such.
But that's like the 90s or something, you know.
Yeah, because ancient history.
does not have any.
I like that he's characterizing Doom's development as like the 80s and 90s. Like the 90s, sure, but the fucking 80s.
Well, and we're looking at an industry that hyper develops super fast and all kinds of technological crazy. This is what I mean. I don't like the referral to Doom's Bible as something that never happens before. When you know what he's thinking about is the bundle of pages stapled together and provided to each office chair. Like that's just not. Of course, that's not a practice they do anymore.
Oh, a wiki system that centralizes information about the game. That sounds a lot like a design document.
I was going to say
that sounds a lot like what I do. I use a program called Obsidian MD, which is a wiki system.
That's what I'm getting at.
That's my documentation.
It's an antiquated format, but not an antiquated design assistance. Yeah, like
the
support
idea
foundation.
has just taken a different form as technology changes and studios get to certain sizes, and you can network, and everyone's connected on their computer.
That's what I mean. Is like this is super disingenuous.
So, using a single GDD was an industry standard in the 80s and 90s.
Got him cut to black.
PatricianTV.
That's just a claim that he just made that. He just said that, by the way. He just like said that and
does not have
that to
any actual knowledge or understanding of game development.
Any.
True.
Not even any.
Not even any. You don't even understand that games are created on computers.
Yeah, you fucking idiot.
I thought they were made on rocks.
No, games aren't created; they're played. You guys aren't paying attention.
They like heat up sand and it has energy and stuff. You don't what?
Yeah, this is what I mean. You're so out of the loop.
Oh damn!
Single GDD is still standard practice, but it's not. For evidence, here is GameDeveloper.com's guide on how to write a game design document.
I love this source.
Okay. All right, this is.
All right, allow me to read a part of this.
Please do.
Whatever you call it, GDD, wiki, board, the important thing is to have something that describes your game project before jumping into production.
Oh shit, that sounds like the fucking design document.
That sounds like
literally the thing we're talking about.
To the fucking heart of his whole point.
The source he's using equates wikis and GDDs.
Whoops.
Document, which begins by saying some clarification before diving in. Number one, in bold,
before you dive
using
in,
a GDD is a thing of the past.
No.
Read above it.
Yeah, there were a few points that kept showing up the most, and I'd like to clarify some stuff that will make sense once you've been able to read the whole thing. So this is the first thing that's being clarified using a GDD as a thing.
He's saying that
you fucked up.
He's saying that people
fucked up.
He's saying that people brought up that they thought that GDDs were a thing of the past, and he's going to clarify why that's not the case.
That's embarrassing.
Like I said, this video is about fact checking. It's a test.
It's a meme, is it? Is this the meme?
He's filtering his own audience.
I'm a little bit like I'm pausing to really consider because I'm like, Jesus.
I'm telling you, I've got insight here.
There's no God here, Mahler. The thing,
is this a meme? Is this actually a meme?
But people have done this before. We've had people do this before where they present something that clearly goes against what they say, but they just focus on the one sentence of the paragraph that they like, even though the rest of the paragraph that's all blatantly on screen takes a shit on their point. We've seen this before.
But he had to highlight it.
Yeah, but we've seen this before on EFAP. This isn't unprecedented.
It's not unprecedented. People have been this aloof and unaware. It's happened. And I mean, it's not like the rest of the video has proven that it was not possible for this man to have this level of unawareness.
That's true.
Now, a more traditional GDD might still be used in pre-production as a sort of initial plan, but during development, most big studios will use some kind of wiki system.
This is so fucking funny, dude.
Wikis and GDDs are.
This guy looks like the mad scientist from Mystery Science Theater 3000.
I can't believe this shit.
Okay, so when I kept track of information, I used to use a spreadsheet. Now I use a wiki system. Am I doing something fundamentally different? No, I'm using them for the same purpose. It's just that the wiki system ended up being superior at doing it. But it's still a centralized document I use.
I was about to say, does this address anything by way of the claim that there was no centralized method of tracking the objectives of Starfield.
No, it had to be written like an essay.
I'm having a bit of a brain blast because like he took to what you meant as zero documentation, but now he's taking the time to explain to us that they use Wikipedias because the design doc Bibles that are printed out are outdated, and I'm just sitting here like, why would you even bother explaining this if you think Patrician's so fucking stupid that he doesn't think there's any documentation whatsoever? Unless you knew exactly what he meant, and you only threw that in to try and make him look worse than he actually is by far, to the point where no one would ever believe that that's what Patrician thinks. But you tried it anyway, and then you move on to being like, aha, you see how I'm correct by slipping around the point and into like the thing you obviously were referring to? Like, oh yeah, I never would have. It's funny because when I was making up like ideas for what it could be, I was essentially describing a Wikipedia that's shared like locally, or even it doesn't even need to be locally at this point because we're so advanced. All right, it doesn't need to be on their offices unless they need it for the sake of privacy. That could make some sense, but that this would be what the modern version would be.
I mean, if id Software, if they had access to this back in the day, they'd probably use it. When you go back that far, they just didn't have access to all the tools that we have today.
They probably only used paper because computers were a lot more simple.
Very
back
likely,
then.
yeah. You might have just written it down. Like literally, pass me the design document, and we'll
you
print
have to
out
remember
copies.
back in the day, you had to go back to DOS in order to run Doom. You couldn't run it in an operating system.
It was a different world.
It's a shocking video, like, in a lot of ways.
Could be better.
Could be better, yeah.
Instead, like Confluence. The most common term for these wikis is usually game developer wikis, but they're sometimes referred to as game studio wikis, internal wikis, dev wikis.
Stop saying wiki.
I could see why something like this might kill the traditional game design document. I could see exactly why, because it almost functions as one. Well, depending on how you design it, of course.
Or just the name of the actual software. The advantages of a wiki should be pretty obvious. Once upon a time, games only had 10 or 20 people working on them, and development would take less than a year. So one document could do the job.
Okay,
times change.
Okay.
Now,
so you're saying lots of people need documentation?
Yep. This just feels like the video's catching up to us. Like we're like, yep, you get it there, nailing it, almost.
Have hundreds, if not thousands, of developers making a game over the course of many years, meaning a specialist wiki is a lot more practical than having one single big GDD.
That's still a document.
Yep.
Goddamn document.
I'm just shocked that many people wasted their time on that fucking turd of a game.
But again, PatricianTV doesn't seem to know any of this.
Yeah. Big stupid guy.
Got me.
Fucking fool.
And yet, that sure won't stop him from making a lot of assumptions about the lack of a GDD at Bethesda.
I like that he's not played any more of my video.
Why would he
done any of the clarifications?
That would be what we call a tactical blunder.
After all, you said that this was what could that binds the entire analysis together.
Okay, so why didn't I stop the video there if I had just nailed it so fundamentally that
that just shows how foolish you are, you foolish fool.
You know, that's a good point.
And it's been brought up before, but it is kind of funny that we're never going to get to whether or not his writing contributions were fucking bad or not.
Well, yeah, because it's not about Emil anymore.
No.
It's about me.
You and your crimes.
It was always going to be about me.
Your accomplices.
He's just pretended up until now that there was some higher purpose to this video.
We'll get to those assumptions
help Creetosis
soon.
grow as a person, to mature, to get perspective. We should be thanking NeverKnowsBest.
Also, people are referencing Sitch's law, like that most difficulties and conflicts come down to semantics. It's like, this is deliberate. He opened with saying the Patrician thinks there's no documents done.
Well, and he thinks there's a difference between personal experiences and first-hand experiences, so I can see how you would get confused.
Yeah, I could see how he doesn't know how
what I would say is that it's a semantic difference whenever it fucking benefits him, isn't it? Like, it's like, oh, you must have meant this totally wrong thing. Like, that's what you meant. You're like, uh-huh. Don't think that.
But first, we should probably try to work out where PatricianTV's claim even came from.
Maybe you should play more of my video. Don't fucking try to read my mind. Just play the video, the thing that I made so that people would know what I was saying. The part that clarifies all this shit.
So surreal about this video. How come so little of the video is oriented around the actual content of the games?
Because it would disprove
Emil's
the entire
writing
thing.
is abysmally bad. Like, it has been consistently super bad. There's a reason why people virtually don't remember anything for all the hours they put into these games. The consistent, huge criticism is the characters and stories are shit. But we're not going to talk about that.
We're not talking about a lot of things. He's summarized the 8-hour video as having only one important moment, which is summarized by 3 words.
We're
8
barely
hours
talking about what we're talking about.
Yeah, but remember, Mauler, it was in Patrician's words.
Fuck's sake, it's fucking 15 minutes and 56 seconds. That's the timestamp of my clarification. Fucking 15 minutes into this video. What were you doing 15 minutes into this video? You were fucking faffing about, talking about Emil.
He was trying to figure out how masturbating works as he saved this video.
Did he figure it out? I don't know.
I mean,
you were showing us random posts on Reddit.
This is a man who has never come.
Dev. But that's certainly not a crime. He is just a YouTuber after all.
Yeah.
Just a YouTuber, jeez.
I don't like when people say that.
Yeah, but it's true. Look at him.
I don't like it when people denigrate YouTube as like this shitty, useless crap profession.
Source a few minutes later. Let's let him explain it.
Oh, thank goodness.
Thank you.
Right. Our design and writing director, Emil Pagliarulo, stated that there is a design document, but that it is very short, and he believes the...
Don't you know? These are archaic and outdated. They're not even used anymore. Looks like you know nothing. You don't know anything about game design. How the fuck could he have that section and then show you quoting him? What? Like, how does that make any sense at all? You can't rip into you for not knowing anything when you're using his information provided by Emil.
The two halves of his brain are like competing over which ideas get to be in the video, and unfortunately, it's a very even match, so they both kind of win.
Damn, dude. Like, this is what I said. If you're gonna lie fully. Don't do the stupid thing where you're like, I'm gonna lie and then show you how I lied. Like,
well, that's the weird thing is he omits the context at another critical point, so why not just omit this?
That's what I'm saying. Why show any clips of your video at this point? It's just not gonna look good for him.
The game itself is the real design document. Imagine being a designer and being told to go play the game instead of reading a few pages to answer your questions. This is woefully ineffective and can be chaotic on a development process.
Design documents are only as good as, you know, your follow through when you actually start putting stuff in game. Like, 100%.
And then he says that it quickly became irrelevant and out of date. So I'm getting mixed signals from Emil here.
Yeah.
Like, this doesn't seem like the way you make a video game.
Also, the statement, they're only as good as you implement them, is like, yeah, you could say that about the script for a movie, I guess. But there's still...
I mean, it's probably still worthwhile to have a really good script.
Yeah.
The
really
interesting thing, too, is he decided to omit this talk from his timeline.
Interesting.
The first time Pagliarulo has discussed his aversion to design documents.
In the development of the studio, we don't have a lot of extensive design documentation. We found that probably after we hit Fallout 3, the design docs that we had became outdated very quickly because we knew we needed to get stuff in the game and play it and then change it. We needed to iterate on it. So we would have these extensive 50-page design documents that were completely outdated. And the time it took to maintain those just wasn't...
Completely outdated.
Like I said, I think that's a you problem. Like, if they're completely outdated.
Completely outdated.
Okay, so in fact, there are 3 sources provided. Well then, let's go through them one by one.
By the way, where's your snarky response to Emil saying, Emil, they're pretty outdated, bro.
Well, shut up. You're hurting my video here.
Like,
yeah, I mean, because he's saying that it was by the time they got to Fallout 3. Like,
yeah.
Wait, I thought it was the 80s and the 90s, not the late
2000s. The 80s and 90s, bro.
Oh, yeah, it's the 80s and 90s, and here he is saying that in 2008 they were still using them.
Catch up, bruh.
Before trying to find the real source. So, the first is a written quote from an audio interview conducted by Polygon.
Wrong. Was it originally an audio interview? I didn't know that.
I don't know.
Maybe that's why Emil thought it was.
The question is, How did you keep yourself from going down rabbit holes as you built out the story and characters and things that were most important?
I mean, there's more to that question.
Rabbit holes.
Emil talks a bit about pre-production and then implementing initial ideas before saying they made a detailed timeline of events of the universe before we get to the part Patrician shows, which reads...
Wait, hold on. Wait, I saw a line there that was interesting because he went past a lot of stuff. Can we rewind like 10 seconds?
We can.
The question is, how did you keep yourself from going down rabbit holes as you built out the story and characters and things that were most important? Emil talks a bit about pre-production.
Why is that the part of the question that's officially part of it?
So here's the high level on how writing works. I come up with the main quest, the main story. I talk it through with Todd. He'll give me course corrections. We'll change things, but we're synced up pretty close. And then I come up with the factions and the high level storyline of each faction. I come up with the cities and which ones were occupied. Like a killer city is on the planet, a killer. Oh, oof. That's not very creative. And Cheyenne system. I come up with
like
the
a waste,
high-level world building.
That's
during pre-production. When we start production and the other designers come on, that's when I will work with the designers to flesh everything out. So the quest designer and the level designer who are assigned to the United Colonies, I'm talking to them. Here's what the story is, and okay, how we're doing this.
Initial ideas before saying they made a detailed timeline.
It's that last sentence there. We're talking it through, and they'll start implementing really soon. It's not like I'm writing a giant design doc. It's small.
Dude, the fucking references.
Have a small design document for a game that's supposed to be this big.
It's not just that. His fucking point to prove Patrician a retard was that they don't do them anymore. Here he is saying, "Yeah, we do them."
We do, yeah. But that he's not doing a big one. That it's a small one.
This is what I mean. It's pathetic.
Which is like the worst of both.
It's the worst.
We have one, but it's shit.
We have one, but it's shit.
When his claim is that they don't do them anymore.
It's like Emil walks into the room and flips the bird to both Patrician and NeverKnowsBest, and he's like, actually, double shit.
It's true. I don't quite get the angle because he's saying that I'm wrong about them not doing it, but he's also saying that it's not standard practice. So they don't do it anyways. So I'm right? He's saying
correct.
That they don't do. He's saying it's an outdated practice and they don't do it anymore. So I'm right that they don't do it.
Remember, you're automatically wrong because as far as he's framed you, is you don't think there's a single document in the whole of the game's fucking production. So
I think what it is he's saying that it's okay that there's no document because other games get away with it.
This game didn't.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is talk about Starfield. Go ahead.
Yeah,
so talk about how it's a mess.
Again, this is why I'm so fascinated by it. Like, the observation of no design document, how does that dismantle any specific claims that would be made about any given system or a quest or any specific component of the game's design? Like, even if it was granted that initial statement that you made was somehow like completely and utterly that you actually believe that there was no documentation at all throughout the entire game. How does this in any way rebuke any specific claims that were made about the game's mechanics and how they work or don't work, or the quest design or the writing?
What he's doing here is he's trying to disprove the clarification. Meanwhile, the context I apparently left out was proof of my clarification that they use a small document.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy that Never seems to be undertaking here.
Look, I'm sorry that I didn't put a giant block of text on the screen and I just put the most like conclusive and final part.
Do you want me to read the text on the screen or do you want me to listen to your voice?
We have to assume that his paraphrasing is correct.
Before we get to the part Patrician shows, which reads...
Oh, I get it. I should have just said it was true and not provided a source at all. Then I wouldn't even be in trouble.
It's not to say nothing is documented. Everything is. So the main source, Patrician TV...
Yeah, we know they write shit down.
Wait, do you think that that's like the smoking gun? Like that's the...
I guess he really is trying to portray Patrician as saying they don't write anything down. This is all, it's literally oral tradition.
Was that not in the quote that I put in the video?
It was in the quote, but I guess maybe he thinks...
I mean, I'm not like him. I didn't white out parts of the context to make a point. I could have whited that out if I was trying to hide the context. I know how to use inspect element, Never.
You don't even need that. Well, so someone just said he has to be trolling. It's like, I'm still trying to figure out how he ended up here.
This is...
Because it is wacky.
For the claim that nothing is documented at Bethesda.
Nothing is documented at Bethesda.
I remember, when Patricia said that.
I like this too, because after the thesis part of the video, anytime I talk about the lack of a design document is like half punchline. I'm just saying, well, this seems fucking incongruent with anything else that's in this game. I guess it was because of the whole design document thing. Sorry, I didn't clarify the whole... I should have put that paragraph saying that there was slight documentation in order to every single time in the hours of video that, yeah.
By saying that everything is documented. And this is his best piece.
Again, I clarified this. You played the clarification. You're supposed to be responding to the clarification at this point, not the thesis.
Well, what's funny as well is we already read the part above this that stated they had the initial docs that are small, that could easily lead to all kinds of like excessive probability of mishaps and miscommunications. The idea
it's
that
almost like he contradicts himself and he's fucking confusing to listen
to.
Look
at the statement, and again, look at the full quote. He says the game itself is the actual working documents.
Well, and everything is documented. That could mean anything in terms of like it's recorded that events took place. Okay.
And then of course the fact that he says
there
isn't a giant design doc where the whole game is outlined.
Well, is he going to highlight the next sentence?
That's what I mean, though.
Or
as far as I'm aware, that's what he is referring to when he says everything is documented.
Yeah,
that it's,
because when he said it's not like it was a giant design document.
It's a small document, but
it's a small one. Yeah.
It's a small document, but everything is, but it's also not all outlined. Like, at best, he can't make up his fucking mind, and that confused me.
You should confuse everybody. This isn't clear.
Where's that charitable interpretation that I just misunderstood what he said because he said fucking contradictory things?
Well, so he said in the clip that Fallout 3 is where they started to realize that design docs were getting outdated. And then you show us that he said it's not to say nothing is documented, everything is, as evidence in favor of there being a design document. Who are you fighting now? Patrician or Patrician and Emil? You see what I'm saying? Like, this is getting pretty fucking confusing.
Piece of evidence. Now, the funny thing is, in context, this is not proof that everything is documented.
Wow,
no shit.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, not literally everything, but probably virtually everything.
This is what I mean. It's the modern day. I wouldn't be surprised that every fucking click is recorded in some way, shape, or form in a development studio like this.
Every email, every interdepartment message.
That is not the same.
Bizarre. What
as
am
a
I supposed to do?
Like collection of information.
Never. I don't have your fucking ability to try to read people's minds, so I can't read Emil's mind. I have to go by what he says.
He's clearly trying.
Well, to be fair, you may have been made somewhat confused, but he's like he's well down the fucking rabbit hole of confusion. He doesn't even know what point he's making. Like it started with, of course, something is documented, idiot. To design documents aren't even used anymore. To of course there was a design document. It got outdated during process. To of course everything is documented. Like, okay,
this video needed a design document.
Exactly.
This is what happens if you don't have a design document. You contradict yourself twice in as many seconds.
This is not a question about everything or about design documentation.
No, it's a question about rabbit holes, and that is kind of about everything.
Well, I can imagine your frustration too, because if someone took to task like the one portion of my MOM video where I talked about the script, and they said like, actually, Michael Waldron wrote the first act well before he even got on set, I'd be like, really feel like you're not grasping the important element, which is that this was a horrifyingly bad project.
It's the final paragraph in a long answer about how they created the story for this big new universe. So when Emil says...
It's almost like he summed up his answer with that final paragraph, which is what you do with the final part of what you say.
Typically.
A summary.
Everything is documented. From the context...
Read the next fucking line.
I was going to say, it does get more interesting.
Goddamn cuckold.
But it's not like there's a giant design doc where the whole game is outlined. There was a design doc that talks about the Freestar Collective. There was a little design doc that talks about the United Colonies, and those that get updated by the designers as they're doing their work. So a lot of the stuff is outdated if you look, and so that's why we use the game itself as the actual working document, which, by the way, is the fifth different interpretation of what it means that this game did or did not have a design doc.
Which, you know, it just sounds like there's a lack of clarity on the
just
on
a
the
little
part
bit
on the part of the design director on like exactly how they were going about.
It's so funny
game.
that he's like, you just got wrecked by this one statement as part of a paragraph that annihilates his whole fucking video. Like, what are you doing? Information on the Freestar Collective, another smaller piece of information on the United Colonies, and then the rest you get from the game?
Yeah, using the game as a design like the working document seems insane to me, because what if it takes too much time to get through, like if you're looking in engine or if you're looking in game, either way, to find the stuff you're looking for, whereas in a document you could just Control F.
Well, and it's so funny
too. There's a big difference
too.
between it made sense, so we put it in the game, and well, it was in the game, so it must make sense.
But Rags, they documented everything.
That's true. I guess they did.
I'm also heavily pressing X to doubt on that, considering a lot of the contradictions they have in their games.
Dude, I'm seriously, I think it only means...
in compartmentalized terms. He's saying there's a design doc about the Freestar Collective. They're like, okay, that's good. There's a design doc that talks about the United Colonies. All right, that's good. Are these things connected together? Are they like as part of the same overall design document project? Because if they're not, then you can have two things that might be individually fine, but once you put them in the same universe, then we have big issues.
If they switch to using a wiki, then why wouldn't they say that too? He's still using the design document terminology, so I assume that's where his mentality is still rooted at.
And keep in mind that when he says everything is documented, he could actually refer to a whole week's worth of work is done on a storyline, and then he says, hey, make sure you log that. And they type in a date, and then they say, this storyline was completed. And it's like, good, the last week has just been documented.
Yeah,
you have no idea what he means when he says that everything is documented.
He's not good at explaining the things that he's trying to explain, and it causes confusions or misunderstandings. And I think that's the root of this conflict.
He fucked up.
Yeah, he always does. He always talks like he's guilty.
There is an element of, why don't you, if you really used a proper design document, you're doing your damnedest to try and confuse that it was ever used. You know, like if I was hired to clean a bathroom, right? And I didn't use soap, and I should have used soap, and most people know to use soap because soap, it really brings the room together. And then someone came in to check and said, I don't know, did you use soap and when you cleaned it? Because this doesn't seem all that clean and everything. And I'm like, no, it's, well, I used a little, but it's not really like, not a lot, you know, I didn't use a lot of soap, but
you want to know the funny part? I wrote my script in the wiki software. Well, I guess it's not a script anymore if it's in the wiki software.
The video is the script.
Yeah, the video is the document.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, that's how some YouTubers do it. They just build the video as they go.
Yeah, kind of. And some people can do that to varying degrees, and it depends on the scope of your project. If it's a small video that's more as freeform and opinion based, then that's fine. It's not going to be an issue. But if you're making a big review for a video game, then you have to make sure that you don't confuse yourself, because you can't remember everything. Like I said before, if you're writing a new book, if you're writing a story, well, I was like, look at me, I'm J.R.R. Tolkien. I gotta have my design document for the elves and their language, and the dwarves and the hobbits, and I got the history down over here, and I got here's what happens. And I got this all in a thing that I writ down so I don't confuse myself or make contradictions. It's the same thing for a YouTube video, especially a long one that's got a lot of references and information. If you don't have really good memory, you can confuse yourself.
Infer that this means that every part of a lore and story is documented because that's what's being discussed. Emil?
Even though the rest of that paragraph does not makes it clear that it's not the case.
Yeah, and just because you save something doesn't mean that all of the other departments and people who need to see it that doesn't mean that they're going to magically have access to it.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
have to save it, and you also have to put it in a format that can be shared and expanded upon by everyone else. You can't
That's
just
my
save
whole
it in a
point
file on
is-
your workstation.
Are the gameplay programmers talking to the quest writers?
Well,
Because
yeah,
the gameplay programmers implemented a zero-gravity combat system that the writers never used.
Yeah, like, is everybody speaking so everybody in the same... Are they speaking in a language that essentially everybody can understand depending on what their task is within the studio?
Emil then says that there is no giant design document containing everything, which is industry standard because modern games are too big for one.
Bro, you need to
Why are you
stick.
going
You
to
need to stick to
Doom?
one narrative. You can't keep switching.
Exactly.
Once again,
you
a
gotta
game
pick
that was wildly successful.
But you can't talk about modern games and then go to the Doom Bible.
Yeah, but
Well,
you're-
yeah, that was his
Doom's
point
just-
earlier, was that it was outdated.
Legit, he can if he keeps trading between one of 5 different positions that he's defending against Patrician's position, which doesn't make any sense. Like I said, several of these positions go against what Emil has said, so I don't even understand what he's doing.
Which personality is arguing this point?
Not sure.
Oh, it's the crazy one. It's the crazy one.
They're all the crazy one.
I know.
GDD
Isn't
to
it
be
great?
practical. He then mentions 2 specific design documents they had for 2 in-game factions.
What a loser when these are so
Whoa.
outdated that if you thought they were used,
It's
you'd
that-
show you clearly know nothing
2
about
documents.
design.
2 documents.
Has
That
he,
sounds
has he forgotten that he said
decentralized.
that? That your claim that there should have been a design doc was evidence that you know nothing about design, and he is now talking about the 2 design docs that existed in this
Yes.
project.
Yes.
I
That
just
was my
don't
whole
get
point
it.
earlier, is that he's disproving me by proving me that they did. It's so fucking confusing.
Like
I need a fucking flowchart just to keep up with this.
I mean, he doesn't
goddamn
remember
argument.
what. Like, you can't criticize someone for being so stupid they couldn't have realized the thing, and so smart that they over-realized the thing. You're like, what is... You can't go with both of those.
Saying these get updated by designers during production, so the initial documentation
Are those
becomes
updates
outdated.
good, though?
And the last line could support the idea of no documentation at Bethesda.
Even he started to recognize the problem. He's like, wait.
But it
This
more
is the
likely
point where you realize, I might not know what the fuck is happening over at Bethesda, and maybe that's kind of the problem.
references something we'll get to shortly. Still, at least there is some ambiguity to this answer.
At least?
How can you admit
What do you mean,
that
at
after all
least?
those fucking
That's
strong
bad.
statements you made?
I thought you
Damn.
had it in the. I thought you had a slam dunk there, champ. What do you mean?
Damn.
And we have to remember that PatricianTV likely knows very little about game development.
unlike me, never knows best. An expert.
What a mind reader! Yeah,
Wait,
unlike
didn't he
me,
make
a
fun
guy
of
that
Creetosis?
a guy that read fucking Wikipedia and probably just Googled design document and found the first thing that kind of sounded like it agreed with him, even though it didn't.
Even though it didn't, and I showed that for everyone. And
I would have
highlighted
to
the
agree
fact-
that he did a process like that because he keeps switching his arguments based on like further Googling. He keeps changing it.
Yeah, it's like it was written as he was
He is
chronologically
updating his
discovering
design
his
document.
argumentation.
Oh yeah,
and he never
he's
went
putting this.
back and
He's putting this together as he's talking. Like
Which
he decided to
surely
make a whole video with no design document.
makes it easier for him to accidentally misinterpret things. So we shouldn't be
Okay.
too harsh just yet. And there are 2 more
this
sources.
is okay.
The second
was
is a
generous?
quote from a
Okay.
charity stream featuring several
By the way, this whole thing about Patrician doesn't know anything about game design. It's like I'm pretty sure that Knows Best was making fun of Creetosis by saying Creetosis was like he was supposed to be like an expert. He would claim that he
self-styled
would
expert.
self-styled expert. He's like, I don't know, I'm getting those vibes
Well,
of you saying something along those lines.
And he pulled the same card on Creetosis of like, let's be chill, everyone. They could be retarded. Like
He could be evil, but he could be retarded.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
several of the lead
Just a quick anecdote. I was in college for a short time in 2011 for video game design. And back then they were talking about you need to make documents to document your shit when making your game.
Well,
I can believe it, 100%.
You studied
I would
game
be
design in
shocked if they
college?
said otherwise.
You studied game design in
Briefly,
college? I
briefly.
studied game design in college
both
briefly
of them are
too.
lying. They're both lying.
I've played video games sometimes.
Yeah,
Well,
I wrote
so-
about the topic and I got several textbooks. And back then, I mean, the textbooks were written like fucking by psychology majors and stuff because game design majors just didn't exist.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Well, here's the thing. You say like, oh, game design docs. So first of all, they're not an industry anymore. They're completely outdated. And secondly, they have them, but they get outdated during production. And thirdly, they do have them, lots of them, and they're updated throughout. And fourthly, the game itself is the actual living design doc, I'll have you know. And fifthly, everything is documented. So, fuck you.
I'm glad you're keeping... Not literally everything is documented, okay?
How the fuck can you have those 5 defenses at the same time? You're a clown. Oh shit, I used a slur. I'm sorry.
He's a POC.
Person of clown.
Person of the circus?
As a person of circus. He is indeed.
Designers of Starfield. The question asked was, what advice would you give to your younger self? And this is lead quest designer Will Shen's answer.
All right.
Right, play the game.
All right.
Why are we hearing Will Shen's answer?
We're not. We're looking at something really quick because we have to address that this thing has been made. All right. So Baewin's up to his old age. Baewin did a thing, and I just want to make sure before. Oh, reprieve. I'm being called on the telephone. I'll be right. Carry on. I'll
fucking pauses the video to tell us about a picture he can't post, then gets interrupted with a call.
When someone calls me on my telephone. Shut the fuck up. I'll be back.
The question asked was, what advice would you give to your younger self? And this is lead quest designer Will Shen's answer.
Okay.
Right, play the game.
But what I should clarify is this interview, almost every question was open-ended. Anybody could have answered. Like a minority of the questions were actually directed at any one person.
Fair enough.
Play your content. Is it good or not? Right? You trust your instincts there. It's important to button things down and make sure that you actually covered all the corners. That's what the checklist is for. But the checklist isn't going to make your content good. You have to do that.
That's design documents are only as good as your follow through when you actually start putting stuff in game. 100%.
I feel like this argument 6, by the way.
Right now.
Like, on top of everything else, design docs are only as good as your execution, which is just like, okay.
Okay, now, defense number 6.
TV
I should have written this down.
Emil discussing
his aversion to design documents.
But in context, there is no evidence of any aversion to design documents. All Emil said...
What about when he said they were completely outdated by the making of Fallout 3? That sounds
well,
like an aversion.
in this clip, in this context, it is what he said, an aversion. I would say so. It's just like the point I was making was that he is in the modern day continuing this point, because I knew if I just quoted the 2017 talk, there were going to be people who were going, well, that was 6 years ago, so it's not really relevant today. That's why I included a clip of him in 2023 still saying it. That's why they go in the order of this is the interview that happened on the Starfield's release date. This is the interview he did the same year as Starfield's release. This is the old talk that he gave.
Sounds straightforward to me. Oh wait, I just realized it's only me and you now.
Yeah.
No, I mute often to prevent noises from coming through.
Fair enough.
Says is that a design document, i.e. your plan, is only as good as your follow-through, which is a completely uncontroversial statement.
Yeah, but it sounds still dismissive. An aversion,
because if it was beneficial, then it would be good for it, regardless of whether or not whether you're skilled at keeping it up to date.
Well, if I said to you guys the script's only as good as your execution of the script, it's like, okay, why? It almost sounds like dismissive of scripting, and it's like, no, okay, why did you put it that way then? I guess you could say that about every element in relation to the final product.
Yeah, and look, as someone in the chat pointed out, look at how they're looking as he gives this answer, the other developers.
Emil is saying the end result is what's more important, and his enthusiasm isn't because of a dislike.
The end result of fucking Starfield.
Yeah.
Which you refuse to bring up, by the way. So, if he was right, you would bring up that Starfield was this amazing game.
Well, that's the really huge, ugly elephant in the room, isn't it? That, we all have to dance around the idea that, is NeverKnowsBest aware of Starfield's quality? What does he not care?
I'd say it's more than just Starfield.
He's aware of people's Starfield opinions.
Mm-hmm.
It's also Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 as well, though.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's divorcing this from the games themselves, but if you do that, then, like, I don't know, it's a big fucking part of this equation.
But because he is agreeing with his co-worker's answer about the same subject.
He still said it. He's still being additive just because Will Shin gave the answer and then Emil wanted to put sprinkles on top of that answer doesn't mean that that's not something that Emil doesn't believe.
I know I often
what the
agree
fuck
with
is that?
coworkers for no reason at all when I disagree with them.
Well, and he's his boss, so...
So, this proves nothing other than that PatricianTV is willing to completely misrepresent the sources he provides by taking them out of context.
Well, I'm sorry that Emil wasn't directly answered. Look, the question was open-ended. Any of them could have answered, and Emil just didn't answer first. So I'm sorry that I didn't include Will Shin in that full context. It was an 8-hour video. I was trying to be a bit brief.
Well, you think you're sorry now, but you're not. You're not
Yeah,
sorry
but have
yet.
you considered that you said that the entire basis of your video was that there was no design document?
And even though that might be true, maybe you should consider that you should have some perspective. You and Creetosis need to have a.
Have you considered that you know nothing about video game development?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Considered you.
Well, I definitely know less than the guy that looked it up on Wikipedia.
What? Looked it up in the first line, contradicted his own.
What
claim
is
about
video
what a
game?
design document is.
We can't progress, however, because it's very important that all of you see Baywin's latest piece of art, which it is extremely important for you to understand that I did not ask for this. This was given to me unprompted.
Right, is he gonna sign?
And I know you might have a lot of questions, and I cannot provide you with all the answers, but Baywin made this for us. I just this was given to us completely unprompted. I don't understand. I don't understand.
All right.
Well, you know.
Well, listen, that's a more coherent argument than anything I've heard from this video so far.
This is literally this is a work of art. This had a design document of that just very, very clearly. It's really incredible. It's almost uncredible is what it is.
Oh, my face hurts from smiling.
I don't know what to say. I don't know why he does it, but he does.
Well, wait. So, Rags, do you know the reference?
Oh no! I get the reference.
I was gonna say most people who haven't seen the movie would know the reference anyway.
Know what the reference
I get the reference.
I like how all three of us have the same pose. All three of us are smoking while drinking out of it. Look at Rags' smile. Oh!
Yeah, look at my smile. I got a great smile there.
From smiling.
I got a great smile there.
I needed
Mahler's
to. I needed
eyes.
this. I needed to laugh, but laugh just, normally instead of at this video.
This is magical.
We still must return.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. It's just
you guys
it's really funny. Let's
put that in the EFAP design document.
We've been going for like 8 hours, so let's see if we can make a bit more progress there.
Yeah, we got to get to the big punchline.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
But what about the third source, the classic from the speech that started this all, which Patrician again claims to be proof of Emil's personal aversion to design documents?
I'm sorry that I said that he was averse to the design practice that he decided was something he didn't want to do anymore. I figured if he stopped doing it, that he might be averse to it. Jesus Christ, this is just going to be nitpicking word choice.
Well, yeah, I'm getting that sense pretty strongly.
But you don't even speak fucking American, so shut up.
How could you? Say that to me.
In context, this is one of the only parts of that whole 40-minute speech that is not about Emil's personal opinions, but is instead about the studio as a whole.
The only
Great
part.
games are played in not
The studio that he runs, the studio that he's the lead designer for, you know, the design document,
I mean, he
designer.
is one of the biggest voices, creative voices at the studio, right?
Yeah. And he would absolutely be the person who gets to decide that I don't like design documents, so we're not going to do them. Who's going to override that? The only person that could would be Todd.
Yeah.
played and not made. Played and not made. So this is a point for the studio. This is one of our mottos at the studio, but it has several meanings. On a studio-wide level, great games are played, not made, means that we use the iterative process.
So this is not proof of a personal aversion.
That's not the part with the design document. That's the part with the iterative process.
And he's played that part before, hasn't he, in this video? He didn't play it then. That's weird.
Because Emil is not talking about his personal opinion. He does say that Bethesda moved away from using lots of extensive design.
No, it was the hive mind of Bethesda. I didn't know Bethesda was a person who made decisions.
It's just funny because he is the design director on Starfield. The design director had no choice over whether or not they wanted to use centralized design documents. Like, he's saying it as if there was no responsibility at all. Like, as if he doesn't agree with this choice.
No, it was Bethesda that designed it. It was Bethesda that chose it.
This is so funny.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Documents after Fallout 3 in favor of a more iterative focused process.
For which he was also the design director, right? Or the lead designer on Fallout 3.
Yes, he was the lead on Fallout 3.
Okay.
He didn't decide it, though. It wasn't something that he had an opinion on, and he didn't decide it.
Like an adherence to industry standards than a rejection of them.
Yeah, but there's not a centralized regulatory body that says you can't use design documents anymore. They're not adhering to industry standards. He made the choice.
Well, it also depends
and
on which of the
you didn't
six
even prove that it was industry standards because the fucking source you provided said contradicted what you said.
How you doing there?
It's still a trap.
Era of one big central design document containing everything written before production starts ended long ago.
You showed Confluence in this video. Are you really going to quibble that a wiki is not a document?
Well,
documents are just files.
He's done so anyway because he said that you said that there are no documents when you said no design document, meaning that if he recognizes a wiki is in use and that you've not recognized the documents that are clearly relevant to this when you said no design document, then he would equate the value of a wiki with the design document, would he not? At least somewhat.
I'm going to need the flowchart to understand what the fuck you just said.
You initially say no design doc, and then he says, ha ha ha, there are documents, silly, and one of his many pieces of information include a wiki.
And then he plays the clarification and doesn't debunk my clarification.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is that he's equating a wiki to a documentation that would be in line with you claiming no design doc.
But then he's saying that it's not standard practice to use documentation. So that would include wikis if wikis are documents.
That's kind of where I'm going with this, is that he's cornered.
Well, if you printed out a wiki, what would you call it?
Am I arguing with
document?
Am I arguing with Never? Am I arguing with No? Or am I arguing with Best?
I'm currently tracking.
You're definitely not arguing with Best.
I'm currently tracking 6 different and what's the word? My brain is actually melting slowly.
Contradictory.
I was mutually exclusive, I think was what I wanted to say.
Yeah. Okay.
Are they competing?
They cannot coexist, any of these 6, which is pretty impressive, to be honest with you.
He is covering his bases.
If he's going to be wrong, he's going to be wrong spectacularly. I think that's his point.
This is the shotgun method of argumentation, we'll call it.
Fuck it, I'll be right about something.
I'm having fucking PTSD flashbacks to his opening being they don't do design docs anymore, loser.
Mahler, that was days ago.
It's like how could you say that part and then all of this shit comes after it? It's fucking unreal.
In modern times, most large studios use a living document approach centered around some sort of wiki where various parts of game development can be documented in different ways according to different developers' needs and desires.
But you didn't definitively demonstrate what I think a design document is. I don't think it's like this static thing. I just think that it's a way for
you think the
Doom
gameplay
Bible programmers
is what was needed.
To the...
Like that's how he's playing with you right now.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, well, shut up. You think the Doom Bible would have made Starfield good?
It probably would have. They probably could have learned a few things from it, actually.
One time I printed one of my scripts out so that I could read it, read the physical paper copy. It's not a practice I kept doing, but is there a difference between the physical paper copy of my script and the copy of my script that's now written in a wiki?
No,
is there a meaningful difference? It's a document. It's documents that are contained in a wiki system. But that's still centralized documentation.
Yeah, if this is what you have to stoop to in order to try and make your point, like that's pathetic.
I want him to make a 7th mutually exclusive argument.
And we have no reason to believe that Bethesda is any different. So, 3 sources that in no way prove that Bethesda...
Different than what?
I mean, it would have been...
I guess different than other companies?
They're no different than other companies that use...
Which they are. Let's be clear. They are. No one makes games like Bethesda, for better or worse.
That doesn't use design documents, and in fact, in many ways prove the exact opposite. And 3 sources that in no way prove that Emil himself has any aversion to design documents.
All right, so you've semantically proved that Emil doesn't have a personal opinion in this race. Okay.
But he's also taken 6 different positions as to what the state of design docs are within Bethesda.
But it's also funny because there's many times when Emil does state that he likes that this is the way that they do it. Several times he
Emil
states
said the game is the design document
in the speech and in the article. This is not indifferent what he's saying here. He obviously thinks that this is good, the way that they do it.
And also, there's like hovering over this entire conversation is look at the game. If Emil said the game is the design document, then clearly there is no design document. There are too many contradictions and too many things do not match within this game.
It is the thing that is most startlingly lacking in this entire video is talking about the actual games in question.
Yeah, I mean, if the game's the design document, Starfield.
Well, that's what you got, folks.
Oh, and there will be even stronger evidence later.
Ooh. Why not now? Why would you start with the weak shit?
Why would you start with the weak stuff?
I can't fucking deal with this. He's got a tweet directly from Emil saying, "Didn't know I had to mention that we write and revise smaller design documents." Like, aren't you the motherfucker that just said design docs are completely outdated and they don't use them anymore?
But also that they do use them.
That's what I mean.
They do revise them.
Now.
But
also, he never expressed whether or not he was in favor of or against this new system.
Neither does this tweet say that he's in favor or not in favor of them, by the way.
Oh, yeah, because and then the nerdy face, yeah.
I have depicted
but
you as
we'll
a soy
get to
jack.
that. Also, keep in mind, this is all the evidence that exists online to draw any connection between Emil and design documents.
Well, that's what frustrates me. Like, yeah, we're working with a limited set of information.
It's so funny that he hasn't even acknowledged, like, why do you think that anyone would be pursuing this? Like, to discredit a developer. And it's like, no, to figure out what the fuck happened to Starfield.
To profit off it, because I make more money if I criticize Emil and not just... I could have made anything and gotten the turnout from the viewer, fucking turnout from the video that I got. Right?
Well, you may have deleted the stream,
I could have just done...
I was there.
I could have just done a boring fucking plot synopsis and gotten 1 million views. Because people wanted to hear it. Yeah. I could have just said it was all Todd's fault with no proof. Would that have been better?
You've deleted it now, but I was there when you streamed the beginning of playing it, and you booted it up, and then you checked who designed most of the stuff, and you said, "I'm coming for this fucker, no matter what.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get him."
Well,
no
to
matter,
be fair,
no matter
the
what,
game,
whether the game is good or bad.
Yeah. To be fair,
here.
every time the game has a problem, it says this was designed by Emil Pagliarulo. So,
and then you looked at your camera and went, "Oh fuck, this is live. Ah, jeez, let me stop
I'm gonna
stream
go pay
quick."
him a visit.
God, no,
Whether
I
it's to shoot him or
wish.
shake his hand.
I legitimately wish that he did that level of evidence seeking.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
this is on numerous interviews and speeches, year after year since Fallout 3 in 2008, always talking about various parts of these games. And from all those countless interviews, this is everything that exists to characterize him the way PatricianTV
is there more?
is about to.
Damning.
Is there more?
Yeah, the way he says it, like, well, oh shit, did I miss out on another video where he talks about how shit design docs
Well, like
are?
legitimately, if there's another interview that we could use, go ahead. I'm sure the Bethesda community loves finding out more and more information.
Mm-hmm.
One description of Bethesda's studio-wide approach, one agreement with his co-worker that the final product is what matters the most, and one brief
the final
mention
product being Starfield.
That's an interesting way to characterize that statement, which is the design doc. It's only as good as the execution. Which, again, you listen to that.
Is that not a quotable statement? Like,
well, it also sounds dismissive of design docs.
Well, and also the video is about Starfield.
Yeah.
So why would we be talking about all the quotes of the games that were before Starfield? In terms of like, oh, see, this is all of the things that he's ever said, and this is it for the design documents. It's like, what? In all these conversations related to... Oh, well, I guess that, the speech, which would have been before or when Starfield started development, right? Like 2017?
Yeah.
Of some story design documents used in creating Starfield's universe. Still, this all seemed rather strange to me, because at this point down the rabbit hole...
Of course it seems strange. You seem hopelessly fucking confused.
Yeah. Been difficult following his line of thought, to be honest with you, but we're still alive.
You definitely have not explained it well.
I was starting to feel like the internet's foremost expert on things said about Emil Pagliarulo online, and for years...
I'm being told to bring up that Bethesda has all of their employees sign fairly restrictive non-disclosure agreements as well.
Well, I guess you can simultaneously keep that in on everything and throw it out completely, as in, we can't do anything with that, you know? Like, we have to just work with what they tell us. It kind of goes the same way for movie stars. Whenever they say anything, it's like, you know, the conflicting information on whether or not certain things were planned in place for Star Wars. It's like, which actor do you trust and which ones are allowed to actually say, and you have to consider NDAs and deals and stuff, and it's like, yeah, I guess that's just applicable all the time.
Thank you, Private Sessions, for mentioning that.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hold up. This last line, we'll play it until the third one pops up.
Emil
text can't convey emotion? Is that what he said?
And his text can't convey emotion quotes. I don't know the fucking context of what he said in that situation.
At this point, I can believe it.
Keep it simple, stupid.
We're back to just showing random Redditor posts, which, how are these relevant? These are all before my video.
And criticism that had...
Well, you're a Starborn. And you went back in time to plant the seed of Emil hatred.
Yeah. I am actually a flying nun.
I knew it.
A flying nun actually kind of describes what a Starborn is in a way.
To do with design documents. Unlike things like Keep It Simple Stupid or the paper aeroplanes that were repeated constantly.
Yeah, but those are shit.
And yet...
Well, as
so I should have mentioned the popular points?
But also just some of these quotes could work with a wider context that could maybe inform the value of them. But when you see the work that's produced from these quotes, you're like,
The only thing I would bring up the paper airplanes thing for Starfield would be like, maybe they gimped the outpost system so that people wouldn't make paper airplanes in Starfield. Like, that's the only relevance I can think of for why I would include that particular part. Like, is he going to police me for the things I didn't include?
I wouldn't be surprised.
There was one single example I remembered seeing before PatricianTV of someone attacking Emil over his neglect of design documents.
Here we go.
And yes, it was someone we are already familiar with.
Creetosis.
Resident Emil expert, Creetosis, who criticized the design doc part of the original speech in the same way that he criticized every single thing about that speech.
Badly and wrongly. Yeah.
But that shit is in the comments of that YouTube video presentation from 6-7 years ago. It's all there. The original shit is on the comments of that video.
Brief acknowledgement.
But it's all misrepresented, Rags. All those comments that had their own fucking perspective and were supported by other people who'd seen the video, all that's irrelevant because these people poisoned it.
Well, and there's this rather simple explanation, which is that I read the thing he said on Kotaku, and it made me think of the presentation.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
To the existence of Denmark. Yes, I guess I was wrong. Sorry, Creetosis. You were influential after all, because it seems like you might have influenced Patrician
like a spiteful
TV.
thing to say.
He's full of spite.
All right. So, to this, in my response video, I pointed out that I had referenced this talk 4 days before Creetosis' first stream on it.
No,
but I actually found an earlier.
This is the only thing I've got.
There's actually an earlier example. I streamed a reaction to this presentation 4 months before Creetosis did. I'll link the stream.
So Creetosis stole it from you,
And
so
then
that you could steal it from him.
Yeah.
So he was right. He just forgot.
But it's like Terminator. He had to get Creetosis it so that he could steal it from Creetosis. So, so he had to go back in time and sort that out.
What is that? What is that woman?
This is just a random picture from the Steam page for Oblivion. But it's like, okay,
we've come a long way.
Yeah. Well, okay, so his whole point is that I'm copying the design document thing, like specifically. So he's not saying that I got it from that I got the talk from it, but it's like, where's the charitability here? Legitimately, I read the no design document thing in the Kotaku article. It made me think of the talk presentation. It made me think of the Fallout 76 charity stream. And that's how I tied all of these disparate ideas together into that argument. Why overcomplicate it? Why come up with this fucking weird conspiracy theory of who got this idea from who and who figured it out from who?
What if two people read the same information and came away with similar conclusions? God forbid.
There's that. Or they're in a fucking Discord group and they're planning all of this from the get-go. They were like, that Emil guy, it's time for his downfall.
I think there was like a total of like 8 messages exchanged between me and Creetosis in the entire time that we've been in each other's DMs.
So a conspiracy.
Yeah. So you're saying that you have prior contact with the...
4 of those messages were about a fellow named Acerthorn, and the other 4 were about somebody that was harassing Creetosis.
Oh,
that was in my stream chat.
You guys have exchanged messages with intent to destroy people's lives, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Figure.
Here's what Creetosis said.
The design docs that we had became outdated very quickly.
Funny that around the time their game started getting significantly worse is around the time they abandoned documentation.
We would have these extensive...
No, here's the entire problem with this approach. Creetosis was extensive with his analysis of this talk. You talked about all the points that were brought up in this presentation. So if I talk about anything that comes from this presentation, I'm going to be talking about something that you talked about.
Yeah, and there's the possibility that we might come to similar conclusions because this talk is fucking garbage.
There are people in this world who believe that because all across different human civilizations, we've built similar looking structures, that must mean that there are aliens that are teaching us how to build things. And I'm kind of getting that vibe from NeverKnowsBest.
Yeah, it's like how every ancient society, well, I shouldn't say every, but most of them created bows and arrows.
It's like, how did you think every civilization
learned it from each
figured
other
out how to make alcohol? It's like, yeah, it seems like, everyone everyone likes that. So they,
Yeah, I figured someone wanted to kill someone 100 meters away, so they invented a...
True.
50-page design documents that were completely outdated, and the time it took to maintain those just wasn't worth it.
Man, I don't know.
Starfield happened.
Maybe if you had documented things properly, you wouldn't have so many issues in your games. This doesn't even have to be super professional T's crossed and I's dotted type documentation. Just make sure you're taking notes on what you're doing so everyone else on the project knows what's being done and added to the game.
See, I said something similar.
And also, yeah, this could be just an issue with their execution. They might just be really shit at making design documents. But
you know when I said, you know what I made an offhand joke about skill, saying where I said skill issue? Yeah, that's the smoking gun right there.
See.
If they had proper documentation, it would fix a significant chunk of their issues and would be far more coherent than it is now.
This does sound a lot like PatricianTV's interpretation. But could this just be
Are you going to play it? Are you even going to play
Creetosis isn't a very big YouTuber, so how do we know PatricianTV actually saw this?
I don't actually. So here's the big reveal. I don't think it matters if you got the insight from another video.
Also, yeah, I guess the underlying element is, so what if he did?
It's that I consent, I don't meme. Where fucking Creetosis consents and I consent, but NeverKnowsBest, he does not consent.
If you didn't come up with that on your own, not allowed.
Or even knows who he is. Well, in Patrician's Skyrim analysis, he says that the best Skyrim video on YouTube is his podcast co-host video.
Excuse me, he's my husband?
Wow. I think it's pretty biased, though. Don't you think?
Also, let's be honest.
I'm just saying,
what's
it just
the higher
so happens
rank?
The best video is. I'm just saying.
This is like when you're president and you're general. You know, which do you choose as your rank? You got to. They're both pretty high up, so you got to switch between them.
But
well, the funny part is too, the context he's leaving out is that the reason that Private Sessions did a good job with his Skyrim video was because he watched all of my Skyrim streams and said, "Holy shit, there's no good Skyrim videos. Maybe I should go back and try to make one." And he came at it with this new perspective of how he wanted to make videos, and he basically remade his Skyrim video and did a much better job of it.
Yeah, it's very good. I've seen it. I've seen them, technically.
Is he going to bring up that I praised Acerthorn's video too?
I don't know, man. I'll be honest with you. It reminds me of that thing I said like 10 hours ago about the whole not going for the garden, just chopping pieces of blades of grass around it. Just like, are we gonna... What are we doing here?
I would also rate Creetosis and G-Man Lives videos highly.
So, Creetosis has one of only 2 Skyrim videos on the whole of YouTube that Patrician rates highly.
Yeah, they suck.
3.
Yeah, the rest of them really suck.
Yeah, they're fucking
all
garbage.
Those streams.
I'm sorry that you're mad that I think your video is garbage, but your it was rated by my stream chat as a 4 out of 10.
Well, that's high for EFAP.
That's kind of, yeah, I thought that would be lower.
Yeah, I mean, like, it wasn't the worst thing. There was a bad part that caused me to have a mental breakdown, but like, it was on the higher end. And the thing is, Skyrim videos are all fucking, they all have brain rot. You know, everybody goes in thinking it's going to be an easy project. They underestimate the game, and then they end up making like a shitty plot synopsis. And the people I listed were the only people that broke that norm. Also, I liked Angry Joe's video too, but for different reasons.
Badass seal of approval.
Well, see, Indigo, you're like lumped in with this, but you didn't really make a Skyrim video. You just talked about Skyrim. If we're talking about just good videos in general, I'd rate yours up there. Sure, it was a good documentary.
Showing that he does watch his content and that he thinks it's good.
There's yet more.
This is
You've
funny.
watched a single one of my videos.
Yeah.
My content.
So, yeah.
I have now proven that he has consumed the content of this channel and may very well have consumed the content that led to a point of view being made.
Dumbass. I watched your fucking Skyrim video and I haven't seen any of the other ones you've made.
It's just, what is this?
Like, more rambling from Emil.
No, this is what it comes down to. I'm surprised it's this early in my section that it's entirely because he's mad about the Skyrim thing.
Well, maybe next time you could be nicer to him.
Why? I don't get it. Why would you make this whole video just because you were mad that someone said they didn't like his Skyrim review?
I streamed his fucking Skyrim review and he's upset about it because I called him oh wait, we can't spoil that.
Oh, no way.
I can't wait.
No way.
To each their own. Maybe Emil haters just like to stick together. Oh, and he's also admitted to watching Creetosis' original Emil speech breakdown video on Discord and expresses familiarity with
exposed, leaked,
It's
destroyed.
So well, that's the thing is I did see the video, but like that doesn't mean I took anything from it. It was a few months before the whole Starfield thing.
It wouldn't matter if you did. It's so fucking weird that we're at this point where you could have seen someone else have the commentary on a certain clip and agreed with them.
Also, random server member included in the discussion.
Yeah. Well,
what's the blank one though? What's that?
I think I was shown the full context. It's just irrelevant. People were having a side discussion while this was going on.
Okay,
but the funny part is the other person he shows in this is an ardent NeverKnowsBest hater. What a coincidence.
With its content.
This does feel like that corkboard conspiracy theorist meme that goes around at this point.
Yes, but it leads to such a mundane conclusion.
Hang on, this doesn't prove that. This doesn't even prove that because I'm just saying this isn't a new video. That you said that in the beginning. I literally moused over your video when I saw it in my recommendations and it like popped up the captions of what you were saying. And the caption it popped up was you saying that this was a clipping from your Fallout 4 video.
Yes, that's literally what I started. I recorded that, slapped it onto this section, and then uploaded.
That's how I knew. So this isn't even like as damning as he thinks it is.
But there is other evidence to support that this is where the idea came from as well.
Okay.
PatricianTV never mentions design documents like this in any...
This is not true. I mentioned I say the words design document once in my Oblivion video and 5 times in my Skyrim video.
I guess we have to take his word for it. You didn't mention.
I was gonna say, am I gonna believe you or Never Knows Jesus? I feel like I'm gonna go with him.
Of his videos pre-Creetosis' mention of them, despite the fact that he clearly thinks they're hugely important now,
he said it again,
and the fact that the original source has been around and criticized for 7 years already.
Wait,
which is featured in my Oblivion and Skyrim video.
How can you say that it's been being criticized for 7 years already? Then say that you must have got this from Creetosis.
And I also thought he was running a narrative that if you listen to the original context, it's very straightforward to understand what Emil's saying, and yet it's been criticized for 7 years. It's like, what, by a bunch of people who got it wrong? Everyone's gotten it wrong, I guess, what he says in there.
Well, in order to determine whether or not it is wrong, he'd have to actually go into the writing.
Also, that the story that this guy is to blame started with you, in a sense, or at least that it got accelerated dramatically.
I'm the most relevant person in the chain of events that led to Emil's breakdown.
For some reason.
But not the first.
Frequently talked about Emil before this. So now
he's a recurring villain on my streams. He's fun to talk about. I mean, if you watch the parts that we saw earlier, you're like, yeah, of course he's fun to talk about.
Design doc attack might have originated from, I guess we should look at how PatricianTV uses it. After all, it is the magic phrase which ties all his analysis together.
Do you not understand what that means? Like, this is not some fucking crazy nonsense abstract thought. It's just that it explains a lot of what ended up happening. That's the impression I got from it. I haven't seen your video.
I thought it was a bit cringe to just outright say that it was the thesis statement. So I came up with a flowery way of saying that. I must apologize.
Good.
And apparently explains everything wrong with Starfield.
Well, I dare you to talk about Starfield and disprove it.
No.
This is so normal. I don't understand. Why is he so upset?
Pagliarulo learned to hate design documents with Fallout 3, and so his next lead project of Fallout 4 went without one.
So, we instantly jump to Emil learned to hate design documents, which there is zero evidence for, and a claim that this meant Fallout.
Yeah, it's just an extrapolation based on the fact that he's talked about it so much over the years, and that he decided to get rid of them.
Yeah, the quote was they quickly learned that they became outdated really quickly on Fallout 3, and so...
I'm sorry that I don't have a clip of Emil going on stage and saying, boy, dude, you know what I fucking hate? Them design documents.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, too, is he can extrapolate something from you here, but if I do it to Emil in a speech, then I'm the one that's misrepresenting him and taking him out of context and assuming bad faith or whatever.
Yeah, extrapolation is fine if you're never.
If you have a lot of, if you've got stuff to back it up, feel free to, say it and then show the evidence.
4 didn't use one. Something that is obviously untrue because even in the original source, Emil refers to Fallout 4 design documents.
In fact, the game
people don't use them anymore. I'm so confused.
We've already got quotes about him referring to the ones as part of Starfield too, but that doesn't mean...
No, they're small. They're small, okay?
Well, that's... Depends on which argument you're currently running with. Remember, there's documentation for everything. The game is the living document. Like, it depends on which argument you want to choose, but...
No, it's small documentation.
Small documentation, okay.
I still have a design document in my desk. Early on in pre-production, especially when it's your own stuff, everything's...
What? I feel like that sentence was going somewhere.
Yeah, I feel like it was. I was listening to Emil talk about stuff, and then he stopped.
Yeah, thank God Emil came back. That man, this video is
on the verge of learning something.
It's all part of the ARG. You're supposed to look up the context yourself.
Everything's brilliant. Everything you do is brilliant. It's gonna be great. You write your design documents, and then you play it in the game, and wow, it sucks.
Let's keep going.
I agree.
Emil says the reason he dislikes design documents is because updating documentation is a time-consuming task, which is the ultimate ironic statement.
Tough shit.
For me, a central document is a huge time saver.
Again, Emil has never said he dislikes design documents. And
He's
just
strongly
because
implying them.
He
has either implied that he doesn't like them or we can't do them.
I'm happy to say
you can only argue with things that are said literally.
You've inferred that he doesn't like them from the fact that he's explained that he has reason to not use them and not value them. It's like, that's so fucking just... Why are we so upset about this?
So another rule for the list for never, you can never infer or extrapolate information. You must always take things at literal face value from now on.
Even though Never has said specifically that Emil is being ambiguous.
Unless you said it, then you can read into it tremendously.
But if you read the literal value, then it's a joke. You have reading comprehension issues.
Yeah, then you're an evil retard.
Yeah, YouTube videos wouldn't prove anything anyway, as one person working on a YouTube video is not the same as hundreds working on a game.
Okay, well, lucky Patricia didn't say that.
Yeah, but the video was good.
What an extrapolation of the statement.
That's why I clarified
that a unifying document
demands. Yeah, if I find it useful, why wouldn't thousands of people find it useful?
He did to you way harsher what he said you've been doing to Emil. I don't understand. How is this fair?
Ironic statement. For me, a central document is a huge time saver.
A central document is a huge time saver. Can anyone disagree with this?
Again,
I mean, like, it's only not a time saver at the very, very, very first moments of the project where you just make the stuff up. But the second that you need to start referencing information that you made before, and you have to start, okay, control F'ing, where did I say it, and looking and trying to remember and try and tell other people verbally what you meant, yeah, it's going to be a nightmare. Of course it saves you time overall. It's an investment. It's an organization investment.
What's bugging me is that if you know, the guy is making his hamburger at McDonald's, and then he recommends something happen in the nature of like a high-end fucking super duper restaurant, and it's like, how the fuck could you compare those two? The guy's like, I'm literally just talking about making sure it's not poisonous to a customer. That's
he leaves out the long part where I go through the inherent differences between myself and Bethesda. I say I'm not in charge of hundreds of people. My work doesn't trickle to dozens of disciplines. I do not spend 5 to 8 years producing a project, and I still find it prudent to have a design document.
Oh yeah, I get what you mean.
That's the context of the point.
So do I for several of the videos I make, and I'm just one dude making one video. So imagine how useful it would be for a huge group of people who need unification. I assume that's kind of what the point you're making?
Yes.
Which is
That's the underlying point, is if it's useful for me, it would be useful for them.
Well, yeah, I don't even know of a project that would not benefit from a unifying document that, like, helps people understand what the project overall is for. The more people you add, surely the more use something like that would be. And we already know that it is, because fucking 4 out of the 6 arguments he uses involves a unifying design document. This is what I mean, like, it's just full of fucking contradictions.
He dislikes design documents. And just because Patrician finds them to be a time saver for YouTube videos wouldn't prove anything anyway, as one person working on a YouTube video is not the same as hundreds working on a game for many years.
Yeah, if anything, I should have less gains from it because I'm just one person. It's just benefiting me.
Well, yeah, but you never said you're the same as hundreds of people working on a video game. That's not the nature of the statement at all. You're just doing it because it's an easy dunk. Like, you think making your ditzy little YouTuber is the same as hundreds of millions of dollars being poured into a multi-year project, you fool?
I mean, I try to avoid appeals to intuition, but, like, if you think about it for a second, doesn't that make a lot of sense?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you just give it a mild amount of casual thought, doesn't that make a lot of sense?
Rags, he's already told us that that's the case. The actual case. That they use design docs. After telling us that they're completely outdated. After telling us that they get outdated gradually as the project goes on. After telling us that there's a living design doc.
I can't keep his 17 arguments straight.
And also, we're talking about Starfield that took fucking 8 years to make when they used to take 3. And what changed between when they were making games in 3 years and when they were making games in 8?
Though, something that would be worth adding on to that is that games in general at this scale are taking longer to make.
Well, you mean in the industry that standardized getting rid of GDDs?
Well, I
Maybe
mean,
it's an industry-wide problem.
That appears to be believed.
Why do they need them? They document everything.
Yeah, it's true. When NeverKnowsBest claims, one of his 16 claims that says, well, no one uses a design document. I was like, that doesn't disprove anything. That just says there are more retards than we thought.
Well, everybody's cutting their dicks off, so why aren't you?
Yeah.
Also, Patrician, no offense, but I don't think you can classify your document as a game design document unless it's for a game.
Shut up, man.
I said no. The word I used was central document.
Oh, yeah? Well, where's the center of your video?
Come on. What is this that he's doing now?
It's like if I said, you know, committing to any kind of prep is important, I find, for any project, from a YouTube video all the way up to a, you know, $300 million movie project. And then the guy just responds being like, have you made a $300 million movie project?
Well, it's funny, too, that he's got this straw man of what my design document is when I included a picture of it in the video.
Yeah, but he can't make fun of you that way.
I showed the fucking
NeverKnowsBest or your lying eyes.
I showed the fucking Obsidian node graph that represents the wiki that I use to keep track of all this information.
You know what's funny too? This reminds me of like a Chris Stuckman's perspective on YouTube making because they're not used to effort. So they'll be like, "What do you do? Oh, you open your little Word and you go, oh, video idea. Maybe I just lie to everybody." Meanwhile, like, I think I had 6 Word docs in relation to one video at one point. It was, I still do. I got, like, a whole stack of references that I need all the time to be able to refer to for not only timestamps, but just where fucking things are, so I can get clips where I need them, you know?
Even myself, usually there'll be, like, some attempt to figure out what the hell my objective is with the project that I'm working on, like, what the point is.
You are free to put on screen this image. It is the node graph of my current setup. And all the information. Each of those dots, every single one of those dots is a separate page.
Well, have you considered
this is the map of Starfield. This is it.
Until you literally fucking code a dot that can jump up and down, I can't take you seriously. Once you've done that with a design doc, then you're valid.
The lines between all those dots represent hyperlinks between the different articles.
I'm not surprised. Like, this goes beyond anything I fucking do, and as far as I'm concerned, my prep is complicated as hell for getting videos done. Part of it is that it functions as additional me's that, like, have permanent memory, if you know what I mean. And I can refer to them whenever I need them. They're like, oh, what did I have planned for this, and where did I have to go for it? And then it's like a saved version of me that tells me all this shit for me. Because it's like, the project is so big, you need something to keep track of everything. And the idea that it got so big that you stop keeping track of it and instead just treat it as a living thing, like I don't even know what that means.
If you scroll up to the part where I have the clarification, the reason Emil's name is in orange is because that's a hyperlink that goes to an article that is Emil's page.
In a Microsoft Word document,
Oh, he's got you now. Maybe just make shit up.
Got him.
Doesn't make you special.
Holy
There are
shit.
too many examples like this for me to respond to
All
each.
aboard the bad
8
faith
hours.
train.
8
Choo
fucking
choo.
hours of more than likely very relevant visuals cut across
So-
all kinds of deep dives. Just like, nah, you're just a little bad faith monster, aren't you?
The page that Emil Pagliarulo hyperlink goes to lists all of the games he works on, several archives of Twitter posts he made, and all of the archives of his old Adrenaline Vault articles. But you know, I'm just using a Word doc, a rinky
Design a
dink
game
Word
and then talk
document
to
with
me.
2 lines. Yeah.
Yep.
One. So let's just let Patrician speak for himself for a while.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
But,
Thank
as
you,
is Bethesda
finally.
tradition, if a good idea is broken, the best fix is removal.
Take it out.
Instead of figuring out how to better work with a design document, let's remove it. But perhaps the sequence was necessary in development to serve as a vertical slice of how all
Is
the
this the
mechanics were
montage?
coming together, on account of
Yeah,
there
'cause
not
he's
being a
jumped ahead a
design
bunch.
document.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the montage of me saying no design document over and over. I can
Okay.
summarize this.
That'll
It's
be
just
good. I like a break from the
it's
monotony.
legit
Yeah.
just a series of punchlines of me saying, "Hey, this seems fucking broken or inconsistent with the rest of the game. Must be that whole design document thing."
It
Yeah, I'd
reminds
like to
me
hear that.
of the many references I would have made in MOM to be like, man, this is what happens when you don't have a fucking script before you start filming, huh?
Yeah.
If someone said,
But
like,
have
you don't
considered more
know.
that Your only reference was him saying that was me not knowing what to do with the script.
Yeah, you have no
Yeah.
idea how much of the script he may not have had.
Yeah, he really went out on a limb with that one. He was confident in that point.
For some reason, they never decided to flag Crete as optional. The bizarre part, though, where that lack of central design document comes in, is
Hey, I
character
said it
creation.
there. I said lack of central
You
design
said lack of
document.
it. You said the thing. You said the thing. We're doing the picture. That's us. We're doing the picture on the couch.
Yeah.
It's us
It
every
makes
time you
sense
say it. That's
being
what
there
we're
was
doing.
no design document to resolve which method players should ultimately be encouraged to use for multiple playthroughs. Rather, a well-documented timeline of events that define the history of the settled systems is something that should be written down in a design document and then referenced throughout the entire game. But that lack of a design document seems to be indicative that
I
the
like
quest
how we're
designer-
skipping like 30, 40 minutes potentially at a time.
Yeah.
For those who aren't
observation
looking at the
and commentary on
screen
the game.
and listening, these quotes are as much as half an hour between each other.
Isn't it crazy
far.
that every half hour or so he kind of ties it back to his thesis statement? Isn't that crazy?
It's
How
super
unheard of.
unprofessional.
Unbelievable.
I think this has been brought up, but if you would, instead of saying lack of design document, you said lack of eating candy floss, your video would likely still be about 99% effective, because all of the references you've got for the flaws, I imagine,
I
are
think that's
completely
what-
disconnected.
I think that's what Zarek said, was if I just replaced every time I said no design document with no central design document, then his argument would
Or
have no
terrible
legs.
design
Because
document.
it is just a semantic argument that
Yeah.
I clarified this 15 minutes into the video expressly because every time I call back to it is after the fucking clarification. That's why the clarification was there.
Well,
Well, the most
because-
that you can argue is that there
because
was a
never-
design document, but it was shit.
Because never you put the important information first. You don't fuck around with talking about this random talk that Emil gave and a Reddit post.
Well, and what I was trying to highlight was your reasoning for why we ended up where we are, which really, in a Starfield retrospective, that doesn't really damage your video that much, even if you were completely wrong, or you had cited that it's clearly the fault of rats biting the feet of the developers. Like, if you'd said that every time, you'd be like, okay, but everything he said up to that point, like, you know what I mean?
Change whatever the criticisms were of the mechanics as they are, regardless of how they may have materialized.
That's the thing. It's half punchline, half thesis statement. I'm sorry I didn't play the laugh track every time I did it.
Well, as we
Here's the-
know from what he gave Creetosis in terms of advice, that's how you tell. Yeah,
Yeah,
if something
yeah.
is a joke or not.
Not exactly clear how much experience they should be
Why-
rewarding
why
for
cut me
doing
mid-sentence?
quests. This quest is different
Because
for sure.
fuck yeah.
And you can
Another,
probably
like,
guess
15
why that
minutes.
is. No design document.
Why would we
So
listen
it's
to a
not
liar?
really surprising that Bethesda would not be keen on tackling a topic that a lot of
If he was just saying that I should have a consistent terminology throughout the entire video, it would kind of be difficult for me to disagree with him.
science fiction either avoids or only pays lip service to, because
boring,
this is
though.
absolutely the kind of thing you need a design document to
It wouldn't be a
tackle
slam
correctly.
dunk.
Maybe the person handling the recordings could have done a better job if they had some kind of resource documenting decisions made by designers, but I digress. That they didn't know
an hour.
because there was an essential design document to help plan out the pacing of Starborn
You're
encounters
slipping.
to keep up with the player's own power escalation. Starfield's
Another,
pitch
like,
did not
40
include a
minutes.
clear outline of how these systems would cooperate with each other. And without a central design document and several distant teams working on different...
there's that fucking phrase again.
So I can only imagine that he's doing this to show just how much you refer to it, but the problem is, this isn't a lot, because the video is huge.
Not
It's
in
an
a
8-hour
video.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like in this case, we're about 4 hours in, and it's been referenced, what, 10 times? In 4 hours.
4 hours is a lot. We've streamed for a lot today, you know?
Teams working on different ideas. Okay. So how does any of this work? The writers had to have a list of rules written down somewhere that... Oh god, there was no design document. Because the writers don't really think about...
Another 50 minutes
wait,
there.
the punchline of that joke out.
Long-term consequences. And, well...
What did I blur this originally? What the fuck is this?
I don't recall there being any blurred
Dunno.
visuals. Did you have full frontal nudity in your video that he needed to, like... Did you hire Baywin to do art for your video that has to be blurred for you?
This is not blurred in the original video. Why the fuck is it blurred now? Is it because it's the ending?
451.
Oh, like spoilers for the story.
It's not. There's not spoilers.
Well, it wouldn't even matter because he's talking about it, right? Well, what's it here? Go to your video. What's the
Why? No, I am. It's not blurred. If you were gonna blur anything, blur the dialogue. That's the only part that's spoilers. The rest of it is just like weird imagery. You could assume that it's a drug trip.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to. We wouldn't want to spoil the Starfield story.
You know why. Without a design document, most of the writers are only thinking in the immediate term. The lead quest design position at Bethesda is cursed, but I doubt it's because of any ghosts. It's a thankless and heavily criticized job, and I'm sure years of not having a design document and a mentality that everyone's idea is...
By the way, just lurking, but I see stuff like this from time to time. As devs, we appreciate hearing all ideas. There are no bad suggestions. In pre-production meetings, we generally don't allow people to dissect another person's ideas. Add to the conversation. Don't try to remove from it. The designer of the feature is more than capable of deciding the viability or usefulness of a suggestion on their own. Not trying to call anyone out, but keep that in mind.
What if their suggestion is just shit, though?
I don't even know what to do with this.
Because there are no bad
I have
suggestions.
no idea what to do with that.
How do you...
This sounds like a terrible way to make a game if you're like, oh yeah, all suggestions are good.
Well, if Rag says, like, you know, this weapon absolutely needs to be balanced with burst fire, and then I go, not to take away from... I'm not at all suggesting Rags is wrong in any way. I think single shot fire, and then they go, so not burst fire? I'm like, oh god, I didn't mean like, I'm not saying that at all. I just
guilty. Fire him.
No.
Why do you hate fun? Why are you saying no to the player?
Is good. The only limitation.
What's funny too is this is on the back of a very charitable statement I'm saying about the lead quest designer position.
What's possible?
Which is Will Shen's job, not Emil's.
The soul.
So, there you go.
Whoa.
Now,
That's
this
it?
is not every time.
Yes,
Patrician
those are the
invokes
times
for
he
lack
said
of a
the
design
word.
document.
Oh, see, it's not
Dude,
every time.
It's not even every time. Damn.
wow.
To support his other arguments or claims. But it does give you a good taste of this video.
No,
And
it
so,
doesn't.
just-
I don't
Taste of
believe
the
you.
video.
I just don't believe you.
No.
It is
Like-
it is an 8-hour review of a game, and it is thick with information. It is constantly talking about stuff.
And it stylistically changes after like the first 2 hours. It becomes a lot more relaxed in its approach to editing and stuff.
I already know
Like,
exactly what you mean. Yeah, you're saying that like anytime you find like severe incoherency, you'll just be like, well, could it be the gremlin under the floorboards called the no design dog? There he is.
Yeah.
You bastard.
As Patrician said, it is a magic phrase which explains everything.
Okay, so this is where we get into like, are you trying to convince people partially that there's nothing of worth in the video because he just tries to convince everybody it's all to do with no design doc, as opposed to all of the references to do with all of the flaws in game mechanics or story, we're just not even going to address now? We're just be like, it's just a magic phrase.
The best possible way to counter what Patrician is saying and what Creetosis is saying and what a lot of people seem to be picking up on is to make a review of Starfield that shows how actually, everything is unified and cohesive, and all of the little machines work together. All the gears fit and turn. Which I'm just saying, that's what you would do if you really wanted to prove that this design document stuff was nonsense.
He sure as hell knows he couldn't pull that off. He can't even fucking
no
do
way.
this.
That's why he's not talking about anything regarding the game or any of the games. He hasn't talked about Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Skyrim. He hasn't talked about Fallout 76. He hasn't talked about Starfield. That shit's radioactive.
If it was worthwhile to again remind, how can you have a conversation about the narrative that's sort of now coalesced around this character when the narrative that's coalesced around this character is rooted in what he's created, which is in these games? How can you make this video without making like more detailed reference to the games and whether or not there's any like credibility to the criticisms that get levied at him in terms of, because again, how would any of this stick if everybody was really happy with the storytelling? They'd be like, oh, I guess I don't need a design document, right? Because then it's all, you know, who cares whether or not he has an opinion on whether there should or shouldn't be a design document. Whatever it is working, right? It's like that BioWare magic that they used to cite, the idea that they didn't need to have everything together because even if it was all a disaster, eventually it'd come together in the end. I just don't understand how they could be like this massive video talking about all of this without any reference to the game at all. I find it fascinating.
I would find this video maddening to make if it is good faith.
Still pretty sure he's just an idiot.
Yeah, I think I'm still there. I understand. I kind of understand how you believe it's a meme.
Yeah,
but this is in keeping.
Before,
Exactly.
This fits in with so much other stuff.
Because I think if you were to ask him, if we had proof of a central unifying document that had every last detail of everything, and we have testimonials from everyone who worked on the game that they referred to it all the time, and it was super useful, and it was amazing, and everything worked out so great, I would ask him, like, if you knew that to be true, would you say then that Patrician TV's video is completely worthless? He'd be like, yes.
Which is insane. Which
isn't true. That's just that it would deny certain claims you've made in the video, but it wouldn't give up all of the other analysis that you've done.
Well, yeah, because all the whole thing of like no design document, it seems like it's a claim of essentially this would explain it, not this is like.
Yeah.
It doesn't deny the actual problem that's presented with a mechanic or with a design choice or with a narrative choice. Like, those problems exist regardless of what cause you attribute it to. In this case, no design document.
It's just interesting that he found the heart to include 5 minutes of Emil speaking, but not 5 minutes of my thesis section.
Yeah. No, he doesn't want people to fucking hear it, does he? Because there's something I was thinking about, and it's like, if in the section where I say, like, Michael Waldron, he had to scrap a partially created script before joining them when they were filming, like, the end of Act 1 or something, that's terrible. And then if someone said to me, are you saying that no good film could ever come from that? I'd be like, no, actually, a good film could come from that. And in fact, we probably reference Fallout, I think, is one of the closest to...
Yeah, Fallout, yeah.
And then he'd be like, so what's the issue then? It's like, it's just a fucking really bad practice.
Oh, just to be clear, Mission Impossible Fallout, not Fallout like Bethesda Fallout, just so we're clear.
Yes, we love that movie. But point being, yeah, that it wouldn't change anything, really. Like, you have that part wrong about your MOM video. It's like, okay, but the rest of the fucking game is atrocious, man. That's what I mean. It's like spending so long on this when it changes absolutely nothing, and it doesn't help Starfield whatsoever, and ultimately won't help Emil at all.
Well, and we showed earlier the tweet that Emil doesn't even know what the fuck is going on.
That too.
Yeah.
But all of that isn't even relevant because, as far as I can tell, we're up to 7 arguments on as to what the case with the fucking doc even is.
Wrong with the game, and is used in all parts of his analysis.
Well, you only showed examples from the first 5 hours.
It is a way for him to pretend that his criticisms are some kind of objective truth.
Well,
interesting.
So, again, though, it doesn't matter. Like, if they documented every single thing in this game that reflects worse on them, because you still made Starfield.
Yeah, I mean, the charitable interpretation is that they had no plan and they released a piece of shit game. That's what happens when you have no plan. To have a plan and still make Starfield is worse.
The thing is, the whole objective truth angle, like, if you say to me this hitbox is bad, and you show it to me, and it doesn't work. And then you go, this is present all the time in this boss has been rushed in terms of its design. Why has this happened? Maybe it's no design doc. Somehow try and tie that in. But I'd be like, all of the objective stuff was really up to the part where you said why it might have happened, or why you think it happened. Because, like, you're showing me it, I can see it and verify. You know what I mean? This whole thing about objective truth, I find that fascinating, because it seems like all the parts of your video he hasn't shown us would have the most... Like, I assume you show proof for a lot of the things you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I lead up to a lot of these points. It's typically like, when I say there's no design document, that's a punchline and a thesis, and then I go on to the next section. It's usually like serving that segue purpose of, I'm done talking about this, here's how it all kind of tied together with the bow.
Like, when Doctor Strange didn't turn up in WandaVision, we could have speculated. We're going to be like, maybe they couldn't afford him, maybe there was a time constraint, maybe scheduling got in the way of him being able to turn up, maybe they never thought he would actually arrive because they've been writing the story like shit. Or maybe it's because they wouldn't want a woman saved by a man, and this one could be like, that's insane, and then we get the quote directly from Kevin Feige, and it's like, oh. You know what I mean? Like, up to that point, you are speculating, but there's no reason that you can't do that. There's there could be a lot of explanations.
The fact that the criticism is still the criticism.
Exactly.
Regardless of what reason caused it.
Exactly.
And it's a way to continually...
But I find it fascinating that
he said the dirty O word, though, and I think that's the point.
Well, yeah, the fact that he has now taken this as evidence that you're trying to come across as more objective, as opposed to you saying that this is what you believe the cause is. Which is the truth. That's what you're actually doing.
How dare you refer back to your thesis statement?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just don't get this. It's weird as fuck.
Ridicule Bethesda and Emil, who, remember, he puts all design doc-related blame directly onto
the design director.
I mean, if you have another candidate you'd like to offer forth,
Todd.
Hear it.
Todd.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh yeah, it's all him.
You retard! You blamed Emil when you're supposed to blame Todd, like the rest of us.
Well, then if he
he's the only one who makes the game.
If you bump that up to not just Todd, not just Emil, the whole team, you'd be like, okay, if you want me to do that, I guess.
I guess I can blame everybody instead of the one guy that talked about it.
Getting weird.
Way for PatricianTV to give his audience exactly what they want.
I wanted someone to shit on Emil before...
Which is why nobody was looking it up before my video.
That's the thing, man.
Yeah, if that's what we wanted, then how come nobody was looking for it before the video?
Why did they need me to say it before they had approval to go do something about it, you know?
Starfield is the thing that's cluing a lot of people in now. It's
he
that
was
one
close.
step too far.
People wanted an explanation for why Starfield was the way it was. They did not want the explanation to necessarily be that it was Emil's fault.
Or is he going to make the argument that people want like a scapegoat? They want the individual that they can blame.
Traditionally that's Todd Howard. That's what most videos do. Why is that okay?
Why are we pretending like if there were a central design doc that would somehow clear all of these people of any responsibility they have for Starfield?
Exactly. Even if there was, because it's like Rag said, even if there was a plan, maybe that's worse. If there was a plan and it still ended up being bad.
What I mean, it's like this narrative has no fucking fuel. It doesn't make any sense. Oh yes, now the hatred can be directed at him because you've done this whole design doc thing. When before, people, all they had was the fact that it was a shit game.
Then of course the question would be, well, where should the praise go then? Does it just go to the amorphous Bethesda as an entity, or does it go to individuals who were there who had major contributions?
There's a surprising number of people who would answer that yes, it goes to Bethesda.
I think it's fair that you could say that it's like the studio and the studio culture and...
Okay, so there is an argument for that because with World of Warcraft, they talked about they had a black box design where if anybody got credit for the games being good, it was Blizzard, and that way the credit went to everybody that was on the team. So there is an argument to make about that, but it also means that the blame also falls upon the whole team if they do a bad job.
Yeah. I guess what I'm bringing it up in relation to what he would say. Like, who would he say? If the game is great, then he would presumably say that he deserves a bunch of praise.
That he wanted credit,
right?
Yeah, that's what he's done before. He does that with the Dark Brotherhood and Fallout 3. Anytime that there's credit or there's praise to be given out,
Skyrim?
suddenly
Or,
it's the individual
Oblivion?
designers that pop their heads up and
People were disappointed with Starfield, and when people are disappointed, they want to know why this happened and who's to blame.
No. Let me clarify this for you. If everyone in this game, if people are noticing a very strong and continual trend of the characters and the writing and the quests and the stories, they suck in these games generally, then people are going to go to who's doing this.
The funniest part is that if it wasn't me, it would have been Private Sessions, because in his part 2, he's going to talk about this same exact thing.
I thought you meant like you guys are to
Never
blame
Knows
for
Best is gonna be
Starfield's
like,
shitty
yeah,
writing.
well, he stole it from his husband.
Yeah.
Which is gay.
That's actually the funny part, is that he was like, Private Sessions is so happy that his part 2 wasn't out yet, because he would have been lumped into all this shit.
I mean, it's no.
It'll give you strength.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's no real detriment. This video is insane.
Well, there were other reasons, but
yeah,
I mean, this will be a great thing to reference potentially for that video, to be like, people are like,
yeah,
I don't know what it is about people. About like, I don't know if this guy's like a weird Bethesda fanatic, or if he is just like a psycho weirdo, or if he just hates your guts, which very might be the case. He comes across as extremely spiteful on behalf of someone else.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's kind of wild.
If a snake oil salesman comes along and claims to have insider knowledge, and then tells their audience,
it's not.
Exactly
you never claimed insider knowledge.
No, this is that whole self-proclaimed expert thing again. I've never said I have insider knowledge.
You never referenced any insider knowledge.
It's pretty clear that I'm operating with an outsider perspective.
Because you show all of the public things that he's done and said.
Yeah, if I had insider knowledge, I would have like interviews with them directly that would be exclusive to my video.
You know, he hasn't addressed.
I don't buy for a second that anybody thought that I had insider knowledge.
That's bizarre to hear. Yeah, you never claimed anything like that. All of your sources were public ones.
Well, and he hasn't addressed the main point, which is what if it's really good snake oil? What that?
Something to think about.
To hear, the audience will probably buy it, not because they're dumb, but because that's a normal response.
Like, by the way, that's how we could explain this video too, by the way. That your audience will buy this because it's a normal response. Whenever, this works both ways. If there's a sense of, like, you wonder how stupid a video could get before it would breach the, like, the sense of, wait a minute, something weird's going on here, you know? Like, like this video is wrong because he actually went to Dublin 3 times in the last necessary way of doing whatever the hell it is that he does. And you're like, what the hell was that? And he's like, oh, actually, I just proved that his whole fucking video is terrible. Do you agree? You're like, okay. Yeah.
All right.
I think so.
Please go away.
How things like scams, cons, and cults work.
Put me in that camp. Jeez. You know, he absolutely does. He accuses me of being a cult leader.
We're doing this thing again. Fringy brought it up. He just said in the calmest, nicest, wounded animal way of, you run a fucking cult.
Yeah,
like
that's a pretty serious allegation to say that I'm running a scam. What's the scam? That I get ad revenue from lying on the internet?
Well, so his vision of you at this point is like, I gotta do a star fucking field thing. God damn it! What can my narrative be?
He already brought up Creetosis making money and how that made him bitter.
Let me look at some videos, see if I can grab anything. Oh, this Creetosis guy, he's covered something. Yeah, oh, yeah, there you go. A design doc. I don't even know what that is. Fine, yeah, we'll say that's the reason. Yeah, we'll put that in there. Who can I target?
Yeah, sounds like something that exists.
Let's type in innocent developers, a part of Bethesda. Ah, there's my target. Beautiful. Got him. Let's put him in. And let's just make up an 8-hour fucking video.
Oh. Nice, he's including the clip of Emil Peck typing.
Oh.
Aren't easy to believe as long as they say what people want to hear. And just like the original Reddit post, Patrician speaks.
All people wanted to hear was that Starfield was a bad game. They didn't need an explanation or a reason. They've never needed an explanation or a reason. There's fucking year after year, topic after topic, that all people got away with million view videos was just saying that the game was bad.
And that it was this guy's fault.
No, you don't even have to name names.
Yeah. This is what I mean. For me, as a relative outsider, all I've known is that Bethesda just gradually over time has been rotting away. He's like, oh yeah, but what about individuals responsible? It's like, sure, people will be interested in knowing more and more information about how this all fell apart, but at the same time, it doesn't change much of anything. The games are still shit.
Well, yeah, the why is interesting, but it doesn't change. Whatever the explanation doesn't change the end product, which is that people were really hyped for this game, and then it came out, and it was a massive disappointment.
Fucking leading a cult.
Speaks with an authoritative voice, pretends to be an expert on the.
See how you do the authoritative breakdown. Well, he does the. He does.
Yeah.
I sound like an expert. This is what an expert sounds like.
I'm not being mean. You're being mean.
You're a cult leader.
Look at you with your cult.
This is just how I talk, man.
Oh, I get the same
I really
shit.
don't do a voice.
Well, just by trying to speak clearly and make sure people understand what you're saying, and also try and be an entertainer of some sort, you can get to a point where people are just like, "Wow, look at you! You think you're so correct."
Well, he's going to cite part of my Skyrim video where I say that I don't do that.
A lot of people don't like it when other people speak confidently. I don't know what it is. If it makes them feel, I don't know if it's emasculating to them or insecure. But a lot of people just really don't like when other people sound confident.
I'm just tired of the wounded animal shit. I can't take it. It's
it's
funny. I feel like we haven't encountered it for a while, but it is a common fucking strategy on YouTube video essays. Like a load of them do it. I mean,
video essayist cries in pain as it strikes you.
Yeah, it's just everything is the worst emotional thing that they've been through in their video. They're like, oh no, please.
Subject being discussed, gives lots of examples, and always speaks with complete confidence and conviction.
Good.
Why wouldn't I?
I wouldn't want you to fucking speak with, like you've been stuck with a fucking blade.
Well,
like
an asthmatic shrew.
Well, hang on. Is this necessarily true?
What about you speaking with confidence, or?
Don't know. Do I ever say I don't know something? I don't know what happened.
Probably.
I don't know where to start. I don't know where else I would.
Well, but
there's honestly still a bunch about this system that I don't know. I really don't know which one is faster. Actually, I don't know if I want to inflict. I don't know how good I can say the combat system is.
Well, you started off by saying, I don't know if I say I don't know.
I fucking probably say I don't know more than I said fucking design document.
It's a really handy phrase if you don't know.
Do we just ignore, like, he's taking you down for being confident. Not even like what a fucking waste of time.
You can be confident and not just like say false shit. You can be confident and say, there's some things I don't know, but there are things that I have confidence in.
You spoke assertively. This offends me. Like, okay.
Yeah.
It's that tone policing thing again. He doesn't like if you speak aggressively, and he doesn't like if you speak confidently. You need to speak meekly and like you're about to cry.
Well, that's the thing. If someone said, "Aren't you tone policing him?" I'd just be like, "Yeah, well, at least with the goal of trying to like speak in a way that you are heard and understood, and the words can have their fucking relevant spaces and points of higher and lower entertainment versus this. I don't. Yeah.
The thing is, with the Starfield video, Starfield is such a new topic that I have no insecurity about saying over and over that there's elements about it that I don't know or don't fully understand just because the information isn't available. And yes, I do have a human limit as to how much I can do.
Well, and I don't see why you're getting docked points for having a speaking voice that isn't cringe.
Yeah, whenever I click onto a video and I hear the
instantly lose trust.
Whenever I click onto a video and I hear the video did it cut out again?
It did.
Discord doesn't want us to know.
When I hear the video essayist voice, I immediately lose trust in anything that video has to say.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting to that point. I just don't think it's pleasant. I don't want to listen to it for more visceral reasons. It's just not pleasant to listen to. I want to listen to a man, damn it.
Especially for us, when you have the opening being something like, "Today I went through something and I want to share it with you." And then you're like, "Wait, what was this video called?" And it's like a review of Godzilla. Oh, okay.
He harassed me today. He said I was a poopy head, and that was harassment. And some person said Emil did a bad job, and that's harassment. And I don't like it, and they're making money off of it, and it's fine. They can have their opinion. But don't touch me.
You're a cult leader.
But don't worry, guys. Patrician is on your side. In fact, he's doing this for
Man
you.
of the people.
You doing this for us? That's so kind of you.
Making all
Thanks,
that free
man.
content, baby. That's why he's here. We're just milking him dry. What a Chad.
But I don't think this video was unjustified. I think there were still enough people who felt betrayed by Starfield who want a voice to speak for them, to really hammer why this game didn't work.
So there you go.
I think that's a pretty straightforward perspective to have on video creating.
Again,
is that you're filling a niche that people want to hear. A lot of people can't articulate the finer points in life because, you know, they have jobs that aren't related to their hobbies and they don't get a lot of free time to think about this, or they don't have the vocabulary to think about it.
Dude, this happened.
Video making is a skill. It's a talent.
There's a level of confidence that one can have that will absolutely piss the fuck out of people, like piss them off. And it reminds me of it was like a stream me and Wolf did. I want to say literally like 6 years ago. I'm not even sure how long at this point. But it was just like a super chat or questionnaire asking something to do with like how is it that you've gotten to the point where you're choosing what you do, being like story analysis. And then I made a comment about how some people be more like have more interest in it, or maybe even be have a predilection toward it, and that there's going to be people who are just going to be able to explain it better or see things that other people might not. That got fucking like clipped, and everyone said like, "Look how full of himself he is." I was like, "What?" Like, I'm just describing like a basic skill set that'll apply. The different people lead to different things. Isn't that the most normal statement ever? I didn't realize that was controversial.
I apologize for being a YouTuber. I will endeavor to. Well, can I speak from the heart, or would that be disingenuous?
You don't have one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, prove you have one first. Pull it out. Show us.
Alt leader.
A true hero.
Well,
yeah, I didn't say I was a hero. I just said I spoke to people's.
You said you're a hero, and we all agree you are. There you go.
Okay,
beautiful.
Right.
It's over.
That's right. Because we're in your cult, we can't.
The court finds me guilty.
And all it cost was the complete character assassination of one.
Character assassination. It wasn't character assassination. He just sucks at his job.
Okay, let's assume that he's right. I'm just wrong. Like, that's not a character assassination. I'm just wrong.
So, as we said earlier, if you are completely wrong about everything he's tackled you specifically for, being the lack of a unifying design document behind Emil's approach, does that not make Emil look worse in a different direction, as we brought up before?
Well, this isn't about Emil. It's about me.
He can't even stay on his bike with
what I'm saying is that he's like, you've assassinated him, and it's like, yeah, but like if he did have the dog, if you were wrong, that means that he managed to fail the execution.
That's what this video is missing, like I said earlier, was there needed to be a 20-minute segment where he proved that Emil was like this really good guy and he made these really good games, and you know, he's this character that was besmirched, but he jumped past that just straight to the besmirching.
Everything is resting on, well, he does have a design document, actually. No, and let's just go with one of the arguments of his that says he does have a design document. That doesn't change anything. Nope. That doesn't push the needle into Starfield being a good game or Emil being a good writer.
Yeah,
they're trying to make it look like I said that Coolsville sucks.
I think Coolsville sucks. No.
Single innocent game developer. And by the way, it's not just over design documents that Patrician deliberately misrepresents and attacks Emil.
Deliberately? That's a strong position to take, that it was deliberate.
Well, cult leader, I wouldn't expect anything less from you.
Here are some other examples.
Emil Pagliarulo has stated he does not listen to criticism,
ignoring the reviews.
This is a common lie that creative people will tell.
Note how Patrician doesn't say this as if it's his opinion, but instead as if he's just repeating Emil's own words, even though.
But he references what Emil is saying. So yes, he's going to refer to what Emil has said. The whole point of the statement is that Emil doesn't. I must be hearing that wrong.
I legit don't understand where the problem is. Emil stated that he does not listen to criticism. I mean, part of that little statement was that he said to ignore it. I'm confused.
Well, you see, ignoring and not listening are two different things.
Actually, semantically.
We'll go back, because I'm not sure what the problem is.
Creative people will tell.
Note how Patrician doesn't say this as if it's his opinion, but instead as if he's just repeating Emil's own words, even though Emil has never said this.
Not literally that. What the fuck?
Yeah, like not verbatim.
I fucking hate reviews.
You paraphrased him, you bastard.
That's why I got lost. I was like, "Where's the contradiction?" It's like you didn't use those words. Like, oh, but he played the clip for us, so it's not like we're gonna be like, "You fucking liar!" I saw the clip. That's no. It's like no. I guess it's what you just summarized. Like, why are we doing? Why are we here?
And he makes the same point more than once.
And yet, despite the heavy criticism, the very first decision made regarding Starfield's design was not to have a silent protagonist, because Emil doesn't listen to criticism.
Ignoring the reviews.
Years of Fallout 4 critiques...
He said ignoring the reviews.
I need help. Never knows best. Tell me what's going on here. Why am I supposed to be upset?
Ignored because quality is equivalent to profit. Meaning I can say whatever I want, and he probably won't hear about it.
What a telling line at the end there.
Meaning I can say whatever I want, and he probably won't hear about it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hang on. Where's that tweet where he said that he has no clue, that he's never seen any of these fucking videos?
Wait. Is he contextualizing what you just said as you could lie and it wouldn't matter? Is that what he's trying to do there?
No, it's that regardless of what Patrician says in his videos, it's not going to get to Emil's ears.
No, that's what Patrician said, but what is being implied here? Listen to the way that he talks about it.
Silent protagonist.
Mr. Never Knows
Because
Best.
Emil doesn't listen to criticism.
Ignoring the reviews.
Years of Fallout 4 critiques all ignored because quality is equivalent to profit. Meaning I can say whatever I want, and he probably won't hear about it.
What a telling line at the end there.
What's funny is he cuts out the next sentence.
Yeah, but it's so very fucking obvious that what you're saying is I could literally go into any fucking part of all of this, say the most radically critical things, and he'll never even hear it. But what he hears when you say that is I could lie about him and he wouldn't even know.
No matter what criticism I levy, whether it's founded or unreasonable, it will never meet his ears, and thus nothing will ever change.
The full quote is, meaning I can say whatever I want and he probably won't hear about it, but if he does, I'm open for interviews and actually able to ask good questions about your work.
Damn, now that's oh boy.
No, he's found the telling lie though. He's found the telling element. I want him to say that you're admitting to lies. Please tell him he says that.
Meaning I can say whatever I want and he probably won't hear about it.
Yes, sadly, that's true. But we'll get to it.
I signed an NDA. I'm a professional. I don't want to get fired.
Now sure, developers signing non-disclosure agreements is nothing new, but it's very clear that they muzzled Emil because even in the short, controlled interviews he's allowed to do, almost everything he says is a damning indictment of Bethesda's design practices. Literally all you have to do is let him talk and he'll tell on himself the entire time.
My ritual is to just go. I just I mean, I stream of conscious. I think I sometimes can be a little bit manic, but
So, NDAs are normal.
Why did he cut that clip short?
Whoa. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be mad at yet.
Emil signs one, in which case it's, quote, very clear that it's about muzzling him, and this is then followed by another out-of-context clip designed to make Emil look bad. Now, it's worth noting that Emil is not the only developer Patrician does this to. He's just...
You haven't even... That whole part wasn't... I can't even work with it.
You fucker. Oh my god. He doesn't source this one because I'm the fucking person who uploaded the context on my second channel. I'm the person who's hosting the entire context of this interview.
For the record, he just made a whole point about you, but I can't do anything with it because none of it was complete.
The main one, and the one I'm focusing on.
You know there's a bunch of tourists surrounding Bethesda.
Why not go into it? If it's pathological behavior, if I'm doing it to other developers, it should be a slam dunk case that I'm harassing them. Except, honestly, I was worse with Pete Hines because he's a bit of an asshole. I'm pretty generous to Todd, and I was fairly nice to Will Shin, so...
Cold.
Bethesda when they're sad that Pete Hines retired. No, good. I'm glad he's gone.
I would also like to point out...
Good, fuck him.
Yeah, I mean, there's no context to that, which is that Pete Hines was a total fucking asshole in every interview that he would do.
And also with interactions with fans. I've used this screen cap numerous times. I'll see if I can dig it up. But a fan was asking about some lore inconsistencies in Fallout 4. And he's dismissive, and he eventually says, not interested in discussing how realistic things are in a game with talking mutants and ghouls.
Oh, that quote. Okay. I recall that quote. Now that you've read it, I fucking hate that quote so much because
so do I. I'm trying to find
those
the
arguments
image.
on EFAP too. The whole nothing can be logical or realistic because it has one thing that isn't realistic, so everything gets chucked out.
Yeah, it's the Space Wizard
Everyone's
argument.
favorite.
Yeah.
Or dragons and talking cat people. That's the Skyrim version.
Not a science lesson.
Please, Ben. I can only get so erect.
Majority of the clips I have shown you from Patrician's video came from the first 2 hours, because that's how much I watched before deciding that I have far too many
I
examples
didn't need to watch the
already
rest.
to fit in.
Nice.
But you did watch more because you had clips. Oh, right, because you would Control F.
Yeah, he Control F'd it to get all the examples of me saying it.
Okay.
Should have pressed F for integrity.
So he only watched 2 hours of this video that, let's be honest, this is the main reason that he's here. So
it would seem that way.
So
can't even be fucked to watch the full video.
You a fan of Firefly?
Yeah, big fan of Firefly. It's a good show.
That's correct. That you're a fan of it, I mean. That makes you morally good. You couldn't possibly run a cult if you like Firefly.
I like things.
And that there is just no way anything in the rest of the video could ever redeem it.
How do you know? What if at the end he said, "Lol, actually, this was all a ploy"?
That is pretty funny. I mean,
this was just a test to see if you only watched the first 2 hours before making a video, dumbass.
I am not cherry picking the worst examples from this 8-hour video.
No, you are absolutely cherry picking. You fucking cut out the rest of the context for several of the quotes that I had that would have redeemed me. You've repeatedly tried to stifle the clarifications that I've given. You've semantically argued with all this bullshit. It's just no, it's absolutely cherry picked. Don't even fucking kid yourself.
That's being cruel to cherry pickers. Like this is pathetic.
You're ruining the good reputation of cherry pickers. They must be pissed.
Literally, the definition of cherry picking is control effing. Yeah, I mean, he's literally going for the cherries in the video.
I just feel like cherry pickers are usually more effective. I don't know. they can usually gather together something of a point.
A video. I don't need to. I am cherry picking the worst examples from the first 2 hours of it. And there are a lot of strong examples that didn't make the cut.
Why didn't they make the cut?
Instead of putting them in the cut,
why not?
You put
if
this
they're strong
in the cut.
examples, why not just keep going? You've got a slam dunk here.
Remember how much fucking time
annihilate
you
me.
The fucking opening, 20 minutes? Damn.
Yeah.
Particularly around non-design document related insights.
Why not? Why not include those parts? If I'm wrong about the design document thing, why not include other arguments that I'm wrong about?
Well, so in my experience, they'll do a thing where they pick on one thing that they think they can actually get you on, and they'll be like, the whole video is like this, by the way.
Yeah, it's like listing 2 examples and then saying etc. because you can't think of anything else.
You know the time where he misspelled a word? The whole video is like that. Oh, okay.
So true. I said step off and step out interchangeably, and you know how that upsets the semantically challenged.
Of using original sources only to misrepresent them, or to make completely unfounded assumptions based off them, or to take them out of context, or to just attack the developer involved, is a constant feature in Patrician's style of analysis.
Oof.
Oh, really? It's a constant feature? Jeez.
It's just what he does.
I guess I hadn't noticed, I suppose.
In fact,
I guess
at one
Bethesda's
point,
just a great, amazing company that makes incredible video games, and they never mislead or lie or do shady things, and their games are wonderful and amazing, and they just do nothing but bang out timeless
It's really
classics.
funny because in the Fallout 76 video, I barely talk about Bethesda at all. I barely talk about any of the developers. You can attest to that. You saw that video.
I did.
Yeah,
That
but
game
it was
is it's a wild journey.
There was hate in there though, right? Like hate and attacks and
Yeah,
stuff. Yeah,
absolutely.
hatred. So
it was just aimed at the
Patrician
community.
takes his assumptions so far that he says something quite strange.
Ooh.
Let's revisit an old quote.
By account, Pagliarulo learned to hate design documents with Fallout 3, and so his next lead project of Fallout 4 went without one. I think if you were to ask him, he'd probably liken the process to jazz music.
Okay, so ignoring the fact that Emil hating design docs is fake and Fallout 4 not using a design doc is fake,
Not fake.
Why on earth does PatricianTV think that Emil would liken the process to jazz music?
I don't know. That's typically what people do when they talk about improvisational styles.
I was about to say, I think I knew where that analogy was going because jazz is
most people would, yeah. A lot of improvisation, and we can
if
keep
you don't
it
have
running.
a design document, then then making a video game is like jazz music, where you improvise and play off of each other.
It's pretty straightforward, and
it's pretty easy to understand analogy.
Well, like literally look down from the line, and it says improvisation.
And he didn't let your full thing finish, by the way. He cut it off before you explained what you meant.
Not to mention, you're fully this time protected. There's nothing he can actually breach you with because you've got I think and if. They're both in there, so.
It's very obviously an extrapolation. Obviously, he's never literally said that.
Well, you can't get you on that. So.
Are you saying that Never Knows Best can't process hypotheticals?
I wouldn't even think to claim it.
He needs a laugh track to understand.
Okay, all right, yeah, okay, all right, that's fair enough.
Because I have never heard Emil mention jazz.
Nice.
Oh that's what he literally can't process.
He did it.
Oh my god. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast yesterday?
How can I know that, Rags? How can I possibly know that?
No, this is written by this is written by AI because AI can't understand hypotheticals.
I don't think he's ever spoken about jazz, cult leader.
No shit.
Doesn't mention it in any of Patrician's sources.
God, this is fucking embarrassing.
I can't find any connection between Emil's name and jazz on Google.
I love that you wasted fucking time looking up if there was a connection between jazz and Emil Pagliarulo. If there was a literal quote about it, I would have included it. That's why I said I think he would probably liken it to it.
Yeah, I think if you were to ask him, he would probably...
You can't read.
It's like 4 layers of specifying that it's not real.
Jesus.
And I don't think I've ever heard anyone else make this comparison either. So why would Patrician say that this...
Why do you think it's in the next bit?
Why? He explains it. You cut off the quote.
Where does this assumption even come from?
This is I gotta admit, this is hyper autism. Like,
this is insane.
He doesn't understand humor, and now he doesn't understand hypothetical scenarios. He might actually be autistic.
This is insane. Yeah, this is literally unable to engage with a hypothetical. This is the thing. He might be in. I think Never Knows Best might be in the double-digit club.
Well, we do this all the time in terms of like, remember what I said? Like, what would Patrician TV's video be to Never Knows Best if we had ultimate proof that a central design doc was used? And I said, I imagine he'd say it's now worthless, even though it wouldn't be. And if he then said to me, like, I never said that, I'd be like, okay, that's, wow. Like, damn.
And why does he think it's necessary? Because he could have said, Emil's process seems a lot like improvisation in jazz.
Okay, I guess he's about to read it. He's about to read it, right?
Music. Except while this might work in jazz due to the small group size,
this is going to be what he says,
though. Something with a large amount of people collaborating, like game development.
That's ostensibly what I said.
This is essentially what you said. Nobody believes that Emil said the thing about jazz when you said, I imagine he would say that, or I think he would say this if I asked him. This is insane.
What I said, literally the next words I said. The fundamental problem with art that works through improvisation is that it's usually a small group of individuals, if not one person, whom are all talented and knowledgeable, working within a central discipline under a short time frame.
Yeah, he takes issue with you theorizing that he would say such a thing.
But he's doing his own extrapolation.
You don't have to extrapolate. It's all there.
He's fine. He said, I think if I'd asked him. It's fine.
Well, no, listen, he's saying that I could have said, so he's proposing his own hypothetical.
Well, you could have said in your essay that Emil's process reminds you of jazz, as opposed to saying, if I was to ask him, I imagine he'd say his process is a lot like jazz. You see, you're putting words in his mouth in a hypothetical world. You can't do that. That's rude.
Mm-hmm.
That would be fine. That is a greatly shortened version of the point Patrician goes on to make.
What the fuck? What's your point then? If I did say it,
just say the quote.
This is what I mean. There's zero problem here. This is getting excessive.
In isolation is all right. So what's the benefit of making this metaphor, Patrician's metaphor, and a decent enough metaphor at that, have to come from Emil's mouth instead of his.
My God.
No, it doesn't.
Fuck?
It's a fucking extrapolation.
Not even real. You said you think if you were to ask him, it didn't happen in this timeline. So if it did, that might happen.
You think
relative
if you
to
were
other
to
things
ask him.
Yep.
Mentioning here, this is very minor, and Patrician does qualify.
No, it's not minor. It's nothing. There's no problem.
Why would you end the point with saying that I qualified it?
By this assumption with both I think and probably. So
I'm telling you, this is reaction bait because he knows how we would react. So he's like, they're gonna look foolish if they say that I should have added I should have mentioned the qualifier, because I do mention the qualifier, but I present the argument backwards to trick them.
That doesn't make any sense. It just makes him look retarded. It's the meme of I'm going to pretend to be retarded.
And then we're like, okay, look at that retard, and he's like, ha ha, I was only pretending.
You combo that with mental illness, and it makes sense in his head.
I'm only pretending to be retarded doesn't work. Never try it, guys.
Misleading in the same way that many of his other claims are.
It's not misleading.
Well, why are we talking about this and not the myriad of other good, strong points that you allegedly had?
But
allegedly, it was easy.
Strange.
It's not strange.
And it really makes.
It really isn't. The average human brain doesn't have any problem parsing out hypotheticals, but I guess you do. I'm sorry, man.
If making completely unfounded assumptions about developers and
isn't it's completely unfounded assumptions. It's not even a negative comment. Like if you said I imagine Muller might equate his work to jazz, I'd be like, oh, you're saying that I would focus on a lot of improv, but it's not like jazz is universally known as shit.
Jazz, yeah, no. the jazz, the famously hated style of music.
The whole point was like about improvisation. That's why I said the word improvisation. Yeah. And when I think of the concept of improvisation, I think of like theater improv groups, which is a pretty high cut, and I think of jazz music, which I think is a more approachable metaphor to use.
Well, and what's funny is the major references for this are all going to come from your video that aren't just your summaries. There'll be all the individual pieces of information, all of how things were coming together in the story and the mechanics. The improv, so to speak, of design.
Parts of development has become so normalized to Patrician that it doesn't even seem weird to him to make his words come from Emil's mouth, even at times when it's completely unnecessary.
Fucking insane.
I guess he literally just doesn't get it.
He just doesn't understand it. No.
He just doesn't get it. Yeah.
I'm going to try to be charitable
here. Makes me
here.
feel bad for you. Try to be charitable. Wow. I'm sure you are, man. Yeah.
That was well timed. Good job there, NeverKnowsBest.
For a second. Patrician clearly believes in the value of referencing outside source material in game analysis. Now, personally, I think the best arguments about a game should be supported through evidence that comes exclusively from the game itself and your experience with it.
That's a nice opinion. Did your husband give it to you?
I was about to say exclusively. I mean,
why can't you not look at the game and then look at the extra, the out-of-game sources and be like, this explains why this thing is in the game.
I heard about this, and this was what I was worried that it was going to turn into. Is he anti-source? Is he anti-research?
Well, clearly.
I mean, he just said, like, you shouldn't be involving much of anything. Well, exclusively is the word he used. Damn.
But I mean, maybe it's just his perspective.
Meta at all. You go through like all of the quest lines and the side quest, and you talk about the story, and you talk about the dungeons and all the guns and all the mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mix of the game informing the analysis and the real world information I'm able to find informing the analysis.
This is something people might have different opinions about, and that's fine. There should be different approaches to game criticism. And different audiences might enjoy different styles.
True.
And so, Patrician seems to have focused on this one thing he genuinely felt.
It's funny that he's using the Morrowind analysis as an example when I started developing this style in like the middle of the Morrowind analysis. I would think the Oblivion or the Skyrim analyses would be more effective examples because that's when I was fully on board with it.
Important. External sources. And he was successful doing this, gaining plenty of views and fans.
Why does he say that like it was deceptive? Well, I guess that is his point, but still.
Yeah, I'm a cult leader and a scam artist and a snake oil salesman.
Fucking hell. He really doesn't like you, huh?
Yeah.
Even though Creetosis is apparently the worst of the three of you.
Yeah, that's what's weird. Creetosis is the worst, but you seem to be getting a really
way
big, you
more
almost forget about
flack.
Creetosis with the way he despises you.
Yeah, he was just attacking what Creetosis said about Emil. He's going full like channel breakdown on me.
I'm starting to feel neglected.
Yeah.
And so, as he continued to make videos, this became a bigger and bigger part of them. Not for malicious reasons, but because he wanted to make good content. And it was his opinion that this approach...
hang on, I've never said that. That's an extrapolation. You're putting words into my mouth. I actually don't want to make good content.
I want to control my cult as best I can.
Do you have a source for that? Do you have an example of me saying that I want to make good content?
Why don't you back that up with a source, Senator?
Which was what made him better than the other YouTubers who only talk about their opinions. Something he discusses in the intro to his Skyrim...
I can't wait to hear how you think you're better than everyone else. Let's see what the quote is.
Video.
Now, what would happen if I did not do that? If I took the common road of simply preaching with an authoritative voice? In that instance, then I would simply dictate my perspective on fast travel as though it were the one correct opinion to have, and then move on. It is true that many would be both entertained and convinced simply with a deep voice and an air of charisma. Insert profile pictures of relevant YouTubers here.
Wow, you put me there.
Yeah.
That's just for the fun of people not seeing the screen.
However, I don't look at my audience as people to be tricked into liking my work with techniques of propaganda.
Why would they put that horse's face so close to your character?
It was a bug with that.
Okay. I was about to say
that's not normal.
I gotta check with Bethesda. You never know sometimes.
If you want videos that simply preach opinions as the only true perspective to have, then dozens of videos that are both pro and against Skyrim already exist to validate your existing opinions. When you realize that over 80% of those videos have nothing to say, I'll still be here, keeping my gate open for you.
And so,
it's true, I'm a gatekeeper and I keep it open.
Before I hear his batshit retarded take on what you just said, am I to take from what you've just said that you would rather dig into the meta as much as possible because everyone else is already dug heavily into the game? Or am I getting... Because this is obviously from a snippet, so I can't quite tell exactly what you're saying.
Well, that's part of it. A lot of my frustration with the Skyrim stream series was that the majority of Skyrim videos were just empty plot synopses. There was very little analytical substance to a lot of those videos, and so that's what I was working with my video, was that I wanted it to be more analytical. I wanted to be less just affirming existing opinions, because it was very much the case that many Skyrim videos, some of them would be like, Skyrim's the greatest game ever, and then others would be like, Skyrim's actually not that good, but they wouldn't really talk a whole lot about why.
I know what you mean. We have equivalents of that.
What's
funny is it's kind of the reverse for when Captain Marvel came out. I think it was with Fringy. I can't remember who I was watching a bunch of reviews of it with, but like nobody was talking about the fucking plot.
No.
Everybody was instead, talking about Brie Larson's quotes. They were talking about like what this film is, where it sits, and what it means for Endgame and stuff like this. But nobody reviewed it.
He downplayed Private Sessions video because he's my podcast host, and so I guess he's a nepo baby or something. But if you want my video without a lot of the meta discussion of the behind the scenes stuff, that's what Private Sessions is doing. His video is entirely informed by the like internal kind of logic that comes from Skyrim.
Yeah, it's a valuable perspective to have. Like, if we just look at the thing, what can we take from the thing?
To not give the wrong impression, there were plenty of great Captain Marvel videos. It was just shocking how little people were talking about what happened in it, and you could obviously attribute that to the fact that no one gave a shit about it. I was like, well, I want to talk about what happens
Marvels
in it.
is the same thing. The Marvels had the same thing, where everybody talked about the meta, and not many people were talking about how badly written it was.
Look, if I'm supposed to apologize for having the opinion that most Skyrim videos are shit, I will literally never apologize.
They seem to be particularly consistently quite bad.
I mean, I'm not going to hold it against you for thinking that your video is better than most Skyrim videos. That just doesn't bother me at all. As far as I'm concerned, most people who spend an extremely large amount of time making something like that should probably have confidence enough to defend it as one of, if not the best, takes on the thing. I think I have the best take on Doctor Strange MOM and Quantumania. There, I said it.
That's okay.
Do we have to let the British man talk?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Validate your existing opinions. When you realize that over 80% of those videos have nothing to say, I'll still be here, keeping my gate open for you.
And so,
hey, he cut out the part where I said, because I love you.
He doesn't know love.
True.
Patrician truly believed in this approach and lent into it. And the end result of this ever higher and higher emphasis on outside sources that were still ultimately just being used to support his subjective opinion.
Oh, just to be clear, by no means has he come anywhere close to even beginning to prove that you only use outside sources.
I don't even
he
know.
just said that. It's just something that he said.
The fact that I feel like he realized as he was writing that sentence that it didn't sound quite right. Like, the more and more he got popular, the more he made videos, the more and more he made use of outside sources. It's like, wait, that's probably a good thing. But it was just a subjective opinion. Like, how could you ever argue, like, the more sources you take advantage of, the worse your video gets? It's like,
Well, and what's he trying to prove here? I'm not necessarily a full objectivist. I value subjectivism and objectivism
I don't even...
video content, so...
Well, because if the more information you have regarding the creation of a thing, like quotes and processes and reports and everything, most people wouldn't consider... Like, this is we're going to get into a whole thing trying to assess it, but the fact that he's just dismissed it as like, well, it's just him supporting a subjective opinion. It's like, well, I mean, yes and no. It's like, depends on how you're trying to skew that in. Like, the next guy who says... I like Skyrim, I give it 5 stars, versus the guy who's like, so here's what this person said about this mission, and that's why this is happening here, and this is going on because of this, and this was designed actually with, you know, infused with references to this culture, blah, blah, blah. If someone said, like, that's the same, they're both giving you their opinion, I'd be like,
I mean, I guess they are both giving you their perspective, sure.
Yeah. You're like,
but surely you would have to acknowledge that there is a considerable difference between their argumentation.
And one is more valuable than the other. Anyway.
I mean, if this ultimately ends up being that he's anti-research, he's like trying to find the least retarded way to say that.
It might not be that he's anti-research. He might just be anti-reason.
He might be anti-effort.
Anti-coherency?
If he wanted to make the point that, like, the standard's unreasonable because it increases the amount of time I have to take to make videos, yes, that is a problem that I have.
Into it. And the end result of this ever higher and higher emphasis on outside sources that were still ultimately just being used to support his subject.
Is it entirely possible, Never, that the reason that I have more information in each subsequent video is because I had the same amount of information from the last video and was able to build upon that instead of just starting over?
Probably not.
No.
Like, I snowballed up to the Skyrim video in terms of the amount of information I had access to. There was things I learned in working on the Skyrim video that I wish I knew working on the Oblivion video.
No.
His subjective opinions about the game was this Starfield analysis, where the central thesis is that everything bad in Starfield is because of no design documents, and that this observation, uniquely made by him, the higher tier game critic, is something...
No, hang on. You earlier said that Creetosis made this point, and I stole it from him.
Yeah, but you claim it makes you the higher tier game critic. So get wrecked. Creetosis never said it makes him the top G, so...
well, and Private Sessions came to the same conclusion. But I guess, you know,
That's
he's my
because
husband,
he stole
so...
it from you.
Yeah. He stole it from me, I stole it from Creetosis. Creetosis stole it from It's a Gundam, you know.
Thing that can magically explain everything people dislike.
And by the way, magic isn't real.
Or is
Are we still on this?
Or is it?
Yes,
I thought
am
we were
aware
done
of
with the
irony
thesis.
Of him referring to other people's YouTube videos as using techniques of propaganda.
What?
Well, I mean...
I don't even want to get into that. You know what I mean? Like, well, I mean, it depends.
I was choosing to let it slide.
Thank you.
But despite all this, I do think it's...
Is that your big takedown?
You're a propagandist, cult leader, snake oil salesman. he's just rattling about, man.
Ad hominem?
We're long past that.
Yeah.
we passed that a long time ago.
Sorry, what he called it, personal attack.
I mean, I don't even know what to classify what this is.
No, it's a first-hand attack.
Insanity.
It's only fair to say that what is seen in his Starfield video does seem to be the end result of this approach. I will admit, I have not watched much of his other content.
That much is clear. You haven't watched much of any of his content.
I thought earlier that he said that what was visible in your Starfield video was present in your other videos.
He did.
That doesn't make much sense.
Well, and he doesn't understand that I have a separate level of standards for the videos that I make that are under an hour. Like, do you really think I did a whole ton of research on like Battlefront 2 2005? Not really. At best, I might use like one source in those videos. So, I mean, it's
obviously the Oblivion.
My thought process is if I'm going to spend fucking 8 hours talking about a topic, I might as well do a little research on it. I think that seems like a pretty reasonable perspective to have.
Relative to it. But from what I've checked, in his other videos, he doesn't seem to present original source material in the same misrepresented way.
It's just his special hatred of Emil
that
got him to break character.
Well,
just couldn't stand it.
There it is.
Yeah. Never. Do you want to know the difference? When I was talking about Elder Scrolls games, those were all projects that weren't spearheaded by Emil. Like all three of those were not. Like Emil was just either a quest designer or a senior quest designer. So why would it make sense to go on this big tangent about how much I hate Emil when I'm talking about Elder Scrolls games? Now, if I talked about Fallout, I would talk a lot more about Emil, but I really haven't talked about Fallout.
His entire view of you is so heavily constructed with like your immense hatred and targeting and scapegoating of Emil that we get to a point where you almost want the wizard to just walk up to him and be like, "It's not, by the way. He's actually not." Just to have him be like, "What? No, that can't be true." Like everything rests on this. It can't be. It's just not. You're crazy.
But why did you make it that everything rests on it? Why did you construct your house on sand? I don't understand.
And while he does make bold, reaching assumptions based on these sources and attack game developers at times,
shut up.
Whereas you only attack YouTubers.
Yeah, but he's right. He explained this in the Creetosis section.
Right.
He's
good at other YouTubers instead of the big corporations.
I like the idea that his goal was that Creetosis would be sitting in the corner crying and he'd smile like, "My work here is done. I have proven to you what you have done."
Well, and he would be like, "It's your time to grow now, Creetosis. It's your
That's
time
right.
to grow."
I believe in you. I believe in you. And
so that's the problem.
Guitar music plays.
That's the problem with the trap theory being even a possible interpretation, is that it inherently undermines my ability to take this video seriously because either he's retarded or he's acting in bad faith.
Like I said, this fits in with our rogue gallery of just insane people making these insane videos that no friend told them, "Bro, I don't know about this one." Like, I mean, maybe edit out most of it.
As your friend, I'm telling you, this is a terrible mistake.
Doesn't outright lie. That aspect seems to be unique to his Starfield video.
Well, if only you had seen more and you could make qualitative statements. Maybe I'm lying in all my videos and you're doing a disservice by not doing more research. I mean, you didn't have to shit this out in 3 weeks.
Or did he?
Yeah.
And just so we're clear, this absolutely is a lie. It is a lie that Bethesda...
No, you haven't proved any of it.
Nope.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Some of your sources contradict you, and you cut out a ton of context, so...
And he makes conflicting arguments.
Yeah, it's like we're not going to claim you're lying. We're just going to say your brain doesn't work. It's broken.
When I was talking to people about this, I was like, this is one of the worst angles he could have taken if he really wanted to attack me. Because there are legitimate things that he could have gone after, and he went after that I'd lied on something that I didn't lie about. He could have fucking gone from the "he's just wrong about it" angle, and he was dangerous. He was dangerous with Yeah, I was wrong, and it was dangerous that I was wrong because I spread information. But no, he's attributing to malice what could be attributed to
It's a more
incompetence.
dramatic story, isn't it, if you're a liar than that you just got something wrong.
Well, and it's because he's got a big fucking chip on his shoulder, and he wants to prove everybody that I'm, like, malicious.
But the
If I'm just
thing is,
wrong, then there's a path to redemption.
He's apparently completely unaware. If he had done all that in 1 minute, it would have been more effective. Because this whole fucking section is so busy and confusing and repeats upon itself, and you're like, what the hell's going on? It's difficult to track his arguments. But we got him. I can repeat them back.
Well,
I'm planning
listen,
on
you're
doing it at the
supposed
end
to be
of this thing.
listening to this on the second monitor, and when the video's over, you're supposed to go, I guess that was a pretty convincing argument.
You'd be
I guess
surprised how many
He
people...
had like sources and stuff for the things he said. He must have been correct. I wasn't misled.
I'm more black-pilled on that every single day, that like the vast majority of people listening to
Then
YouTube
they go,
videos
hey,
are not
hey,
listening
I
to
picked
them.
Winston.
That doesn't use design documents. Just like it's a lie that Emil hates design documents.
That wasn't a lie, it's an extrapolation.
Yeah.
It's an inference.
Which he has done on you many times.
I think what's driving me a little bit mad is that it's an extrapolation that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
If he
is in line with the stuff.
or rather, maybe it would be too far to say that he hates them, but it certainly is a reasonable extrapolation that he believes that it's better now with the way that he talked about it. Because the way that he put it in that conversation was, what we learned by the time we were getting to Fallout 3 is that the design document was getting outdated, you know, and then of course that other quote of, the game is the design document. These are all things that are obviously being said in a positive way, that we are doing it better now, that we've learned something now. So I mean, again, it's not a lie, it's a reasonable extrapolation of what he said.
Yeah.
Just like it's a lie that Fallout 4 was made entirely without design documents, just like it's a lie that this is a
magic phrase that really explains everything wrong with this.
Because magic isn't real, bitch.
That's
Yeah, but you never thought of that.
All right, now talk about Starfield.
No, that would ruin everything.
We don't talk about Starfield.
I know it's been an hour. It's been 10 hours. It's been an hour and 40 minutes of your video. Can we please talk about the games in question?
No,
I now submit my own evidence. Starfield.
This game. No design
My client pleads
document.
insanity.
PatricianTV will defend this by saying that because he says one time in an 8-hour video that
Design and writing director Emil Pagliarulo.
It's true. That's why I put it up front.
Yep.
That's the
stated
part
that
that people
there
see.
Is a design document, but that it is very short, and he believes the game itself is the real design document.
And you dumbass, half the examples you used was me saying that there's no central design document.
It doesn't this would be this whole fucking video is such a wasted time on behalf of NeverKnowsBest.
Like, this is the thing. When he says there is not a giant design document where the whole game is outlined, what can you do with that? Like, I'm saying it more for this guy than, you know, what's the defense that you're going to, or rather, why is it that the claim of, oh, there are all of these problems with the game and how it seems like the systems aren't designed together, but that they were designed almost independently and thrown together at the end, almost like there wasn't a design doc. It's like, well, he said there wasn't a giant design doc where the whole game was outlined and that the game itself was the actual working documents. These are things that he said. He's confusing. That's what I would say about this.
Well, and we know this because there are as many as 7 individual arguments for why Patrician is wrong, that all can't coexist.
Yep.
And I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this.
Oh no.
But
No,
that is not how
Nice. Merriam-Webster
The
dictionary
definition of
definition.
truth on Merriam-Webster. Oh, got him.
Merriam-Webster defines truth as the body of real
Well,
things.
okay, hang on. Hang on here, though, because if I'm just wrong, then I'm still sincere in my actions, character.
I was about to say.
It's your truth. Your truth, baby.
It's your truth. Yep.
Yeah.
Though, seriously, I will
wrong.
say this is an EFAP first. No one has ever cited the dictionary definition of truth to own someone in a video. That's pretty fucking radical.
You gotta say, that's a bit of a slam dunk right there.
Well, I was going to say, you've been slithering around this one because there's no escape.
It's like the one where, what was it? Was it
doxing.
Was it in
People
The Simpsons when somebody slam dunked so hard that it shattered the backboard that was made out of glass?
Yeah, well, that happens in a lot of stuff.
In real life.
Yeah.
That does happen a lot of stuff.
Well, I was gonna say it's a commentary channel staple to have the random like Google definition of doxing whenever they talk about that topic. So to kind of see it in my own takedown is pretty fun.
Truth works.
Welcome to the club.
Truth is not a one and done.
Proof
Shut
is
up.
not I won
Seriously.
Type concept.
You're in no position to lecture us about this either.
This is what I mean. He needs a friend to tell him, like, you know that part where you cited the
No, stop
definition
there. He
of
needs a
truth? Maybe don't with that bit. And he's like,
That's
but
the
I
thing is
owned him.
there's no evidence that NeverKnowsBest has any YouTube friends. So he's got nobody that he could have run this video by.
Can't imagine why not.
To get a perspective on like, hey, do you think this is a good idea?
The people who are like super fans of this channel, did you not get a little uncomfortable at this part? Like, oh god, he's citing truth in the dictionary again.
Oh
If
God,
you
we're
tell
the
the truth
assholes, aren't
once
we?
and then lie over 30 times,
Liar.
you're still a liar.
Over 30 times.
And
Yeah,
on top-
except you've lied a shit ton in this. Like,
Right.
I can't even keep track of the number of lies that you've told.
Well, by his definition of truth and lies, he's lied hell of a lot more than you have.
Absolutely.
But that, even the one time when you do tell the truth.
I know sometimes
One
feel like we're
time?
trapped in
A
like
single time?
That's one truth per 8 hours.
Damn, I didn't know I told the truth once. Why would I even bother doing that? That'd be out of character at that point.
Does this not at all feel like he has looped this several times though?
Yes.
We are repeating ourselves.
Yeah, we're
here.
really looping, I feel. Yeah, we get it. He's a terrible lying cult leader. Yeah, I'm okay. What else? What else?
Snake oil, snake oil.
Do you have
Still
anything
involves
else other than
lying.
my thesis statement taken by itself without the rest of the section?
Emil
Stop
doesn't
gaslighting him.
mention a central design doc at all, and at no point does he say it's very short.
Except the other
he
quotes
says
that
it's
we
really
went over.
He says he's
Remember the
he
small
says it's like
ones?
really
It literally
small.
says, I'm sorry, he didn't say short, he said little. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Never, that I didn't use the exact word he
It's
used.
a little design talk, not a short
It's a
one.
little
you fuck.
design document, not a short one.
Lion TV.
God,
Look
damn,
at
how
him
does it feel
go.
like to get fucked like that so hard? Jeez.
Literally, if the height of criticism against me is like semantic argument about language, then I feel
You won,
pretty
you
good.
Did it. You won YouTube.
Damn.
What he actually says in your quote is almost the opposite, that there isn't a giant design
That's
doc
not the
including-
quote. It's the other
do
one
you-
he talks about it in the other quote, not this
What
one.
do you think is the inverse of a giant design document, Never? If it's not a giant design document, what would it how would you describe that?
An enormous one.
A bigly one.
Bigly.
everything, but that everything is still documented.
Oh, fuck off. We're back to the billion arguments
Yeah,
thing.
we're back to
So
this.
even in your example of telling the
feels
truth
desperate.
that I guess you thought would
Little bit.
shield you from any
He hates the fuck out of you, by the way.
Yeah,
Like,
pretty obvious.
what did you do to him?
What
Fucking
did you
I-
do?
Oh,
Did you have
that
sex with
Skyrim
his
stream.
wife?
That Skyrim stream. Oh, did I?
Because I know there was that. Have you done anything since the Skyrim stream, or has he just been like seething, holding on? to hot
Other than
coal?
well, in the Skyrim video, I would say that I categorized him in the 80% of bad Skyrim videos.
Wow.
But that would be the extent of it since the Skyrim stream. Yeah.
How
If so,
could
he's
you?
been holding on to that for years now, just
Well, because-
waiting,
Yeah.
biding his time to make a terrible
Okay,
video on you.
So that gets into my theory. So his issues with YouTube started in September of 2021, and the next video, the one that actually got affected by that whole adult game review thing, came out in November, around the same time as my stream on him. So it's very possible that he's associating me with all of the woes that he's having on YouTube and harboring this mega grudge.
YouTube watched your stream and were like,
Yeah.
"Ah, this guy made a really bad Skyrim video. We better demonetize his channel."
Yeah.
That's a rational thing to think.
It's like you.
Well, I mean, he's not an entirely rational person. I think he's mentally unwell.
I think he definitely needs to sort out. He's clearly got some demons that he needs to fight.
The
I
sad part
wish him
is,
well
like,
with that.
generally speaking, anybody that I've wronged, I'm open to talking to and trying to reconcile that. But the full extent of how much he's lied about me has made it very difficult for me to ever entertain talking
Oh,
to
I
him.
wouldn't blame you.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you
I
for
wouldn't
that.
blame you.
and all criticism. What you say still isn't even true.
Shut up. Crazy
PatricianTV will continue to defend this by saying it's just a meme, and if anyone misrepresents
Would
it...
you? What? What?
Well, I like that the
you never
context he
said
gave
he's
is me
just
saying
a
that it's
meme.
understandable.
You never said it's just a meme, so he's lied about you. He said that's how you referred to it, when in here you said no design doc meme, which, by the way, I mean, not that you necessarily meant it this way, but that's become a way to describe a thing. Meme, like an event or an item.
No,
it's like
it's a meme is an iota of information.
Yeah, it's the literal definition of meme that people normally don't use when they say it on the internet. But it is.
But
the case.
he's lied. It's too late. He's lied about you. So,
and that I'm saying up front that it lost nuance in my script when people parrot it. Yeah, if people say over and over that there's no design document, then yeah, it lost its nuance. But that's not my fault. I said, and I gave all of the evidence in the video, and that's what I was talking about with the people assuming that Emil was the lead on Skyrim. I never said that, but people walked away from my video assuming it was true. Am I responsible for that misinformation? No, because I flat out said that it wasn't the case.
That's their fault. But again, sorry, but saying it's a meme doesn't justify it.
That's not.
I don't even
he's
get the whole
lost.
meme
He's
thing.
lost.
Yeah,
he's not even.
He is.
Yeah.
He's gone outside and he's poking holes in the ground.
Lost,
he doesn't know what's going on.
It makes it worse, because it means that you knew this phrase that you repeated so many times.
No, I also said lack of central design document. You included that in your montage. Why would you include that in your montage if you wanted to make this point? And yes, it is a meme. I said it over and over because it's a punchline.
Yeah, you literally make jokes about it sometimes.
Allowing it to spread even further. That's what memes do, and that's exactly what it did.
Some memes, yeah.
And so, you knew...
But they also get distorted over time. Like, who posts the actual Wojak anymore versus the Soyjack derivatives that have been created as a result of it?
True.
Art, man.
All I'm having is moments of just like, he's still going. Still going on this.
Yeah, he's really trying to bank hard on this, and it reeks of desperation.
Well, and he's confident that he's convinced you at this point.
I guess he is. The problem is I watched the video and I read the shit he put on the screen.
Yeah.
So that's embarrassing.
The lie would spread, and I think we can probably assume that you knew this would seriously hurt the reputation of
I
the
had
developer.
no fucking clue how popular the Starfield video would be. I know I said that it was a guaranteed million-view video no matter what I got, but like, no, I didn't know that the fucking thing was going to spread like wildfire and that Emil was ever going to address it. I thought that Emil wouldn't. I thought that the status quo would be maintained.
Well, you said as much, right? Is the clip of you saying he won't hear anything you say?
Yeah.
Guess you were lying.
Yep.
I knew all along.
4K.
The lie is about. And this also needs to be recognized.
What?
YouTubers do make mistakes. And YouTubers...
Oh, 40 minutes into the section, you're finally going to clarify that YouTubers can make mistakes. Where the fuck
and they
was
can have
this
opinions.
Now we get
what's
to it.
With the sad violin music? It's sad violin music because he's having to admit that it's possible I wasn't lying.
Which sucks. You wouldn't have to do that.
Which means that this video would be pointless.
Factual errors. But there is a difference between a YouTuber getting something wrong by accident and deliberately crafting a lie designed to hurt and discredit someone who hasn't even done...
The fucking irony, dude.
You haven't proven you have not proven in the slightest that it was a lie.
Yeah, you haven't talked about any of the game or the stories or the plots. You haven't made a video that is actually, here's the top 10 lies about Emil Pagliarulo's writing. Actually, Fox couldn't get in that radioactive chamber because he was too big. See, you look at the model. Disproven. He couldn't do it.
This is something that he would say if he was super insecure about his own lying.
A little bit.
Anything to them other than being involved in the development of a game they dislike. We don't need to hold YouTubers to the highest possible standards of reporting, but surely there should be at least some standards about what a YouTuber can and can't say in order to get views and money.
Yeah,
and
because I
satisfy
got
See,
there we
that's
go.
your
But
angle, views and money.
where's the sponsorship?
Yeah,
Do
like
you
you said,
know
with
how
Creetosis.
fucking lit up my email inbox is with sponsorship offers?
Yes, I do.
If it was
Yeah,
all
we do
about
know.
the
It's
money,
the
where
same.
the fuck is my fucking Raycon or Raid
I
Legends
don't understand why
sponsorship?
you can't just hold up a mirror to everything you just said. Man.
Yeah.
Grudge against a game developer. Of course, PatricianTV tries to use the same blame-avoiding tactic over criticizing Emil by saying this.
I don't feel like clarifying every single time I say his name that I think Todd Howard could have pushed back against Emil's impulses, or trying to guess where the line between Emil Pagliarulo and Will Shin was. Just bear in mind moving forward that Starfield's problems are not to blame on one single person. By account, Pagliarulo learned to hate design documents with Fallout 3, and so his next lead project of Fallout 4 went without one.
By the way, this clip looks like I edited together 2 different parts to use irony to emphasize my point, but...
That's just an insert. You don't have to read too much into it. It was different day recordings.
I didn't even...
Alright, yeah, I don't even know what he's really referring to.
Yeah.
He seems a bit schizo, doesn't he?
A little bit.
I didn't. That's actually how his video goes.
Just bear in mind moving forward that Starfield's problems are not to blame on one single person. By account,
But yeah, that was in a re-record. Because I realized that, like, with the initial version of the video that I was going a bit too hard on Emil, and so I wanted to put a clarification in that, like, yeah, he's not to blame for everything. Of course not.
Yeah,
Okay, he's only one guy. A gajillion people made the game. He can't.
And we don't have
everything wrong with the game is the bad writing.
And we don't have a lot of information about who did what or who's to blame for what, so...
Yeah.
Pagliarulo learned to hate design documents with Fallout 3.
But sure, he
so
got
his
me with
next
this one.
lead project of Fallout 4 went without.
But boy, I'm Never's really insecure about seeming like being perceived as if he's taking things out of context, as though there weren't a billion fucking clips where it was obvious that he was taking things out of context already.
I feel like I've heard you say this clip though, like a billion times at this point. Like he just keeps playing it over and over again and pointing at you and saying evil.
Yeah. This is not a very efficient video.
No.
Very loopy. Loopy in multiple ways.
Phrase that really explains everything wrong with this game.
Jesus
no
Christ.
Design document.
We are again.
Now, that is me editing 2 clips together to show the irony of the original statement.
Okay.
You cannot say, I'm not blaming one person one single time before spending hours and hours blaming one single person where the blame is...
When it's the writing.
I'm sorry.
Talk about the writing.
You only watched the first couple hours. You wouldn't know what the remainder of the video is largely just a standard analysis.
Well, no, he does because he hit Control F on the transcript, right?
You bear in mind how he's mathed this out is so fucking crude. He's basically said like every reference to a lack of design doc in a centralized way is you saying it's Emil's fault.
Well, that's the funny part too, is I front loaded all of this developer stuff at the beginning, and then like it recurs in the video, but the remaining 6 hours that he didn't watch is not all about Emil.
Well, nor does, as you've admitted, you're not even exactly sure where responsibility starts and ends between each person, but we know that they are still responsible for the game.
Is baked into your central thesis. That's not how this works.
Okay.
But...
Alright. I'll
Do
keep that in mind.
we want to move on now?
Okay.
Now, come on now. Never
Can
knows
we-
best. You can do
we
this.
get something
Either
else?
if we agree or disagree with you, you repeating yourself doesn't help either of those.
No.
No, it just
So
it just pisses us off more and more.
Let's move along.
You can do it, buddy. You can move on to another thing now.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm overreacting and no
Yes,
one
you
blamed
are.
Emil
Yeah,
or
you
got
might,
the
you
wrong
might be
impression.
a bit.
What's
You
your
called him
best
a
guess?
cult leader. You might be overreacting a little bit.
Let's look
You
at the
took
top
40
comments.
minutes to admit that it could have been a mistake.
Oh, now he's going to look at comments that relate to Emil. That's what we're going to be doing.
Why didn't he look at the YouTube comments on the Talks from Story?
Oh.
Top comments to find out. Quote, and this one's at the very top. It warms my heart to see rage against Emil. Hands down the worst writer I've had to suffer through.
Why did you highlight it? When it's the only comment
Emil
you
say
presented?
they essentially scrapped design documents after Fallout 3.
What's funny too is his highlighting is making it hard to read because he's highlighting dark mode with light.
He's highlighting
it's just
white text with.
Why would you highlight
orange
white
background.
text with orange?
Because he's a fucking moron.
Makes everything they've done since make so much more sense.
There's nothing wrong with that statement. even if it turned out it was completely not true, if Emil wasn't even a real fucking person, he was a ghost, it would still be a statement that makes sense, because you're looking for how this all happened.
And it's funny, the YouTube commenter had the wherewithal to include the clarification.
Makes me wonder how many antidepressants must be consumed by his team. He sounds like the worst type of boss. He gives vague directions, blames everyone else when those directions fail, and then takes credit for what works. This comment goes on for a while, by the way.
Sounds like it lines up with what I've heard from
man-child.
He called him a petulant man-child after the 15-part Twitter thread. He says as much.
Yeah, you're right.
Of course, that's
like it literally just says just saw his bitching on Twitter.
Job is proof Bethesda doesn't value their employees' mental health. And it continues. Emil's entire shtick about not using design documents earns his reputation in spades. Another title of this video can definitely be Why Design Documents Are Important.
Look, no offense to people who are my viewers, but these are just some people that got likes on YouTube.
That's out of your control.
Well, but if the way these statements are made clear and correct is by saying why design docs that are central are important or something like that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's very fair to just be like, this is absolute misinformation being spread like wildfire. It's like, well, hang on. Like the sentiment is just the functionality of something that unifies them in the project. But as we've been over, having one would mean that they managed to just fuck up the execution from the design doc.
Because this was a damn good thesis. Emil is the textbook definition of failing upwards. It's actually insane how obviously incompetent he is. There are almost 6,000 comments as of me writing this, and about half of the top ones are about Emil or design documents or both.
Okay.
But...
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess that proves his point that my video talked about Emil. Good job, it took you 40 minutes, but...
This is just one video. Well then, how did other places react? Here's Reddit straight after this video went up. Quote,
I don't give a fuck what people on Reddit are saying.
So this is just his, like, look how far your nonsense has spread. Just like, yeah, I get bored of this too.
Let Emil go do something else, and for the love of God, use a goddamn design document.
That Thomas the Tank Engine there?
That's in caps lock, so I guess I was meant to shout. I'm not gonna shout.
Of course you're not gonna shout, you're fucking...
He's a wounded animal, leave him alone.
Limp-wristed bullshit.
Document at Bethesda.
Wow, this fucking person on Reddit even knew to add the clarification.
Sir Limp of House
What
Wrist.
a genius move when you have 400 plus employees. Let's just wing it. Nothing bad can come out of that, right? So no, I really don't agree with Emil's design process. Or, the absolute lack of care and laziness to not have any core design document is something...
Hey look, this Redditor included the fucking clarification too.
Document is something you'd expect from an
one of the good ones.
Intern, not a seasoned veteran like Emil. Or, no, a lack of design documents is directly responsible for the design failure that was Starfield. Emil is an idiot.
Yeah.
Are you going to include the rest of that?
No.
Seems like a salient point.
By the way, the commenter said he is an idiot, not Emil's an idiot, so he just lied. That was a lie. He just lied.
Got him.
Wow.
Sorry, it's a semantic distinction.
Straight up lie, so damn.
That's the peak of wit.
That's the most important thing in the universe,
lie,
is what I have picked up from this video.
Yeah. And what's more is he not only saw it, read it, and then ran it through like this little thing, so he saw it many times and he still chose to lie. This is the biggest lie we've come across today. What a lie. Such lies.
Got him.
There are so many examples like this.
Wow, people on the internet commenting. How horrifying.
And all of them, of course, were posted directly after PatricianTV's video. And not even just in the
Popular
normal
videos can be
Bethesda-focused
somewhat influential.
subreddits. Friendly reminder that Emil Pagliarulo went on record saying that Starfield did not have a design document. Design documents are the literal foundation of game design. Emil Pagliarulo is the man to blame for writing in Bethesda games. He is the one who is against design documents in Bethesda.
Oh,
Emil Pagliarulo deemed Starfield...
Well, there's nothing... I don't care about any of these people, so we're just going to have to wait.
Not to need a design document. He claimed in a talk that design documents were a waste of time. That, coupled with him whining about it afterwards, really speaks to his ego. On and on and on. design document, design document, design document, design document, design document, design document, design
Why
document.
haven't you talked about the game at all?
Yeah, talk about the fucking... all of this is like going to be almost entirely dependent on whether or not the game is or isn't trash.
Single time
Why are
these
you not
people
talking about
say
that?
this,
It's really weird.
Well,
Yeah,
so that's
like
the
what
thing.
do you think happened? That people were convinced that Starfield, like that people thought it was good, and that they thought that this guy did a good job, and then when they heard no design document, they were like, "Oh my god, it's actually terrible."
Whoa!
Or do you think that people already didn't like the game?
And then they wanted to find how this has happened. What's the reason? And lo and behold, they found this. It's like, oh, that's interesting. That could actually explain a lot.
Not only could it explain a lot, but it can potentially retroactively explain a lot about prior games as well.
Yep.
citing this video or citing someone else that originally cited this video. And of course, where anti-Bethesda sentiment grows, YouTubers will always follow.
We can only assume what we are told is true, which is...
Zarek's known this shit for longer than I've been a YouTuber. Fuck off.
He's part of the old... He's old school.
No.
Legitimately, that Zarek's a trend follower. Zarek had a reasonable perspective on this.
Even he
Motherfucker
said
is selling
so.
snake oil as well.
Yeah.
Emil Pagliarulo proudly presents us with Starfield. Proudly. Proud of the fact that he did not use a central design document. Proud.
Even he knew to add the clarification. Zarek's pretty smart.
Proud of the fact that everyone kind of does their thing in a bubble. Proud of the storytelling that they have made for it. Who else are we to look at and judge?
During a speech he did, Emil Pagliarulo had explained that there's little to no internal documentation during development of their games.
Oh, even this guy included the clarification.
He sounds like the worst.
Yeah, this guy, I don't trust this guy.
Oof.
It is very likely
More like Creetosis.
that this lack of documentation is the reason why Bethesda
More like
completely flip-flops on
Creetosis.
issues, like whether ghouls need food and water in Fallout, given the fact that ML himself says they don't do game design documents. I need to stress this point. These documents are what keeps the team in line and on track for the most part. It's essentially a vision of what the final product should look like, rather than just letting people do whatever the fuck they want. It's like the equivalent of not having blueprints
no bad
when
ideas.
building a fucking skyscraper. But it might have something to do with not having a lore master, not having design documents, and not being beholden to something someone wrote 20 years ago.
In fact, a small YouTuber named Blaze even made 2 standalone videos on it.
Whoa.
2 videos. Oh my goodness.
Damn.
And these ended up being the first videos on his channel to take off. I wonder who inspired Blaze.
Man, it's the views.
Why are we in hell?
That's the thing that we keep coming back to is views.
This is
and
Blaze's
money.
video.
Oh.
But, like, he's gonna make a point that, like, oh, he was inspired by me, so?
He was not only inspired by you, but the views and money that you made.
You stand guilty of reading thought crime.
Yeah, but you were lying for money, and now he can lie for money, and everyone lies for money.
PatricianTV just put out their most recent video, which is a quote-unquote quick review of Starfield. But as of the time of this recording, I literally could not have finished that video. But there's a reason why I decided to stop and make this video now, and that's because right at the beginning of that video, he talks about something, or rather, he reveals something about Bethesda's development strategy that is so mind-bogglingly, just astonishingly stupid. It is the fact that according to Emil, one of the highest higher-ups at Bethesda, that they don't use a design document when making their games.
Damn, big
Well,
is true.
this section took a while.
You fucking bet it did.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus, that's the first honest thing you've said so far.
But at least we've come to the end of the Patrician TV part of this video.
Thank fuck.
Oh, so now we got the grand finale here. Huh?
Well, wait, Patricia, when do we get into the part I most anticipated this whole video? I've been waiting for this whole night. When is that?
Hang on, let me control F here.
Oh my god.
1 hour, 52 minutes, 24
thank
seconds.
God we're almost there.
Oh, almost there. Then we,
Thank goodness.
we can go home
You know what,
and eat
chat?
pizza.
Chat, the true fans who stayed, you're in for a treat soon.
Move on.
Your loyalty
Why don't we
will
at least
be rewarded.
let him say his closing line, Bo, after talking about his video for so long.
All right.
It's only fair,
yes.
I guess.
And that's why I find a
Don't
sense
be-
of
but-
finality.
I'm surprised you
Don't be
didn't just get a
disingenuous.
fucking...
Because there's no normal reason why you would include the final part.
No.
You're including the final part because you're going to build an argument on it.
Well, remember, he didn't watch the remaining 6 hours, so he skipped to the end to get your final thoughts.
Yeah, the conclusion, yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't just get a fucking AI to just have you go in, I'm a lying liar face. Look at me lie. Look at me dance and lie.
I love lying and money. Woohoo!
Money and lies.
See, he said it himself. The cult leader speaks.
Why don't we at least let him say his closing line, Bo, after talking about his video for so long? It's only fair, I guess.
And that's why I find a sense of finality with this project. A sense of poetic closure. There is not an image smug enough to portray how vindicated I feel at years of Bethesda fans denying what I had to say and being rewarded with this game. Starfield is...
I can't help but fucking see the parallels with us and Snyder. Rebel Moon. It was like years of talking about it. Then Rebel Moon comes and gets the fans. Like, oh, enjoy that one.
Absolutely the game that you deserve.
Well, that's a nice final line, I
said it in our
suppose.
stream,
Very
yeah.
punchy. Good
Yeah, it's a good ending.
delivery.
Yeah.
But it does sound a little bit familiar to me.
Oh.
I mean, it kind of sounds like something I might write.
I thought he was going to say...
I was about to say if he was going to say it's something that he might say. I was curious.
I thought he was going to go in the direction of, like, this sounds like something Emperor Palpatine would say. But, like, I guess it comes from a YouTuber.
Yeah. I don't know what it was, but I had a feeling he'd say, maybe I'd say it, because he's ramping up to some point about himself and maybe how he used to be, like, patrician or something.
Mm.
No, there's no honorable parts of this. It's all serving a purpose.
It's a catchy, great thing to end on. So much so that when we covered Rebel Moon, I said Rebel Moon is the movie that Zack Snyder fans deserve. Like, it perfectly summarizes both of these projects magically well.
My reaction to this is to just say, all right, I'm waiting for the punchline.
It's seriously, the parallels are just, they're hard to not see. You know?
In fact, it kind of sounds like something I did write.
Yeah.
But
This
if you are someone who only praised the Outer Worlds because that praise
this
is
audio
because
balance
the dominated
Wait, this is going to be copyright the fuck out of us.
Well, if this is a song from the game, then maybe it's
No,
okay.
it's not. I have no clue
well
what song this is.
I have to play it in pieces.
I remember this
I guess
from
I'll-
the
yeah,
trailer
play it
for
in
this
pieces.
game.
world.
Okay, well, it
Outer
got a
Worlds,
Maybe we just gotta,
No.
so, you know, we're just,
Just-
just here watching the...
Well, we can't hear what he fucking says.
I was going
if
to
we
say,
do that.
okay, wait, I got a better solution.
Is that a bad thing, though?
I will rewind it for you guys. I'm going to mute on my end, and then you guys have to tell us what is said once you've heard it, okay?
Okay.
I can't speak either, chat, I'm sorry. I'll mess it up for them.
But if you are someone who only prays the Outer Worlds because that praise fits nicely into your Bethesda-dominated worldview, then I just want you to know that the Outer Worlds is exactly the game you deserve.
Hmm.
Okay.
Now, you can- you
Quote's
can,
over, yeah.
it's
Quote's
over,
over.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's what he said. Well, I mean, it's literally one of the most things, you get what you fucking deserve. It's like, it's a
Yeah,
meme
it's
now
a
at this
fucking
point. Like, it's a
Joker
really
reference.
common phrase. And sometimes it works really well, so people put it in their YouTube videos.
Wait, so
I
he's
wonder
saying
if
you
there's
stole
somebody
it from
else-
him?
Owns that phrase?
I
Do
don't.
you wanna
No,
know
no,
what's
no.
funny?
I'm guessing it's meant to be like, see, I used to be a piece of shit or something. Like, like that's.
Or is he just saying Patrician steals everything from other people?
No, I feel
He
like
stole
it's
from
got to be the
Creetosis.
idea of
He
like
stole
the
from
reason
me.
why I understand and can provide this analysis of Patrician.
Yeah, there it is.
Because I
Yeah.
used to be him. You know, I
There it
used
is.
to be him.
You didn't even spell Zach right.
What?
Yeah, that's not
Isn't
how you
it
spell his name.
Z-E-K? Z-A-K, sorry?
Z-E-K.
Stop! It's been a long
No,
day! I know my letters,
Z-A-
damn it!
Z-A-C-K. What's going on? I'm trying to. It's Z-A-C-K. That's how you spell his name.
I thought it was Z-E-K. And I don't know why. It's been a long day. All right? I've been dealing with this bullshit for hours
not even
now.
over. Oh,
right?
the EFAP fans are gonna go nuts. They got their first like almost 12 hour in a long time. We're not done yet.
Yeah. We bet. Oh boy. All right. Yeah. I thought it was. Is it Z-A-C?
His is Z-A-C-K. That's how he spells his.
Okay. All right.
There's
That's the normal
oddly
way.
enough many different ways to spell it.
I thought he had. I thought he had the weird way. I thought. Maybe I just associate him with weird stuff that most people don't do. Because I have
Including
seen
his name?
Z-A-K before. I know people who have that as their first name.
Mm-hmm.
So
You should
I
bully
guess
them.
I just associated him with that. The point is, this isn't important, and Zack Snyder sucks.
Yes.
Although I don't understand why my voice always sounds so different every video. Anyway, that's a very strange
know
coincidence, seeing as it's
'Cause
the
you're not good
same
at-
final line and about the same
consistent?
subject, Bethesda. But for all I know, Patrician TV doesn't even watch my content.
Okay, we're not actually going here, are we?
Are we going to be stealing your
I
lines?
said that as I thought he was going here. Like, where are we going?
Come on, guys. Where else would he go?
Well,
I don't know.
What Friggy suggested was more normal. Funnily enough, what Friggy suggested was still unhinged, but it was still more normal than this.
It was slightly. The door was at least a little bit on the hinge, you know.
Place. Except it seems that there's almost 12 hours of him watching and talking about my videos on stream.
Okay, for anybody who's not quite followed this, it seems we are building the case that Patrician stole his last line of saying the fans got what they deserved from this guy,
Yes.
NeverKnowsBest.
And I want to say there's someone else in this call who's used that line in one of their videos.
Wait, is it me? Or is it Creetosis?
It's Fringy in his in-game video.
Oh yeah, I think I said I'm pretty sure I would have said that.
Oh,
I think
did
I
you?
had it because I think I had the Joker clip in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably did
What?
say that. I didn't know. I definitely
You used the
did say
Joker
that.
meme?
Yeah, of course, because it's a meme.
It's a really good
Whoa,
meme.
wait,
It's
whoa,
really
whoa,
great.
whoa, Fringy, did you or did you, be honest, did you
Oh,
or did you
yeah.
not watch NeverKnowsBest's channel fully?
Are you his biggest fan? Is that why
Don't
you
lie,
pretend that
we'll
he's
know.
I feel like the Phoenix Wright music is playing right now, except it's like right before then the like Uno reverse card plays, and then Phoenix Wright is like, oh shit, I'm in a bit of trouble.
Sweating now.
I saw Joker, and he said you get what you deserve, and that was not the first time that those words have ever been uttered by any human ever.
So that's something he doesn't mention is his Outer Worlds video was only 4 months after the theatrical release of the Joker.
Oh, right, because Joker. Wait, was it?
Yeah,
Joker came out-
2019.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
it
look,
said 4 years
it's like
ago.
4
Yeah,
years
yeah.
ago, yeah.
For some reason, I thought 4 years ago was 2017.
I know, it's
We're getting old. Just enjoying that thought
this
for a
is
second.
real. This is really pathetic.
Yes,
This is
it
so
is.
bizarre.
I don't even want to get
over this
The
popular
faster we
idiom.
hit play, the faster we'll get through this fucking
You know, it's funny,
allegation.
this video is crazy unpredictable. I never thought that this was the angle that he was gonna take.
Well, and remember, my section's over.
Yeah.
Remember?
But
that's right.
There's this little addendum for your section.
But he finally admits what this video is about.
But why would he even be watching a video on the Outer Worlds? No one cares about the Outer Worlds in 2023.
What if he was
Oh,
curious?
he just
I don't
made
know.
a video on the Outer Worlds
Okay, well, yeah.
He's building it up.
Yep, he's
building
making
it
his
up.
case.
or
The
covering
music
Starfield.
is playing, the Phoenix Wright music, like when he's starting to gain momentum.
He's doing this. This is
I'm thinking of the Joker theme of the it going da 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 as it builds up to the big line.
Or is this him dancing down the stairs right now?
Yeah.
Drinkers in
He
chat
thinks he's
probably
dancing down
noting
the
how
stairs.
fucking long we've been streaming, which, by the way, is not represented accurately by this stream. We've been going for longer than that.
No, we've
This is
been
the
going for
second
longer.
half.
Yeah.
Oh my
But
god, it's almost we're 8 minutes till tomorrow. Oh my god.
Yes, and I want to highlight though the what we're currently dealing with is that one of the guests we have today made a video in which they have the line "the fans of X got what they fucking deserved. I don't even know if you put fucking in there. I can't remember anymore.
No, I didn't.
But we've got a person in this video claiming that's plagiarized from their video, and they're currently making the case for it.
This
line.
guy's legitimately trying to argue that he owns that phrase. That phrase belongs to him. He was the clever boy who thought of it.
How many times has Gary said that line on stream?
How many times has everybody?
How many times has every fellow humans? Like, this is madness.
Come on, man. Again, he needs the friend to be like,
we're almost there.
I don't know what
yeah, we're almost to the best part. So.
I don't know what to do no more,
Yeah, by the way, this isn't even the part I'm referring to. I don't even know about this.
Yeah, no, it gets better.
There's a you're gonna love it. You guys will lose it as well because we're fucking on fume power for our brains.
Okay, probably not a coincidence then, but it is just one line. I wouldn't want to invoke everyone's new favorite P word over something as small as that.
Then why
I will
bring it
say,
up?
though, that I have only watched about 2 or 3 hours of Patrician's content, and I can only recognize things that are copied from my writing, because I can...
He's actually...
Yeah,
this is because of the Summerton video,
Don't
isn't
even
it?
pretend.
Don't
even fucking pretend. This is a call to action.
So,
like, wait, so this video definitely came out after the H-Bomber guy video, right?
Yes.
I was just about to say this.
Okay,
is
well, that was part of my
buried it
defense.
so deep into the video.
That was part of my defense, was that the renders for my Starfield video, and there's proof of this, were after the H-Bomber guy discourse had taken off.
Well, I'm actually like a little bit flawed right now. It's like you're actually going to try and make the argument that, and he's doing it because it's hot topic, like to go after plagiarists.
He's throwing in everything that he can.
Pathetic.
I only remember my own stuff, and I'm not even sure if I can remember all of that. So it is strange to find something...
All of it based on a fucking line from a movie that you are copying. Like, what the fuck? This is so pathetic.
Like this. Because if I found one thing in 2 hours, then if you were to check all of the many hours and against...
Do you know how James Summerton was exposed? It's because people were watching his videos. They're like, wait a minute. Like, I recognize this shit. All the people watching Patricians, I guess, all of the people that he's stolen from just haven't found it yet. But you'll be found out in due time, my good friend.
The writing of all YouTubers, then that's statistically not the most promising thought. I mean, I'm not saying don't trust. I'm just saying maybe also verify.
Yeah, okay, man. Thank you for letting us know. Yeah, here it comes.
Oh, and he even brings up the video.
That people who borrow one thing sometimes borrow more.
He hasn't borrowed anything from you. It's a fucking normal line.
That is. You said you get what you deserve, and it's like that sounds very similar. And also, all of the writing in general is similar to the way that I do it. What is going on?
Well, they do say imitation is the highest form of flattery.
Wow, the arrogance here is off the charts.
Fucking losing it, man.
This is
not true.
Don't flatter yourself.
So
I would never have guessed that this is where we would be ended up. If you, not in a million years would I have guessed that this would all be leading up to accusations that PatricianTV is stealing, is basically plagiarizing from NeverKnowsBest.
Well, at that point, if you thought I was stealing, why wouldn't you watch the remaining 6 hours?
Yeah, so you can get all the references instead of that
he doesn't
phrase
like
that's
watching
a common
cult
thing
leading
that
liars, so why would he do that? Seems like the snake oil salesman stuff. What if he got convinced by you after the many hours? That would be awful, because then you would have tricked him. And besides, you would have tricked him with his own words, because you plagiarize. So that would be even worse.
Thanks, I guess. I didn't know you were such a big fan of mine.
I'm not. You're one for one in my eyes, and I've heard a lot of bad things about you, so I never felt compelled to watch anything else you've ever made.
Oh my god!
I'll be honest, this is the first time I felt a little sad that Goodell was retired, because this has been pretty fucking hilarious. Like, you could just take this whole section one for one, people would never fucking believe it. You're like, that's such a stupid meme. You're like, yeah.
Yeah, it sure is.
Speaking of which, what did you have to say about?
Is this it? We're here. All right.
Oh yes.
This is the part. Cool.
You talk about your brain.
So we'll let. Should we just put your response part on instead of this?
Yes, because my response part includes the part. Well, no. Play what he played. let's just get the chat.
So we know, so we know what he's including.
Very well. So this will be his side of it, all right? You got what's going to happen is chat will laugh, and they won't even they don't even know what's on the way. They're gonna laugh, and they don't even know.
Which is not true, but it is what they say. So thanks, I guess. I didn't know you were such a big fan of mine. Speaking of which, what did you have to say about me?
You're a cuck.
Guys, seriously, tip of the comedy iceberg. I'm not even kidding.
Oh my god, he's upset. You called him a cuck. This is all because you called him a cuck. It's all coming together. It's the missing piece of the puzzle. This is the Rosetta Stone to decipher this whole saga. It's because you called him a cuck 2 years ago, and he never let it go. It's been simmering in his heart for years now. It's burned a hole inside of him that he could never fill. This is amazing.
He needed everyone to see it as well. He was like, look at this.
Like, look
at this
he called
cruelty.
me a cuck 2 years ago. And now the chickens are coming home to roost.
And my god, there's so much more to uncover
You were
here.
such a big fan of mine.
Oh my god.
Speaking
I'm
of
revitalized.
which, what did you have to say about me?
You're a cuck. You're a fucking cuck. Not only are you a cuck, you're like fat bastard cuck.
Oh, I guess he doesn't like me. Anyway, I'm mostly bringing this up just to acknowledge it. It seems PatricianTV is not a fan of mine, and I'm not really sure why. I've never interacted with him, so this is a one-sided relationship.
Your video's terrible.
Until now.
So, is it time to give the full context?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
We have to find it.
Because I can't
Oh,
remember.
I got your video ready.
I just can't remember.
You've got it down to the part.
Let's just make sure 15250 is where we were. Because I suppose we will be returning, but yeah, I've got the timestamp as well.
All right, sweet.
So, lads, this is the liar's response, lying through his teeth.
The cult leader
with all of his snake oil dribbling down the whole video.
Ew.
Now what we're gonna have to do is 728 is where I'm going, I believe.
That sounds right.
Just head to 725. That should do it. All right. Here goes.
I, who was avoiding this conversation. The last thing I want to mention is that Never says I called him a cuck.
I still find that fucking funny. Like,
I can't believe you have to address these allegations like an adult.
You're not ready. Nobody's ready for this. Friggy, you better fucking get your seatbelt on. I'm not even kidding.
Are you really? Okay.
Yes, you're not ready for this. This was shocked me.
Speaking of which, what did you have to say about me?
You're a cuck. You're a fucking cuck. Not only are you a cuck, you're like fat bastard cuck.
Oh, I guess he doesn't like me.
The context he leaves out is that it is in response to the following quote he said in his Skyrim video.
I suppose, now that you've stuck with me for 5 hours, I should admit that the basis of my ex-lover theory comes from personal experience. I loved this series. The Elder Scrolls was like the first serious long-term relationship of my gaming dating life. I thought it was the one, but it understood me.
Listen, this is gonna be...
You gotta let him cook on this one.
Is he leading up to Emil cucking? Did Emil cuck him?
Okay.
I'm just gonna roll it back a little bit.
You gotta let him go.
Yeah, you gotta let him
comes
go.
from personal experience. I loved this series. The Elder Scrolls was like the first serious long-term relationship of my gaming dating life. I thought it was the one, but it understood me that of all the games that I made, it was the one that was designed just for me. I guess I was young and naive. I didn't understand that things would change for both of us. A lot has happened since those early days, but I'll always cherish those memories. I've never felt as connected to any virtual world as I did with you back then. And now I'm getting older, I wonder if I'll ever feel that way about the virtual world again. I know you've gotten older too. I guess you've moved on. But I still wonder sometimes if you miss it. And I know you've achieved a lot. It's incredible really looking at how far you've come. But you had a passion back then. It was a spark. You understood what it meant to dream. And I just hope you still understand that. I hear you're with a new guy now. One with more money than me.
Oh my fucking god.
What?
Metaphor, you're a fucking cuck. Really? Or you're a fucking cuck. Really?
In your own metaphor, you're a
He's calling him a cuck. It's true. Oh my god. The little fucking weasel cuck. The little weasel cuck.
Cooked too long, it's burned.
Wow. Oh my god.
What can men do against such reckless hate? What is this?
More
That's
money than me.
insane.
Oh my fucking god. You're a cuck. You're a cuck in your own metaphor. You're a fucking cuck. Really? Why would you...
I hope it works out for you. I moved on too, you know. Actually, I ended up starting a YouTube channel. You'd never guess what it's about. And it's been going pretty well. Although sometimes the videos do get a little weird. Well, this isn't exactly how I expected I'd end this series. But here we are. Hey, Elder Scrolls, if you're listening...
You literally... Not only are you a cuck, you're like fat bastard cuck. Leaving out the context that you set up the joke yourself that Elder Scrolls was your girlfriend who left you for a richer guy is really all I needed to hear to know that I did not need to take this seriously.
The thing is, I think he was serious.
He's upset that you pointed out his analogy made him the cuck. His own analogy did that. It's not even really an analogy. It goes further than that.
I had to 2 times speed it because it's so fucking long.
It is long. It's his fucking love letter to... You know what? It's his love letter to life.
I love how you just fucking give up. It's like, really? It's great.
How do you respond? How do you take this seriously after this? Okay, this whole time I've been on Team Trap. How do you not understand my perspective at this point? Like, what?
I don't know how many years it's going to take, but one day he will listen back to that and be like, fucking hell, I did say that. Jesus.
That's some of the most cringe shit I've ever heard.
He had to have to record it and to cut out that specific part. He had to listen to the context.
No, I know. I'm saying that like he doesn't yet feel ashamed of it, though he did cut it out of the context, like you said. So
I've been told it's based on a real story that he's dealt with.
Okay.
Can we opt out of this group chat?
Lost. I am so lost.
I'm scared and alone.
I'm so lost.
This was not the adventure I think we all thought we were getting into.
No,
let's just put it that way.
No, it wasn't.
Oh man, when I said this video was a 5, I was.
Well, what is it? What is it, right? It feels like an art film of videos at this point. Like
it feels. This is fucking experimental.
We're all changed men.
A little bit.
Yeah, I feel like the hobbits when they get back to their Shire.
There is no going home.
Life isn't going to be the same after this stream.
It isn't. No one can understand what we've been through.
What the fuck?
When we started this podcast, we didn't think this is where it would go.
And this is what it's all about. This is what he's fucking mad about.
It's about family.
He's mad you called him a cuck.
He's mad you recognized him calling himself a cuck.
Yeah, you would
cut that out to make it
in
look like
relation to a story he told where like the Elder Scrolls series was a person whom he loved and left him for a richer man. I don't understand how did this happen. I was not ready for that. I was not ready. I wasn't.
We don't have to do anything else, right? That's that.
No,
as far as I know, that's it.
We hit the Creetosis
how could we take it seriously
Patrician
after
TV
this?
sections. Like I feel like
do we want to like watch the last couple minutes of his to get his final? I guess.
Let's
his
see if he
final
can
words
nosedive out of this. But I feel like this is a strong stopping point. This is a hell of a capstone for this stream.
Well, I know what fucking chat's gonna say, so we may as well not ask them. They'll be like, is there any more cuck stuff?
Any more cuck stuff? Asking for a friend.
Cuck.
Does he put feet pics in his video?
Fucking hell.
Fucking hell.
Fucking hell, yeah, that's true.
Interacted with him, so this is a one-sided relationship. Until now, I guess. That said, it is a shame, because I feel this undermines my video a little bit by making it seem like this is in some way personal.
It is personal.
Come on.
Okay.
It is. This is personal.
You can't fool anybody. It's way too fucking personal.
No. I was born at night, but it wasn't last night.
Like listening to someone rant for the entire night that you come to visit them, and all the person they hate did was drop like a Mars bar rapper. You're like, I feel like something else is going on. Like you have any reason to hate them? Like, well, they called me a cuck 5 years ago, but I don't think that has anything to do with it. Like,
I feel like the therapist staring at their notes, not knowing what to write. I'm just thinking about how much the next appointment's going to have to cost.
So, can we put this image on stream now? This is a meme that's coming out of this.
Oh, I get it now. I get it now. Now I know the context. It's so much better. Now that I know it's real.
This has been a wild ride. We've not done something like this ever. I feel like this is a unique episode.
Breaking new ground. Yeah. This is a good follow-up to me not talking much the last time.
It's so excruciating to go through the fucking whole video with all these repeated arguments, the arguments that even if true wouldn't make much of a difference, like barely showing any context, just straight up bombarding with so many arguments you didn't realize they contradict, and then ending with, you called me a cuck.
2 years ago.
Okay.
Even in good faith at face level, that's stupid. So for it to be
again, he
taken
needs
out of
that
context,
friend to tell him, like, bro, if you put this in, I think people are going to think that you care a lot about this. Like, a lot. And you might encourage people to discover the context, and that's not good. Like, that would be
especially
bad.
if you include the fucking timestamp.
Yeah, bro, you should leave this buried.
You see,
this is like a cursed mummy. You just don't dig it up.
There was 12 hours of things I said about him that he could have pulled from, and this is what he grabbed.
Jeez.
You thought you could get away with it, but I have slain you, my friend. You are done.
Calling me a cuck 2 years ago.
When it's not. This video is something that needed to be made, regardless of who it did or didn't feature. So let's get back to the real topic, and let me remind you where we're up to. PatricianTV makes a video saying that everything wrong with Starfield is because of lack of a design document, and that Emil is the one directly responsible for this.
Please put also in the summary, he called me a cuck.
That's the important part.
This idea quickly spreads amidst the community who are just waiting to be told who was really responsible for the failures of Starfield.
They have no agency, huh?
Emil then begins getting attacked on Twitter, leading to a blocking spree, but the criticism keeps coming.
So people are criticizing Emil is basically what's happening. That's it?
There's not a single fucking post he has of somebody saying, yo, I got blocked by Emil Pagliarulo. This is legitimately the first I'm hearing of there being a block wave. I thought he just muted the post.
Well, are we just not entertaining the idea that someone can just post on his Twitter being annoyed that Starfield is shit?
He's a public presence.
Can we just not?
People
are we not allowed to do that
for
anymore?
The shit he writes. Remember, he is making a product. He is a person who is selling you shit. People pay $60 for his game. What's this bullshit about how we have to defend his shitty work? He is not some starving artist who's just giving free stuff. He's making a product for sale.
That was a collective brain.
What a
sigh.
cuck thing to say.
Can't do that. He's gonna make another video on you.
He's gonna be so mad.
So imagine you are Emil Pagliarulo in this situation.
Okay, I can engage with hypotheticals. What would I do?
Oh, it's a hypothetical? I thought there should be a laugh track. What would I do? I would give a presentation where I clarified all this stuff. Yeah, writing classes, that's a good one.
I would maybe start like a campaign for, to get a lot of goodwill in the community and things of that nature.
Maybe show like a page of this design document, talk a lot about like what their workflow is.
Yeah, it's like, I want to clarify some things that I said earlier that I could have been clearer on. And, we do have a design document. It's kind of, It's a little
Maybe
strange.
do some
We don't
interviews.
typically call it that. Yeah, do some interviews.
If
talk
not
to
with
some
me, with
people.
somebody. You know, he's
Yeah,
got
just be
some things
chill.
to get off his chest. Yeah.
And you can even go to a lot of the, the Bethesda. You could start off by the Bethesda shill channels. You can get started there. Get yourself sort of, used to the atmosphere, and then maybe you can move into some people who are a bit more critical. Warm yourself up to it. I feel like I'm talking to a child, but it's whatever. But it's not. It's fine, man. Because ultimately, remember, you are a person who is selling to us consumers a product. This isn't like we can have a semi-confrontational sort of relationship. We don't have to be your pals or your friends because you're a person selling a product. And if that product is not up to snuff, just like if a movie was written very poorly, or or a play was written poorly, then just like those people can be criticized, so can you. You're not above any of that. You're a part of it. This is the game you chose to play, and this is just a part of it.
Keep in mind, Emil won't have watched any 8-hour video on YouTube because he's a boomer with a family and a job, and he's probably not interested in consuming.
Wow, what the fuck are these personal attacks?
Yeah, you're calling him a boomer with a life? Damn.
Wow.
I don't know about that, man. Maybe give him some credit. Maybe he'll just maybe he watches a stream that he doesn't like, and years later, he'll come back with a vengeance. Patrician, 7 years ago, you called me a cuck. So I wrote you into a game. I wrote you into Starfield 2.
And portrayed you as a soy jack.
Just like the rest of I made you the soy jack in space. I made you a space soy jack. And you're a cuck.
That would be the ultimate own on me if you put me in Elder Scrolls 6, but like a parody of me. That would be hilarious.
That would be funny. That would mean that you won. That would be amazing. That's a win-win for everyone.
Yeah.
Emil, put me in Starfield 2.
Sir, a second cuck allegation has hit the channel.
It's not
hours
true.
and hours and hours of Bethesda hate content.
Hate content.
And so, imagine you're Emil, and you suddenly notice people are criticizing you on Twitter. And if you've Googled your name, you'll see it's even worse on Reddit. And not only that, but a lot of these people seem to be making assumptions about what happened during the development of Starfield.
Nuts.
Blaming you for things you didn't do, putting words in your mouth that you never said.
He's correct about this because that's why it was dysfunctional, because Emil got this discourse through a filter instead of directly from the source.
Well.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how he's just now maybe having to engage with something that people have been increasingly over time saying, as going years back. This is not the first rodeo where a Bethesda game comes out and everyone's like, man, the writing is shit.
And asking for you to be fired or to leave Bethesda. So, what would you do?
Having a job?
Oh, we finally
Ignore
get
it.
to the Twitter thing.
Go on vacation. There's many things I would do. Buy a whore, do some coke. Like, you have options.
You would do a big rant on Twitter because that's just human nature. I haven't forgotten him saying that.
Emma, can you imagine him with a prostitute and he's just like, and they said my game was shit. I wrote Starfield. I am Starfield. And she's like, okay, calm down. It's fine. They called me a cuck.
Rags, at that point, I think he'd be saying, call me a cuck. Do it.
Oh yeah, he discovers a new fetish.
For repeatedly accusing me of things I hadn't done, I'd respond.
Like getting cucked.
A little bit.
Emil might disagree, however.
Yeah. You. Yep.
How do you handle criticism on a big video like this?
You cry.
You really want to take a question?
What? How do you handle? I'll tell you the way you handle criticism. You never engage with the assholes. Never. Don't give them any. Everyone
is he equating criticism to assholes? Because if he doesn't follow this up, but most of the people, but a lot of criticism isn't that. So if he doesn't clarify this afterwards, then he's basically implying people who criticize your work are assholes, which unfortunately makes you the asshole.
We shall see.
Is entitled to their opinion, right? Like, and we realized, like, so with,
thank you.
As we started getting bigger, right? Like, we realized there was this weird sort of cumulative effect with everything. When you ship 30 million copies, well, 1% of 30 million, a lot of people are going to see it, right? And so,
yeah, it's just 1%.
If 1% of people don't like something, 1%, 30 million, 1% of 30 million, that's a lot of people, you know. So there are a lot.
He's desperately trying to do the math in his head and he can't.
1% of 30 million. That's like 10 people. I don't know.
Like, that's a lot, but not, you know.
A lot of detractors, and so everyone has their opinion, and you don't engage them. You don't have Twitter meltdowns. You know, you just sort of take the feedback in. Some of it is valid, some of it's not.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
So why didn't he do that?
But has he actually done that though?
I have no clue where this is going.
Adult, stay calm, and sort of, you know, try to ask yourself, is this guy right or is he wrong? Is she right or is she wrong? What are they saying about me? And so you try to pick out the negativity and take the valuable information.
So do I not respond to it, or do I respond to it with the valid parts?
Do I do?
Yeah. What's an instance of him seeing criticism and changing and not doing it again?
But he also said cut out the negative. So does that mean ignore the negative criticism?
But most of the criticism will be negative.
No, I know.
So yeah. All right. Thanks, Emil. That was helpful.
And yes, you can take it personally.
So, Emil believes don't engage no matter what. Let people talk about whatever they want and just accept that this is part of being a game developer for a popular series.
But
and he also said that you should, and he also said that you should actually take on board useful criticism. I like how he's paraphrasing. He paraphrases it's like, so first of all, I just heard it, and you paraphrase it incomplete. Like, it's not even complete.
13th, 6 days after PatricianTV Starfield analysis went.
Ooh, so it was you.
Oh,
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, see the timeline.
It's your fault. You're making a meal.
That's what we call bulletproof.
Just FYI, Nakey Jakey's video came out on the 9th as well, and that kind of fueled like the anti-Starfield.
Yeah, but that's not
sentiment,
you.
and then people brought my stuff.
Did
to that.
Nakey Jakey call him
Yeah,
a cuck?
call him a cuck.
That's what I thought.
Went live. Emil broke his cardinal rule and had a bit of a Twitter meltdown. Quote, 1 out of 15. Funny how disconnected some players are
Is he
from the
gonna read the
realities
whole
of game
thing
development,
like very
and yet they
slowly?
speak with complete authority. I mean, I can guess what it takes to
Oh,
make a
his
hostess
highlighting went
Twinkie,
back.
but I don't work in the factory, so what the hell do I really know? Not a lot.
I know when a Twinkie
End
tastes
quote.
like shit.
Yep.
God
Yeah.
damn
How
it,
about it-
Emil. If you didn't make that Twinkie analogy, things may have went so much better for you.
Why? Because he was wrong?
No, even if he didn't make the analogy, he was still engaging in credentialism.
Can we not just address the fact that he was wrong? Right? Right?
Yeah.
No,
the
it
guy
was
who
the
made
analogy.
this video.
He said a hypothetical, and that boils Never's brain. And
But is he wrong?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Obviously.
He's obviously wrong. I don't have to know how to make Twinkies to know that a Twinkie tastes like shit if I put it in
He
my
chose a
mouth.
really bad example.
Yeah, food is an awful. That's our go-to analogy for why this is wrong. And he did
Yeah.
the food analogy. The fool.
Yeah,
He stepped into our arena.
implication of
The
this would
foolish
be that,
fool.
like, especially considering that the modern world is built on the idea that people specialize in skills
Yeah.
that most people don't have.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, what are we
Well,
suggesting? That, like,
and this
by
argument always
large,
works in
we can't offer any
inverse.
criticism?
Well, you know, if
Mhm.
like I don't know, I just use a snowboard, and then as like, am I well poised to tell you what is wrong with that snowboard after using it once? I'd be like, no, I'm not gonna have any
But-
clue.
But at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is whether or not you say something that's correct. So even if you didn't know and you happen to say the correct thing, doesn't change whether or not it's correct or
Well, not
incorrect.
only is that true, but there could be someone there who's been snowboarding for like 50 years, uses it once and goes, ooh, and then labels a whole bunch of things that are wrong with it. And someone goes, have you ever made a snowboard? And he's like, no. Like, so shut the fuck up.
Yeah, exactly.
And the funny thing is, if you had the man with 50 years of experience of applying it versus the man who maybe made one snowboard, who'd you take, like, for the advice on which snowboard to grab? It's like, Probably the 50-year guy, I guess. Like, if we're gonna get that specific about it. And obviously, all I'm trying to highlight is, like, I hate this elitist point of view where it's just like, if you haven't designed a game, then shut the fuck up about complaining on it. Like, that doesn't really make any sense.
Stupid.
Some players are disconnected from the realities of game development, and yet they do speak with complete authority. And some of them even have a massive platform.
I get it.
I'm not mad.
I'm not mad at all. I'm not mad he called me a cuck 2 years ago. I'm not mad. I'm not. I am not mad.
Why do people
Stop
keep asking
saying
me
that?
that?
I'm mad. I'm not.
So fucking
Why does everyone
weird.
keep saying I'm mad? I'm not.
I am not mad about the cuck comment. That's
I'm
not what I'm mad
fine.
about.
Yeah.
It's just like that fucking Good Doctor meme. I am not mad.
I am not a cuck.
I am not a cuck.
Not a cuck, Dad. Not a cuck.
I am not a cuck.
I'm not a cuck.
I am
I'm not mad, smiley face.
Yeah, with the tears.
Yeah.
Not even with the tear, just the regular smiley face, the one that's extra mad.
That one, yes, but which is the one that I love with the tears? Oh, well, I like this one as well. That's a funny one.
I like the crying cat one.
Man, there's so many to choose from. Is it angry? Which one am I looking for? That's the one, yeah. That one and that one. Look at that guy.
Oh, he's very upset. He is not having a fun time.
I am not a cock.
So, is Emil wrong?
Is Emil a cuck?
Let's continue.
Oh.
I am going to shorten this a bit where I can, but the full version is on screen and in the source list below.
Yeah, but you've been moving past it and then blurring it, so what do you suggest here?
Part of me really gets it. When you're a consumer and you spend money on things, that gives you the right to complain about those things.
Correct.
And there was a time
In fact, I don't even need to have bought them to complain about them sometimes. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Exercised that right very freely. When I was writing game reviews for Adrenaline Vault forever ago, I was absolutely the person who would say whatever I wanted about a game, good or bad. But throughout that time, I actually had no inkling what game development was like.
Oh, he's going to give us the Chris Stuckman argument.
How hard the designers, programmers, artists, producers, and everyone else worked.
Sorry, I was already aware of this. I knew people worked really hard on games.
Why is this something that people suddenly learn when they start actually doing it? Oh, it's hard. Really?
Oh,
really? You
this
didn't
whole
know
time
that?
I was thinking it was so fucking easy.
I have books about this topic. Like,
when you
this
walk
is not a
around
mystery
in like the world of Rapture, I don't just go like, "Wow, they did this in an afternoon." Even as a fucking kid, I'd be like, "Well, it's obvious. Every one of these things is an asset. It would have taken 3D modeling and then all the atmosphere, the music, the graphics, the way that everything is prompted, all of the triggers of like how gameplay works." Like, I'm just sitting here like, why do you think everything was? I hate this stupid, not actually real arc. What's actually happening is the same as Chris Stuckman, where you got into it, and you're like, all right, I don't want to be critical of it anymore.
Yeah.
I
gotta mention this because it's the premise of the video, but I kind of already blew my load on Pat, so...
Mention what?
Well, if the whole point is to talk about me, then like this is just obligatory ending the video in terms of his dumbass premise for the video being an Emil documentary.
Mm-hmm. What were you gonna say, Fringy?
Was I gonna say anything?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I can't remember what it was if I wasn't gonna say anything.
It was in the middle of my Rapture rant. You were saying something, but I don't know what it was. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I can't remember.
Well, I'm going to say something I said in my video cover tweets. No one gives a fuck how hard you worked if the product is shit.
Basically.
Yeah, everybody works hard.
If I pay 60, 70 bucks, I guess 70 bucks now for Starfield, and it's a really bad game, and you tell me, but we worked so hard on it, I'd be like, well, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's awkward to admit that there are people who worked hard on Lord of the Ring Golem. There are.
People who, I mean, they say people worked hard on the Third Reich, but
I think he worked hard on
I
this
was like,
video.
I don't know, man. Like, it's
Jason
kind of
Jones
shit.
saying on the Halo 2 making of that they don't care if it took you like an afternoon or 6 years and a gallon of blood. And the point being that at the end of the day, what people see is what you've created. And if it's good, they'll probably appreciate the hard work that you put into it. But if it's bad, that's not really going to convince them of anything. It'll be like, okay, but it's still bad though. It's not going to magically make them think it's good. It's certainly not going to do that. And what is the point of the work and doing the work if not for the end product to speak for itself? Rather than, again, to quote, in this case it was Jackie Chan, like, are you going to go around to every theater and explain that you wanted to go home that day, that you were tired, that you just couldn't be bothered to do what you needed to do? You're not going to go around and explain how you made it, because that's why you show the work, not a behind the scenes documentary in place of the work that you do.
Struggle to bring a vision to life with constantly shifting resources, the stress. I'm not trying to change anyone's mind, but given my position, I can't not share the truth. And that truth is, nobody sets out to make a bad game.
Obviously.
And most game devs are incredibly talented.
Obviously.
Even if the game they release isn't up to par.
Not all of them.
This is why would
this changes nothing.
That's like I thought, but nobody, of course, people set out to make good art, yeah. But like, what does he think that people actually think that people are out there deliberately making terrible video games on purpose?
Well, there's probably some people on Steam doing that.
Oh, sure, but it's a by and large general rule for any kind of artistic creation that people are like,
well, so this is
I
the thing.
know this is bad.
If Emil were like here right now, you'd almost want to be like, so you thought that everyone else thought the opposite of this, or rather, a large contingent of people did, right? And then he'd be like,
surely he would say, no,
not necessarily.
That's
not
silly.
necessarily. Yeah.
Oh yeah, not necessarily.
So sure, you can dislike parts of a game, you can hate on a game entirely, but don't fool yourself into thinking you know why it is the way it is.
But we can know that sometimes.
Yeah, we can sometimes.
And we can certainly speculate on it in the absence of absolute definitive evidence.
Or how it got to be that way.
Gamers have been figuring out for ages why things suck in video games.
Yeah.
Chances are.
Remember the wasn't it in Colonial Marines that there was like a 1 in place of a 0 somewhere in the code that made all the alien AI fuck up?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
That's something that got discovered and fixed in like a mod.
Yeah. A tiny little error in the coding for one of the biggest issues for why that game stink.
Well, and people feel compelled to know because often it's baffling, right? Like how people are wondering what happened to Destiny partway during its development because the game that was delivered just seemed very different from what was expected and promised. And then when you see stuff that doesn't show up in the game, people are naturally inclined to be like, well, what the fuck happened? But I mean, it's a sign that they give a shit because it means that they're invested enough to want to know the reason why. Obviously, in this case, a lot of these people would have been disappointed.
People in chat say they misspelled tether in the code. That's the problem. It's like, oh.
Oh, they misspelled tether? Jeez.
That's so sad.
Uh-oh.
Unless you've made a game yourself, you don't know who made certain decisions, who did specific work, how many people were actually available to do that work, any time challenges faced, or how often you had to overcome technology itself.
But what's interesting about this is that the more information you have access to about the production of a thing and the more humanity you're aware of, the less you're able to actually judge it, like, objectively, essentially. Because what he's saying is essentially true. If I knew about all of the, like, pregnancies that got in the way of people arriving on set on time, or injuries, or the amount of effort someone was putting in getting everything ready for everything, and then something like a lightning strike fucks the thing up, and then I see the final thing and it's like, insert shitty movie here, like MOM. And then, you're all ripping into it, and I'm like, yeah, but they were, you know what I mean? Like, it would make me almost useless in talking about it, because I would feel so bad for people involved.
Of course. Yeah, I agree with that. That the more that you... Like, if you were going to Bethesda every week and watching them and chatting with them and talking about it, of course that's going to make you less harsh towards it. Because there's a face that you're putting to all of the work that was done, compared to if you can treat it as just like a nebulous group of people you don't really know anything about.
Also, he's making a point. We can only work with the information that we're given. So if people are coming to the wrong conclusions, maybe the right information just isn't out there.
And I guess the thing is that would there be an expectation that Bethesda needs to explain why they failed? It's like, well, I mean, that's probably never going to happen.
Yeah, they'd have to admit that they failed.
Yeah, which of course you would never want to do, or at least well beyond the economic utility of convincing people that the game is good. give it 10 years, maybe they'll talk about what went wrong.
Well, and we do get those stories coming out about different productions. Some of the more famous ones, right? Like Apocalypse Now, or what's it called? That the thing with Marlon Brando on that island with animal people.
The Island of Dr. Moreau.
Yeah, like there's these films that have insane production things that make you go like, oh, no wonder it failed, or wow, they really went above and beyond and got us a film that's amazing, that sort of stuff. But that I don't think it changes whether or not, like, the final outcome. In fact, that's kind of evident of the nature of the narrative behind the thing. People will see the suffering of people in a good artwork as like, well, they did it for a good job. But in the suffering behind something shit, you're like, oh, that's horrible. That's torture. That's unfair.
Yeah, when you start to hear about, crunch on a video game and it's like Anthem, you go like, oh, well, damn, that sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Compared to, again, Halo 2, where that was intense crunch. It's like, yeah, but they made a great game, though. I mean, it's which is like, is that the way that people should feel about these things? I mean, if we're being consistent on the idea of whether crunch is good or bad, then that shouldn't. I mean, remember with Spider-Verse, it's just like, oh, well, with Spider-Verse, with all the stuff about the animators and whatever, it's like, hey, well, it's a good movie though. The people were saying like, well, you gotta suffer for the art and stuff like that.
I think it went viral. There was a tweet about how, because like it was a thing of Invincible's second half will be releasing next year, and people were like, this is all thanks to you fuckers with the whole like, oh, don't do crunch. Oh no, wouldn't want to do crunch. Like, wow. Like, okay. When people want the
people
thing,
who should be most sympathetic, fucking hell.
It's yeah, it's all wacky and stuff. But point being, of course, nobody's surprised that people put hard work into things, even shit things.
So yes, love games, buy them, play them, and complain to your heart's content. It's sort of the nature of a developer-player transactional relationship.
But
just know, but the game you're playing is in some ways a freaking miracle in and of itself. More people have come together to work for years.
There are other games that are
more than a miracle
in and of themselves that are better than yours.
Yeah,
so
it seems like not all miracles are created equal.
Again, I'm not even sure what the point of that being brought up is. Like, okay, sure, yeah, video game development is hard, even if the game turns out bad, but then people will compare it to the games that went through that same process and ended up being good. Yeah. Of course they will.
One goal, to bring you fun and happiness. So it helps to remember that, and them.
You gotta say the nerd emoji.
You gotta.
It's essential.
Roll over the heart and go. Mwah.
I feel like doesn't the nerd emoji invalidate this entire thing? Because the whole point is like, actually, just so you know, the game you're playing in some ways is a freaking miracle in and of itself.
Maybe he's just going for like, I'm a nerd and I love all of this.
Yeah.
No,
the last time he used the nerd emoji, he was spiteful.
Are you putting words in his mouth? Are you lying right now? Is that what you're doing?
I'm sorry. It's just a bad habit.
Are you culting me?
It's a bad habit. I'm still learning. I'm still recovering, rehabilitating.
Heart emoji. So, which part is incorrect?
Shut the fuck up, cuck.
The fucking first part was hyper incorrect. The rest of it just doesn't address the issue. It almost feels like he's trying to use something that can be seen as pretty chill to defend himself from something that's pretty not chill.
The thing is that the rest of it doesn't address any specific criticisms of the game. Like, basically, the point is, I didn't used to know that games were hard to make. Did you know games are hard to make? They're hard to make, so chill out.
Well, and like
sure, but I mean, it doesn't address any criticism that was levied at the game.
Also, he's wandered off. If he wanted to stay on topic, it would be, I'm tired of people who have no experience, no understanding, and no real insight declaring things to be true when they don't actually know, or their evidence they've been provided is outright false. I don't like that shit.
And like this video, it's a faulty assumption up front that everything else is built upon, and so the whole thing sucks as a result.
But instead he's like wandered off into, people work hard on this stuff, so try to be nicer. It's like, okay, man. Okay.
Now, obviously, in its entirety, it's not a good look. For one thing, it's too long. For another, it's too positive.
Too long isn't even
too positive?
Like, it's too long and it's too positive.
Damn. Like, my issues are just the arguments. Like, it's not a good look. I grant that it's that long for a developer in response to getting pressure. I understand that. But if this were all very reasonable, like, hey guys, I just want to address a lot of people give me some responses to realities about the development of this game. I'd like to explain a couple things. And if he actually just did, he made clear exactly what kind of design docs were used, whether central or not. And then he said, I understand a lot of people are disappointed with Starfield, and I wish I could answer your questions more thoroughly, but we're working around the clock to give you an experience that we really want you to have. So I just want you to know we're working hard, and I understand you're upset. Or not. Some people are very happy. There we are, blah, blah, blah. And then nerd emoji and heart emoji. Beautiful.
But remember, trust, retention, revenue. So
nailed it.
We're gonna get your trust back.
Which feels like a bit of a failure to read the room that at the time was largely negative. And lastly, it's not specific enough, which allows room for misinterpretation.
He didn't target Patrician TV directly.
I was actually wondering if that was what he was thinking.
Interpretations and doesn't highlight the important parts well enough.
He didn't mention in his post that Patrician TV called me a cuck.
Emil, I defended you, so you defend me.
Emil, cucks stay together, okay?
Yeah, cucks unite.
But the crux of the argument is that it's okay for anyone to criticize or hate a game. Yet that doesn't mean you understand why the game is the way it is, or what happened during its development.
Apparently, you don't know either, because you made Starfield.
And this, again, it's just like unless you've made a game yourself, shit, I hate that shit.
And the consequences of what happens when people just...
There's plenty of people who've made games who know fuck all about game design. Because you can make the simplest fucking games.
Just assume things and pretend knowledge they don't have has hopefully been shown already. And given how regularly Emil had been criticized based on untrue statements and inaccurate representations for 7 years, it's quite easy to see where he's coming from.
No, hang on. You posted the chart that it was recent that he got hit with this.
This was necessary to say after Emil hate saw a major resurgence.
Resurgence in Emil
most
hate.
People don't know most of this story. So let's see how people reacted. Like the most viewed reaction titled Starfield Dev Blames the Players.
So there is an individual that works at Bethesda. Well, what the hell do I really care? Not a lot. You think I give a fuck about your problems as a game developer? You brought out a game that didn't even have a fucking map for a city.
This is what I'm talking about. If Asmongold were fully aware of all the strife and sweat and blood that went into it, he wouldn't be able to riff like this. You kind of need people to be able to do this, to be free to do this. So, yeah, I'm not saying that like it's like a bias in an almost bad direction for the health of an industry. Because, fuck me, we got to push back on like so many games coming out that are either unfinished or just pathetic. Not to say that we didn't have plenty of fun bangers in the year of 2023. We're also just a little worried about the non-bangers.
Jesus. So pathetic. I swear to God, some game developers, there's like this fucking strain of game developers that are like in this constant battle to be like recognized for having a hard job. It's like streamers that are like fixated around people feeling sorry for them for being streamers. Shut the fuck up. If you don't like it, get another job. Nobody gives a fuck about your problems. Nobody cares about how you feel. It doesn't matter, and it never did, and it never will.
Well, maybe one day people will care.
I mean, I don't think I'd go as far as Asmongold did, because like, I mean,
he's certainly an end product kind of guy, especially with the recent thing that he got in trouble for. But that's just his perspective.
Well, yeah, true, and also I would just like the caveat I'd be adding is like it's not that their problems don't matter, especially if you leave it to a general statement. It's like they certainly matter in some ways. It's just that this is all in response to people being frustrated with the quality of Starfield. It's just like your tweets don't really address it at all.
Thank God the British man stopped talking.
He's gonna be back any second now.
Kind of nice. It's like, it's.
My headache went away.
He's already back.
For my ears now.
I can dream.
There he is.
I'm not sure if Asmongold...
No, you don't give a fuck because you never talked about any of this before.
Yeah. Oh, and that's actually an interesting point. I wonder if NeverKnowsBest would agree with the opposite take. Quote, oh, I think this game is good. Do you know how little effort they put in? I bet that would be considered a bad take by him. Like, yeah, I don't think that would... If you loved a game and then you said they didn't put any effort in, I don't think that makes you go like, oh, well, now I don't like it. It's just like, it doesn't really go that way either, does it? Like, neither... I think we've talked about it before, but the certain elements of how a thing is created will have effects on how people feel about a thing, but effort?
Yeah.
Like, if I'm playing something I love and then someone says they didn't take much effort to make that, I don't know if that would sway me at all. I'd be like, okay.
It's interesting at best, really.
Yeah. But if it was run on animal blood, I'd be like, oh, that's bad. I don't like this.
Was having a bad day that day, or if he feels this is a normal response. But while most reporting of Emil's tweets were far less vitriolic than this, Asmongold was still the one who truly reflected the views of the Starfield player base.
No, I think Asmongold was a bit extreme in what he had to say. Compared to the average Starfield fan.
Are you saying that it reflects it because it got the most views?
Probably, yeah.
But just because it got the most views doesn't mean that everybody agrees with it.
Well, this seems like something people would share.
That's just an Asmongold problem, you know?
Yeah, you can be a bit, cheeky. Blunty.
And so, the Emil hate marched ever onwards and to ever greater heights.
All the way up to 100.
Wait, I thought this was Patrician's fault, not Asmon's fault. Whose fault? Is it both of his? It's both of his.
He got it from me. He got it he got it from Emil, who got it from me, who got it from Cree, who got it from Gundam, who got it from the Redditor, who got it from Emil himself.
I would also like it to be known to the jury that despite there being no mention of design documents in Asmongold's video, there certainly is in the comments.
Okay.
Funny how that criticism always seems to show up now anytime Emil's name is mentioned online.
Right, because there's something to it.
Yeah.
After this tweet thread, Emil replied to many people on Twitter, always politely, and one reply in particular came to be used a lot by his detractors to further attack him. It reads, "Oh, the Reddit thread? Lol, yeah, every so often someone likes to dig up a talk I did years ago and misrepresent what I said. Apparently I also don't care about Fallout lore, can't write to save my life, and have the IQ of a peanut."
Okay, so the thing is, Rian Johnson claims to love Star Wars, and we're all just sitting here like, are you sure? Then just can't write to save my life. It's like,
I mean, if it was a life or death scenario, in your capture set, I need you to write me a good Elder Scrolls quest. Like, I don't know,
one.
man. I don't know if you'd make it.
I've managed to keep my Tism on this contained for the entire stream, but he is absolutely fucked over the fall.
The Fallout lore?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what I was getting at. It's like, you claim I don't care about it. It's like, but we're going... I don't care what you tell me. I care what I see you do. And if what I see you do is piss and rape it, then yeah, I mean, no. I don't believe that you care as much about it that I feel you should.
It's on the internet, so it must be true. Still, for the most part, Emil's Twitter is a place of positivity.
Nice.
He tweets regularly,
for
usually at least once a day. And so on December the 14th, one day after being roasted mercilessly by the entire internet, he tweeted this. "The one thing I never wanted was for my Twitter feed to become mired in negativity. What was intended to be support and respect for game devs and the development process has morphed into something else entirely. Lesson learned. It's the holidays, spread some cheer." This is
You
a
gave a bad
stereotypical
response.
Emil tweet.
You already established that he thought that his response was bad. Right? He said it's too long, looks like it's a bad optics. He said it was too positive.
He seems to be a positive person.
Yeah, and he didn't mention that whole cuckolding thing, so...
Most tweets
Very
are about
true.
the games
Left him
he's been
hanging.
playing or the movies he's been watching.
Right,
He
so
regularly
again, man, it's so fascinating. It's like, look at how nice he is, not like that fuck Patrician.
Yeah.
It's just...
Compliments other game developers' work on all sorts of different games.
That's wonderful.
He talks about his
Cool.
wife, he talks about his family, he posts recipes of 18th century cookies that...
What are you doing?
What is this?
What the fuck? Are you actually Emil? Are you like
I don't give a fuck what he does on Twitter. I don't care if he's helping old ladies cross the street.
Yeah,
but
that's the thing. I'm
doesn't
sure
that change your mind on
ML
Starfield though?
No, it's completely irrelevant to Starfield, and I never
Damn
thought
it.
Emil was a bad guy. I just don't like Starfield.
That he baked,
Yeah, I'm sure.
and so on.
I'm sure ML is a very nice guy. I don't have anything against him personally. Doesn't change the fact that Fallout 3 and 4 are shit. Starfield is shit. I'm sorry, it's just the way it is.
And I've advocated for two solutions to this problem. One is to demote him. The other is to just split the studio in half, give him Fallout, and let him lead that, and fuck off to his own fiefdom.
Wow.
Fallout fans hate when I say that, but
sacrificing Fallout to get rid of him.
Yeah, I mean, we're amputating the infected limb there.
I see how it is.
Yeah.
He also comes off as kind of goofy.
Yeah, he is.
Maybe too openly into nerd culture in a way that seems uncool.
It's true.
He's too openly into nerd culture in a way that seems uncool. I just don't understand that coming from this guy. I mean, after the cuck thing.
Fuck what people on Twitter are saying.
And too positive in a way that feels out of place on a website usually so infused with cynicism and irony. I would say he seems like a well-meaning and slightly out of touch boomer. And
Good for him, he still made Starfield.
I'm waiting for what the fucking point of all this is.
Don't mean that negatively. He's not always positive though. A few weeks before he was attacked for being an entitled game developer, he tweeted about how much he's been struggling with grief after his sister unexpectedly died of cancer.
Did you seriously just start playing the fucking sad violin? This is so
His
inappropriate.
sister died of cancer, then sad violin. See, why are you being mean to this game developer?
Why are you using this guy's grief as a weapon in this situation?
Yeah, that's really.
I'm sorry, you can fuck
this
the right
is-
off with this.
Yeah, I
That's
don't know
that's
about
like
this one,
not.
man.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say that hits a little too
Uh,
close to home on that one.
That's pretty. Ugh,
That's why
pretty.
hearing the fucking music, I got immediately like grossed out by this.
Yeah.
This is a normal person. Now, I don't know.
I already thought he was a fucking normal person. I don't even like what.
Mm-hmm.
You need to give me the cookies and like a dead relative for that. It's so wacky and stupid.
Emil Pagliarulo. And so I can only judge him based on the things he has said and wrote online. The thing is, that's also true for everyone else. Maybe he's not a good person. There is
Except
no
that
way to know for
fucker,
sure
Patricia
just by
TV.
looking in from the outside. But just as I do not truly know this, that's the same for everyone else. We can only judge the evidence.
I'm sorry, I don't think anyone here has been saying he's a bad person. I don't know what this has to do with anything.
Yeah, he doesn't. He probably should work on like the criticism stuff and things like that. But
Yeah,
he doesn't seem
maybe.
like a bad person. He just seems like he's really bad at writing stories in video games.
And where's
That is
this
a-
fucking charity towards us?
Well, you're liars though.
Ah.
Available. And within that evidence, there is nothing here or anywhere else I have seen to suggest that this man is in any way deserving of hate.
Oh my god.
Oh, jeez.
It's not about him being a
again.
mean
I
man,
know,
it's
right?
about him being incompetent. You don't have to be a bad person to be incompetent.
I'm sorry, we can't get rid of that problematic police officer. He's just too nice of a guy.
I don't even know what to
He
do
takes-
with all this. Like he feels like he's made a very grand point here, as though if only he were kind of like if he kicked some kid at some point, then he'd be deserving of all that Twitter stuff. Even
I'm
if it's
not sure
completely
where this-
disconnected.
it's such a weird misreading of what seems. It's about like his work on a video game. That's it. But then it's like he's misunderstood it as if like everybody hates him on a personal, fundamental level.
Yeah.
So this is so weird.
And I have looked for evidence.
Yeah,
When I
like
began this
that
video,
as well.
I
Like,
fully
looking for evidence of him being a bad person. Like, what?
It's so stupid. What is this?
To see some examples of elitism or antagonism or petty arguments or things that seemed egotistical from Emil. And often, when people develop a negative reputation online, they do play at least some part in creating it.
Are we done? with
I'm
this?
kind of like,
Where does he go from here?
Why are we throwing what is the? So I get the motivation of the the patrician stuff. He called me a cuck 2 years ago. The Creetosis stuff, I don't know, but it probably ties in with this bit here. This Emil defense, like he's actually his friend or something. I don't. Where's this coming from? What's going on?
Where does this fit into Team Trap?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest. I don't have a clue.
I just realized that we are 8 minutes off the 12 hours, so
well then we gotta wrap up.
I mean, yeah, we got.
I would rather call it there.
We could just call it here. We're starting to bring up, Dead Sisters and piano music, and it's like getting like, okay, this is getting a bit out of whack.
Well, most of it is just repeated information anyway, and then him saying he's a nice man, so stop being mean about him and his game, which is just not a thing.
A lot of repetition.
So, good video? Or the
Pretty
best
good.
video?
Yeah, 7 out of 10. All right.
Wait, someone said you guys haven't gotten to the defamation part.
Oh yeah, he does say I defamed him, like at the very end.
Like he
like calling him a cuck?
Actually a cuck. He's not actually.
No, he defamed Emil. It's at 2:12:51.
Okay, we can if we're quick, yeah.
Just skip there.
Oh, and by the way, PatricianTV, you like research, so some advice. It might be worth researching something called defamation.
Shut the fuck up!
Because the case against you seems rather strong, and almost everything that's usually so hard to prove, you have provided evidence of already. The sad thing about this situation...
Why don't you look into dignity? It might be a dictionary definition.
What does that say?
I love the thought of an Asmongold clip being admitted as court evidence that I defamed Emil Pagliarulo.
Is that I don't think something like that would ever actually happen, because as far as I can tell, Emil Pagliarulo is just not that kind of guy.
Yeah, I'm not fucking watching more of
And
that
also,
shit.
he has no fucking clue about any of this.
Okay.
Like, he said as much the day after this video came out.
Defamation. All right, we're done. Let us now, with the remaining minutes we have, talk to chat about the wonderful guest we had today who stayed for a record-breaking 12 hours. I say record-breaking, not necessarily, but probably for you guys, actually, individually. Certainly for Creetosis being his first fucking episode.
Yeah, I've done my own 12-hour stream.
Yeah,
I
I've done
barely
a 12-hour
survived that.
stream.
Well, we appreciate you doing it on our show.
Yeah.
And for what is a grueling video, that was ugh. Blech. But
That
I'm
was
glad.
a campaign.
Yeah. Fought hard with different changed people after all of that. I think this one will be remembered for some time, especially a particular part of it. Would be surprised if a fucking highlight of that goes up on the EFAP highlights tomorrow.
It has to.
But yeah, we'll start with good old Creetosis. Why don't you tell chat all about you, what you get up to, and where they can find you?
Yeah, I do long videos on video games. I try to do the analysis thing. I've mostly covered Bethesda stuff so far, but I don't want to get stuck doing only Bethesda stuff. I've also done a video on the new Saints Row game, which obviously was a 10 out of 10. And I'm working on my Starfield review and analysis, actually. Who knows how long the analysis will take. And I do gaming streams, as mentioned earlier, but I'm a VTuber. So, yeah.
Evil.
Pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah, pretty bad. You also have the Stag show,
Right,
correct?
yes. The streams I do with my friends, I don't know how I forgot about that.
He did more promoting of that than you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we do a similar thing as EFAP there, where we cover videos. We're not doing them regularly anymore. We're going to try and be more selective and pick videos that are actually worth covering instead of doing it just for the sake of doing it. So, yeah.
Fair. Well, I mean, that was a good selection of your interactions. I feel like they will know to subscribe if they want to get more of what they've experienced today, and links are in the description.
Thank you for having me on. It's much appreciated.
Thanks for coming. All right, Patrician TV. We don't really know much about you at all.
I'm fucking fried after this. I make defamatory claims where I lie about game time. I do the long form thing, and in between long form videos, I do short form videos, mostly talking about games, traditionally in the Bethesda space. But my next long form thing is going to be on classic World of Warcraft.
Ooh.
I'm quite excited to do it. I have even more sources on this project than I had on any of my Bethesda videos, so I'm quite looking forward to it.
I'm resisting just making jokes constantly about everything that we've been hearing in this stupid video. So instead, I'm just going to say that sounds exciting, wonderful, and I wish you the best of luck on collecting all such information and putting it together in a coherent way, in a quick.
I gotta get out of here. I gotta go fuck his wife.
Dang.
At least you're honest about it. But yeah, well, like I said, thank you so much. And we got links to your channels and the videos you had made specifically responding to these. They're good to check out.
Thank you.
If you wanted an extra context.
This was an appreciated response.
Yeah. We wonder how many people will be able to get through this thing. Though, tell your friends there's a golden nugget in there if they wait long enough.
That's right. There's a nugget, all right.
But yes, before we go, Fringy Rags, anything you guys want to say?
No, nothing I'm ready to announce quite yet.
Yeah, man, I'm just working. Though probably not right now. I think I might sleep.
Yeah, well, what I was gonna say is, what is it, 12 hours till our next EFAP stream? That was been booked, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we should probably go. I'll give you an update on the next one in terms of just stuff that's going on. It'll be the same now as it is then, so no worries. But I'd rather hurry to get into sleep so we can wake up. No need to tell you what it's about, but it's about something that's happened recently. So you guys are gonna love it. It's actually gaming focused, if anything, but it's gonna be a nice talky one, and hopefully we'll keep it to under 12 hours. I was saying that'd be nice.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm feeling it.
Until then, thank you all for watching so very much. We shall see you on the next thing, whatever it may be. But for now, goodbye.
Right. See you later, everybody.
See you, everybody. Bye.
See you,
bye.
chat.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Oh.